See that starting off on his backhand, doing some swooping turns, and then switching to his forehand for some more critical turns on the inside. So Ben showing his versatility there. We'll see how that last wave comes in. Bo Nixon getting a 4.3 for his last left, so he will keep his middle left, which was a 7.5. So solid score for Bo Nixon on his second left. So that will be his keeper. We'll wait to see what that last wave of Ben Roediger comes in as. So Bo Nixon from the east coast of Australia. He's a surf instructor at home and one of the leading stand-up paddlers, obviously in his country and the world. He's been following the stand-up world tour for several years now. He's one of the most pleasurable guys to have on tour. Really well-spoken, really kind, really humble, and just he's a great guy.
Yeah, and hopefully his mom's out there watching. She's been traveling with him to some of the events, and just what a wonderful lady. You can tell he comes from a great family, and they've done well raising Bo as a phenomenal surfer, not only stand-up, but every other type of board that you can surf. As we get ready for heat number 14, featuring Kai Bates in blue from Australia, and Nika from Italy, as Kai Bates gets ready for his first left.
So fanatic rider Kai Bates, one of the new young talents, taking off here on his backhand. Nice banking off the white water there, getting a lot of arc in his turn there. Unfortunately comes out unstuck. He got a nice turn up into the pocket, but got a little caught out there in the lip. But that's just his first wave, so he's got another couple left to improve on that. But Kai has really been on a roll this last year. He started in Brazil.
Yeah, I know a lot of the guys are starting to take notice of Kai Bates. He's been producing some great scores in all the events, and fanatic team rider. He's also an accomplished windsurfer from the Ulladulla area in New South Wales of Australia. So it appears that Leonard's not out there, and Kai Bates is asking if he can go back out for a second wave.
Let's see, Leonard Nika, where are you, Leonard Nika? You are up next. Leonard Nika. I guess it looks like we will count this next wave for Kai Bates. So Kai Bates, you can take this as your... No, hang on, no. No, that was his wave, yeah, but no.
Leonard's not here. Second wave. Looks like Leonard's just getting here, so I think we'll make some exceptions and give you 2 in a row. Leonard will have to check with the judges, so we will wait for the official word on this. So he's just paddling out now. Both be ready. The judges are conferring right now to figure out the most fair decision. a 2.1. Band, raise your paddle if you can hear us. Thank you. Thank you. So Kai Bates, your high scoring left will be a 4.7. Bernard, your high scoring left will be a 2.1. And both competitors will be looking to better their campaign on the rights. So we've got three regular footers in these two heats we have running now, and one regular goofy footer in Roediger out there as well.
So if you've just joined us online, welcome back to the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam. We're here for day number 2. It's an epic day of action. We've been lucky with the swell forecast coming up as planned. And we'd like to say a big thank you to our supporters of the event, above all, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed. Thank you so much for your support of this incredible sport in the UAE, but also this incredible event, the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. So a big thank you goes out to Sheikh Ahmed, we were lucky enough to have him present yesterday. I think he'll be coming down today too. Thank you all so much. Sorry, Anthony.
That's okay. I was just going to say, he was here early watching the warm-up, so he's been on the premises already. I got a chance to say hello to him, and it's really exciting. I'm a fan of the sport, I know, as you are, and it's great to see, royalty that are here and excited about the sport as well. So really fun to have him.
Absolutely, and there's no doubt he is an avid ocean sports enthusiast, and stand-up paddling is proving to be his next passion. I know he's super keen to get his sons into the sport, and that's exciting to hear, because that's what we want to hear.
And I learned yesterday while you were interviewing him that he's a kite surfer as well. So that's something that I wanted to try but haven't had a chance to. And I was like, yeah, go ahead, Sheikh Ahmed. You're a kite surfer, as we watched Roediger.
Roediger driving off the bottom. Really nice opening turn there as he goes for a smooth roundhouse, throwing some spray and working it all the way to the inside, floating off the end section there. Definitely looking more comfortable on the rights there than he was on the left. So let's see how the judges score that. But no, one of the more exciting things from talking with the Sheikh yesterday was his commitment to growing not only the sport here for everyone, but in particular to increase the Emirati involvement in the sport. So that's an exciting thing to hear. We're extremely excited about seeing more Emiratis involved, both here in our event at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars, but overseas as well at all our stops on the Stand Up World Touring Series in all 4 corners of the world.
Yeah, it really is one of the great parts about this tour is all the competitors get a chance to experience other cultures. That was a transition. Yeah. No score.
Sorry, yes, our apologies. That wave was not scored. Roediger, that was a transition wave. So we were commentating it like it was the real thing. But that was a good warm-up. You're ready for action.
You saw him kind of go, shucks, that was a good one. But I think on this next one, perhaps if he doesn't get caught behind after that second turn, he has more scoring opportunities. But he came off the bottom and went straight up on that first turn. So looking good. He's got here a little bit late, as did Yellow in heat number 15 as well. So 14, excuse me. So a couple of guys showing up, getting their snooze on, ready to have an exciting day of competition as we have Nixon attempting his first right-hand scoring wave.
So Bo's always strong on his forehand as we see him taking off, coming into the wall here, driving off the bottom. Nice slashing opening turn, throwing some spray. And a committed roundhouse there. Really using, unfortunately coming unstuck there, but really using the paddle to throw his weight into the inside of his turn and to bank back into the white water. So a nice opening wave from Bo. I'm sure he'll be wanting to improve on that, but that was definitely a strong start. So just to continue my row of thanks here, I'd like to say a big thank you to the Abu Dhabi Sailing and Yacht Club, obviously the founders of this event with the Waterman League, our vital support mechanism here in the UAE, but also ESSA, working towards a brighter future for stand-up paddling and surfing here in the UAE, doing an amazing job at creating some structure and foundations for the sport. I'd also like to thank Wadi Adventure, our consummate host here out in Al Ain. It's a real treat to be out here. This is the ultimate water world, really, as far as you can see in the desert. I mean, obviously the ocean is a massive playground, but when you're in the desert and you're looking for water and something to play on, here is the place to be.
And I see a number of people that aren't in the contest are coming down to have a watch and just, go swimming. There's not just the wave pool, there's a couple of other pools just to go for a swim. There's, I know, a very shallow pool for the kids, so they really try to have a family environment here. Over the past few days, I've seen some of the lessons they've been doing. They've got boogie boarding, surfing, and there's also a option at the pool just to have kind of rolling waves as well, so more of a free swim kind of thing without actual breaking waves for some of the swimmers who maybe are a little bit scared of the waves.
Absolutely. As we see Bernd Roediger, this is his first official wave on the right. Let's see what he's got. Getting down low, driving off the bottom. Oh, he does another one of his nice opening turns in the pocket there, cutting back into the white water, getting a little ahead of it there, and nice slashing turn for Bernd Roediger. Throwing the tail out a little bit, coming unstuck on that final section, but the work was really done as far as scoring potential on that wave, so we'll see how the judges view that as we wait for the first scores for both Bo and Ben to drop.
Yeah, that was a really cruisy takeoff he had. He was in perfect position. Only took him 1 or 2 paddles to get into that wave, faded back into the wall, and timed it very nicely on that one. As did Bo Nixon. I thought Bo read his first wave very well, timing it beautifully, just catching a rail at the end, and hopefully he will look to finish and complete that maneuver for his second scoring right-hand wave coming up.
So I was just imagining, Anthony, imagine, you think of those stories of people trekking across the desert and just getting delirious for days and days, and imagine coming across this place. I mean, it's bright blue, there's waves. I mean, that would just be a sight for sore eyes when you've been traveling the desert for 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, and you'd probably think it was some sort of mirage, that it wasn't real, but then you get here, you get on the wave, and it's not only real, but it's real fun too. So these guys are out there enjoying themselves, and we are as well as fans of the sport. So bringing it to you live here at watermanleague.com. Stop number 3 on the Stand Up World Tour.
Wadi Adventure making the mirage a reality. So here we have Bo Nixon about to drop in on his second right-hander. Right against the wall there, driving off the bottom. Really nice opening turn there, getting a full rail in the water. Another nice slashing turn as he heads towards the final section and throws it right up into the white water. Nice flown climb there from Bo Nixon.
So Bo, your first wave number 1 on the right's coming in at a 3.6. Bant, your first wave was a 5.4. So Bant getting his highest scoring wave of the heat so far. Going through the format again, each surfer will have 9 waves. They will get 3 attempts at lefts, 3 attempts at rights, and 3 closeout attempts. The judges are looking for radical controlled maneuvers in the critical sections of the wave with speed, power, and flow. They also want to see innovative and progressive surfing, as well as variety of repertoire, which we saw Bo Nixon attempting on the lefts. Bo knew that his second scoring left was a good score, so he went for something different with that fade turn off the white water, just to show a little bit of variety, and he'll look to build upon his first scoring right, which came in at a 3.6. As we see Bant Roediger in yellow preparing for his wave number 2. Bant Roediger taking off, driving off the bottom, slashing one off the top, staying nice, slow, and compact. Getting some speed now. Throwing his tail on that end section there, and Bant will complete his wave. Bo, your last score coming in at a 6.1. Bo, your last wave was a 6.1. Bo also has a 7.5, was his highest scoring left. We are on the rights now, so Bo will be attempting his third and final right hand wave at Wadi Point. So Bo, part of that Nash team of incredible riders that's here not only at this event, but all of the events. We've got a couple more Nash riders coming up in the final 2 heats of the day with Noah Janela and Kai Lenny going up against a couple of Fanatic riders with Paul Jackson and Jake Jensen rounding out the remainder of the heats for round number 1. Bo Nixon driving off the bottom. Coming off the top, you saw his back foot just fall off and slip. Had he rode out, it may not have helped his score line. His previous wave was a 6.1, so I'm going to say that is going to be Bo's high scoring right hand wave. Bant, your last wave was a 4.5. Bant Roediger in yellow from Maui, your last wave was a 4.5. So Bo will head to the beach and get ready for the closeout section as we watch Bant on his right, and then we will see Kai Bates and Leonard Nika on their 3 right-hand scoring waves.
So Van Roediger getting ready for his third and final right-hander. Van Roediger, one of the amazing pool of Maui talent. Less known in the stand-up paddle world, but he is a serious talent and a serious threat here on the stand-up world tour. Of that, there is no doubt. And I think all his fellow Mauians would attest to that. As we see Bernd ready to throw it down here on his third and final right-hander. He'll be looking to improve on those scores there as he drops in. Right against the wall there, driving off the bottom. Beautiful opening turn there through the lip. Nice banking cut back into the white water, generating some speed through this inside here. Little slashing end turn there. So that opening turn, I think, will definitely help him out there. Let's see how the judges view that. As we see Bo Nixon, his highest right scoring wave was a 6.1. So he'll be looking to improve on that in the closeouts. He has a 7.5 for his left. So Bo's still in a very strong position. Let's see how that last wave for Van Roediger is going.
Yeah, that first turn looked very, very nice. He didn't go quite as far to the bottom, but went straight up off the top. So we'll see what the judges think, like you said, as we await Kai Bates in blue and Leonard Nika from Italy in yellow. They'll begin their campaign on the right.
So what has been one of the most exciting things for us here at the Waterman League for the Stand Up World Tour has been just the sheer scope of international competition that we've seen. We have something over 20 nations competing across our events through the year, with really strong contingents obviously from the principal nations such as the US, Hawaii, Australia, Brazil, Europe. You know, obviously I say principal nations being, you know, the biggest nations currently for stand-up paddling, but we're looking forward to seeing a strong contingency from the UAE. We hope that that is going to come very soon with our Emirati riders joining. If you want to learn more about stand-up paddling in the UAE, you should go to emiratiriders.com. As we see Kai Bates dropping into this right. Nice slashing opening turn there. And right back into the white water. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck there, but that was a really nice opening turn from Kai Bates. Really putting it on rail, putting everything into his top turn there. As Nika from Italy heads out for his right. So the final scores on the right, so 1.1 for Bo Nixon and a 4.3 for Bernd Roediger. That means that Bo Nixon, your best right-hander, was a 6.1. Bernd Roediger, your best right-hander, was a 5.4.
So we're in the end of round one. We're looking to finish the round. We have the replay of Kai Bates. Great timed first wave there. Very lively second turn, swooping all the way back into the white water, trying to get aggressive with the bank and just coming off of his board there. But that was a good looking wave by Kai. Had he rode out of that one, I think that would have been a nice score for him.
Absolutely, some committed surfing there for Kai Bates. Just coming unstuck, but that's the beauty of having 3 waves to be able to push the limits, and hopefully one of the 3 it all connects and you get the score you need to be able to advance directly through to round 3. This is a tension mounting situation, especially as we come to the closing end of round 1. We've had some exceptional scores across the board with a number of real standouts yesterday. Obviously Sean Pointer from the US, starboard rider, putting on a clinic on the rights there with a 9.2. But here we see fellow team rider from Italy, Nika, dropping in right by the wall here, driving off the bottom. Little check top turn there. Really throwing everything into his bottom turn there. Oh. And sliding into a little attempt of an N360 there. Not quite pulling that through, but we'll see Kai Bates head out for his next wave. So yeah, standouts from yesterday. Zane Schweitzer as well, obviously 2013 Abu Dhabi All-Star. Again, a Sabo team rider, put on a great performance. One of the standouts for me as well, Anthony, was Poinaiki Raioha, who was just on exceptional form. His surfing was looking so crisp. He was certainly at the top of the leaderboard for much of the day. So Poinaiki Raioha, F1 rider from the beautiful islands of Tahiti. He's also an Air Tahiti Nui rider, great friends of ours here at the Waterman League.
Yeah, and a shout out to Michel Perez, who for sure is watching Poinaiki. Michel coming off of his win that you were talking about yesterday, so great day for the Tahitians. Michel Perez winning his first WCT event, and Poinaiki Raioha will be looking to win his first stand-up world tour event.
So yeah, definitely showing that they are a small island nation, but they definitely are stepping out to be counted. Poinaiki, just a great kid as well, humble, talented, and an exceptional athlete.
Yeah, I wish I would have been at that contest in Tahiti where he placed second. I think I would have just been going crazy watching him surf, because he's got great style, and like a lot of the young kids, he just makes it look so easy and smooth.
And here we have Kai Bates looking to make this easy and smooth, dropping into this right-hander. He chooses to go away from the peak so he can do a big roundhouse, banks it back over the top. That was a good strategy there for Kai. Nice turn, really committed. Going through the lip there as he does a little exclamation point at the end there. So that'll be a nice wave for Kai. I would say his best so far on the rights.
Yeah, and a lot of guys, when they're cutting back into the whitewater, it's hard to get the whitewater to hit your board just right to give you the speed you need for the second turn. But Kai Bates really timed that well and got the nose of his board up and over the lip, used the speed of the whitewater pushing against him so that he had some flow going into turn number 2 as we watch a Turtle Bay replay of this beautifully timed wave. So you see him pumping down the line, Tristan. Then he does a paddle transfer, waits to plant his paddle, cuts back, beautiful crossbow hit off the whitewater there. And you see a little double pump as he comes off the bottom and just lays into that one, throws everything he had, blew his tail out, and then regains his composure, gets some speed for a finishing maneuver. See his toes got barreled on that little wave right there. And then bam, one more finishing wave, and an inch of water, and he's got to jump off of his board.
So some great surfing, some lively surfing there from Kai Bates. Definitely one of the young, energetic riders on tour. A lot of enthusiasm, boundless enthusiasm even.
Yeah, and a great dancer. If you ever get a chance to watch Kai Bates show some moves on the dance floor, or he doesn't even need a dance floor, just anywhere there's music, he loves to dance and just have a good time, and always smiling, as we see Leonard Nika in yellow from Italy up and riding.
So nice opening turn there, slashing off the top. And all the way to the inside there for Leonard Nika as we have scores dropping. Kai Bates, your first wave on the rights was a 3.9, your second wave a 4.8. Kai Bates a 3.9 and a 4.8. Leonard Nika, your first wave was a 3.4. We're waiting for your second wave to drop. So we're now coming up to their third rights. Kai Bates will be heading out for his third and final right as we go to the Turtle Bay replay for Leonard Nika, starboard rider. So putting a lot into his bottom turn there, a little more off balance on his top turn, but really driving off the bottom nicely. A nice slashing second turn there. Great to see it in slow motion. You get to see a little bit more of the intricacies of the wave. So that might well improve on Leonard Nika's situation, and it does. It comes in at a 4.2. Leonard Nika, your last wave was a 4.2. So Kai Bates currently sitting with a 4.8 as his high right. He'll be looking for something strong here on this third right-hander. Leonard Nika with a 4.2, looking for something better obviously on his. So we were lucky enough to receive a special breakfast here from Sheikh Ahmed. I know Anthony's looking with a grin of satisfaction there as we see Kai Bates dropping into his third and final right. He's choosing that approach of going further away from the peak and banking back into it. Nice slashing turn. And again, throwing a lot of spray on that one. That turn looked a little more natural than the first one he did on that last wave. And a nice closing turn for Kai Bates. I think that will improve on his situation, but let's see what the judges think of that.
And just analyzing those last couple of rides of Kai Bates, I think maybe the judges deeming that he used up a lot of real estate for that swooping carving cutback. It was very beautiful, but maybe not as critical as some of the higher scoring waves that we've seen throughout this event.
Well, on the replay, I did notice as well, Anthony, that first turn was really controlled, but he went right away from the power source and banged back into it. The second turn, he went a little bit jumpy. As we go to the Turtle Bay replay of Kai Bates' last wave, let's see how this panned out. So he chose the same approach, going further away here, but choosing to drive back into the power source. Nice banking opening turn there. And this turn looked a lot more natural. The other one looked more forced as he throws it through the lip, gets the fins free, and comes in for this making speed here through this end section as he goes for the exclamation point off the last section, putting his foot right forward so he can stay afloat and stay on the board through that last turn. So yeah, I'd say it was a little more forced, that second wave, and sure enough, the judges see it the same way. It is a 6-point ride. Kai Bates, your last ride was a 6-point ride, so improving on his situation. We'll wait to see what Leonard Nika has here.
Yeah, thanks to those Turtle Bay replays, the slow motion replays really fine-tune these surfing. As you see Leonard Nika attempting to rebound off the whitewater on his forehand, slashing a nice turn, very similar to Kai Bates' wave. And again, going for a finishing maneuver, riding out of it. And that will finish his campaign on the right. So we'll set up the pool for the closeouts and await the judges' scores.
So coming up next, we will see Bo Nixon and Ben Roediger attack the closeout wave. So that will be their final showdown for this heat, and then we'll go back to Kai Bates and Leonard Nika for their heat on the closeout. So let's look at the Turtle Bay replay, brought to you all the way from Oahu's fabled North Shore. This is Leonard Nika on his starboard, driving off the bottom. Nice opening turn there. Just using the paddle to bump back over the white water, giving a little more speed there. Throwing everything into that second turn there. So maybe not quite as much flow, but some good surfing there from the Italian. Let's see how the judges score that. It comes out as a 3.6, so your second wave, a 4.2, will be your scoring wave. Then Nika, a 4.2 is your high scoring right. Kai Bates, a 6.0 is your high scoring right. As we have a transition wave here, it looks like Van Roediger is going to take advantage of the transition wave to feel his feet a little more and get ready to attack.
Yeah, and also just to get the shots too. I mean, this is a great location to get some amazing photos for your sponsors and friends and Instagrams and things. So I'm gonna say that Van's gonna boost some sort of air on that closeout section. This wave will not count in his score line. This is one of those transition waves that you'll see throughout the day. A number of surfers will catch. We do not want any of the waves to go unridden. We want to take advantage of every single wave that comes through. So the surfers will use it as warm up, warm down, and just good old fun out there.
Absolutely. Well, I think something I noticed in band surfing in Sunset Beach was he does some square turns. He likes to come straight down and straight up. So we'll see if that closeout will give him the opportunity to just do just that, generate speed, come right out in front and drive up into it.
Yeah, he was going huge at Sunset. I mean, attempting barrel rides, made it out of a couple, got closed out on a few, and he was hitting some very, very enormous lips and coming down with speed. So it was incredible to watch him surf at Sunset. He wasn't able to make it down to Brazil due to other obligations, but he's here having a great time in Al Ain.
Yeah, Bad spent a lot of time this last couple of years in Micronesia, actually at Pipas, and some of the images of his barrel riding over there was pretty mind-blowing. He actually broke his back down there, which was kind of crazy so for such a young kid. But here you go, this is Van Roediger on the transition wave. Nice driving opening turn as he sets up for this closing section. Banking off the end section there. So that wave won't count, that is just a transition wave. We'll see Bo Nixon heading out in a moment here for his first closeout.
I think that'll give Van some confidence going into the final 3 waves of his 9-wave heat. So we've got 32 surfers in round 1. The top 12 will advance into round number 2 as we look at a replay of Van Roediger's non-scoring closeout wave. This is just a transition wave.
Really nice driving bottom turn there, comes through the lip, throwing some spray as he resets up, generates speed, and banks off that end section.
Yeah, he didn't hold back on that first turn there. A lot of guys are kind of check turning, but he was able to recover after he laid down a very good, powerful first turn and still got some speed for the closeout. So Van will put that in his pocket and prepare for his 3 scoring waves as Bo Nixon makes his way out for his 3 attempts at the closeouts on his dashboard. I want to say Bo maybe switched boards. I think that was his strategy in talking with him earlier this week. He was going to ride his 8.0, not to give away his secrets, but he was going to ride his 8.0 during the rights and lefts and his 7.6 for the closeouts to kind of help boost and give him a little less board to get up and over the lip.
You know, what's been interesting watching Bo is he's been on a serious diet program, not because he was overweight, but quite simply because he wanted to be able to ride a smaller board and be able to be as critical as some of the lighter guys, but still using his power and strength. A really critical vertical end turn there from Bo Nixon. I'm sure the judges are going to enjoy that. He went right up into it. So the opening turn not as strong, but that end turn really finishing off the wave well there for Bo Nixon on his first closeout.
Yeah, that end section that Bo hit was very critical. maybe a little bit later than he would have liked to have been, but way to attack that lip. So with this wave pool format, it saves a lot of energy for the competitors to focus on the surfing, very similar to some of the WCT events where they have the jet ski assist to maximize the surfing and not as much paddling. Sunset Beach at Turtle Bay, they were very long paddles, as well as the beach break in Brazil. So the competitors get to save their energy trying to make their way through the waves. They get to paddle out in calm water and just kind of sit and wait for the waves, and then they can work their magic. So this is going to be Bant's first scoring closeout wave, and he's choosing to go on the right, just like Bo Nixon. So Bant, a regular footer that goes goofy sometimes. Or is he a goofy footer that goes regular sometimes?
You know, he's that fluid and good that I don't know which it is, but I think he's a natural footer. I think. He's a little caught up on that first turn, goes out vertical, but he lost a little bit of speed there because of the slight catch up on the first turn. Looks frustrated there as he really wanted to set up for something big on that closeout section. He's still got 2 closeouts to go though, so he'll be looking to improve on that. As we see on his back the distinctive Abu Dhabi All-Stars logo. For all athletes reference, we will be having special edition jerseys for you guys, or kind of tank tops, or as they horribly call in the US, wife beaters. But
so we see Bant going with the quad setup. He's got his 4 fins in there. He's checking his fins, giving us a hair flick.
Actually, the guys who shape his boards are old friends from Maui, so if you are watching, Keith the Bull and you guys, aloha, lava goya. All the boys back in the Pauela Cannery, maybe watching Bant online here. Thinking of you guys, hope all is well. As we see Bo Nixon getting into his own zone out there. Starting off with a 5.7, so the judges like his second turn. He's going to be looking for something better though to get up into the excellent range if he can, because it's getting so tight up on the top of the leaderboard there, Anthony. I just can't even believe how high some of the scores were from the heats from yesterday. It's insane.
Yeah, so these guys are looking for mid-range to high-range 7s, I believe. I'm not exactly sure on what they need, but they're looking to get into the good and excellent range on their scoring waves in order to skip that repit charge round and move into round 2.
Yeah, I believe it is now getting, well, definitely into the 14 overall heat score total necessary in order to advance directly. So it's getting tight up there as we see Bo Nixon dropping into his second closeout. Nice opening slashing turn as he sets up for this closeout section. Oh, he goes right up into it, but unfortunately comes unstuck there. So definitely putting it on the line here, Bo Nixon. He wants it. He wants to go. He wants to get that direct advancement. He still has one more closeout to go, so he'll be wanting to improve on his first score of a 5.7. Let's see what he can pull out of the bag here. As Bant Roediger will be heading out to the lineup here at Wadi Adventure Park. You know, one of the coolest things is for spectating here at Wadi Adventure is not only, you know, the waves coming out of nowhere, seemingly out of a wall at the back, but also just before it happens, these spurts of water, these pump jets of water boost out of the top like a humpback whale, the Wadi Adventure sign there, and then all of a sudden a beautiful 2 to 3 foot wave comes through, and it's a pretty exciting thing.
Yeah, just a beautiful backdrop. It's such a great image as the mist kind of comes up from those smokestacks. We take a look at replay of Bo Nixon's last wave, slow motion replay here, as you see him adjusting his feet, coming off the bottom, and really going aggressive with his first turn. maybe a little bit caught up, but manages to recover quickly, coming off the bottom and trying to meet the lip at its highest point, and unfortunately doesn't ride out.
Yeah, his positioning was good there. I think he was just lacking a little bit of speed, which meant he was had his weight a little back as he came up into the lip, which didn't allow him to ride through that because he was in the right spot. As we see Van Roediger waiting for this next wave to come through. And here it is.
So Van taking off, paddle on his toe side as he uses it to pivot on his first turn, setting up for a closeout maneuver. Van staying nice and low and aggressive on that second turn.
Now, unfortunately, just kind of going more into the whitewater pot. He was a little bit late on that closeout section, so not getting as much punch as he probably would have liked. But as you say, really low down and aggressive style of riding, nice opening turn. Let's see what the judges give it.
Yeah, Van's looking good out there. I know he's wanting to get scores, like we said, into the 7 range, but he'll have another opportunity if he can't make it into that top 12. So run us through this replay, Tristan.
So here he is looking to set up that first turn. He's got a really smooth transition into his bottom turn. Nice slashing opening turn off the top there. Redirecting his board down the line. Just sort of a little late for it, you know, and the way the lip is here, to get the maximum projection, you want to hit it spot on. Cody Kerbox really showed us that yesterday with hitting the critical section just absolutely perfectly, so you get so much impact from where he hits and so much drive through the lip that you're not hitting water back, you're not hitting white water backing off, you're hitting the lip and it's projecting you out. So there's definitely these finite differences that make the difference between something in the 5-point range and something in the 7 and 8-point range.
We're talking the difference, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Those are deciding who's advancing and who's not advancing. Lots of close heats at a lot of the events here on the tour, which is a real testament to not only the judges, but to the caliber of surfing continuing to rise each year in both the men's and the women's division. Every year you see a new young up-and-comer making the commitment to stay on tour and compete in all of the events.
And here we see Bo Nixon dropping into his 3rd and final closeout. Nice wrapping opening turn. Really getting up into the lip there, taking some notes from Cody's waves from yesterday, just some critical riding there from Bo Nixon. We'll see how that affects his scoreline. At the moment, he has a high closeout score of 5.7. Let's see if the judges will deem that better than that. We'll see their result momentarily as we see Bates Roediger heading out to the lineup.
Yeah, I think Bo timed that one nicely. That second turn looked very controlled, and I think he put his board exactly where he wanted it to be on the lip, and it showed. He rode out of that one. Coming in, finishing his campaign.
So here's the Turtle Bay replay, all the way from Oahu's fabled North Shore. He had a nice opening turn before that as he sets up for this closing turn here. You can see him getting right into that power zone as it projects him back down the face directly. So a real up and down turn, which is something the judges definitely appreciate. So let's see how that comes out as. But as you say, Anthony, the skill level and the talent pool on tour has just been going through the roof over the last few years. Every year we go, I can't believe how much has progressed since last year, but not wanting to sound repetitive, but this year has been another one of those situations where in Brazil we saw the performance level was just sky high, and here we are in Abu Dhabi, just to see the scale of points that are being used here, where we're up in the 17s now, for overall heat score, and there's so many scores in the excellent range. So it's exciting to see as the athletes are really developing fast. And there we have it, a score dropping for Bo Nixon, a 6.6 for your last closeout. So your counting waves are 7.5 and a 6.6. That gives you a heat score total of 14.1. We will update you with your situation once we can update the leaderboard here, but as it stands right now, you have a 7.5 and a 6.6. As we wait for Bernd Roediger, here he goes.
So Barrett taking off, fading into the wall, getting up and over the lip on that first turn, double pump bottom turn, again getting up and over the lip with the patented hair flick at the end. So Barrett finishing out his heat. Well done, Bant, well done. You see him walking up the beach and those victory core dry jerseys that they've been providing for the Stand Up World Tour. So here we see the replay of Bant paddling in casually. It's a very nice bottom turn, timing it perfectly, setting up for his closeout maneuver. You can see the nose of his board getting up and through the lip. Rides down clean and easy, and there you see the hair flip.
You know, I'm not a judge, but I think his entry to that turn was really great. His positioning was great, but it was a little bit of a softer turn than Bo's when you look at the critical nature of the turn, how he went into the lip and how he came out of it. Again, Bo finding that sweet spot that projected it and really just getting his board 12 o'clock into the lip, and I think that made the difference on that turn.
And we have scores locking in right now for Bant. We see Nika was, I believe, switching his fins out. So perhaps he was going from a thruster to quad, or perhaps the other way.
So we have a score update for you. Bant Roediger, a 5.3 on your last wave. Bant, a 5.3. That means you have a 5.4 from your rights and a 5.3 from the closeouts, giving you a 10.7 overall heat score total. Unfortunately, it doesn't look as though that is going to be enough to get you directly into round 3, but we'll update you shortly with an official result as Kai Bates swooping back into the white water as he sets up for this closing turn. Nice closing turn there from Kai Bates.
Yeah, I've been watching Kai Bates warm up in the last few days. I think his heat strategy is perhaps to get a scoring wave under his belt on one of his first attempts, and then try to go a little bit bigger and better on the next successive wave. So I've seen Kai boosting some of the bigger airs that we've seen here, and we'll see if he throws one of those down in this heat. So you see he's using that cross bow cutback, waiting to plant his paddle right until he hits the white water. Very well executed turn, using the double pump bottom turn, coming up, over, and through the lip there, and riding out of that one. Flicks out his Fanatic board, and he'll be ready to watch Nika's first closeout wave. So all 4 of these competitors in heat number 13 and 14 are choosing to go with the right on the closeout. All regular footed surfers choosing to surf on their forehand. Most of the competitors have been going on their forehand for the closeout, although we saw a couple, I believe Lucas Medeiros, maybe Kyle Vaz attempted one closeout on their backhand. So I wonder if the judges factor that into the scoring potential as well, if you're surfing on your forehand or your backhand on a closeout maneuver, as we see Nika's wave approaching.
So Nika dropping in here, carving straight away, choosing that strategy of getting away from it so he can bang back into it. Unfortunately coming unstuck on that end turn. So Nika will be looking for a couple of better waves after coming unstuck on that second turn.
You see Kai Bates using the rip current to help him get out a little bit easier. There's a little bit of a rip running along the wall as the water makes its way back out. You see a replay of Leonard's last wave. Leonard in yellow, surfer from Italy. Not going to the bottom, driving off the top of the wave, carving his cutback. Just a setup turn, he slid his fins out a little bit there and boosting. You saw his front foot come off just a little bit and unfortunately nosedived a bit and was unable to ride out of that one. He'll be glad that the nose of his starboard stand-up paddleboard did not hit the bottom. So first wave of Kai Bates, 4.8. Kai, your first wave was a 4.8. Leonard Nika, your first wave was a 1.7. 1.7 for your first closeout wave. So 2 more waves for each of these surfers, and then we will get into our next group of heats, which will be the remaining 2 heats in round 1.
So Kai Bates, you need an 8 or better in order to advance through to round 3 as he takes off on this wave. Nice driving turn back into the white waters. He sets up for this closing section. Throws the tail over the lip. That's got to be a better score for Kai Bates there. That was a strong end turn there for Kai Bates. I'm looking forward to seeing the replay on that one.
Yeah, that was a beautiful turn. And he, again, using that carving cutback, it looks really nice. He's drawing some great lines. His board's looking very good under his feet, going with that thruster setup. And then we saw him boosting up and over. I know he's got a little bit more height in his airs, so I think he's going to go even bigger on this next wave. I can't wait to watch.
That's a nice looking board, Anthony.
Yeah, I think that's the Pro model, the Fanatic Pro model. So looking at his replay, Tristan.
Yeah, he has an opening turn. His opening turn wasn't as radical, but it's a nice setup turn. Really smooth flowing surfing there from Kai as he sets up for this. Throws everything into it, hits the lip perfectly and drives over it and through the lip and out in front. So that was a nice critical turn from Kai Bates.
Yeah, he didn't even phase him. He was like, yeah, no big deal. I would have been claiming it and running up and down the beach if I could learn one of those maneuvers like that. But Kai's like, yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, he's a classic character, Kai, as we see Leonard Nika from Italy looking to improve on his position. He is now on his second closeout, so he's got 2 more waves to get, so he's got another chance to get a higher score here. He's currently sitting with a 2.1 from his left and a 4.2 for his right, so a trickier position for him at this point. But this will be interesting to see what he can put together here.
Kai Bates, your last wave coming in at a 7.1. You need an 8 or better in order to improve on your position and move in.
So nice. Oh, unfortunately coming unstuck there, Leonard. No, you don't need an 8 anymore. We will calculate what you do need, but with a 7.1, it is a lot more achievable right now. So we will update you shortly what you need here. Sorry, I will correct myself there. Anthony Vella was absolutely correct because you cannot count 2 closeouts. So Kai Bates still needing an 8 or better as we go to the Turtle Bay replay of Leonard Nika's last wave.
He was a little bit hung up on that takeoff, but then laid down a beautiful first turn, one of the more aggressive first turns we've seen on the closeouts. Then Leonard coming up, and you can see his front foot was just on that inside rail, and he wasn't able to ride out of that one. Nice shot at Kai Bates, looking good. He's matching with his blue trunks and blue jersey. Going with his red Fanatic board and paddle. So Kai Bates really showing some aggressive surfing, innovative surfing, as he has 1 more attempt at the closeouts, looking for an 8 to go with his high score on the right, so the 6. Currently Kai Bates' high scoring closeout is a 7.1, but he needs a higher score than that to try and move into that top 12 group that will advance into round 2. The remainder of the 20 surfers from round 1 will be in a repicharge round. Repicharge round will be 4 waves only, all closeouts, taking your top 2 scores. 4 surfers out of the 20 from the repicharge will move into the round 2 as we see Kai Bates' final closeout wave.
So Kai Bates looking for something big here as he drives back, wraps, nice opening turn there as he's setting up for the closing section. Throws the fins out again, unfortunately just coming unstuck. That was a really nice opening turn. He looks frustrated as he throws the paddle. He wanted something bigger there. It was a great opening turn, and he really put everything into that closing turn.
So I thought he might have got hurt as he threw his paddle. That frightened me a little bit, and he was just wanting to land that maneuver. I think that air maybe was about the same height, but he really had more speed and covered more ground with his air on that one.
Yeah, it feels like he got more projection on the first, but he was going faster on the second, so he had more traveling. But this opening turn I really liked, actually. It was a crisp roundhouse here as he drives back into it. Banks off the white water, just a little more critical than his first opening turn on the last wave, but comes up here and he looked as though he got it and just comes unstuck there. So definitely some frustration showing there from the young Australian. But what a great performance. We'll see how it pans out at the end of this round to see who will advance through to round 3. Unfortunately, it looks difficult for him at this point, but we will see. And there's still another chance in the repechage round. That is the beauty of the repechage round and why we opted for that. But the other exciting thing about this format, Anthony, is that often people will potentially not put their foot down on the accelerator so much because it's an easier ride for them to get through just one person, and they evaluate the person's skills and they maybe take their foot off the gas a little bit, save themselves. Whereas this format really puts the pressure on the athletes to put their pedal on the metal from the get-go. So
there is no holding back. You want to make sure that you advance. Once we get into that third round, then we get into man-on-man format. As you see Leonard's final closeout wave. Coming off the top, just getting a little bit behind the wave and unable to ride out of that one. So Leonard trying to go big on his closeout maneuver, which the judges want to see, but unable to ride out of either of his waves. So he will be heading to the repechage round. So Kai Bates with a 6.0 and a 7.1, total heat score of 13.1. So Leonard, your highest scoring left, a 2.1, highest scoring right, a 4.2. And we are awaiting your final score as we watch a replay. So you see him driving off the bottom and really laying into that first turn. But then right there, you see he has to use his paddle to get back into the wave. Sets up nicely for this turn, but you have to try and maintain your center of gravity over the middle of your board. He was perhaps leaning a little bit too far onto his heels. And once the board connected with the lip, it pushed him all the way on his heels as he fell on his back. And we see one of our racing stars, I believe he was third in the world last year at the Stand-Up World Series, Jake Jensen. Jake's making his way out for a transition wave. Jake will be coming up surfing with Kai Lenny in heat number 16. So we're switching the pool back to the lefts, preparing for Noah Janela in blue from Hawaii, Paul Jackson in yellow from Australia, as we see Paul right there on camera. Paul's got a shot.
No, we just got a little eyebrow raise there from Paul Jackson, getting ready for action. Yellow jersey, one of the fastest men in the world as well. He's a great racer on the Stand-Up World Series. And one of the most serious, as far as his training regime, him, Jake Jensen, and his wife, Paul's wife, Angie Jackson, really leading the races in the east coast of Australia, and some of the leading figures in the global racing scene. So we have score updates from that last exchange of Kai Bates and Leonard Nika. It changes nothing. Kai Bates got a 7.1 in his closeout, and his highest other score was a right, which was a 6.0. Meanwhile, for Leonard Nika in yellow, he had a 4.2 and a 3, giving him an overall heat score total of 7.2. As you see, the fella from Cavella, it is Noah Janela from the Oahu's fabled North Shore, heading out for his heat. He'll be, I believe, first up on, he'll be first up on the lefts.
Yeah, Noah you can find surfing on the North Shore, but You can also see Noah in town throughout Waikiki. He's on a number of signs and posters and billboards as one of the Crazy Shirts models. So Noah doing some modeling, also riding for Hurley. It's really cool to see some of the hardcore surfing brands beginning to support some of the multidiscipline athletes that are choosing to compete on the Stand Up World Tour, Kai Lenny and Noah Janela as well.
Yeah, Noah, great all-around athlete as well. Last year he made his presence felt with his home-built Elia board that he brought over here to test, and you know, he looked so incredibly relaxed and capable on that board last year. It was incredible. So here we see Jake Jensen, one of the fastest men of the moment on the Stand Up World Series. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck off the top there, but that is just a transition wave, just a little warm-up for Jake. Before his heat, he'll be in heat number 16, so this will be the last two heats, with both heats going in conjunction with each other, with the first heat number 15 going first on the lefts, then heat number 16 going on the lefts, and then transitioning to rights and onward like that. So just two heats left of this round number 1, and then we'll be going straight into the women's round number 1. So stay with us. We have a full day of action. If you just joined us, thank you for joining us. This is the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam. My name is Tristan Boxford. I'm sitting here with Anthony Vella. We're having a good time. We have the seat of the house looking out at the Wadi Adventure Park, right in the middle of the desert here. It is a mecca for stand-up paddling here. There's warm water, there's waves, there's a beautiful ocean even. We're excited to be here, and we're getting some great action.
Some great action as we get ready for Noah Janela's first wave. It's about 8:15 over in Hawaii, so hopefully Sean and the entire family is out there watching. They're always great hosts for all of the athletes over in Hawaii for that first event on tour. Everyone spends a lot of time at the Janela compound, so one of the incredible families that we have on tour helping to support, and hopefully they're all watching on watermanleague.com as Noah Janela prepares for his heat.
I'm sure they are, so a big aloha to Sean and Marissa. We're thinking of you guys. I'm looking forward to coming home. So we actually live just a few doors down from Sean, so he's been a wonderful support for us on the North Shore of Oahu. So a big mahalo to you guys as we see your son Noah Janela taking off on this left. On his forehand, so he'll be liking that. Nice carving, smooth cut back into the white water. Nice slashing turn. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck there. So despite the nice opening turn there, he'll be looking for something better on the next two lefts. So one of the goofy footers on the World Tour. Really smooth style, Noah.
Yeah, he's a fun surfer to watch on any type of board. You're talking about his Elia board that he shaped himself with surfing last year during a lot of the transition waves. I was lucky enough to get in the water with him the other day when he was surfing his Elia board, and out there with my GoPro taking some shots. And here we see Noah setting up, pumping down the line, going for a paddle transfer, and then swooping this carving cutback, rebounding perfectly. I thought he timed that very good. And then his second turn, just you can see his back foot slid a little bit off of his pad, and he'll hopefully prepare to ride out of his second attempt.
Yeah, it was a nice turn, and then he just came onto the inside and just caught his front rail and unfortunately went down. But good first effort for Noah Janela. As we see Paul Jackson from the east coast of Australia, the hotbed of surfing and racing talent in the area of Karamba.
I know Paul would much rather have this wave be barreling top to bottom. I know he loves surfing and finding barrels. I believe his home break is down there at Currumbin. I like to call it Currumbelin. So Paul is a local down there at the alley.
As we see the shoots of water coming out from the top, this is Paul Jackson dropping in for his first wave of this exchange on the lefts. Driving back into the white water, throwing the tail out a little bit too much there as he just comes unstuck and gets pushed over by the white water. So it's definitely tricky surfing here. It's very different from an ocean experience. There's not the float that the salt water gives you, as we mentioned yesterday, and you know, it's definitely a factor when you're laying into your turns, when you're leaning back and Sometimes the ocean water will really push you back upright. There's definitely not as much of that here as we go to the Turtle Bay replay and see what went wrong there for Paul Jackson on that first turn.
And I think there's more density in the saltwater, whitewater. So you see a lot of the competitors, when they hit the whitewater, their fins are sliding out. They're not quite grasping. There's a lot of turbulence there. So Noah Janela's first wave with a 3.4 for the one opening maneuver. A good score for coming off on his second turn. And Paul Jackson's first wave of 1.4.
Yeah, as you say, Anthony, the judges obviously liking that opening turn. As we take a look at Jake Jensen, also in yellow, team member, Fanatic team rider with Paul Jackson. He's an incredible athlete. He has been making waves in the racing world over the last year, and we're happy to see him here at stop number 3 of the Standout World Tour. He'll be out in action as well on the racing track of Yas Marina. Not the normal racing track that you'd expect from Formula 1 racing, but the aquatic racing track that will be in play on Thursday and Friday this week. So make sure to join us live through that whole leg of this Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam. We have a full week of action coming to you from the UAE. It's great to be here and to see all aspects of stand-up paddling coming to the forefront here. There's been a wave of enthusiasm as a wave comes through for Noah Janela here, his second left.
Noah, nice, low and compact. Again, going for that same first turn. Beautiful rebound off the whitewater. On rail for turn number 2, pumping down the line. And just finishing off his ride. So Noah just looking to finish off that ride. Really did the work out the back, and I think he'll enjoy that wave. Has one more attempt at the lefts.
Yeah, that was definitely a solid score for Noah Janela. It was a well-ridden wave. Nothing too radical, but it was definitely solid, really smooth. Let's see how the judges score it as Paul Jackson heads out for his second left. So here we're going to get a replay of Noah, the smooth operator Janela.
Yeah, just great paddle work right there. And you can see he is fully committed on rail all the way through that cutback and through the whitewater. And then again, putting it right on rail, connecting from rail to rail turns. I really like that. And then Noah just finishing off this wave here with one more turn and a little half turn. So unlike some of the competitors doing more of a dishpan kind of flat turn, Noah really puts it on rail, which I think the judges like to see.
Absolutely, and I think that has a lot to do with coming from Hawaii. Obviously, rail-to-rail surfing is more the order of the day over there. But Noah Janela putting it to good use here in the UAE at Wadi Adventure Park. This water world in the middle of the desert here in Al Ain. It is a real pleasure to be back here again for the second edition of the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. This is an official stop on the Standout World Tour as opposed to the exhibition event last year. As we see Paul Jackson, he's dropping in here on his backhand again, driving back into the white water, slashing off the top there, all the way through to the inside.
So speaking of Paul Jackson and Angie Jackson, I am holding up the current issue of Sup World magazine, which Angie's parents produced. This is an Australian magazine, and who is there on the cover pulling into a beautiful looking barrel? None other than Noah Janela from Cavella. So just picking up my copy right here, and what a great shot, obviously, for a cover shot.
It is a great shot, and it's, oh, here's Paul Jackson. They'll be, I'm sure, father and mother-in-law will be watching intently with Paul in action right now, and obviously Angie to come in the women's heat. So a nice opening turn there from Paul. Drives off the bottom again, slashing off the top there. Just obviously wishing there was a little bit more to work with there, but makes it all the way through to the inside. But great supporters from the outset of the Standout World Tour and World Series. Peter and Sandra Ploy, we really appreciate your support and send you a big aloha from the UAE. A big thank you also to our US media partner, SUP Magazine, and Grind Media for their support of the Standout World Tour. As we see Noah Janela sitting outside waiting for the next set to come through. As you see the pumps coming up overhead here, and here is The final left for Noah Janela, as he's right on the wall here. Nice wrapping turn again. And that was a better second turn, I think. Working all the way through the inside. Oh no, just coming unstuck there, but I think the work was done. Those first two turns, really crisp, smooth opening turn, and a bit more radical second turn in my opinion, but it'll be interesting to see what the judges have to say. So, good opening rides there for Noah Janela. We'll await those last two scores to drop. So we're coming to the close. So here we have a replay. Let's just take another look at Noah Janela's last wave on the lefts. So generating a lot of speed and then banking back into the white water here. Really smooth again, able to come out with a lot of speed to go into his next turn, which he drives off the bottom, full rail, and nice slashing top turn, throwing a lot of spray. But able to immediately transition to generate speed through that inside section. And there it's about 2 inches of water, so Noah Janela becoming better acquainted with the pool bottom. Fortunately, it's very smooth. As we await Paul Jackson's last left. So we'll be updating you on scores momentarily. As it stands right now, we just have one score showing with a 3.4 for Noah Janela for his first wave and a 1.4. Those were the waves that they both went down on, so we'll wait for those next two scores to drop for both of them. Noah getting a couple of good waves as the jets fly, and it is Paul Jackson taking off on his third and final left. On his Fanatic red board. Red very indicative of the Fanatic range, much like yellow is Fanache. So as Paul wraps that wave, we're going to go down to the beach for an interview with Noah Janela from Cavella Bay on the north shore of Oahu. Down to Noah.
Yeah. Go for it. Yeah, so definitely, yeah, the water out there is a little different, I guess. I guess the most different thing is paddling for a wave that's really you can't see until it's, you know, feet in front of you. It's basically coming out of a cement wall, so that's kind of different. But other than that, the wave's really fun, and guys are ripping.
How's it having a consistent playing ground?
Consistent playing ground is pretty cool. I mean, to progress, it's definitely, I mean, to be on the wave, the same wave every time is pretty killer. And you know, if you screw up, it's your fault, not the waves. So, I mean, it's fun. It's like a little skate park.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
So great to hear from Noah Janela there as we
This is Paul dropping into the left. Nice opening turn there for Paul. I think that was his best yet. Sliding again a little bit in the white water, driving into the second turn. Throwing some spray as he works his way through to the inside. So we have Ryder up and riding. Really assertive surfing there from Kai Lenny. This is your 3 times world champion, now on the water in blue. Kai Lenny from the island of Maui. 2013 world champion, 2010 and 11 world champion as well. He was also 2012 and 13 racing world champion, so an incredible all-rounder, Kai Lenny from the island of Maui, Nash rider with the distinctive yellow boards. So we have scores dropping for Noah Janela and Paul Jackson. Noah, your top scoring ride on the left was a 5.3. You got a 4.9 on your second. So 5.3 is your counting left. Paul Jackson, your last score was a 3.1. So that will be your best scoring ride on the lefts as we will transition to the rights after heat number 16 has a go at the lefts here. So final score for Noah Janela, a 5.3. That is your scoring ride on the lefts. Still plenty to play for with the rights and the closeouts to come as we see a shot of Kai Lenny relaxing in the water. It's definitely cooler to be in the water than out. Shouting a little hello there from the 3-time world champion. He's been in the news of late with his big wave exploits, particularly at his home break of Piahi Jaws on the north shore of Maui, pulling into some of the most mind-blowing barrels that we've ever seen. So definitely an impressive athlete as we see the jets flying, and this is Jake Jensen from the east coast of Australia, Fanatic team rider, looking to make his presence felt here on the Stand Up World Tour. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck on his top turn there. As we see Angie and Paul Jackson looking on. This is the support crew. Fanatic team, predominantly focused on racing, but these guys are also great all-rounders, obviously, and can adapt to throwing down in the surfing discipline as well. So it's great to see them out here at the Wadi Adventure Park. Here for the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam. So you'll see these guys in action later on this week at Yas Marina. Angie, who was just in the picture there, convincingly won the first stop on the Stand Up World Series this year with bullet wins in both the sprint racing and long distance. As we have scores dropping for wave number 1 of Kai Lenny, 6.2, Kai Lenny in blue a 6.2, Jake Jensen a 0.7 for your first wave, unfortunately coming unstuck on that top turn. So Kai Lenny, your first wave a 6.2, Jake Jensen a 0.7.
So great to see some of the quote-unquote racers out there surfing. I know all of us would much rather be surfing than grinding it out in a tough race versus Kai and Connor and Jake and Leonard and all of the top racers. It's tough out there, but it's a little bit different than surfing, where you're not judged, it's just who gets to the line first, but the judges are going to be watching Kai Lenny going off the top on this one. Mistiming it a bit, but manages to get back down into the wave. Aggressive second and third turn, and Kai will get ready for one more wave.
Yeah, so you had a nice driving bottom turn, but just getting a little caught up there in the top turn, but managed to pull it back, stay in the wave, and complete it. He'll be looking for something better on his third wave, I'm sure, knowing Kai. But yeah, it's interesting you say that, Anthony. Speaking to Kai about it, he really loves to race, more than anything, but just because of the cut and dry nature of it. First across the line is the guy that wins.
Yeah, and guys like, we'll watch this Turtle Bay replay of Kai Lenny's last wave. See, paddles in on his toe side and then transfers the paddle to his heel side for that very difficult cross bow turn. And like many competitors getting stuck on that top turn, but he's Kai Lenny, so he can obviously get back into it. And that turn was very nice, throwing lots of spray right into another turn in a very compact area. So after that first little kind of bog, he really finished that wave nicely.
So I'd like to say a big shout out to the Lenny family, who I'm sure are online watching, Martin and Paula Lenny, and of course Ridge. As we look to some of the competitors here, we see Justin Holland and Sean Pointer explaining the wave that just happened. Maddie Schweitzer watching on. So we've got a great athletes area down here at Wadi Adventure Park, and a board storage area, and just a great setup for any kind of surfing right here in the UAE. But going back to the Lennys, a big aloha to you guys. Thank you for all your support. We hope you're enjoying the show as we see Jake Jensen dropping into his second left. Just Jake Jensen driving off the bottom. He makes it this time. Nice slashing top turn. And another one back into the white water. Off the top and just coming unstuck. And we've got a score dropping for Kai Lenny's last wave of 5.5. So his first wave definitely better. We'll wait to see what he has to offer for his last left-hand wave. As we take a look at some of the girls we're going to be seeing in action in the next, after these heats actually. We're going to go straight into the women's competition. Right there was Olivia Piana and Nicole Pacelli and Ibaya Moreno discussing the state of play here at the end of round 1 for the men. As we go to a Turtle Bay replay of Jake Jensen.
So Jake looking nice on this wave. You can see he's just very patient, waiting for the wave to allow him to get some speed for turns like that. You could see he was off balance, but that's the great part about having a paddle. He was able to regain his balance and then tried to go big for his closeout, for his ending maneuver, and just falling off there. So Jake's score coming in right now at a 3.1, so bettering his 0.7. And yeah, Tristan, just getting back to the racing versus surfing, we've seen guys like Colin McPhillips who have done very well at the events that he's been able to attend in the stand-up world tour. But he enjoys racing just for that simple fact that you mentioned. It's just cut and dry. There's no judges. It's just, there's no variance of waves. It's first one to the line and that's it.
Well, I think there's another element to it in a certain respect, in that what you put into it is what you get out. You know, the guys that train that hard and as consistently as the likes of Kai, Connor, and Jake, and Paul, and all these guys, as we see Kai Lenny, seeing his training will pay off here. Nice opening turn, slashing opening turn there. And another, getting a full radius on his turns here. Another slashing turn there. And a closing maneuver. So that's the end of Kai Lenny's lefts. We'll wait to see what the judges think of that. But yeah, the training you put in is what you get out, really. And we see that, you know, we see how fit and how ready the Australians, the Fanatic team, are for this year of World Series racing. And to be quite frank, I'm a little scared if I was a racer. Connor Baxter was looking in just impressive form in Brazil. Just a dominant performance from him, taking the win in both the sprint and the long distance. But Kai Lenny always looking strong, second in the sprints. Dropped back a little bit in the long distance, but great performance from him. Cody Kerbox was, I think he's been training hard all winter, and you know, we've seen him here in the surf just putting on a phenomenal performance, but in racing he is a dangerous threat too. Casper Steinfeld, Danish representative, the list goes on.
Yeah, I think it should almost be illegal for the Maui guys to train with each other. It's just not fair, where you know, Connor and Cody and Kai and Zane, and I mean, how's that for a training group? So I'm not sure how often these guys paddle together, but I know they do, and they surf together a lot. They've been getting a number of waves together. It's some big conditions in Jaws. You see Kai Lenny showing some very, very nice form on that first turn.
That was a beautiful first turn. He even threw the fins out a little bit as he went back into the white waters we see on the slow-mo here. And another critical turn in the pocket. Dropping his hand off, little style points there. As we see right in yellow, it's Jake Jensen dropping into another wave. We do have, hang on, we'll give you the scoring updates in a second. As Jake, second turn there, sliding, just comes unstuck. That was his final left. So he'll probably stick with his second left, I would imagine, the completed 3.1. Kai Lenny, your last wave was a 6.9. 6.9 for Kai Lenny's last wave, so that'll be his counting left. Still the rights and closeouts to come, but some smooth surfing there from the three-time world champion. As we see him reflect on his performance there in the blue jersey and a distinctive yellow Nash board.
Yeah, congratulations to Kai Lenny, who is one of the 5 finalists in the Billabong XXL Awards for the Tube of the Year. So he was awarded one of the 5 finalists for a tube that he got at Piahi. And Kai pulling into some huge waves on a stand-up as well, but this wave was for traditional surfing.
Yeah, just an incredible all-around surfer, and you know, he went down to Mavericks when the Mavericks event was on, and he was, you know, riding prone and stand-up. As we see him head out for the transition wave, he's going to try get a little practice wave in here. So how about adjust to the wave size here, Anthony? A little different from at home at Piahi, but one thing Kai is known for is his well-rounded ability. So he'll be looking to improve on his performance in the rights. As we're going to go into heat number 15 after this transition wave, where we'll see Noah Janela take on the rights, along with Paul Jackson.
So you see the bubbles in the back of the wave pool, water just filling back up as we change from lefts to rights. See our Australian contingent having a good laugh. You got Jake down there with Dave Muir and Paul Jackson having a chat. Dylan Frick in the back kind of checking out the boards, having a skate. Dave rocking his Indian Ocean paddle surf hat. They're one of our patrons of our event, along with Nash, Starboard, JP Australia, Rogue, Corbin, and Maestro. So we'd like to thank all of our patrons. Jake Jensen, your last wave coming in at a 2.7, so your 3.1 was your highest scoring left. And of course, New Advance, the company out of Brazil with two fantastic team riders that performed very well in their heats in round one. So you see Kailani's incredible balance, staying low on his board, awaiting the transition wave. So when the pool switches from rights to lefts or lefts to closeouts, the first wave that comes through is a little bit cleaner than all of the other waves. So we don't let the competitors count that in their scoring because it's just not fair. But Kailani having fun with this one, sliding his tail out, spraying the cameraman, going for a fakie, and a nice closing maneuver in a half an inch of water. So that was a nice little fakie tail slide by Kailani. I'll tell you what I wouldn't give to be able to do one of Kai's check turns. Makes it look so easy and he's so fluid. And just a great family. I know they're watching. Ridge Lenny, winner of the Nakama Kai youth event at Turtle Bay. And then went down to check out Stanford University and see if that school was up to his standards. So here's a replay of Kai's non-scoring transition wave. How was that turn? Just completely vertical and sideways. And he goes for a nice crossed out slashing turn. Comes all the way around, fins first, but then spins it back around. A little fakey reverse there. So Kai getting a whole new quiver of boards with Nash's new shaper, Jerry Lopez. What a great relationship to have with Nash, and I know Kai's been riding some of Jerry Lopez's boards for a number of years, but now officially part of the Nash crew, so what a great pickup for Team Nash. As we see Noah Janela cutting back, staying high on the wave. A beautiful crossed out top turn, but it looked like he just was leaning a little bit too far on his toes and got caught behind, but he rode out of it. So we see Kai breathing hard down there. He's like, yeah, I just go out and rip. Looking good in that blue jersey. So right after this round of heats with heat 15 and 16, that will conclude round number 1 for the men. We'll move into round number 1 for the women. We have 6 heats. So there's 12 women competing in the women's division. So the 12 women will be surfing against in a heat with one other girl. 2 heats will be going at the same time, just like the gentlemen. As we see a replay of Noah Janela's wave. Great on-rail turn. Rebounds off the whitewater. Then you see the paddle transfer. And damn, slashes that one, but I think he just, his top hand kind of fell off of his paddle, so he wasn't able to maintain his balance. Noah Janela's wave coming in at a 3.9. So Noah's highest left was a 5.3, and his first scoring right is a 3.9. As we see Paul Jackson preparing for his first right on his forehand. Paul swooping off the bottom, throwing some spray on his first turn, spraying the cameraman on turn 2, that's for sure extra points. And finishing off with another turn, not riding out of that one, but like we've seen all event Tristan, that last little turn doesn't quite factor into the overall judges' score.
You know, I think it's like in regular surfing too. It's a punctuation mark. Once the critical section of the wave is passed, that's where the highest scoring potential is. If we get a beautiful overview of Wadi Adventure, you can see the magnitude of the location with the giant mountains behind. It goes all the way up to a hotel sitting on top of the hill there as we go to a Turtle Bay replay of Paul Jackson's last wave. So coming off the bottom there, nice driving bottom turn. Throwing the board all the way around, getting some spray out, and another driving turn. Paul looking more comfortable on his forehand here, throwing some spray again as he sets up for this closing turn here. So that is your Turtle Bay replay coming all the way across the ocean from Oahu's fabled North Shore.
I was lucky enough to be able to stay there for a couple of days during the Turtle Bay event and the Sunset Beach Pro. I decided to splurge and treat myself to something special, and I'll tell you what, I want to stay there every year now. It was incredible, and what a great venue to watch the event from. You can sit in the jacuzzi if you're part of the, have a room at the hotel and watch heats from there, as we see Noah Janela's second right.
So Noah Janela driving back and banking off the top on his backhand here. Nice smooth surfing from Noah Janela. So 3.9 on his first wave. We'll wait to see what that gives. A 4.2 for Paul Jackson on his first right. As we take a look, there's Lee Apothecary, the distributor for Nash here in the UAE, sitting with his wife. Great supporters of stand-up paddling here in the UAE, and just great people from the United Kingdom. It's a great place to come from. Nah, just kidding. There's Andy Jackson to your left as well. So we'll see a replay of Noah Janela's last wave. Driving back into the white water, banking off the top there. Really smooth paddle transitions from Noah Janela as he buries the paddle again on his inside rail. So it's so great to be able to see this in slow-mo, just to get the intricacies of the ride. So he makes it all the way through to the inside. I think that will improve on his first ride score, but let's wait to see what the judges think.
Tell you what, I've been studying these waves and just watching how each competitor uses their paddle, and you can see in Kai Lenny's wave on his backhand, he puts his paddle so much further away from his board than a lot of the other competitors, which obviously gives him a different pivot point and makes him able to complete those compact turns. So really watching how the competitors use their paddle is very intriguing for me as Paul Jackson paddles into this one. So you see he's got the paddle on his heel side, going for a very nice turn. That is a difficult turn to do with the paddle on your heel side going forehand. And Paul just coming unstuck there, but a couple of nice turns.
I'm not sure that'll improve on his first wave score of a 4.2, but we'll wait to see what the judges think. Noah Janela, your last right coming in at a 4.3. 4.3 for Noah Janela on his last right, as we get a front and center view of the Wadi Adventure backdrop. Raft, kayak, and surf. They do it all here. They also could throw in a zip line quotation there. They could throw in a jungle gym. I mean, it's jungle gym on steroids. It's giant. The thing's like 30 feet high. It's one of the most radical things I've ever seen, but I know the riders had a lot of fun on one of the lay days there before the event. As we go to the Turtle Bay replay.
Yeah, I'm scared of heights, so I don't want to go on that thing. So you see, again, the paddle's on his heel side, coming off the top and doing a turn with the paddle there. You can see he thought about maybe switching it, but he keeps it on that side. Laying in, perhaps trying to slide his fins out a little bit more on that one. And Paul will ride out, rethink his strategy, and decide whether to go with that paddle strategy or change to something different.
So we have scores dropping for Paul Jackson on his last wave at 3.4. So at the moment, his first wave at 4.2 will be his highest scoring wave. Noah Janela at 4.3 on his last wave, so he'll be looking to improve on that on his third right, coming up in just a moment here. But yeah, you can win your chance to have a stay at Turtle Bay Resort if you go to turtlebaysup.com, turtlebaysup.com. Noah Janela's already checked in, so here he goes, off the bottom. Nice check turn off the top there. Cutting back into the white water, making his way through to the inside here. Doing a sliding, going for a sliding 360 there. Not able to pull it all the way through. But always fun to watch Noah surf. I surf a lot with him at home actually, so it's always fun to be out with Noah and his dad Sean.
And you're regular foot as well, so do you guys split the peak?
We split the peak. Noah's a real gentleman, so is Sean, so it's great fun surfing with those guys.
So have you ever been hunting with Noah? One of the things that we'll watch the replay of his wave, you see the spray coming down off of that first turn. See how he uses that paddle very far away from his board to pivot back into the whitewater, then switches it to his heel side. So great paddle work by Noah. Also accomplished canoe steersman. I know they've got a pretty fun sailing canoe that I've had the opportunity to sail with them, and was going to talk about Noah's, not just his hunting abilities, but the gayatoku. So where you shoot a fish, so he goes out on a stand-up with his crossbow, shoots these giant fish, then paints the fish and puts it onto a print. It's a whole art form that Noah's very accomplished with and has sold prints in the thousands of dollar range. They're just beautiful.
Absolutely. Well, Noah's obviously very accomplished at finding the fish and at bringing them in, but as you say, those fish prints are beautiful. You can check them out at Turtle Bay as well. But he's an accomplished both on and off the water. A true artist, you'd say. As we see Paul Jackson. Nice opening turn for Paul, just getting a little stuck up in the lip there. Unfortunate fall there for Paul Jackson. So that will be the end of his right campaign. We'll wait for those last two scores for Noah and Paul to drop as we transition to heat number 16 for their chance at attacking the rights. As we see Kai Lenny jumping aboard and heading out.
Even just watching him jump on his board is incredible. I mean, what a talent and what a great ambassador for our sport. See Paul in the shade over there. Paul Jackson on his Fanatic board, carving one off the top, and then, again, very similar to a lot of the competitors, coming maybe too high up off the top without enough speed, and then not able to ride back down.
Well, it's a fine line, Anthony. I think it's, the judges want to see you use the full height of the wave, so they know the scoring potential is in, going right up to the top and going through the lip where possible. Paul unfortunately had a great transition up to the top and just a little bit high and not quite in the pocket enough. And the wave is a little soft there, so unfortunate for Paul.
So we have scores for Noah Janela's last right was a 5.3. Paul Jackson 1.0. So Noah showing his consistency. He's got a high scoring left of a 5.3 and a high scoring right of a 5.3.
So yeah, a pair of 5.3s for Noah. He'll be looking for a strong finish on the closeouts here to be able to advance directly into round number 3 as we see Kai Lenny dropping into this right-hander. Just getting a little stuck on that top turn, but throwing the tail around. Beautiful reverse there on that second turn as he comes through to the end section. Banks it round and throws spray on the end turn. So gets a little caught on that opening turn. Looked as though it was going to be radical, a little bit caught, but then he manages to pull it back and do a really impressive second turn.
I hope on this replay we get the slow-mo version because his front foot was completely off his board. I don't even know how he managed to get it not only back on, but to continue his wave. So thanks guys for getting us this replay. And yes, we got a slow-mo. So watch this. Kai Lenny coming off the bottom. Watch his front foot. It was completely off his board in the water, and he managed to get it back on and then come back with this turn after his foot was off the board. Nice sliding reverse, but look at that. He's right and controlled in the pocket there for one more finishing maneuver. That was maybe not high scoring because it wasn't that smooth and the transition, but very impressive nonetheless.
Well, you know, that second turn was, you know, it was really calculated and so in control, but also radical. He took it all the way around for that reverse, and he was just completely in control all the way. And from the judges' briefing, they want to see that radical control. As you say, it shows his limberness on that first turn. That'll definitely affect the overall score for him. But they're actually scoring it high. They believed in the difficulty of that wave and what he put together and the combination of maneuvers. It comes in at an 8.1. So Kai Lenny an 8.1 for his last, or the first right hand wave. So really cat-like ability there from Kai Lenny. His foot completely off the board on the first turn, but really showing some flair and control. And as we see Jake Jensen on this wave, going for 360 on the inside. So Jake looking a little frustrated there, not happy with that first wave for him on the right. He'll be looking for something better on wave 2 and 3. As we see Kai head out for his second wave.
So this is the last group of heats for round number 1. So we're on the rights, and then we'll finish with the closeouts and then move on to the women's division. As you see Jake Jensen getting set up for his bottom turn. Nice use of the paddle and throwing some spray right there on turn number 1. And you can see he couldn't quite figure out what to do with this paddle there, and kind of shaking his head a little bit, and then he just goes for the fun little 360, knowing that it wasn't going to be a high scoring wave.
Well, thank you to Turtle Bay for our replays here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam.
So what were you saying, Tristan? I need to go to turtlebay.com/SUP. How do I win a trip?
turtlebaysup.com, and for your chance to win, I believe it's a 2-night stay at Turtle Bay Resort. So all you got to do is go check it out. What an incredible opportunity to win a stay in paradise. It is truly paradise, and there's something for everyone. Definitely kind of headquarters for adventure on the North Shore. And you can hook up with a lot of the North Shore guides there, led by Rocky Cannon, the chief guide, often an MC here for the Stand World Tours. We see Kai Lenny on his second right-hand wave, throwing the tail out through the lip there. Roundhouse cut back, looking really alive on his board here. Another nice turn as he throws the tail through the lip and kicks out. So another good wave there from Kai Lenny. We'll see how the judges like that one.
Yeah, his timing was really great on that wave. I remember watching an interview with Kai Lenny from Huntington Beach last year, and he was just talking about getting in tune with each of the different locations on tour, and you can see that he's very in tune with this wave at the wave pool at Wadi Adventure right away, beginning his campaign in round 1.
So here's the Turtle Bay replay. So Kai looked really crisp on this wave. Some great surfing, throwing the tail out there, showing the fins to the judges as he does a wrap back into the white water. You know, a really complete wave here. But I hazard to say that one turn on that his first wave was more, that's pretty radical though. He throws as he boosts through the lip on that second turn. Definitely some impressive riding from Kai Lenny there. We'll see what that score comes in as. So Jake Jensen, your first right-hand wave was a 2.4. Jake Jensen, your first right-hander was a 2.4. We're waiting for the second score from Kai Lenny to drop.
You see Justin Holland down there getting ready to get one of those transition waves. So Justin trying to get a little bit wet. And you see him in a long sleeve vest, even though it's very warm at times with this breeze and being wet, it gets a little chilly, to be honest. So Justin also using it for sun protection, I would say as well.
I was going to say his Irish and Scottish descent probably adding to that as we see Jake Jensen driving off the bottom. Went to put the paddle behind him and drive off it, but unfortunately getting him unstuck there. As Kai Lenny's second score drops as an 8.6. You know, that second turn was radical, and it was a complete 3 set of really clean, well executed and controlled turns, but radical as well.
Yeah, we're looking at Kai's score line, and he's just going to keep building up, and I know he's going to go huge on his third wave and also the closeout section. Let's see what happens with Jake here. He's coming in off the bottom. He goes to plant his paddle, and I think just didn't land in the water. It was more in the white water, so he wasn't able to get his paddle planted into the water. So
I think you're absolutely right, Anthony. I think he went there, and as he transitioned onto his inside rail, he wanted to plant the paddle and use it to push around his turn, but unfortunately missed the water, and it kind of hit later, which just made him fall back into the water there. But Jake Jensen still has one right to go here, as Kai Lenny's on his final right. So Jake Jensen, obviously that will not be a counting score for him, a 0.5, falling on his first turn there, as we wait for Kai Lenny's third and final right-hander before we move on to the closeouts for both heat 15 and 16.
And then on deck, we've got our women preparing for their event. So we'll see Nicole Bocelli and Miley Tahar in heat number 1, and heat number 2, Caroline Angebou and Olivia Piana. So a few girls from France, as we see Kai Lenny on his third and final right-hand scoring wave, with speed off the bottom, off the top. Again, very aggressive. Paddle transfer, going for the complete reverse there that time. And one more turn. You know, Kai is in control on those reverses. He chooses whether he wants to swing out one way or the other, and you can tell he wanted to go all the way around with that one to show some variety. Each of his 3 waves on the rights were a little bit different.
Well, you know what I was finding impressive with Kai surfing on these rights is that first turn, it's a really soft part of the wave. And even though the lip is there, it's crumbly. And he's managed, look, we'll see in the replay here, he goes up and he manages to break through the lip and really make it look as though there's something to punch through here. Look, watch this. Just so much power and snap through that opening section, even though it's pretty soft. As he drives back, beautiful roundhouse into 360, sliding 360. So really progressive there, showing a variety of maneuvers for the judges as he makes it through to that end section.
And I know Kai's mostly known for his, progressive and 360s and sliding out moves, but he's also a very strong, powerful surfer. Really, really strong legs from his windsurfing and kite surfing background. And you can see how much spray he threw on that first turn. Just like you said, getting up and through the lip, it's not even there.
Now, some impressive surfing from Kai Lenny, but I think as you said earlier about the paddle placement and how far out he puts his paddle, that really comes from his windsurfing background, I believe. You see the same with Bernd Roediger, and it's using that torque to your advantage, and I think windsurfers have a natural application for that kind of turn. So as we see Jake Jensen coming in for his last right-hander, dropping in here on the right. First opening turn.
Jake slashing a couple turns down the line. He'll be stoked with this one.
So we'll have a replay for you very quickly here of Jake Jensen's final right-hand wave. So at the moment, we have the scoreline as such. 6.9 for Kai Lenny's highest scoring left. His rights, he's definitely stepped up the bar here. He has an 8.1 and 8.6. As we see a replay of Jake Jensen's last wave. Right on the wall there is Fanatic rail touching, I believe. It's a nice slashing opening turn there from Jake Jensen. And another throwing the tail out there as he banks into the white water and finishes that wave. So that should improve on his current position. That'll probably be his high scoring right-hand wave. Yep. Let's see what it comes through at.
Yeah, good surfing by Jake. Good to see our competitors making their way out for the closeout. It's Justin Holland, got a couple of body surfers out there. I was listening to Justin Holland help out with the webcast over in Brazil. Justin did a wonderful job and very knowledgeable, an accomplished surfer, surfing in a lot of competitions. In Australia they've got the board rider clubs, or they've got competitions every week, every month. But if he's in multiple clubs, so He's doing a lot of contests over there, and you can see his contest experience. He won, I believe, 2 years ago in Tahiti.
No, he got, I believe it was, where did he finish then? I believe he finished in second.
Second.
I believe it was second or third.
It's a good
No,
result.
he was third. No, it was
Third.
third. He was second, he was third.
Okay.
He's had a couple of third place finishes. He got third in Brazil last year as well. As we see the man himself waiting for the transition wave, Justin Holland. I think he was signaling to tell us what his results were. The frother never short of energy or enthusiasm to get out there. So we're going to throw down to an interview with Jake Jensen, our leading Australian racer here on the Stand Up World Series, and now competing here at Wadi Adventure.
Just describe how you're feeling in the heat and maybe how this wave is for you.
Yeah, it's my first surfing event for the World Tour. You know, just mainly came here because I was here for the racing, thought I'd participate. And yeah, the pool is something you got to get used to. It's I struggled on my backhand and cooked it on my right. And yeah, obviously I'm going to stick to the racing, but I'll see how I go on the closeout. It's a bit more wally, a bit more face to hit, so see how I go there.
So Jake looking forward to those closeouts. Him along with Paul Jackson and Angie, they said, hey, we're coming for the race, but it's a Grand Slam event, so we love surfing. We may as well surf as well. And great to see them. They're ripping out there, Paul and Jake. So thanks for that interview, Jake.
So let's switch to action on the water here. It's just a transition wave, but it's Justin Holland putting his whole body in the water for that lay back and throwing it into that final turn. Just comes out stuck, but Justin Holland, a little warm-up wave for his upcoming heat.
Daniel Hughes showing some body surfing skills. I got fins down there, Dan, if you want to use them on the next closeout transition wave.
So we have Noah Janela now heading out for his first closeout wave. I'm sure he'll take the left-hand option being a goofy here. Right in blue as we go to the Turtle Bay replay of that transition wave by Justin Holland. Just completely laying back in the water there. Really great opening turn there by Justin Holland, and then he sets up for this one, puts it all into it. Doesn't come up that vertical, but Jeff definitely throws a lot at that lip, but unfortunately comes unstuck. Sometimes I find the more arc and kind of more you get up into the lip, the easier it is to stay above the board. If you only go sort of to 45 degrees, you end up coming around almost too far and laying back.
Yep.
So I think Justin Holland saw that on that wave.
Very true and great point there. I don't know, maybe we can get Justin to come up and help out with a heat or two for the women's side of this event, or I know he may be surfing later in the repit charge. He's kind of waiting to see what the other scores were. I know he was one of those competitors that was sort of on that bubble range. So Justin getting in some warm-up in case he's got to surf. In the repit charge, we see Noah Janela getting set up for the left, the goofy footer. He's got this wave pool dialed as far as timing of when the wave comes. You see him stand up right at the perfect time as he's paddling into his first closeout. Carving first turn, setting up for this. And Noah just with a speedy quick turn. I think he just wanted to post a score, and he'll look to go a little bit bigger on his waves number 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think he's just building some confidence, wants to have a solid first wave so he can build off it and start pushing himself a little more through wave number 2 and 3. He definitely needs a high score here in the closeouts in order to secure his direct advancements, as we see a replay of his wave here, the Turtle Bay replay. Noah Janela on his forehand for this closeout wave. So more of a check turn really to set out for the final closing turn as he comes down the line here. Drives off the bottom and whacks it off the top. So, you know, a smooth transition. nothing too radical. It was a safe first wave, but he'll be looking to build on that for wave 2 and 3.
That's a great word that you just used, a safe first wave. I think a lot of the competitors may choose a safe first wave and then continue to build on that. You definitely want to post scores and build your confidence throughout your heat. So we see Paul Jackson preparing for his first closeout wave. He'll be on the right, the regular footer. Noah Janella's first wave coming in at a 4.4. So Noah with a first little check turn, and then not quite as aggressive as we've seen him in some of his warm-up waves, but staying on his feet, ready to go.
So here comes a wave right now for Paul Jackson as he sets up for this closing turn. Nice banking turn there. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck, but definitely some critical riding there from Paul Jackson, Fanatic team rider.
Yeah, that was nice. Paul was getting loose with that one. That was a very aggressive, committed turn. So we'll see if he can land that in one of his next 2 attempts. Noah Janella makes his way out for his second closeout wave. Noah will be on the left. So the closeouts are very fun, where the lefts and rights get pumped at the same time and they meet in the middle. So it allows for a little bit more of a lip for the competitors to play with. So aerial surfing definitely playing a role in the stand-up world. Paul Jackson's first closeout wave of 1.7. So Paul will sit in the waiting area as his wife Angie looks on, taking some photos. Hope their families are watching. Say hello to Peter. Can't wait to look through this issue of the newest Sup World magazine.
So as we get a little back view here of Matty Schweitzer talking over some filming details with our lead action angle, Johnny De Cesare, joins us across all the major stops on the Stand Up World Tour. From Pool Boys Productions is his own operation. He is currently working on a major SUP movie, so stand by for the release of that at some point this year. As we see Noah Janella, he's paddling into his second closeout, banking into the wall and then setting up for this turn. You can see everything focused on this boost off the lip there, and he just manages to stay with it there, right into the inside. So a little bit of a forced finish there, but he definitely put it all into that wave, and yeah, you could see him, he kind of banked in. He took off wider and then backed into the power source and then generated speed and boosted over, right?
And he stuck with that wet water at the end to show the judges that he was riding out of that one. I'm not sure. What do you think, Tristan? Complete maneuver?
I think it's a complete maneuver, but you know, there's definitely an element of less control because he was struggling to finish it. So I think that's a factor for the judges. It wasn't cleanly finished. But let's take a look at the replay so we can take a closer look.
That was a great above the lip maneuver. So you see him taking off further away from the wall, cutting back into the power source and then driving down the line. So he's just going for one huge turn, gets up and over the lip with lots of trajectory. And so now you see him, he knows he's got to ride out. It's getting shallow, he stands up, he goes down and gets back up and moves his feet forward. But then there's no more water, so he has to jump off. So we'll see what the judges say.
Using the paddle aid to full effect there to push him back up, as we see Mason Schremer there getting ready for her upcoming heat in round number 1 of the women's division. Here with her father, great support crew.
Yeah, Mike's in the zone down there. He's got his headphones on. He's just getting pumped up for Mason. So I think the judges, like you said, they may not have deemed that a complete maneuver or it just wasn't, under complete control. So Noah Janela with a 4.0 on your last wave.
So really, I think he didn't get a first turn, so it was really all on that last turn that was somewhat incomplete in a sense. So I think that's why that result is the way it is, as we see Paul Jackson dropping into his second closeout here. Just getting a little off balance there, but banking off the end section there. Just kind of looked a little off balance throughout that wave, but got the closing section there. We'll see how the judges score that.
Yeah, and Paul used a similar strategy with Noah. He said, forget about the first turn, I'm just going huge. And some of these guys, they just want to have fun out there. It's like, hey, I just want to do the biggest maneuver I've ever done. What a great opportunity with this Wadi Adventure Wave Pool. So Paul Jackson out there having a good time, always smiling. Great to have him here at the surfing event as you watch a replay. So you can see he doesn't even go for a turn, just comes off the bottom, gets some speed, and then catches a little bit of an edge there, which kind of makes his timing a little off, but still manages to slide the fins out a bit and almost falls, but maintains his balance and rides out of that one. So great turn by Paul Jackson.
So as we build up now to Noah Janela's last closeout wave, see support crew there, Laurie Park, filming the action for Noah so they can review it all straight after. Justin Holland overseeing the operation.
Justin, the starboard guy, getting the insight on the Nash team over there. It's a great shot of the Nash boards right behind Justin.
So the bright yellow shining, but there's some green in Justin, that's for sure. There's some Irish there as well as on his board. So we're waiting for Noah Janela for his final closeout wave. Let's see what Noah's got for us. He'll be wanting a big score here, as we see him stand up to be counted here on his final wave of heat number 15.
Check turn for Noah as he gets speed. Boosting once again, that one was clean. So Noah just going for a check turn and then a very complete aerial maneuver. He was up and over the lip on that one.
Yeah, I think that should improve on his score. Let's see what the judges see it as. But yeah, nice check turn, just making sure he kept his flow and then boosted over the lip there. And very controlled, complete maneuver.
So we'll see if he gets another 5.3 because he has his highest scoring left was a 5.3. Noah's highest scoring right is a 5.3, and we're awaiting his third and final score for the closeout section as we look at the Turtle Bay replay.
Yeah, let's see how he rode this right up against the wall there. As he does this first check turn to keep in the power source. Doesn't put too much into that turn because he wants to keep his speed, stay high on the wave. So you can fly down the line and then hit this. So he doesn't hit the most critical part of the wave, but he does get some air over the white water there. Let's see what the judges think. So there's Noah Janela strolling up the beach here, or the poolside I should say, at Wadi Adventure with his bright yellow Nash board. Proudly representing Hurley here in the UAE.
Noah just taking a shower over there. He's like, yep, I'm done for the day. We'll see what my final score is, and then I will prepare for either round 2 or the repit charge round. So we'll see. He's going to need something in the 9 to 10 point range, I think, to add on to his 5.3.
Yeah, it's got so competitive up in the top ranks there. Let's see how these last few scores come in, and also how the next heat will happen.
And Paul Jackson setting up for his final closeout wave. Paul Jackson looking to boost over the camera guy. He lands his final maneuver, and that will finish his campaign for round 1.
So consistency is the name of the game for Noah Janela. He got a 5.1, not quite a 5.3, but so he ends up with a pair of 5.3s. That's not going to be enough to put him into direct advancing position, but he does have another chance to break back into it today, right here at Wadi Adventure as we go into the repechage round later today. But stay tuned for official results on that as we see a replay of Paul Jackson's last wave here. So setting up here, staying high. Again, kind of more of a check turn just to be able to get out and get some speed. A little bit late for the section there, but nonetheless floats off it, completing the wave. And doing quite a beautiful dismount there.
Yeah, I think the judge is letting everyone know that you got to do a little bit more than a check turn on that first turn, or your second turn's got to be humongous. So no one went big, but maybe that first turn could have been a little more aggressive.
Well, I think what they're looking for the rider firstly getting radius in their turn. So they want to see the rider getting right up into the lip, sort of 12 o'clock, or at least as close to 12 o'clock as you can go, but also really finding the most critical section of the wave. So rather than kind of more hopping over the white water, you're getting projected over the white water. So I think that's the difference between an excellent score and a medium score. So, you know, we saw with a few of the riders yesterday, that was where they really excelled as we wait for Kai Lenny's first closeout wave. So Kai Lenny's standing in a good position right now with a high score on the rights of an 8.6 and a 6.9 on the lefts. He'll be looking to improve on this with the closeouts. We have final scores for heat number 15. Paul Jackson with a top score of a 2.4 on the closeouts as we see Kai Lenny up and riding. See, there you have it. He went right up and he hit the critical section. He boosted the tail out of the top of the wave, and that's the difference there. A lot more arc in his turn, and he gets up and boosts through the lip.
Yeah, hopefully we can see a replay of that for our viewers. I'm going to replay that one in my mind. We had a little bit of camera trouble there, so Kai Lenny on his first closeout wave.
But that was definitely a great wave, opening wave from Kai Lenny. Really just saying, just like I said there, I think, Anthony, of getting the board right up into the lip and hitting the most critical part of the wave and having the lip boost him through. So he's kind of pushing the board through the most critical part of the wave and throwing some spray. So a great opening wave for Kai Lenny. We'll wait to see how that drops. We'll now have Jake Jensen head out to the lineup. So pretty tense moment, I think, for all the athletes as they wait to find out where they lie in the leaderboard from the first round of this Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam. We had some exceptionally high scores yesterday, and this is the final heat of round number 1 to decide who advances directly to the round of 16 and who goes into the repechage.
So surfers will be anxiously awaiting the results of round 1 that will be coming to you guys as soon as we can as the women begin their heat. So we will have heats available for you guys as soon as this round finishes, and we can get all the scores together, adjust the leaderboard, and then organize heats for the repechage round. But right now we are finishing the heat number 16. We're in the closeout portion. We have Jake Jensen in yellow from Australia on his Fanatic on his first closeout attempt. So here's Jake checking one off the top, setting up, boosting. That was one of the higher aerials that we've seen, and I saw that air yesterday from Jake, and he claims to not be able to go above the lip, but that was a nice air. Jake, if you land that, I think that's going to be a really nice score. So Jake Jensen showing his aerial skills. I've seen him actually do an air on a 12.6 race board. No, I just made that up, but I bet you he could. So here's a slow-mo replay. You can see him paddling in and just waiting, setting up. Good little check turn, keeps the paddle on his toe side as he pumps down the line, and then getting up and over and through, and back foot coming off and not coming down on that wave, but very aggressive nonetheless. You can see different styles of the competitors, some of them choosing to use their paddle while they pump down the line, others just pumping with their board. We have our current world champion, Kai Lenny, preparing for his next closeout wave. So Kai Lenny, your first wave was an 8.6. Kai, your first wave, an 8.6. Jake Jensen, your first wave was a 3.2. So 3.2, a nice score for not riding out of that wave. So you've got a great formula going, Jake. You see Kai Lenny paddling in, the regular footer from Maui, sliding back into the whitewater, maintaining his positioning on the top of the wave. And a little air to rail slide right there, and Kai rides out of that one. Not often where he comes off of his board.
So I'm not sure that'll improve on his first wave. I think his first wave was I think, superior to that wave. But getting an 8.6 on the first closeout, that means we have a new situation where he is tying with Sean Pointer at the top of the leaderboard. So both of them with a total heat score at the moment of a 17.2. As we go to replay, the Turtle Bay replay of Kai Lenny's last wave. You see him sort of doing a few check turns, just waiting for this wave to build up. Now he generates speed. And so boosted through the lip, but again, Anthony, not as coming right up at it like he did on the first one, which I think is what the judges really wanted to see. So I don't think that'll improve on his current situation.
And I like that slow-mo view where you can see, even while he was doing his first turn, he was looking down the line, eyeing the lip already, just waiting for it to section up for him. So Kai Lenny with a great score line, completing all of his waves with a 6.2, 5.5, 6.9, 8.1, 8.6, 7.2, 8.6. Those are all of the scoring waves for Kai Lenny so far, as we're awaiting his 8th wave, his 2nd wave in the closeout portion. So we see Jake in yellow preparing. Kai Lenny's last wave coming in at a 6.7. So Kai's last wave, 6.7. As Jake Jensen prepares. Good arcing top turn. And then Jake going up and over the lip. Unfortunately not able to ride out of that one, but Jake, that air was incredible. You got this, man. You can do this last closeout wave and land it, and I think it'll be one of the higher scores that we've seen. But I'm not a judge, I just enjoy it.
There you are. Let's see a replay of this. Jake looked a little frustrated at the end of that wave. Let's see how it sets up. So nice opening turn there, wrapping back into the white water, setting up for his closeout section here. Really hits the perfect point of the wave. Gets a lot of air over the lip there, so that was definitely a great hit from the racing phenom Jake Jensen, Fanatic team rider from Australia, but unable, unfortunately, to ride out of it.
Yeah, Benoit, what'd you think of that wave? We got the camera on you right now. It was good, no? And is that Leonard right there next to him?
That's Remy Keek to the
Remy,
left.
sorry about that. How you doing, Remy? So good to see the competitors down there, just watching the action. What else would you rather be doing? If you're not in Al Ain, you're watching on watermanleague.com, and if you're anywhere in the area, this is the place to be all day today and finishing up tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, if you just joined us, welcome to watermanleague.com for the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam. We're here in day number 2. We're now just wrapping up the last heat of the day, last heat of round 1, not of the day at all. We're about to go straight into the women's round number 1. So a lot of action still to come here today. We will also be getting on with the men's repechage and the women's repechage. So a full day of action ahead of us.
Full day of action. We've got 12 women competing, and they'll have a similar format as the men, where they're surfing in heats, but against all of the competitors. We'll get back to that as we watch Kai Lenny's last wave of his heat. Very aggressive first turn there. Ooh, and then Kai going for the reverse on that one. That was That was incredible.
That was definitely, he wanted that air reverse. He had a nice opening turn as well, but that's not going to change his situation. I'm pretty sure that his end result will be his top scoring right of an 8.6 and his top scoring closeout of an 8.6. That means that Kai Lenny and Sean Pointer both leading at the top of the leaderboard right now. As we see the replay of Kai's wave, look at this opening turn, Anthony. It's really, you know, that's already a nice opening turn, really putting it all on rail, throwing some spray, and setting him up perfectly to generate some speed to go into this.
Oh, that was a complete rotation right there. If he rode out of that one, that would have been pretty much, I would say, the highest score of the event.
No, I think you're right. That was pretty impressive as we see Nicole Pacelli, current ratings leader, waxing up, getting ready for her forthcoming showdown. She'll be in heat number 1 of the women's event, so that'll be next heat, in fact. So girls, stand by. Heat number 1 and 2, please stand by. Nicole Pacelli, Miley Tahar from France. Nicole Pacelli from Brazil, Miley Tahar from France in the first heat. Caroline Angibault, Olivia Piana, both from France in heat number 2. So stand by, you women are up next on deck.
So if I'm not mistaken, I think Miley pulled the trigger last minute to come over to this event. I know the girls were talking like, someone said, yeah, she's coming. The other girl said, no, she's not coming. And good old Instagram, they said, look, she's got a ticket to Abu Dhabi. So lo and behold, she's here and ready to go, completing the field of 12 women.
Actually, I got a last minute email from her father informing me the night before that she was coming, so I was able to add her to the draw. So great to see her out here. Miley, a great talent from France. As we see Jake Jensen on his last closeout wave, he wants this. He wants something big. Let's see it, Jake. Boosting up, but unfortunately unable to get the projection or stay on his board there. So that ends his closeout waves there.
I got good news for Jake though. The repicharge round is 4 closeouts. So Jake has 4 attempts to land one of those airs, and if he can get 2 scores in the repicharge round on those closeouts, that'll help him get into the round of 16. Let's watch this replay. So you can see Jake just eyeing the lip down the line, even as he's doing that turn. Throwing some spray right there too, but you see him eyeing that lip. He wants this so bad. Coming off the bottom, boosting, but that one he was not, his feet placement wasn't as good as the previous 2 that he attempted, but still a great aerial nonetheless.
Absolutely. So great performance from Jake Jensen, Fanatic team rider in his first event on the Stand Up World Tour, taking advantage of the fact he is here for the Stand Up World Series. It'll be taking place later this week at Yas Marina. There you see Daniel Hughes from Huntington Beach, California. He's heading out, I believe, for a transition wave. As next up will be the women. We'll get straight underway with round 1 of the women. Nicole Pacelli and Miley Tahar, please stand by. Also, Caroline Angibault and Olivia Piana, les deux françaises, vous êtes série numéro 2. So we'll be doing the combination heats again with heat 1 doing the lefts, and then heat 2 doing the lefts, and then heat 1 doing the rights, and heat 2 doing the rights. So a lot of action here. We're about to get underway with the women. Thank you for joining us, and please stay with us.
So just reminding all the surfers out there, the organizers are figuring out the leaderboard of the top 12 and organizing some heats, and we'll get those down there, which will begin the rapid charge round after the conclusion of the 6 heats of women. So wondering what Justin Holland's doing. Maybe he'll come up and hang out in the booth for a little bit and call a couple heats with us. Justin's got a great perspective on the mechanics of what these surfers are doing out there. He's a very accomplished shortboarder as well, riding his starboard shortboard as well as his starboard stand up. Justin from the Kingscliff area That's a great little town. I had the opportunity to compete in the Australian Surfing Open in Kingscliff, a great event where they have stand-up paddle surfing, longboarding, old mal division, retro division, where you have to ride a retro board. The old mal division, you have to ride a longboard that is made previous to 1965, I believe. I love that in Australia, how they have the old mal contests. They even have an old mal nationals that is at one of my favorite places, Crescent Head, where they're judged by traditional old school surfing, and here's some new school surfing. Let's see if Dan can do an air on this left. Oh, yeah, Dan. Look at that kid, he's just happy out there. Okay, that was maybe one card deck, Dan. So I was informed that one of his aerials yesterday was a little bit higher than 3 card decks, but I judge it by the bottom of the fins, not by the nose of your board. So Daniel enjoying one of the transition waves as we now officially begin our women's competition. So current world champion and ratings leader Nicole Pacelli. She's in blue from Brazil. In yellow, Miley Tahar from France. She's over there waiting on her maestro board. Give us a wave, Miley. Go ahead, give us a wave. Camera's on you. To your left. Nope, she's focused. So as we continue to check out Miley getting into her zone, there's Nicole Pacelli getting ready for her first wave. So the women have the same format as the men. They will be surfing 9 waves. They will have 3 attempts at lefts, then 3 attempts at rights, and then 3 attempts at the closeout section. If the girls or guys miss any of the waves, as we saw a couple of guys missed waves yesterday, that counts as one of your scores. Nicole Pacelli not missing this one. She's beginning the women's event on here at the Stand Up World Tour. Nicole carving off the top for turn number 1 and able to get in a second turn. So two turns for Nicole, and we will await the judges' score. We have now officially begun stop number 3 on the Women's Stand-Up World Tour in the 2nd year of the Women's Tour. Last year was the first full year that they had a tour with ratings points and everything. So you see Nicole angling on the takeoff, which is a good strategy. Then comes off the bottom, using a cross-bow turn for her first turn off the top. Manages to stay in front of the wave here. Again, going with a cross-bow turn. And then just getting a little bit behind the wave there. So she's able to get in her 2 turns and start her campaign off with a completed wave. So nice looking wave for Nicole on her first attempt. As we now look in the water at Miley Tahar. Wondering if maybe Zane Schweitzer's down there. Maybe he can come up here and join us if Justin's not keen. So we see Miley paddling into her first wave on her backhand. Nice paddle transfer back into the power source. She'll use her paddle on the toe side to attempt a second turn and just falling off there. So Miley completing her first wave. The girls began this morning with a practice session. Then we had the remainder of the heats for the men's round 1, and now we are in the first round of the women. So there's 12 women. They're competing for, I'll get right back to you after we watch this Turtle Bay replay. You can see Miley's long, drawn-out bottom turn to then come back off the top. Then she waits for the wave to kind of reform for her. Starts paddling down the line. And then attempting to hit the lip on that final turn and just falling off the front of her board. So again, there's 12 women. They'll be surfing in a heat with another person, but against all of the other women. They will take the top 6 scorers, will advance directly into the second round, the quarterfinals, and the remaining 6 women will compete in a repit charge, and they will take 2 women from the repit charge. And similar to the men's repit charge, it will just be 4 attempts at a closeout wave and taking your top 2 scores. So there's Brandy Brady, Candace Appleby in her signature Candace Appleby Surf Tech hat. And we have Nicole Pacelli in her second wave and trying to rebound off the whitewater, just coming a little bit behind and falling off on that one. So as we saw on the men's side of this event, the timing of this wave is so very critical. You know, some of the longer waves like Turtle Bay and Sunset in France, where if you have a little bit of a boggle, you have plenty of time to recover. Here at the wave pool, there's only about 15 meters of wave. So here you see Nicole with the paddle on her toe side. She's eyeing that white water. And then you see right there just getting a little bit stuck behind, but manages to kind of get back out in front of the wave, attempting to go off the top and smiling as she comes down on the board from our Turtle Bay replay. So you see our competitors hydrating over there. That's Olivia Piana in yellow getting ready for her heat. So she will be surfing with Caroline Anjibou. Caroline, one of the staples on tour. She did very well at a number of events, had a great showing at Huntington Beach last year in some incredible surf. On screen, that's Miley Tahar in yellow, also from France. So we've got Miley, Caroline, and Olivia, all from France. Miley paddling into her second wave. As you see the waves begin to form up for her, she's cutting back into the white water, saying hi to the cameraman, and completes her second turn and then jumps off because it gets very shallow very fast. So we're going to do something different with a fast motion replay. Unless you go to the default. That was a really cool fast motion replay. I enjoyed that. Oh, there's Poi Nike Rioja warming up, doing a little slalom course in between the chairs. How's that, Poi Nike? Dylan Frick looking on. So we will have a regular motion replay now of Miley's second wave. As you can see her transferring her paddle from side to side and then turning her maestro board back into the white water and completing her wave. So first 2 heats are Nicole Pacelli, Miley Tahar, Caroline Anjibou, and Olivia Piana. And then we will have in heat 3, Aline Arisaka from Brazil and Laurie Park from the United States. In heat number 4, we will see Candace Appleby and Sophia Bartlow, both from the United States, followed by Ibaya Moreno and Mason Schremer. Ibaya from Spain, Mason Schremer from the United States, living in Hawaii. And finishing out the women's round with Izzy Gomez and Angie Jackson from USA and Australia, respectively. As we see Nicole Pacelli, the Brazilian, current ratings leader. Nice, smooth top turn. And a very good second turn, showing some paddle work there. Is able to get in the third turn. and completing her last left. And we're gonna try and get you some scores as soon as we can. So we will get you those scores. The women will be surfing 3 lefts, 3 rights, and then 3 closeout waves. We will take the top score from each of those types of waves, then drop the lowest of those 3, so the women will have a 2-wave heat total. So you see Nicole paddling in on her toe side, then transfers it to her heel side, using a cross bow turn there for her first turn. Very popular turn on the back side. Again, using the cross bow turn. It's a very difficult and functional maneuver as well. And then showed some variety, keeping the paddle on her toe side for that last turn. So a couple of good rides from Nicole Pacelli. She's finished her campaign on the lefts, and now we've got Miley Tahar in yellow from France on her 3rd and final attempt at the lefts. Then we will see Caroline and Olivia on the lefts. Yeah, you see Nicole's happy, she's smiling. She should be, she got some good waves, so she's gonna hydrate and prepare for the rights. As we see Miley taking off deep, showing the judges her late takeoff skills, and then catching a rail on her 2nd turn. So she'll make her way in and talk about how much fun she had surfing out there, and she'll prepare for her campaign on the rights. So again, the women are surfing in a heat with another competitor, but not necessarily head to head. They are surfing against all of the other girls to try and get one of the top 6 scores. So 6 women will skip around, they'll skip the repit charge. As you see Miley, maybe just needing to bend her knees a little bit more on the takeoff to try and compress some of the wave's energy. So Zane Schweitzer, very good at bending his knees, staying low. It's like you gotta coil and then spring. So a great shot down there of Olivia Piana on her Fanatic board. She's in yellow, getting ready to start her campaign. Olivia and Caroline, who are in this heat surfing together, they were both competitors in last year's Abu Dhabi All-Star event, and they had so much fun, they're back again. So Caroline making the trip from France, as well as Olivia. They were joined by local Jen Scully, who decided not to compete this year, but hopefully Jen is watching on live. Hi Jen. Live, love, sup. So great to see the support from all the locals for this event. As we see Caroline on her first wave, another regular footer surfing backside. Caroline carving back into the whitewater and rebounding off the whitewater and showing some paddle work with the cross-bow turn, and then some variety keeping the paddle on her toe side. So very, very nice looking wave from Caroline. One of the first girls to rebound off the whitewater with some extension of the nose of her board. Caroline then showing some paddle work as well. So the judges want to see not just the surfing, but use of the paddle as well. And again, girls, we'll try and get you some scores as soon as we can, as we watch the replay of this nice looking wave. So you see she takes off a little bit further from the wall, and in order to get out in front of the wave and carve back into the whitewater. And notice how she times that carve perfectly and rebounds off the whitewater, stays in front of the wave, does a paddle transfer, and then a crossed out top turn, paddle transfer again, keeping the paddle on her toe side for a finishing maneuver. So 3 completely different turns from Caroline on that wave. There we see the new advanced board of Aline Adisaka, who will be coming up later in heat number 3. And Brandy Brady preparing Izzy's boards. So Brandy helping out a lot of the competitors here. I know There's about 17 people staying with her, Giorgio, and Izzy. And here we have Olivia Piana on her Fanatic board, dropping into this one. Nice, going for, again, that cross-bow turn, a very popular and functional turn, using it once again. And waiting for one more. So 3 good turns, but like I said, you saw the variety in the turns from Caroline. And there's Anthony Vela from the USA here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. That's really cool, guys. I got a graphic up there. I'm stoked right now, so thanks for that. Really excited to be here as a fan of the sport. This is incredible to watch the caliber of surfing that's happening in the water right now. And I have a humongous screen in front of me to watch these slow motion replays. So you see Olivia driving off the bottom, planting her paddle from heel side to toe side. And then you see her getting ready for her next turn. You can see the F of her Fanatic board as she does a nice on-rail bottom turn. And then setting up for one more crossbow. So notice how low she was on that last turn to make sure she rides out of it. So we will have scores coming to you very quickly, women. We will get scores out to you. As Caroline Anjibou is waiting for her second attempt at the lefts. Caroline paddling in on her pink board. Carving off the bottom, off the top. So again, showing variety there. Another nice top turn. And coming unstuck on that one. So a little bit of a different strategy than her first wave. And there you see a shot of one of our hosts, Mike over there, pool operator Mike, talking with some of our surfers down there. Mike's been helping us out all week. So thanks, Mike. Then we get a shot of the Nash team down there, Kaileni, Noah Janela. And we see our surfer in yellow preparing for her next attempt. So here's Caroline's replay, slow motion. On rail from her bottom turn, then switching the paddle to her inside in order to execute this turn right here, putting it on rail. And then just a little bit behind the section, tries to still go up and over the wet water with a little foam climb, but unable to ride out of that one. I think her first wave may have been her better scoring wave. I'm here with the Capri Sun. It's great tasting fun when you punch open one. I don't know how many years it's been since I've had a Capri Sun, but oh man, this is delicious. Strawberry apple. And Olivia Piana in yellow. Coming off the bottom, off the top, cutting back into the white water. Getting some speed for a nice second turn, and then trying to fit in one more turn, but her second turn was very committed. So Olivia will be stoked with that wave, I think. I know I would be if I was surfing out there. So looking at this Turtle Bay replay, slow motion replay, I like it. So you can see the foot placement right there, adjusting her back foot, getting it on the tail pad, and then using her paddle from heel side to toe side without switching your hands. That is a very difficult maneuver. Doing it once again, you can see she was on rail there, throwing some spray, and then trying to fit in one more turn, but that second turn was very nice to go with her first turn. So there's a shot of the Brazilian champion Aline Arisaka down there. Yeah, Aline. So she's getting her board ready. She's on one of those new advanced boards that are looking sharp in this contest. So from watching Mateos and Leko surf, she's got to be stoked that the boards are working really well. And I've been watching Aline in the warm-ups, and she's looking very sharp and crisp. So she's going with the thruster setup. She's just clearing some of the wax and dirt and stuff off the bottom of her board to make sure that she's got a nice smooth board. So we see Caroline Anjabou on her third left. Again, ooh, that was a very nice combination of maneuvers right there. Doing a cut back into the whitewater in a very small amount of space and able to ride out of that. So Caroline showing a lot of variety in her 3 lefts that she caught. And I've got scores in front of me. So Nicole Pacelli, your first left, 6.0. Your second left, 3.5. Your third and highest scoring wave was a 6.7. And we watched the Turtle Bay replay. I will get back to the scores. We see Caroline coming off the bottom and going with a paddle transfer turn right there, cutting back into the whitewater. And this is the one I liked right here, Nicole. Caroline coming off the bottom, great top turn, but then keeping her turn going all the way back into the whitewater, uses her paddle, the cross third back brace right there, and rides out of that. So Nicole, 6.0, 3.5, and a 6.7. So your highest scoring left was a 6.7 for Nicole Pacelli. Miley Tahar, 5.5, 2.8, 1.4. Those were your 3 scoring lefts. So your highest left was a 5.5. Caroline Anjabou, first 2 waves. Wave number 1, 5.5. Wave number 2, 4.7. We're still awaiting the score for your third and final wave. So your highest scoring wave at the moment is a 5.5. Olivia Piana, 4.6 and 5.1, as she is dropping into wave number 3 right now. Olivia just mistiming that one. Caroline, your third wave was a 5.9, so that is your highest scoring left. So Caroline Anjabou in blue, our competitor from France, your highest scoring left was a 5.9. Olivia Piana, your highest scoring wave so far is a 5.1. I'm going to dare say that that third wave is not going to go into your score line. So she's walking up the beach, she's smiling, she's stoked. Well done, Olivia. Great shot of her Fanatic board there. She's choosing to ride a quad setup with 4 fins in her board. I haven't seen very many competitors frowning as they come back out of their heats. Everyone's stoked at riding the waves in the middle of the desert. And we see Nicole Pacelli, our current ratings leader and world champion, making her way out. Nicole keeping a 6.7 for her highest scoring left. And Miley Tahar is in yellow in her heat. Her highest scoring left was a 5.5.
So it's good to be back. Anthony, sorry, we just had to go through and finish off the final results there of those advancing through to round number 3. So skipping the repechage. Up at the top of the leaderboard, we have Sean Pointer and Kai Lenny, both with 17.2 heat score totals. In third place, Zane with 16.9. In fourth place, Poinaiki Raioha with 16.2. In fifth, Mateo Salazar with 16.1. In sixth, Caio Vaz with 16.0. In seventh, Leko Salazar with 15.6. In eighth, Cody Kerbox with 15.4. Kiahi Diaboitz also with 15.4, so eighth equal. In ninth, or in 10th, Mo Freitas, and we will come right back to you with the final scores there.
So Miley, your last wave, 1.4, so you will have a high scoring left of a 5.5 as we transition the pool to the rights. And Daniel Hughes taking advantage. So he'll be surfing on his backhand. I think he's going to go for a second turn air reverse 180 attempt. And once the pool gets ready for the rights, we will go back to heat number 1, which is Nicole Bocelli and Miley Tahar from Brazil and France, respectively. And there's Nicole watching as Dan gets this transition wave. So let's see what you got, Dan. You can see his dry hair flowing. Beautiful turn right there for Dan. And then going for the air reverse right there. Yeah, Dan. And then one more nice turn. Wow. I think that was better than any of the waves that he caught in his heat yesterday. So he's going to be stoked. Look how long his leash is right there. Dan, I would try to get a shorter leash from somebody maybe for your repit charge round. If you surf like that, I think that'll be good for you to advance. So great looking wave by Dan right there. That one was 2 credit cards, Dan. For sure went over at least 2 credit cards. So now we're continuing on with the first heat and second heat. Have now moved on to the rights. So Nicole will be up first, and followed by Miley. They'll switch off, each getting 3 rights, and then move on to heat 2, which is Caroline Anjabou and Olivia Piana. Heat number 3 is Aline Arisaka and Laurie Park. Heat number 4, Candace Appleby and Sophia Bartlow. Heat 5, Yabaya Moreno and Mason Schremer. And heat 6 for the women is Izzy Gomez and Angie Jackson. As there was Eric Tarian, fellow country person, to Olivia Piana, going through the video replay. As Nicole Bocelli is looking, waiting for this wave. Taking off on her forehand, carving back into the whitewater, and laying it down on that second turn. So two nice crisp turns for Nicole in blue. I think she'll be excited at that first wave on the rights. So Nicole getting 2 right-hand scoring waves, currently with the highest score of the day for the women in the early stages. And you can see her taking off a little further away from the wall, but then fading back into the wall for this slow motion replay. Coming off the bottom, very controlled. Not quite getting to the top, but able to throw some spray on that turn. And then getting aggressive on turn number 2. That was a very nice looking turn number 2 for Nicole. So she kind of laid it all out there on that turn. As Miley Tahar waits out the back. So Miley was over in Brazil, had a great showing there, and we're glad she made the trip to the Abu Dhabi All-Stars, stop number 3 on the Stand Up World Tour. Thanks for joining us at watermanleague.com. And don't forget to follow the action on Facebook at Stand Up World Tour, and also on Instagram. So here we see Miley taking off on her forehand. She's checking one off the top, sliding down the line, getting nice and low to try and come back in on her second turn. So they tied. So we have an official results for the men's round. We have the top 12 competitors that skipped the rapid charge round. And first with Sean Pointer and Kai Lenny, both with 17.2s. As I'll come right back to the men as we watch the Turtle Bay replay. So you can see Miley paddling hard to get into this one, comes off the bottom. And a nice looking turn over the cameraman there, using her paddle to get back down the face of the wave. And cranking one off the top, but unfortunately her Maestro board not able to ride back down. So we've got Sean Pointer and Kai Lenny in first, Zane Schweitzer in third, 16.9. In fourth, Koinanki Raiola with a 16.2. In fifth, Mateo Salazar, 16.1. In sixth, Kyle Vaz, 16.0. In seventh, Leko Salazar, 15.6. In eighth, Cody Kerbox, 15.4. And Kiahi Diaboitz with 15.4. In 10th, Mo Freitas, and we'll get right back to that as we have live action with Nicole Pacelli on her second right-hand scoring wave. And again, two very similar turns to her first wave, but very committed. She tries to get in a third turn. So Nicole, keeping with the same formula, but trying to maybe accentuate each of her turns. Nicole, your first right, your first right was a 7.0. We'll get you your score on your second wave when we can. Miley, your first right was a 2.4. So continuing on with the men, tied for 8th, Cody Kerbox and Kiahi Diaboitz with 15.4. In 10th is Mo Freitas, 14.5. In 11th is Bo Nixon with a 14.1. And I will make you wait as we watch the Turtle Bay replay of Nicole Pacelli's last wave. You can see her carving back into the whitewater on that first turn, staying nice and low, keeping the paddle on her toe side, and slashing one again on her second turn, showing some fins, and getting a little behind, but still trying to get in a third turn to maybe show the judges a little bit more than her first scoring wave, which was a 7.0. And in 12th place, we had a tie between Jan Vaj and Giorgio Gomez, going back to the highest scoring wave of those two competitors, which goes to Jan Vaj. So Jan is the 12th person to advance into the rapid charge. Giorgio advances. Giorgio does not advance and surfs into the rapid charge. So Jan Vaj, you skip the rapid charge and go into round number 2. As we see Miley Tahar from the pulled back view. I love this shot. And there she is trying to go off the top again. So Sean Pointer, Kai Lenny, Zane Schweitzer, Koinanki Raiola, Mateo Salazar, Kyle Vaz, Leko Salazar, Cody Kerbox, Kiahi Diaboitz, Mo Freitas, Bo Nixon, and Jan Vaz. Those are the top 12 scores from the men's round 1. Those 12 will move directly into the next round and skip the rapid charge. So 14.0. It took an average of 2 7s, so a couple of scores in the good range to get into the second round. So we'll have the remainder of the 20 competitors are being put into heats right now for the rapid charge, which again will be 4 closeout attempts to get 2 high scores, higher than the other competitors within those 20. After we get through the rapid charge rounds, then we would go back to a traditional man-on-man, woman-on-woman format. So Nicole Pacelli, your second wave was a 6.3. So your first right, 7.0. Your second right was a 6.3. Miley, your second right was a 3.1. So Nicole so far looking at a 6.7 and a 7.0 as her 2 higher scoring waves as she prepares for her right number 3. Taking off on her forehand again, fading back into the wall, getting nice and close. Maybe a little bit too close, and attempting a second turn, really throwing tail on that one, and is able to fit in a third turn and rides out of it, jumping off. So Nicole with 3 very nice rights in her heat. So she's got to be stoked, checking her fins, making sure she didn't donate any fiberglass to the Wadi Adventure Wave Pool. So you can see right there, it's literally in the middle of the desert. So there we see, now we're looking at a Turtle Bay replay. So here's Nicole Pacelli's third and final attempt at the rights as she paddles into this one, fading into the wall. And you can see her adjust her feet there. Didn't quite get to the top of the wave like in her previous first turn, but then really laid into this turn number 2. You can see her throwing some spray, laying it back. They like to call that turn the drop wallet turn in the shortboard world, and the judges really liking that second turn, giving her a 7.3. So Nicole, your third wave was a 7.3. So to go with a 6.7, she's looking at a total score of 14.0 so far. As we see Miley Tahar from France on her third and final right. So Miley driving off the bottom and just having her back foot slide off the tail pad, so she'll make her way in. I think she will keep her 3.1 as her highest scoring wave on the rights, to go along with her 5.5, which was the highest scoring wave on the lefts. And now we move into Caroline Anjabou in blue and Olivia Piana in yellow, as we see Olivia on screen there, showing her Aussie pride with the green and yellow combination there, even though she's from France. So a great shot of the takeoff area right there. You can see you're just surrounded by concrete, and it's very intimidating when you're a couple of inches away from a 12-foot wall with a 6-foot wave face coming right at you. So slow motion, let's see what happened with her back foot there. So she comes off the top, and then you can see she was on her heel there, trying to really accentuate the turn with her back foot, but a little bit too much on her heel. Caroline Anjabou drops into her first right. She's on her forehand, going for the paddle transfer into a cutback, but sliding off her board. So Miley, your last wave was a 1. So you've got a 3.1 was your highest scoring right, to go with your 5.5 for your highest scoring left. Caroline is currently has a 5.9 as her highest scoring left. Olivia has a 5.1 as her highest scoring left, as they make their way through their 3 attempts at a right. So you can see the beautiful sand beach that is here at Wadi Adventure. And by sand, I mean sandpaper. It's definitely a sandpaper bottom. You don't want to have a slippery bottom. You want to make sure that you're able to walk out there and have some traction. So it's a little bit tough on the feet and tough on the boards. Caroline, your first right was a 1. So Caroline will look to better her campaign on the rights. As we see Olivia making her way down the line, slashing one on her second turn.
So once again, just reading out the top 12 men that have advanced into round 2 that will skip the repit charge. In 12th place, Jan Vaj. In 11th, Bo Nixon. In 10th, Mo Freitas. Tied for 8th, Cody Kerbox and Kiahi Diaboitz. 7th, Leko Salazar. 6th, Kyle Vaz. 5th, Mateos Salazar. In 4th, Poinaiki Rioja. In 3rd, Zane Schweitzer. And tying for the lead of round 1 is Sean Pointer and Kai Lenny. So they will await the 4 surfers that will advance through the repit charge round of 20.
Quarterfinal action. Sorry, we will have a round 2, then followed into the quarterfinals. So once we get through the repit charge rounds for the men and the women, the remainder of the event will be a one-on-one format where you are surfing against the surfer within your heat. So you see Caroline driving off the bottom, throwing some spray, a very on-rail committed turn, another slashing top turn. She uses her paddle to go up and over the whitewater and jumps off her board there, but 2 very aggressive turns from Caroline Angebou of France. Checking her feet, making sure all her skin is there. And looking at the nose of her board. I saw Kai Lenny checking the nose of his board after his heat. I think he may have been checking some of the, making sure that her ding wasn't that big.
You can't hear you very well, so maybe talk into the mic more or turn the volume up.
Let's look at a replay of Caroline Angebou's last wave, the Turtle Bay replay. You can see her coming from that first turn. Great positioning on the wave, on her board, staying nice, low and compact. Setting up this second turn nicely, using her paddle all the way at the top of the wave, throwing spray. Her beautiful pink board looking good in the light blue waters, turquoise waters in the wave pool, and then one more turn, jumping off the back of her board there. As some of the Maui boys over there hanging out. You can see they don't like to stray too far from each other. So they're just not only competitors, but good friends as well. And Olivia Piana takes off on her next right hand scoring wave. Great off the bottom, off the top combination. But just a little bit off center from her board, not able to maintain her balance over the center of the board, so she comes off. And we will go back to Caroline Angebou. So Caroline, your second right was a 6.2. Caroline, your second wave was a 6.2. So thanks Turtle Bay for bringing us these replays in live and in slow motion. As you can see, Olivia Piana fading back towards the wall, all the way to the top. Kind of a check turn there, but she's really setting up to go aggressive on the second turn. You can see it's kind of a fading bottom turn and then really throwing her tail on that one, but maybe a little bit too much on rail there, and she comes down. Olivia Your second wave was a 1.8. Your first right was a 5.6. So Olivia, your first right was a 5.6. Your second right was a 1.8. Un pour neuf, 1.8, I believe, in my French. So we've got Caroline Angebou from France paddling into this wave. She's on her forehand, coming off the bottom, slashing one off the top, staying in the power source of the wave, going for an aggressive lip maneuver right there, but falling off the back. So she will have a 6.2 in her score line for the right to go along with her 5.9, which is her highest scoring left. So far, that gives her a total heat score of 12.1. And let's take a look at the replay again. So you can see her eyeing the lip right here on this bottom turn, using her paddle nice, and that was a very aggressive slashing turn. I know the judges liked that one. They wanted to see her go big. She wanted to go big on this one. Huge on-rail bottom turn, and then you can see her getting frustrated as she falls off the back of her board there, but very nice attempt at a second maneuver there. So we will await to see what Olivia does on her final right-hand scoring wave. Then we'll transition the pool into the closeouts and watch our competitors choose either a right or a left. And the two maneuver combination in the closeouts has been working with a check, setup, or aggressive first turn, and then followed by a closeout finishing maneuver. And Olivia Piana up and riding, coming off the top. She's maintaining her speed and keeping in front of the wave. Just a little bit of a nosedive there as she tries to finish this wave out. And she is done with that one. Great shot of our lounge chairs. We got Mason Schremer, Candace Appleby, Brandy Brady, Ibaya Moreno on screen. Buenos dias, Ibaya. Buena suerte. Here's a replay of Olivia's wave. So you can see her really getting aggressive, staying nice and low on that first turn. And then just gets nosedives a little, but tries to stay in front of the wave. And she finishes off her wave, jumps off with a smile. Uses her foot to pull her board back, get back your board, and that will conclude her three rights as the pool transitions into the coveted closeout section. We'll get a couple of the male competitors making their way out to have fun and warm up and play with this closeout section. So, yeah, there's Olivia getting some thumbs up from the girls. Ibaya liked that last wave of hers. Mason's back there getting focused for her heat. Mason, one of the young competitors on tour at 13 years of age. You know, think how cool that would be to be 13 and get to go surf a wave pool in the desert. I think I was playing like AYSO soccer or something, which is also fun, but I think traveling is a great school. You learn so much about life and culture that you can never learn in any school. So some of our competitors here, like Ben Roediger, who travels the world and homeschools, in my opinion, it's very, very valuable information that you get in meeting people around the world and learning about cultures and experiencing different types of food, different types of ways of living. And it's the kind of stuff that you cannot learn from a book. So Nicole Pacelli is making her way out. saying a little prayer, preparing for her closeout section. She'll be the first competitor up that we will see on the closeouts. Nicole with a 6.7 and a 7.3. Hey Daniel, can you hear me out there? Raise your paddle if you can hear me. Thank you. So this is kind of a game of chicken as we see two surfers taking off, one on the right, one on the left. They will meet in the middle, and one of them is going to attempt to boost in air, and one of them is going to attempt to get out of the way. Caroline, your last score was a 4.0. Olivia, your final score was a 4.4. So your high scoring wave, Caroline, was your second right at a 6.2. And Olivia, your high scoring right was your first wave with a 5.6. So Caroline, currently with a 5.9 on the left, a 6.2 on the right. Olivia, 5.1 on the left, and a 5.6 on the right. Those were your two highest scoring waves for each of the different types. So here camera will stay with Daniel Hughes, and I believe that's Benoit Carpentier out there as well, and Daniel Hughes going up and over. Or was that Dylan Frick? No, I think that was Dylan out there, the South African representative. One of the great humans to ever walk on the face of the earth from South Africa, Nelson Mandela, former president of South Africa, passing away a few months ago. One of the most attended funerals from world leaders in the history of the world. Just a well-loved and respected man of honor. As you see Daniel and Dylan laughing their way back up the beach. There's Kyle Vaz down there. I'm gonna say he's got his iPhone ready to go to film Nicole. Yeah, you got your iPhone? Yep, there he is. Hey, will you film one of my body surfing waves later, maybe? Awesome. And then can I get a spot on your reality show also? Yeah? Okay, cool. Can I be a star in your reality show, Jan, please? Yes! Awesome. Okay, so just call them and have them call my people and send me a ticket to Brazil, and I'll come and hang out with you guys. What a fun event the competitors had in Brazil, and really exciting to watch Kyle Vaz win his second event on tour. But Jan's going, I'm gonna win one too. I got second here last year, I was in the final with Zane, and I'm looking to win this year, as is Nicole. So there's a good shot of her coming off the bottom, off the top, little check turn as she's setting up for the closeout. And going very, very vertical, but coming down, nose diving. So she'll have 2 more attempts. Again, with this format, you have 3 attempts to get your highest scoring wave for each of the types of waves, meaning there's a left, a right, and a closeout that all the competitors will surf. So we'll see the Turtle Bay replay as Nicole is paddling in. Again, she's using that fade back in towards the wall. Coming off the top there with a little check turn, and then boom! She had pretty good timing hitting the lip right there, but it was a very tough section to come back down in. So her coach and fellow country person will help her out down there. So I think he's telling her to hit the section a little bit later, where there's not quite the air drop back down, where there's a little bit of white water to help cushion as you come down. It's kind of a little similar to the aerial surfing, where you don't want to land in the flats. You want to land kind of where there's a little bit of a cushion to help you ride out of your aggressive critical maneuvers. So again, the judges are looking for a surfer to perform radical, controlled maneuvers in the most critical sections of a wave with speed, power, and flow. And they also want to see a little bit of innovative and progressiveness. And variety helps as well, showing different maneuvers and use of the paddle. As Miley paddles into this one on her maestro board, setting up for the closeout section. And time that one just a little bit off. But again, she's got 2 more attempts, so what a great format to give every surfer an equal opportunity to display their arsenal of moves. Nicole Pacelli will make her way back out for wave number 2 on the closeouts for her. She currently has posted the 2 highest scores so far in the early rounds for the women. She's got a 6.7 and a 7.3 in her scoreline so far. We'll see what she does on the closeouts. And we'll find her 2 highest scoring waves from her 9 attempts. Nicole, the winner of our first event at Turtle Bay, the girls really showed some, what I like to call, stick-to-itiveness, as they took many, many waves on the head in very, very tough conditions at Turtle Bay. It was pretty much as big as it could hold without being a complete closeout and closing out the whole bay. So the girls pushing the limits of big wave contest surfing this year at Turtle Bay. And Nicole, no stranger to big waves, catching a few big ones at rock piles. I saw some photos, and here she is on her second closeout attempt. So Nicole finding a better section to hit right there. Didn't go quite as aggressive as her first turn, but wanted to make sure that she landed something so that she can continue to build on her scoring line. But she set that one up very nicely and showed a lot of control with her final turn on the closeout. So she'll get to look at the replay, and we have a look at Olivia Piana checking out Nicole's wave, going, yeah, that was pretty good. Wait till you see what I got though. So pretty cool for the competitors to be able to watch a replay of their waves right after they surf, and pretty cool for all the viewers to be able to watch the Turtle Bay replay as we see Nicole Pacelli on wave number 2 in her closeout. She times this perfectly, hitting the lip right there, choosing to not attack the oncoming section, but going up and over the lip on the right. Very, very, very aggressive turn for Nicole right there. She's just having fun. You see her smiling out there, enjoying herself. Got Kai Lenny looking good on the starboard hat. Oh yeah, it was on camera. I took a screenshot of that too right there. Got it. Got it. The boys are loving it. Justin, when are you going to get up here, man? I've been waiting for you. Why don't you come up and call a heat with us? You did a great job down in Brazil. As we see Miley preparing for her second attempt at the closeout section. So Miley almost missing this wave, but catching it, doing a great job of getting back into it. Nice first turn, setting up for a beautiful, oh, Miley, great looking turn, but just falling off at the end. But she was not holding back anything on that wave. So great attempt there. You got Papa Tony down there. What's up, Tony Freitas? So he's hydrating. He's getting ready for Mo's heats. He'll be stoked. Mo advanced into the round 2, coming in 10th place from the first round. So here we see Miley. She just barely got into this one. Had to take a couple of extra strokes. She's way out in front of the wave to execute this nice turn, but then you can see her reposition her feet, using her paddle to set up for this one, and timed it perfectly, but I think maybe needed to bend her knees a little bit at the end there. So Nicole, your first closeout was a 3.4. Your second closeout score was a 6.6. So your second wave was a 6.6, Nicole. So far, that's not bettering your 6.7 or your 7.3 from your left and your right. Miley, your first wave was a 1.7. Your second wave was a 3.3. So those are your 2 scores so far. So Nicole, your highest scoring closeout is a 6.6. And Miley, your highest scoring closeout is a 3.3. 3.3. So Nicole awaiting the last wave of her round 1 campaign, the final closeout section. She's looking to better a 6.6 with her previous wave score as she drops in, maintaining the high line, foregoing turn number 1 to do something big on turn 2 and slashing one off the white water. You can see her body language. She's like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I rip. So we'll see what the judges think. And we saw Noah Janela forego turn number 1 in order to execute a blasting final maneuver. So we'll see again what the judges think of that, but that closeout section was pretty awesome. Yeah, Nicole's getting a high five from Jan. And we'll take a look at that replay. So you can see she takes off a little further from the wall. She was fading into the wall in some of her other ways. This one, she just wants to get out in front. I think she was trying to land the first air in women's competition. Boom. Very nice looking turn. So again, we'll see if the judges reward the foregoance of turn number 1 in order to execute a fantastic turn number 2. But Nicole has a couple of good scores already from her left and her right, so we'll see if that third and final wave for her closeout betters her 6.6 that she had on wave number 2 for the closeouts. There's Caroline Anjabou in blue. She's preparing for her closeout campaign. She's riding a 3-fin setup. So she's got the thruster setup going. And yes, you did better your 6.6, Nicole, with a 6.7. So Nicole, you have a 7.3 to go along with a 6.7 from either the left or the closeout. Oh, and we saw Miley missing her wave number 3 on the closeout, so that will conclude Miley's campaign in round number 1. So she'll paddle her maestro board in, and we'll await Caroline Anjabou to begin her closeout campaign. So we saw a couple of the girls enjoying themselves watching these heats. We are waiting. Oh, I didn't even, just came in. All of a sudden, we've got Justin Holland here joining me for a couple of heats. I'm stoked he's up here. We've got to figure out the mic situation, and we can just do a trade-off. But Justin, stoked you're up here, man. So what's going on? What do you see?
Yeah, a bit of sign language there, mate. Yeah, you mate, glad to escape the heat down there. When I heard your offer, I was like, rightio, I'm coming straight up to the air-conditioned booth, and you know, really nice view from up here, Anthony, and great to see the ladies in the water, and a few of the ladies really surfing well.
Yeah, and how's this big screen we have right here for the replays? This is super sick with the slow motion. So Turtle Bay helping us out with the replays, so we get to watch live action, we get to watch the replays, and really show the viewers like the little maneuver, the little movements that help execute the maneuvers. And I know you're one of those guys that really studies foot positioning and things. So we got our scoring update. Nicole Pacelli, 14.0 is your total heat score. You've got a 7.3 and a 6.7. Miley, you've got a 8.8 total heat score, 3.7 and a, sorry, 5.5 and a 3.3 for a total heat score of 8.8.
Yeah, wow, and here goes Caroline on a nice looking right. This is the closeout wave, and she's just waiting for it and just turning sort of under the lip there, Anthony. So not going for the turn before, you know, at the start of the wave, really waiting for it and sort of not attacking the lip. So it'd be interesting to see what happens there with the judges.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb, and they want to see that type of turn on the first maneuver, and then you've got the closeout. You pretty much have to hit the closeout, or the judges, I don't think, are really going to reward you for being critical. That was a great turn, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it was as critical as the judges want to see. So take us through this replay.
Yeah, right, so great to have the Turtle Bay replay here and see Caroline just checking the shoulder of the wave, digging hard, and you'll see she's got a Hobie set up nicely. She's just waiting for it at the moment, and just one nice bottom turn, and as you can see, paddle transfer, sort of a slashing turn under the lip, and just coming out clean. So nice turn, but yeah, not really attacking the lip. I suppose the judges want to see that kind of thing, Anthony. So we'll wait to see what score she gets. But you know what? A great effort by Caroline, and she'll get back out there on the next wave and really go to town, I think, this time. And we have who's out there? Sorry, Anthony. Sorry, mate. You right? Yeah, you know, first heat of the day, and Olivia. Yeah, she's out there getting ready, and as you can see, she's just getting up off her knees and now waiting. It's really nerve-wracking out there, you know, and she's, there you go, she just had a slight fall. Get back up there, Olivia. You know, you're waiting for that, a little sound and a drop of the water, and it's nearly like you're a racehorse. You know, you're in the pen and you're waiting for the starter's hooter, and Olivia's just setting herself now, and you can tell that she's right in near the blue marker too, and that's critical to where you've got to catch the wave, and I think the wave's just about to come. You can see a little bit of, there it is. And we're off and racing, and we have Olivia, really a couple of nice little paddle strokes. She's bottom turning, just a little check turn, and she's looking at this lip, lining it up and really cracking it, and just coming unstuck, Anthony. But that's the kind of surfing that the judges are probably looking for, mate.
That's exactly what they want to see, but of course they want to see you ride out of that, but very critical maneuver. And I love that analogy, Justin, but we're going to take it down to the beach and get an interview from Nicole Pacelli.
I'm happy with my scores. I didn't train at all and I was kind of nervous before the heat. My equipment's working perfect. It's so fun, this wave. All the waves are the same. So when you did a mistake in the first, you can improve in the second. So I'm happy, I'm stoked. Thank you.
So there you have it from Nicole. She was smiling after every wave, whether she made it or not. Just, I think all you guys seem to be enjoying this wave out here, and even when you fall, it's still kind of fun because you're like, oh, it's gonna go huge. And I haven't got a chance to surf out there, but it just looks like a lot of fun. And tell us about some of your waves and your heat and what you experienced out there yesterday, Justin.
Yeah, mate, the left, I was having a Barry Crocker. We'll go to the replay here, but yeah. We see Olivia, just nice bottom turn, really smooth, and just using the paddle, just a little tiny sort of slash. Still see her there, she's eyeing the lip. She has, her eyes are fully focusing, and she gets right up under it, and I suppose just getting the nose of that Fanatic caught. And I think, you know, the next wave we're going to see from her, she's going to actually complete that wave. So again, we have Caroline from France, riding for Hobie out the back end, Roxy. So she's just steadying herself. Hi everyone at home. Well, that was a quick shot of us there. But Caroline getting set. Expect bigger things from Caroline on this wave. So here we go. She's out of the blocks, and the closeout wave is exciting. You've got a lot of power on your feet. Nice little slashing turn, and this time eyeing the lip and banging it straight down, coming out cleanly, and that's what we want to see from Caroline, and that will definitely improve your score.
That was a great looking wave by Caroline right there. Nice first turn, and then again, like you said, you could see her eyeing that lip and smashed it and rode down nice and clean with control too. You know, you see sometimes, you know, some of the surfers may be a little bit off balance and then eventually ride out, but she was in complete control for that entire maneuver. As we will look at it, let's see if we get this. Oh yeah, we got the slow-mo. So again, like you said, you can see her already eyeing the closeout lip even as she's doing this first turn. So that's a great turn to be kind of a check turn.
Yep.
Eyeing the lip, using her paddle to get speed, and then boom, perfect timing right there, and just comes down clean. So she's got to be stoked with that one.
Yeah, definitely, mate. I think that there's a lot of experience in that wave from Caroline, a little bit older surfer than some of the younger girls on tour, and really showing the composure and experience that you would expect from someone who's been surfing a little longer. Just you know, getting the first turn in cleanly, and then really lining that lip up to make sure that she gets a score. And I think, you know, for all the surfers out there, mate, we're out there, and I know I forgot, you know, it was probably an error, but I'm still thinking that I'm at a beach and the wave's going to be different. I mean, I've got to try and get that out of my head before the next heat, but you know, the waves are all identical, and I think sometimes you can forget that they are. And you know, that, I suppose that's the whole trick of the pool. You know, if you can get it through your head that there's nothing changing on the wave or when it comes, it's in your head is the thing that's changing. And here we have Olivia, so let's see what she's got. Ooh, a little bobble at the top, and devastating.
That was very devastatingly devastating. So Olivia will paddle in, and that will count as a 0 for her. So no worries, no sweat, you'll have another attempt. We've got Caroline's first wave was a 3.2. Olivia, your first wave was a 3.2. And Anthony Vela here with the Frotha, Justin Holland, starboard team rider, part of that dream team. So do you ever get to wake up from the dream or what?
Oh, I do, mate. Especially when I get you know, phone calls from home. Definitely waking up from the dream there with my family. But yeah, great to be on the tour, and you know, Starboard give a lot of great support to us as athletes, and you know, stoked to actually come to somewhere like this, the pool. You know, this event, when Tristan was sort of dreaming of it in the early stages, I was definitely one of the supporters of it, because, you know, not too many times you're going to get a chance to go around the world and have a backdrop like the pyramids and, you know, in the desert, be surfing. It's crazy.
Very, very cool location, and great spot to get some photos too. So I still got to show you the shot I got from you the other day. I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah,
I'm having a good time just swimming out there, dealing with a little bit of a bugger knee. But
buggered, yep, that's it. That's how we say it in Australia, knees buggered.
So what do you think of Olivia down there rocking the Aussie colours?
Yeah, go Olivia. You know, Aussie team. She's supporting Team Australia there. Well done, Olivia. And
so we're still awaiting Caroline's second score. This is her third and final closeout, but that second wave that she got that we really liked, and that will for sure better her first wave of a 3.2. So we're still awaiting your second wave score as Caroline paddles into her closeout wave number 3.
And here it comes, you know, and she's, again, looking like she's going to wait on this turn, but no, she's got that little turn. It looks a little later this time, and just, I'm thinking she's made it, but just, like I would say, a second, she waited that second too long on the drop-in, I suppose you can call it, like you're on a skate ramp. Just sort of eyed it off a little bit too long, and I think that's what you see why she got caught.
Yeah, still managed to execute a couple of good turns, but like you said, was maybe a little bit behind. That first turn was one of the more aggressive first turns in this closeout portion, but then was maybe a little behind and didn't get up and over the lip, just kind of hit the lip out in front.
Yeah, that's right, Anthony. Take a look here. The second camera just getting, she's just see that, she can see the lip just went through the line of a board, and she did amazing to hold onto that turn. But you can see that was just that timing, it was a split second off. But I think, you know, when the scores dropped for that last wave, when she hit it cleanly, I think, you know, she'll be happy with that. But Olivia, I think expect probably a completed wave from Olivia on the next one, because, you know, she really, I'd say probably attacked a little more than Caroline on the last attempt. But, you know, I suppose just came unstuck. So this time she'll probably be maybe backing the percentage down, because a lot of the athletes have been talking about percentages, mate. So this is one of the key things that I've been keen to talk about. And, you know, you've got 9 waves in total. And, you know, I suppose some athletes are going 100% first wave. Other athletes are going 80% the first wave, building 90%, and then 100% using it like, if they haven't got a score of the 2, then they go all out the 3rd, which can backfire. So, but, you know, 9 waves is a lot of waves in this scenario, being all the same, to be able to, you know, get 2 scores. You're good. And Grupo doing a great job here in the background. And here we've got Olivia, geez, making a little error again, and wow.
So that's tough when you miss your final 2 closeout maneuvers, but she's got some pretty decent scores on the left. She's got a 5.1 to go with her 5.6, so Olivia is going to carry a 10.7 as her total heat score. And that last score from Caroline, like we said, Justin, is her highest score of her heat. So she's got a 6.3 to go with her 6.2 from the right. So Caroline looking at a 12.5 right there. So
yeah, very interesting. So that's, yeah, I mean, the girls are really, you know, getting up into that sort of mid-range score. So that's great to see. Obviously, this is the first round in the event, so all the girls probably a little nervous out there, mate. You know, when you're waiting for that wave, your legs are, you know, trying to calm yourself down, but there's definitely a few nerves. I mean, you've got a big, like, load of water behind you with some gates dropping, and it's kind of scary, you know. So, you know, if you can compose yourself well enough, and I think they're setting up for one of the, what are they called, waves?
One of the transition waves.
Transition waves, like, yeah, one of the practice waves. That looks like the man himself, DQ, is heading out again to nick a sneaky one, mate.
Yes, Dan will be, I think we're switching back to the lefts now as we move into heats number 3 and 4 that we'll be surfing together. We've got in heat 3, Aline Arisaka from Brazil, the Brazilian champion, had a great showing, just losing to Izzy Gomez in the semifinals in the event in Brazil, leading most of that heat as we saw. And then we've got Candace Appleby and Sophia Bartlow in heat number 4. Yep. So these 4 girls will be surfing against each other, but against all of the other girls.
And that's the one critical thing I did mention to Cody last night, Cody Kerbox, one of my mates on tour, great young surfer from Nash, that, mate, just before you go out, just remember, you're not surfing against, you know, the bloke you're up against on the draw. You're surfing against Sean Pointer at the time with a 9.2 and an 8.0. So if you can get that through your mind, I believe that can actually be calming, because it takes away the element of the other bloke in the heat. But then on the flip side to that, being a later heat in the day, you know, the bar's been set, the scores are there in stone. You then have to achieve, you know, by the looks of it, this morning it was a pair of high 7s, or you're not even going to get anywhere near that first, you know, going through to round 3. So interesting format we're running here. It's exciting. We will go back to man on man in round 3, but myself and 19 other fellow frothers are going to be in the repicharge, and let me tell you, I am quietly nervous with 20, you know, top stand-up paddleboard guys all going nuts on the closeout wave. You'll have 4 closeouts, and God, it's like anything could happen.
And you're going for 4 spots.
4 spots. So, you know, it's like winning the lottery, mate. So,
well, it's about almost 7 o'clock back home in Australia. I don't know if you want to give a shout out to any of your friends or family back home.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'd like to say hello to my partner Shelley and my 2 children, Domino and Charlie. And as we can see, Daniel Hughes going for one of the transition lefts. They're camping at the moment, mate. So Daniel just throwing a nice slash, a nice bottom turn, and wow, that was a really nice turn from Daniel, and a little 360, and he will come in on the beach and no doubt do the Harlem Shuffle to whatever music's playing and give the fans down there on the beach a taste of the D Hughes.
I have a feeling Dan's gonna. Anthony Vela here with Justin Holland, so saying hello to everyone out there. Give a wave to your family back home.
Yeah, sorry, we got cut off there before everyone. But yeah, hi Justin Holland. Hello to Shelley at home and Domino and Charlie and the rest of my family, my dad and Shelley's family. Having a great time. I know you guys are camping at the moment, and sent a photo last night and it looked awesome. Yeah, but having a great time. We'll be home soon, and yeah, thanks guys for having me here on the Stand Up World Tour commentating as we see Daniel Hughes walking up the beach with his King's stand-up paddleboard.
Yeah, Daniel Hughes has been doing some of his best surfing on these transition waves, so I think he's gonna maybe go ask one of the official people in charge, hey, can you just add together my waves from the transitions and give me that score for the repit charge round?
Yeah, that'd be scary. There's some high scores, he's surfing well. And okay, so what are we doing? We're set up into the left, and we've got Alini out there looking at the first left, mate. And Alini's had a fair bit of time in the pool, so I'm going to be stoked to see what she can show us on this first left. Great little surfer from Brazil and lovely lady, mate. We all travel around together and always greet us with a big smile, and mate, call us through this first left from Alini.
So here she is on her new advanced board, paddling in with the paddle on her toe side. Nice swooping top turn, a little bit in front of the power source, and again staying in front of this wave. And you talked about the percentages before.
Yep.
Do you want to surf 100% every single wave, or do you want to maybe start at 75 and continue to build? So we've both seen Aline rip a lot harder than that, but you still have to post scores and continue to build confidence as well.
Yeah, exactly. I've got to say, I'm actually really stoked on that last wave from Alini because one, through the week she was having a little trouble on the left catching it, and I know I can say this confidently that Alini will be stoked that she got into that cleanly. And the first turn was a nice turn off the top, and she just worked with it. And it's good to just get a score on the board and settle the nerves. And we'll have a look at the replay here. We've got Laurie Park lining up for the next wave, but let's have a look at this replay. And you can see she's into it nice and early. She sets herself, transitions the board from one rail to the other, keeps the momentum, and look, mate, I've got to say she's done really well. I mean, my first left, I come off the bottom, did a turn, then bogged the second rail. So hats off to Alini there, mate. Well done. And we're waiting for Laurie Park here. She'll attempt her first left, and I've seen Laurie earlier in the week too. She's had a lot of pool time. It's been great to watch her as well. So she'll be keen to get on to one of these left-handers and show us what she's got.
Yeah, I like how Aline, she didn't come all the way back to the whitewater.
Yeah.
She did a nice turn, but then stayed in front because some of the other competitors have gotten into the whitewater. Then you get kind of stuck behind. So smart move by Aline as Laurie Park begins her campaign.
Yeah, and here goes Laurie with a nice takeoff, really taking a nice line at the top and just transitioning down, using the paddle and staying with it, sticking with it. So using the same kind of technique. And look, she's rode that all the way to the inside, mate. And again, well done, Laurie. Great wave. Mate, I don't think I completed the left myself.
Yeah, I don't think you did either. But again, with the format, so you get 9 waves, 3 lefts, 3 rights, and 3 closeouts. Taking your top score from each of those 3 waves, but then dropping your lowest of those 3, so you really can have a shocker in one of the 3. We'd rather not, but
that's right.
So here's Laurie.
So you see Laurie, yeah, just staying on the inside rail. They're really taking a different line at the top and just pulling it back down, which is nice. There's a lot of different lines happening here on the board, and as you can see there, throwing it onto that rail, back onto the inside rail, using the paddle. Still in front of the wave, so a really deep little turn there, and that was a well surfed wave. So both girls showing us that they mean business here. First wave, maybe probably 70% from both the girls, but I think that's a good start.
Yeah, and like you said, just catching the wave is very important. We saw Olivia Piana miss a couple waves in that last round. I think she just showed up yesterday, so it's not an easy wave to surf. And the takeoff is one difficult thing in itself, but then just surfing the wave is a whole nother thing. So
oh, there's so many elements when you really start to look at it, and you'll see Eleni really close to the wall on this one, digging hard, and this is a nice looking, I was just about to say it's a nice looking wave, they're all the same. Same kind of turn there for Eleni, just getting a little caught, but still nice sort of backhand carve, and then using the paddle just to get a bit more momentum and just coming unstuck there on the inside. But I suppose now that's been the second wave, she'll get another attempt at the left. Be interesting to see whether she changes the lines up, you know, as Laurie I suppose did on her first wave. You've seen she took a real high line and then faded back into it, where Eleni's doing that deep bottom turn. I suppose the judges are probably looking for that. So we'll be interested to see what Laurie comes up with on this one, whether she goes for that deep bottom turn. But you know, you've got to remember, when you do a really big deep bottom turn on a wave in anywhere in the world, like when you're surfing, you know, you generally got to have something to hit. You know, you got to have the momentum at the top of the wave. We're going to see the replay here. And this pool, you can get a little caught, mate, if you project too far into bottom turn.
yeah, there's not much lip to hit, and you see her keeping her paddle on the toe side, using it, cutting back, making sure that she's not caught behind. So Eleni working her way down the line, nice little paddle stroke there, throwing some spray. So this wave coming in at a 5 that we're watching right now. So Eleni with a 5 on wave number 2. Eleni, your first score was a 4.5. Laurie, your first score was a 2.8. So Laurie awaiting wave number 2. So Eleni with a 4.5 on wave number 1, a 5.0 wave number 2, as Laurie Park in yellow awaits her second wave.
Yeah.
See good positioning on the takeoff.
Yep.
Cutting back into the white water.
Wow.
Getting a little more aggressive on that one.
I'm actually, I mean, Laurie fell in that wave, but I'm actually really stoked to see Laurie trying that. That was the right thing to do. She projected out laterally out onto the face, and then got the board on rail and really drove it back around to the power source and laying back into the foam. So that's great aggressive surfing from Laurie, and I think that's kind of what you got to do to, we'll take a look at the replay here, what you got to do, because remember you're surfing pretty much against the scoreboard, and here you see Laurie digging hard on her Dave Kalama board, and you see she's just on the outside rail, and you watch, she'll use a weight, bend her knees, and throw it on the inside rail and whip it onto the foam, just unfortunately sort of coming unstuck there, but the right idea, Anthony.
Yeah, and I just noticed, well, as we see Candace Appleby on screen with Tony Freitas, Candace getting ready for her heat coming up in a little bit. Candace all smiles down there. I think she's going to be surfing in her Maui gyms.
Nice.
She was saying that you can see the curve of the wave a little bit better with the polarization of the glasses. So she wasn't sure what she was going to do, but in speaking with some of the competitors, she's like, yeah, I'm going with it, just to make sure that she can see more of the curve of the wave. Laurie, your second wave was a 1.5. So Laurie actually was goofy foot on that wave and regular foot on the first wave. So she's switching it up, showing some variety, as Eleni Arisaka from Brazil is taking off in blue.
Yeah, and just, wow, just sort of a little sideways on that takeoff, but still allowing, okay, so she's unfortunately just drawing too much of a high line out of the bottom turn and just sort of come unstuck at the top. So that's, you know, and yesterday as well, mate, what I realised when the wind was coming across the pool on the left, you transitioned off one rail, you're trying to bring it round, and the wind was really catching your board. So all these little elements are coming together in the pool. I mean, you get out into that safety zone from the wind, where Laurie is now, everything goes quiet, and it's actually a really nice feeling, because you've got us commentating and music playing and people all down in this sort of open arcing area of the beach, and then you go out into the square and it kind of goes quiet, and if you use that to your advantage, it's kind of a little quiet time to set yourself And but you have got to be wary that if the wind is fully howling, that as soon as you come out from those sort of those walls, the straight walls where the wave is building up, the wind hits you straight away, and you've got to be prepared for that. So there we see Laurie Park in yellow, just anticipating the next wave, and all the surfers have got their theories on when this wave comes, and seconds, and ripples on the inside, doors closing, and someone banging a triangle. I don't know, mate. It's all getting pretty technical, but whatever works, mate, is my theory, and as long as you catch the wave, you're halfway home.
Yeah, and there's Alina on her new advanced board. She's finished up her campaign on the left, so she'll take a 5.0 as her highest scoring left.
Yeah, that was a great shot of Laurie Park there too, and here we'll see her. She's gonna go, backside, so natural stance here, and trying the same turn, just getting a little bit hooked up there, nearly like a wheelie. But I'm liking this surfing from Laurie. We've seen her on the last few events with us there in Brazil, and good to see her getting creative on her surfing, because that's the level that the ladies are at now. They're really starting to surf well, and good job, Laurie and Alini. Go in and have a little rest, grab some water, and we're going to watch obviously Candice and
Sophia
and
Barlow.
Sophia, sorry mate,
So we just saw the replay there of Laurie, and like you said, she was getting aggressive on that turn, which you have to do.
Yeah.
It's going to take 5s and 6s to most likely get into the route, skip that repit charge.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So no one really wants to be put into the repit charge. So yeah, you really have to attack this wave. And again, I'm sort of more in the belief of 80%, 90%, maybe 100%. But I know there's guys out there that have the opposite view. So here we've got Candice just setting herself, getting in the zone, and getting pretty close to the wall, which I like too. Along near those stairs, mate, there's a little current that runs, and if you've really got to time it, because where Candice is at the moment, there's another blue sign about 1.5 meters, and the water is actually pushing her in right now. So she's trying to actually steady herself, hold herself, probably in line with the stairs to get the maximum amount of the wave. So here comes the wave, and let's see what Candice has got for us for her first wave. Really close to the wall. I like this. Anthony, you want to call it, mate?
So Candice going for the crossbow first turn. Nice little crisp turn there. Another good crisp turn. So Candice staying out in front of the wave for turn 3 and able to get in a 4th turn there. So 4 nice little crisp crossbow turns there for Candice. So opening up her account there.
Yeah, I'd love to see that wave on the replays. You see Sophia going out. What I liked about that wave from Candice was it had a lot of flow, and I think the judges are really scoring that as well. They want to see not only the manoeuvres being performed, but the actual way the surfer is flowing on the wave, and that there from Candice. As we'll have a look at this replay. Candice Appleby in the blue with the Maui gyms on, looking super cool, dropping down really late, just kind of patient, I would say. Getting a little loose in the tail there, which I like too, but totally in control. Nice paddle transfers with a quick blade paddle. That was another nice turn. So there's your 2 banking turns, and just another little turn like that, and still staying with it. These paddle transfers are beautiful, and 4 turns to the beach, mate, and flow. I'm going to be interested to see what that score comes out at.
Yeah, that's a good opener, and like you said, the paddle work is really something that I think differentiates, some of the surfers we see. We saw Alina Arisaka getting a 5.0 in one of her highest scoring lefts, but the paddle was just on one side for the entire wave, where we saw Nicole Pacelli using more variety with the paddle transfer. So all of these things coming into play with these scoring criteria. And here we see Sophia. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, mate, and she's a goofy foot surfer from Hawaii, and here she's again waiting for the bottom turn, which is good, but just getting a little caught on the top there. She's going to stay with it, and nice little bottom turn slash, and sticking with it to the inside, and just coming unstuck there on the inside concrete of death, I like to call it.
I like it.
Look, Sophia's first wave. again, a good wave to get the nerves out. You know, good, at least she completed it to the beach. You've got Candace hasn't even got a hair wet yet, which is amazing. And you see beautiful paddle technique there from Candace, paddling out. And as you can see, the back, we've got a replay here, sorry. Getting used to this replay system. We've got a screen the size of China in front of me.
This is, and the slow motion, so we could really kind of fine tune what happened here. She went up to the top, and instead of planning her paddle, she was actually paddling, but then she needed to get some speed, got down to the bottom of the wave. This second turn was nice right there. And then, yeah, maintained her positioning, going for an aggressive finishing maneuver. So she finishes her first wave.
I actually seen a wave of Sophia here 2 days ago on the left, and it was surfed beautifully. So she knows what she can do out there. I think she just got a little hung up on that first turn with the front foot looked like they're doing the. And you see Laurie Park there just on her knees, waiting for her scores to come in, and Alini awaiting the next big dump of water, which creates the closeout. So, Alini's last wave. Alini, your last wave was a 5.9, so that's a great score. And unfortunately for Laurie, just a 1.7, so she'll be looking to go bigger on the next wave. As Alini Adekasaka here, paddling hard, digging, got the nose just pearled there. She's pumping along, she's eyeing the section, and just hits it a tad late, but riding out clean still. Anthony, she just, at the takeoff, just sort of bobbled a bit and the nose bobbed, and I think it unfortunately just took a little bit of a momentum down the wave, and that's okay. 2 more attempts left there for Alini. She'll learn from that as Laurie Park paddles back out. The tanks are filling up in front of her there. Laurie took off, raced the section, and did ride out of it cleanly, but probably on this next one, Laurie's going to make sure that she actually hits the lip and projects down with the lip, and that the judges will be definitely looking for that sort of commitment into the lip. So both surfers really needing to go a little bit more vertical and attack the lip more. So scores dropping for Alini's last wave, just at a 2.0. So both ladies are about to get their next wave here at the Wadi Adventure Park.
Yeah, you've got to get up to the coping on that closeout maneuver. So they don't want to see you going kind of halfway up the half pipe. You got to get all the way up to the coping on this closeout section in order to get the maximum score or above the coping, as we've seen some of our guys. And this repit round is going to be exciting as we've got the heats in front of us.
Yep.
And they'll be coming up in a couple of hours after we finish up with, or not a couple of hours, maybe an hour and a half or so, 2 hours. We've got Candace Appleby and Sophia Bartlow awaiting their closeouts, and then we've got 2 more heats after that, Evia Moreno and Mason Strimmer in heat 5. And then Izzy Gomez and Andy Jackson in heat 6 as Laurie Park makes her way down the face of her second closeout attempt. As Laurie is driving down the line, setting up for the closeout maneuver, and good looking wave for Laurie.
Yeah, no, a little similar to the last one, but that one had, she was a little quicker. There was a lot more speed in that wave. She had like a little check turn out the back and rode down with the lip. So probably a little better than the last score, but I think she's still got another wave to come as we see Alini preparing out the back for her next wave. Laurie just coming into the inside. As you can see, it's a pretty big pool, and we'll wait to hear what we've got the replay coming up at Laurie Park here, and nice digging of the paddle, just bending her knees, getting that board on rail, just there, and then she's using the paddle to gain speed, just a little transition. So she took a different line this time, which gave her sort of, probably actually put her in a little bit more better position than the first wave, Anthony. She just, I suppose, was a little more patient, and what that first turn did, it actually burned off a little speed, but it actually put her in a better position to hit the lip. So, you know, I suppose you could say on this next wave from Laurie, maybe a little harder fade, keeping the same amount of speed. So there you have it. She's hit a 2.7 on that last wave, which is better than her first right. So 2.7 for you, Laurie Park. With her next wave, Anthony, I think, you know, maybe burning off a little, probably turning a little longer on the first turn will get her in the position that will actually time the lip hit a lot better. So we are anticipating her next wave. We know she can hit the lip nicely, has been surfing here through the week, so knows the wave pool well, as does Alini, paddling now for her second wave of the closeout, and Alini digging hard, and just that first few little pumps that we see from Alini, nice slashing turn there, and she's eyeing the lip and just sort of floating down with it. That wave kind of nearly had two lips then, kind of weird. I suppose she got into a really nice first turn, and then it was nearly like a little phantom lip broke in front of her, and she sort of rode that down, and then the real lip came down right next to her. So I really like the first turn, Matt. The first turn was committed.
Yeah, you know, again, she's going with that different formula. She's got that 5.9 from her first wave, so trying to add a first turn into this. So you see on our turtle bait replay that Alina gets a little more aggressive on turn number 1 to perhaps have the combination. So nice on rail carving turn. You can see her paddle got stuck in her leash right there. That's
yep.
Paddle in the leash. I hate that.
Yeah, man, that's a bummer, but that's exactly. I really like that first turn. There was a lot of commitment off the bottom and aggression. I love aggression on turns. You know, sometimes it can be ugly. You see the boys there from Brazil.
What'd you think of that last wave, Lucas? How'd you like that? What'd you think of that, Lucas?
The boys are like, yeah,
there he is. There's a smile. Jan and Kyle. Look at those guys. Those smiles. I mean, they just project fun and happiness, you know?
Yeah, they're a good crew to travel around the world with, those lads. And yeah, look, as I was saying, Anthony, I really like that aggression from Alini in her surfing, and I think sometimes aggression can translate in surfing not so well with the flow type deal, but you know, she really came off the bottom hard, leant into a rail, and really whipped that tail around that first turn. So her scores just came in at a 3.5. Now look, you know, majority of those points was the first turn.
Yeah, that first turn was nice, and you know, the judges, that second turn wasn't too committed, the judges deemed. So Laurie Park on her final wave in her first round campaign as Laurie's approaching that section.
Yes.
Oh yeah, she was attempting to really project up and over the lip on that one. So great attempt by Laurie Park, our surfer in yellow.
Yeah, big smiles there from Laurie too. You've seen then, so we've just seen 3 closeout waves from Laurie Park there, and each time she was adjusting her line, and she took a better line then and actually had a lot of speed when she hit the lip. So we're gonna check the replay out here of Laurie Park's last wave as Candice Appley paddles out for her closeouts. But she took a different line, just a little more patient, then has bottom turn and then hits it right in the sweet spot, mate. Just got a little caught, landed on the foam. Just didn't quite ride out of it, but you know, impressive progression within 3 waves from Laurie Park.
I think she was trying to do an air right there. No, seriously. I mean, that was the mechanics and she hangs out with, you know, these guys that are boosting. So I'm thinking she was attempting an air right there. Her score coming in at a 1.4, so that's not going to go into her scoring lineup. So Laurie Park's got a 2.8 and a 3.3 from the left and the rights. Those are her 2 highest scores. Aline Arisaka with a 6.7 on the rights and a 5.9 on the closeouts. So Aline and Laurie finishing their round 1 heats as we await Candice Appleby in blue and Sophia Bartlow in yellow. They have their 3 attempts at closeout. So Aline with a 12.6 total heat score and Laurie Park with a 6.1 total heat score.
Yeah, wow, and I mean, I suppose as you keep progressing in this contest, I think you'll get to know the pool better and better, and I mean, you know, you've only got so many waves out there to show the judges your stuff. As we see Candice Appleby digging hard, not going to make the same mistake, mate, as she did on the right earlier, whipping a nice slashing turn off the takeoff, just using the paddle, throws it up into the lip, just lost the speed there, mate, on that turn, and A little disappointed on that one from Candice, but she'll recover. 2 more to come, and she'll learn a lot from that wave, mate.
Yeah, I think that first turn, you know, she tried to do the turn early and then had a little too much time to set up for the closeout maneuver. So, you know, maybe if she, you know, takes a little bit longer with her bottom turn, comes off the top as we watch the Turtle Bay replay. So you can see her just do a turn right away and then maybe went too far to the bottom after her first turn, lost a lot of speed there and didn't have enough time to kind of make up for it. But
yeah, totally correct, Anthony. She had a nice kind of fade, but probably faded a little bit too far, burnt off her speed, and then as she tried to recover, you've seen her using a quick blade paddle, trying to gain the momentum again. She knew where she needed to throw it up into the lip, but just had burned off too much speed. So I think you'll see the next wave of Candice will be full rail attack at speed, and pretty much wherever she ends up with the lip, she's going to end up, mate. She won't make that little mistake again. So we'll await her next wave as she hangs in the shore break. There's a great shot of her looking out at her opponent there, Sophia, waiting her wave. An interesting ploy here, obviously being a goofy foot, Sophia heading across to the left. So she's going to attack this closeout, coming left to right, and Candice obviously being natural, going right, coming from right to left. So
this is our first female surfer that's hitting the left closeout. So the only goofy footer that we have so far, as we see Mason Strimmer and her father Mike, they're down there. Yeah, Mike, they're getting ready. Mike probably swam about 3,000 yards early this morning at the 1-to-1 pool as Sophia Bartlow paddling in, the wind keeping her a little bit stuck. And she gets a pretty good first turn there for Sophia, and banking one up and over, and again, a little bit straight-legged on that final turn, and needs to bend her knees perhaps a little bit more in order to ride out of that one.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I really liked that whole start of that wave. She came out of the blocks firing, had a nice first turn, really set up the second turn, hit it really crisply in the top of the lip, but just maybe a little bit too straight-legged, like you said, Anthony, on that coming down. Really got to compress and be able to, I suppose, like shock absorbers, we're going to take a look at the replay, be able to handle the little bit of bump that the foam on the closeout provides. So here you see it go up, and see that front leg just straight, and it just comes unstuck. So that's a real bugger, we call that in Australia, because she would have had a pretty decent score on that wave then. So she'll go back out, and I think pretty much the same idea again on the next wave. But just make sure she finishes the turn, you know. And as we see Johnny, one of the filmers, and there we have Kyle Lenny, 3-time world champion in his Oakley blades and his new Hurley board shorts. They're pretty Larry, brother.
They're talking about the new movie coming out. It's called the Sup movie.
Yep.
So they're okay. The next shot we're gonna get is gonna be.
Well, mate, look at the fan. Like Johnny's got a fan on him. It's like a metre away, because it is hot out there, and today I think it's been the hottest day. And when you were talking, you guys in America talk Fahrenheit, we talk degrees. I'm calling 45 degrees for us, which what's that in Fahrenheit?
It's looking at like 98 in the 100 range. So.
And super dry, like your mouth. A few times I've been paddling out in the pool. We're waiting for Candice's next wave here in the closeout, but I've been sipping pool water because my mouth's so dry. So let's look at Candice Appleby here on her second closeout wave, paddling hard with a lot of momentum, and just a nice little check turn, and really waiting for the lip this time and cracking it off the top. And Anthony, a little bit of the same.
Yeah, her timing's just a little bit off, and you know, it's tough to figure out what to do with that first turn. Maybe needed to pump down the line a little bit, you know, get a little bit of board speed going there. But Candice is working out her timing, and she's boosting. She's got a 6-7 and a 5 in her scoreline already, so she's looking good. But I know that she wants to get a score into that excellent range. So
yeah, she's just sitting there on the inside. We're waiting for that score to come through.
So first score for Candice was a 2.1. First score for Sophia was a 2.9. Second score for Candice is a 2.5.
Yeah, as we watch the replay here on the giant screen here at Wadi Park, a nice turn. I like the first turn. She's waiting, and gets it up there, just timing minusculely off. But I suppose one thing I could see there was maybe just like you said, just a double pump. She held her line just that minuscule second too long. Maybe just a little double pump would have gave that extra amount of speed to, you know, maintain the speed, I suppose, that she lost.
It's either double pump on the bottom turn or have a little bit of a higher line.
High line,
and then hit the white water.
Exactly, yep. Love the word high line. It's one of my favourite words. You know, I suppose on most waves, you come off the bottom and you can see a section down the beach. You high line, which for guys out there and girls that don't know what that means, you go to the top of the wave and you really use your weight, bend your knees, and use the gravity of the height of the wave to propel down. And here we have Sophia. So let's see if she's going to learn from her last wave and see what she's got. Nice little check turn, getting hung up. And wow, great acrobatics, and gave a little bow there because
claimed it.
Mate, I was impressed because that was some gymnastics to hold onto that thing.
Yeah, so that's not going to fall into the controlled maneuver section, but she definitely, I think, you know, caught a little bit of a rail on that first turn, was a little bit behind, but still threw it up there. She's like, hey, it's a closeout. I'm hitting this thing, and hit it very aggressively and rode out of it.
And I think we'll see here, she's got a real deep bottom turn and she gets stuck at the lip. And then, but she still threw it up there and hit the lip, but she's like literally a second or two, and she rides out practically the way you paddle out, standing front on. So impressive skills to stay on the board, but kind of seeing two different styles here, mate. We're seeing Sophia really bottom turn super hard, as she does, and maybe getting a little caught in the lip and then hitting the lip. And we're seeing Candace, I suppose, throw a little style, trying to carve, and then maybe, how do you explain it? I'd say, look, she's waiting a fraction too long, and but you can see her intent. It's to destroy the lip vertically. So let's see on Candace's final wave here whether she gets it right, mate. And I mean, she's sitting in a good position anyway. This is like a kind of practice wave.
Yeah. Sophia Bartlow, surfer in yellow, last score 2.5. Sophia Bartlow, surfer in yellow, her last score coming in at a 2.5. So her first wave, which was a 2.9, is her highest scoring wave for the closeout so far. And there you see us. Anthony Vela here with Justin Hall in the Frotha. He's got a heat coming up later. He's going to be in heat number, let's watch Candace out.
Yeah, let's have a look. And that was a different line then, and she's a little higher on this wave, more speed, and banks it off the top, and there you can see it completing the wave, hit the lip in the right spot, and she's probably stoked there. A little relief that she got it then, and the paddle, I mean the hair whip, and you can see from the takeoff on that one. We'll check the replay in a minute that she faded, but then took a more lateral high line, and then it allowed her a little more time. She used the paddle, which didn't, throw her off, and then she met the lip where she's been wanting to meet the lip for about the last two waves, mate.
Yeah, watching her in the warm-ups, we know that she's got a little bit more aggressive maneuvers, but she just wanted to make sure to complete one of these closeouts. And there you see her using the high line, pumping and using her paddle, and then boosting. That was great timing right there.
Just hit it crisply on the top of the lip, and
look at this little stylish maneuver right there. That's like
that was a Jerry,
yeah. Dave Rostovich, Jerry Lopez pull out right there.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the bottom turn in that wave. It was very stylish, and it was. I suppose it generated a lot of speed, and the first slash was similar to Alenia, very aggressive.
Sorry, Justin. Jan Vaj, can you just step back more and wait kind of in knee-deep water for that next wave? Give the girls plenty of space in order to execute their maneuvers without your good-looking body in front of them. So just hang back and wait, and then you can get the transition wave after Sophia has completed her last closeout maneuver.
Yeah, so this will be interesting. Last wave there, Anthony, you've just been given of Candace Appleby scoring 5.0, so that's her best wave on the right. So yeah, good surfing from Candice, and you know, showing that she learnt from the 2 previous waves what to do, and a little bit more aggressive on the first turn as we see Sophia paddling. Let's see what she's got here. She waits again, bottom turns, not getting as stuck on the lip this time, and hits it crisply as well, and rides out of it. So that, and getting another little hit in the inside, and wow, you hope you're all right down there, Sophia. It was pretty shallow where she just fell off, and she's running in, and I'd say that's going to be her best wave, Anthony, of the closeout session, as Jan Vaj strokes out to grab a transition wave. Before our next heat, which sees Ivana Moreno against Mason Schremer from the United States. So Spain taking on the US in the next one, and then after that will be Izzy Gomez and Angela Jackson. So we've got a replay coming up here of Sophia, another one of Sophia's deep bottom turns, not getting it stuck in the lip as she has previously, and then hitting it and floating down on top with the board, and then just doing a nice little foam climb and a one-legged dismount, which I thought was spectacular.
That was at least worth 0.5 of a point right there, so we'll await her score. That closing maneuver for Sophia was a little bit more controlled than her previous wave, so we'll see what the judges think.
Yeah, definitely, and we have Ian paddling out there for a transition wave. Young Johnny there, the filmer in his bright yellow top, running back up the beach, getting ready to film, and yep, there he is. And Matty Schweitzer in film there, throwing something at someone.
Oh, he's lefty. So while we're waiting for this transition wave, let's go down to the beach in a second. We're gonna just keep the camera. Oh, you see Giorgio Gomez doing a little downhill skating up there. So it's been fun watching everyone's skating style as well. Oh, a little 360. I saw Kai Bates stack hard earlier, so he was going downhill and all of a sudden just boom. So we'll hope that Kai is okay as we await our final 2 heats for round 1 of the women. Ibaya Moreno in blue and Mason Schremer in yellow. Mason just 13 years old, and Ibaya, I think maybe 15 or 16 years old, I'm not sure. And Izzy Gomez coming up with Angie Jackson in the final heat. So you can follow Ibaya at Moreno Twins on Instagram.
Yeah,
so her and her sister, very accomplished windsurfer. She's a 3-time world windsurfing, 5-time world. 3 or 5, Ibaya.
Yeah,
¿Cuántos tiempos una champion del mundo de windsurfing? Ibaya Moreno?
She's 5.
5? Yep, 5-time world champion.
Yeah, she's rocking. Both these ladies are rocking the 7.4 starboard, mate. So we're going to see the green machine there, Carbon Pro model in action from both these ladies. So and then obviously we've got a Fanatic team rider, Angie Jackson, and Izzy Gomez from starboard coming up in the final heats of the day. So great to have all the sponsors on board, mate. And we're going to cross down to
Candice Appleby on the beach.
Hey everybody, yeah, that was kind of a rough heat actually. I had a high scoring wave on the left, but probably my worst session out in the pool so far, to be honest. I actually missed a wave, hadn't missed a wave yet. There's a little bit of wind, so the right's a little more challenging. There's a little bit more chop, and didn't complete 2 of my closeouts, and my last closeout was kind of weak, but that's just room to improve, and ready to wipe that one away and move on to the next. So hopefully I can start getting the judges excited in the next round.
Good luck.
Thanks.
So thanks Candice Appleby giving us a little bit of an insight, and we saw a couple, I mean, you know, like yourself Justin, it was, you know, tricky on one wave or the other. It was, you know, very few surfers have really solidified scores in each of the 3 categories. So
yeah, it's weird, man. Like I actually had a wave there 2 days ago on the left, and I went to town on the thing, and I went out there in my heat, and I was like, is this the same guy? Like, what am I doing out here? Like, I can remember the wave clearly. I had Johnny come in and go, wow, that was like 4 turns to the beach, yeah, rock on. And I went out there and I couldn't even do 1. So it's pretty. This pool it's playing mind games on us. I think it's a desert heat. You're in the sun too long, and you start to see things and think you know, you're at Pipeline one day and Brazil the next, and like I said, you know, you've got to have your mental game on, and as we see Ibarra Moreno paddling out, she's, been talking to her all week, she's been surfing really well, so she's going to start off on the left-handers, and you see her there just, you know, we've got the huge big billboard on the back, you know. I'd love to see this place with a movie playing at night, like a movie projected on the wall and you surfing, and you know, there's so many things you could do with this place to have a great time, you know. Maybe that's getting a little bit carried away, but can you imagine like surfing to your favourite movie?
Oh, that would be super
Imagine if you had the Pipe Masters beamed up onto the wall as we see. I'm getting a bit carried away here, but here's Ibarra's first wave. We'll go back to that later.
Ibarra Moreno on her starboard, surfing on her backhand, going with a crossbow for first turn. See her pumping to get some board speed there. Another little crossbow turn. So Ibarra just going with that 70-80% probably, as we have scores from Candace Appleby's last wave 5.0 and Sophia Bartlow's last wave was a 4.0. So Sophia getting her highest scoring wave of her heat on her final wave, which will give her some good momentum going into the next rounds. Yeah, so Sophia with a 7.7 total heat score, Candace Appleby with a 11.7 total heat score. So far we've got Nicole Pacelli with a 14.0 in first place, Aline Arisaka with a 12.6 in second. We'll come back to that as we go to the Turtle Bay replay. Take us through it, Justin.
Okay, so Ibarra really getting on rail there, paddle to the inside, and I like the way she knew. See how she jumped? She was already like just giving herself enough time to get back down the wave, which set her up for this next kind of turn. A little shallow on that turn, throws the paddle, and then using the paddle here just to try and get all she can out of the wave. And I thought that was a great wave to open up with, because she now has her nerves settled. We've got a young Mason swimmer out the back about to get her wave, but a really good starting wave for Ibarra, sorry there. Ibarra.
There you go. Get the Mexican Spanish side of you out.
Oh mate, I can't even speak English properly the best of times, but she knows that. Sorry. And but yeah, I think it was a great first wave, and let's see what Mason's got. Paddling hard. This young lady has impressed me all week as well. So nice takeoff.
Yeah, look at her paddle work as well. She's going for the crossbow. That's one of the best turns I've seen her done in her warm-up sessions.
Yep, staying with it, and look, just getting a little caught behind that one, but I think, look, both ladies there have a good start. To really getting your head in the right position, because mentally, you know, it's a mental game out there. These waves aren't changing. Like we said earlier, it's your head. And as you can see, look, Mason's riding her quad set up there on her 7.4, unmistakably starboard, and Mason there without her hair wet as well. So it's always a good sign, mate, when you get a wave, and we'll have a look at the replay, when you don't have your hair wet. It means that you've done pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll look at Mason, just the youngster on tour. She's really making an effort to get to all the events. You see her showing some good paddle work and body position on that turn, and using her paddle and copying Ibarra right there, using that jump to get back into the wave again. And you see Mason just having a look. You can see she's calm and collected on her face and just enjoying her time here in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, no, nice first wave, and probably teaching, both ladies teaching me a thing or two on how to stay on the wave properly on your second turn. Thanks, girls. And we've got some scores coming in at...
first wave for Ibarra, 3.4. First wave for Mason, 2.5. So just continuing with the current standings overall for the women. Nicole Pacelli, 14.0 in first. Aline Arisaka in second with a 12.6. In third is Caroline Anjabou with a 12.5, as we watch live action with Ibarra Moreno.
And again, just getting it a little weird there on the bottom turn, amazingly staying on. And she's going to get aggressive now, because she knew she's kind of blown that first turn, but just stays with it. Amazing skills to actually stay on there. Just as she bottom turned, it looked like the board just got a little loose in the tail, Anthony, and recovered well. She'll recover from this. Like I said, these are the lefts, you know, and I think watching Ibarra in the pool earlier, she's very strong on the rights, mate. You're going to see some beautiful turns coming from her on the rights and the closeout. So again, we've been talking about this, so you guys have been yesterday, on how you can recover on your two other waves.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens here. I think her top hand just slipped off her paddle, and amazing balance and composure to finish out this wave. And even though she knew it wasn't going to be a good score, you still want to try and finish your wave. So just continuing, Caroline Anjabou in third with 12.5, Candace Appleby in fourth, 11.7, and a 3.3 for Ibaya Moreno's last wave. In fifth place is Olivia Piana with a 10.7. In sixth place, Sophia Bartlow with a total heat score of 7.7. And seventh place, Miley Tahar with an 8.8. And in, that's going to be switched. So in sixth place is Malia Tahar with an 8.8. In seventh is Sophia Bartlow with a 7.7. And in eighth place currently is Laurie Park with a 6.1.
And here we have Mason paddling. This is a nice looking, she's just come off the back of that one, unfortunately. And I think looking at what she was trying to do there was maybe not do a really deep bottom turn. I think she was going for more of a lateral high line out in the wave to build some speed and sort of whip it round the pocket. That's what I was envisaging. But she just got caught at the top of that one. And again, just earlier shot there, and Candace did mention it in her interview that the wind is cranking out there. And we'll just take a look at the replay. I'm pretty sure you see just at the last minute, she's already projecting she wants to take a high line. See that? She's transitioning across, but literally pulled herself off the wave, and that's okay. You got another try at that, Mason. So, don't stress down there. Just keep cool in the water. And you know what? If you've got wax on your board, probably turn your board over, because sometimes your wax melts just literally being in the pool with the board facing up. My wax was melting.
So there's some great advice from a Starboard team member, Mason. Maybe just flip your board over. There you go.
Yeah, it just keeps the wax hard and cold and not like melting, because you literally, by the time you paddle back out the back, ready for your next wave, my wax was getting slimy and getting like it was practically melting in the water. So there's the harshness of this environment here in the desert of the UAE. And excited to be here, and it's probably because I've just had 3 sugars in my coffee, and it's lunchtime and I haven't eaten, and the sugar is totally being diluted into my veins. So getting excited up here, and the froth is starting to froth literally, Anthony Butter.
Well, we're stoked to have you up here, and whenever you need to get some lunch or get ready for the heat or get one of the transition waves, you're more than welcome, and we'll have you back up anytime as Ibaya lays into her first turn and just getting caught a little bit behind that one, going for a carving cutback and falling off on that one. So very similar to your campaign on the lefts. So she'll regroup and channel her inner Justin Holland to make a strong comeback on the rights and the closeouts.
Yeah, I actually did like what she was trying to do there. She was trying to lay some full cable, mate, lay rail on those lefts. So I did enjoy what she was trying to do there, even on that last one, really trying to get that rail in the water. We'll take a look at the replay, and let's take a good look here. Nice bottom turn, nice paddle transition. That first turn was nice, and she held it together well. Got a little stuck, but this turn here, she knew what she wanted to do, and I love that aggression from Obala. That was perfect aggression. So don't be bummed on that one, Obala. Regroup. We've got Mason paddling back out for her final wave. Actually, it might be the final wave.
Yes.
Is it? Yeah, but look, aggressive surfing from Obala, and Mason about to show us what she's got on this next wave. And it's looking like, Andy, what's the schedule? Let's see Angie Jackson, the new pro wave for Nat. It's a nice little board, Anthony. I like the grips on those things. And there's a nice little wave. Hello, Miss Jackson. And paddling well, that lady at the moment. So I'm just going to see what she's got. She's going to bring some power to the pool from Australia. And Anthony, we're just waiting on Mason's wave. We'll wait for Mason's wave to come in, and then we'll talk about the schedule next. So Mason digging hard and stroking into this in a good position on this one. and just purling on the takeoff, unfortunately. But like as you said earlier, the lefts, some people are having a little trouble on the lefts. Myself would have been one of them. So Mason, don't be hard on yourself there. Just paddle back in, regroup, and get ready for the next sesh. Have a drink of water maybe, and we'll wait for some scores to come through. As we see, it looks like we're going to take a look at the replay here on the net. So let's have a look. As you see, Mason, swimmer, digging hard, and just there, she just purled a little bit on takeoff, and that was just unfortunate, but she's still got the rights and the closeout, so she'll paddle in, have a little drink of water, have a chat to her dad, and get a bit more advice, and she'll be raring to go. And as you can see, she's just walking in, nice little smile for the camera, and she'll prepare for the next wave. As we see Izzy Gomez, there's a shot of us in the background. Hey, how you going out there and on the net? And we're coming to you live from the Waterman League. Don't know what time it is, all over the place, but we're glad to have you online. As it looks like Izzy Gomez is lining up for her first left-hander.
Yep, she is, as Ibaya Moreno's regrouping down there. We've got a kind of a schedule update. So it looks like we're going to be finishing the women's round 1 at about 4:20. And then looks like the men's repit charge will be beginning at that time at 4:20. So 4 closeouts for each rider in the repit charge. We'll get back to that as we watch our surfer in blue, Izzy Gomez, your teammate.
Yeah, my teammate. Nice sort of turn there off the top, driving it back around into the foam and laying back and just coming unstuck there. And it's like Izzy's got a new wax job. That is like some seriously fluoro wax there, full pinky orangey colour. So nice wax job going on there, Izzy. And we'll wait for the replay and have a look at her her first wave. And I think she's riding a thruster, Anthony. Oh no, actually, I can just see there, it might be the quad. She might have gone back to the quad. Let's take a look here, Anthony. She just gets a little loose in the tail here. Watch, nice turn, just lost a little speed there, and then drives it on the inside rail for a roundhouse and just gets stuck in the foam.
Yeah, that first turn was a little dish panny and then got on rail for that second turn. Nice carving cut back into the white water. I was talking with Izzy Gomez earlier. I think she was going to surf the thruster on the lefts and then the quad for the rights and closeouts, or vice versa. But I know she was going, have a different strategy for each.
There you have it, mate. We've got a shot of the board, and by the look of it, one of those would be Izzy's, and I think Ibala's is one of those as well. But yeah, look, there's a thruster sitting there. So
Maddie's like, get that board out of here, Dan. This is a starboard shot right here. As we see starboard team, you got Zane Schweitzer having a laugh right there. Giorgio Gomez, James Casey's in the house. Band Roediger, they'll be coming up.
And we can see, yeah, it's so interesting tactics here. And Angie Jackson just lining herself up on her Fanatic. And we'll see this thing ramp up as Angela Jackson's going to drop into the ramp. And nice takeoff, nice composure. And just waiting for this thing to build up. Getting a little loose there on the section on the inside and just coming off the back. So, probably a few little nerves. She'll just compose herself, go back over and settle down, cool down, and wait for Izzy's next wave. And I love how there's Obala. Just yeah, she knows that her strong point, the rights are coming up, mate. So she's just relaxing. And what's cool about this is that you can watch your competitor take their wave and then go out and then try and smash them.
Yeah,
and as you see, Angie Jackson just sort of stalling on takeoff there and just losing the wave there at the end, but she'll get out there and give it a better dig. Scores coming through, Anthony.
So first score for Izzy Gomez, 3.0. Ibaya Moreno, 3.4 on your first wave, 3.3 on wave number 2, and a 3.7 was your highest scoring left. Mason Schremer, your highest scoring left was a 2.5. So we're making our way through the last heat of the women's first round before we get into the men's repit charge, which will be 4 closeouts for each rider, the best 2 scores counting, and then the highest 4 heat scores will be advancing, as we see Nicole and Sophia having a chat down there. after the men's repit charge, we will start the women's repit charge, which will be the same format, except 6 women will be fighting for 2 spots. And then we will get into the first half of the men's round of 16. But we're gonna run 2 heats together, man-on-man format, but we're only gonna go 2 waves on the lefts, 2 waves on the rights, 2 waves on the closeouts, and your best 2 scoring waves count regardless of the type of waves that Izzy is just laying into this one.
That was a way better turn, and as you can see, she's ended up in the same position as the last wave, but the first turn was really strong. She got the first turn totally on the money, and she's a little disappointed there on that second roundhouse, just laying back. But definitely a strong starting turn, as you can see. The local larrikin himself, Daniel Hughes from Huntington Beach, and the effervescent Zane Kakoa Padu Schweitzer. Kai Bates rocking the blue boardies there, and the ever cool, we're going to a replay, ever cool Bant Roediger and Giorgio Gomez. And here, Izzy Gomez on the replay. I love that turn, got a nice sort of slide on the first turn. Again, just maybe, I don't know, just losing a little speed when she's coming back in the bank off the whitewater.
Yeah, she got a 3.7 on that wave, so from one turn, that's a very good score. So the judges liking maybe if she sticks with that formula and, you know, rides out of that one. But, you know, we saw Izzy kind of looking a little disappointed after her second ride, but she is a very cagey competitor at a very young age, but she's able to keep her composure throughout heats. We saw her in Brazil coming back in the semis and in the finals. I remember her getting that 8-point ride against Aline in the semifinals late in the heat, so Izzy's very composed.
I think it was a semi, I was out in the water and she dropped 2 scores in 5 minutes. Literally like a 6 and a 5 to advance. Like, literally was in no man's land, as we see Angela Jackson, who is actually currently leading the World Series in the racing. So great, had 2 wins in Brazil. Here you see how versatile she is. She's here in the surfing event as well, transitioning down the line, this time staying with the wave. Just, she's having a little fun out there. You know, she's here for the racing, mate. She's, like I said, 2 wins, and but she's stoked to get out in the pool and try out the new Fanatic range. They just brought out a couple of new boards, and Angie's obviously one of their test pilots, and you know, a very strong start for Angela Jackson with two wins, and we're holding up the latest cover there of Sup World with our man from the fella from Cavella, Noah G there.
So shout out to Angie's parents who put out one of my favorite magazines.
Yes.
Just, you know, they've got really complete coverage, you know, action shots, not just the scenic, ooh, I'm paddling by, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's right, and we're just watching a replay here of Angela Jackson. You can see this time she knew she was losing speed, so you can see that beautiful paddle stroke that you see a lot of the time on the World Series, and then just like a stall. That was interesting, but yeah, Sup World, the crew in Australia, mate, they're very supportive of you know, stand-up paddleboarding, and very versatile with the stories they do, and you know, help promoting the sport of stand-up paddleboarding in Australia, and you know, pretty much Australia's leading SUP magazine. So great to have Noah G in a backhand barrel there, looking all nice and pretty. Great shot there on his Nash. So great to have a cover boy from overseas on the cover. It's a great magazine, and Angie and her partner Paul Jackson and that rocket around the world. So here goes Izzy Gomez on her final left, and nice paddle throw. Now that looks a little quicker this time, and then she's going to go around, and
same result. 3 waves, all very similar for Izzy, but again, we've got the rights and we've got the closeouts as well. So you know, very similar heat start to Ibaya Moreno as well, who is one of our she was 3rd place, I believe, in Brazil. So, you know, 2 of our top competitors here in these last 2 heats, you know, having a little bit of a struggle in their start of their campaign on their first 3 days, but plenty of time to regroup.
And here's the replay. I really like that first turn a little better. She whipped it round quicker, and I love the determination of Izzy Gomez. She actually got a lot closer to making that roundhouse cutback than the last 2 attempts, and it is very difficult on that inside with your body to get the rail of that board because you really have not a lot of space, and we are riding stand-up paddleboard. So maybe shortboarding, you can whip it round really quick, but on the left, there's not a lot of space, not a lot of time. So if you do have the speed to do that, you have to whip it around really quick and really hit it and get around it again to make it look like, you know, a functioning manoeuvre. So I like the determination of Izzy as Angie's back out the back. Again, we have got the rights and the closeouts, which are going to be strong feats for both Izzy and Abaya. So the girls using the left as some practice for maybe on later on in the round. She's looking at what she wants to do, and I mean, if it comes off, it's going to be a big score. And Angela Jackson paddling here, and this wave building up and stalling on the takeoff and just getting a little caught. She'll be a little unhappy that she didn't get down that one, but again, Angie Jackson gonna be able to take 3 rights and 3 closeouts, so no biggie, and she'll come in and regroup, have a drink of water, and watch the girls attack the right. So we'll wait for some scores to come up. The replay is coming to you from Turtle Bay, our friends over there in Hawaii, and here it is, Angie Jackson just getting caught in the lip, and she knew at that stage it was all over Red Rover for that one. And there it is, Angie Jackson paddling in. And we have Abaya paddling back out there, and she's opting for the thruster on her 7.4 Carbon Pro model starboard.
So Izzy Gomez, last wave of 3.9, that's your highest scoring wave on the lefts, and Angie Jackson, your second wave at a 1.7 will be your highest scoring wave on the left. So we'll have one transition wave and then move back into heat number 5, I believe. Yes, heat number 5. There's 6 total heats for the women. Ibaya Moreno versus Mason Schremer.
Yeah, and there we are, another shot of the boys commentating here, and yeah, into the repicharge round, and this is going to be super gnarly. Like, we've got some good surfers, 4 spots, and man, I'm looking at it going, again, you've got your heats, disregard that whole thing.
Yep.
We are literally surfing against the scoreboard, and I kind of like that because I forget who I'm surfing against, and I'm literally going to be trying to, I suppose, channel my inner froth.
Yes.
To create some of the craziest stuff that I've done today in the pool, which is not much. and here we have one of the lifeguards getting a little, he might have the tunes on. Yeah, he's out there like, yeah.
Of course he does. So let's throw out some names and try and pick out 4. So I'll throw a name, you throw a name, and then we got we got Casper Steinfest.
Yep.
We got Bant Roediger.
Right. Well.
We got Benoit Carpentier, Noah Janela.
Yeah. Connor Baxter, Remy Coulic from France.
Dylan Frick and Dave Muir.
Lucas Medeiros, James Casey.
Kai Bates and Kieran Taylor.
Wow. Myself, Justin Holland, Eric Terrain from France.
Daniel Big Air Hughes and Jake Big Air Jensen.
Big Air Jensen, yeah, and Alex Danielle from France and Paul Jacko Jackson from Australia.
And Giorgio, I am the man Gomez with Leonard Nika from Italy. So you try and pick 4 names out of there.
Well,
you'll pick one, Justin Holland.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick one. And hey Dylan, there's
Dylan's on the screen. He's watching the webcast on his phone right now. So we got Paul Jackson up there looking at the shots of Angie. Benoit Carpentier, who's at Point Nike. Yeah, Point Nike.
Hey guys.
You're the man. Look, these guys are sitting pretty, getting ready for, they get to skip the repicharge round.
Yeah, that's, yeah. Well, some of those guys will come up in the repicharge round, but everyone's starting to, it's going to be an exciting night. I think by the time we start, we're going to fade into darkness again. And as you see, Kyo Vars and Ian Vars Ian surfing with a GoPro, trying to film Kyo, as you can see, a few bunny hops, and
he didn't get the shot. He was way too far behind on that one.
But that's cool. The boys getting a little warm-up wave. The Brazilian guys are always got their phones or something out and getting a shot for their Instagram or their Facebook. And here we see Kyo finishing that one, and we're going to go into the right-handers with Mason Swimmer looking ready to go out. It's Obaya's going out first, and interesting to see what she's going to come up with. But yeah, look, the men's repit charge is a gnarly little setup. Judges are going to have to be watching very closely because I think what we're going to see from some of the guys could be some exciting surfing.
Brothers Vaz right there, walking up the beach. Yeah, guys. So they're both stoked into the round number 2. They don't have to make their way through the repit charge. Both surfing very well in round 1.
Yeah, both art and surf guys, and they're well supported there from Art and Surf in Brazil, and it's great to have them on tour. And Kaio, like, having an amazing year with 2 wins. It's just phenomenal, and really has a stranglehold on this world tour at the moment. And he'll be a smiling assassin, I like to call him.
Yes.
Here we have Obaya at the back waiting, and Mason inside. Just got a board over, as I said earlier, making sure the wax doesn't melt, staying cool and ready to attack.
I'm going out on a limb, and I'm picking one of these 20 competitors to make it into the round of 16. And I'm going to go with Justin Holland from Australia is going to make it. Here we have Ibaya Moreno on her first ride.
Wow.
She's trying to better her scores on the lefts. Ibaya with a lot of speed, showing commitment on that turn, just getting a little bit behind, but 2 very nice aggressive turns.
Yeah, well, that first turn from Obaya was full commitment on rail, and I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that was the nicest first turn I've seen from one of the ladies at the moment. Obviously a lot of rounds to go, but that was a really nice first turn. Second turn, we'll wait for the replay, gets a little stuck in the second turn, but recovers nicely. Only 2 manoeuvres, but 2 strong manoeuvres, Anthony, and I think the judges might be impressed with that first turn.
Yeah, and then like we talked about, just at least she got a full, complete wave with 2 good turns, and now she can try and better each of her turns. So we see this first turn on the Turtle Bay replay that you like, showing all her fins right there, and just completely on rail, committed, right back into the pocket there. That was beautiful.
Great timing and aggression on that first turn, and as you can see, she's trying to replicate the same turn. It really does, and great. Actually, you know what? That was a great wave there from Ibaya, a real committed surfing and 2 aggressive turns. And the judges were commenting earlier in the week that they want to see commitment and control and obviously speed, power, and flow. But that wave had nearly all of it.
Yeah, definitely had all those components, and she linked those turns together nicely as well.
Didn't really get like 4 turns to the beach, so to speak, but I think 2 really strong turns. So, look, I'm going out on the limb and going to say the judges may reward that.
Yeah, I think so. Those were, as we see, Mason Schremer starting her campaign on the rights. You can see that wave just jacking up right next to the wall. Mason on her starboard. Very nice turn for Mason Schremer coming up on turn number 2. Yeah, just coming down on that one, but Ibaya inspiring Mason Schremer right there. So.
Well, that's it. Right away, you see the 2 ladies standing there, both competing, and Mason a little bit younger than Ibaya, and definitely going to be watching and learning. Newcomer to the Stand Up World Tour, and great to have her. And she's there competing with a 5-time world windsurf champion, and you know what? Probably a contender this year, Ibaya Moreno. She is surfing really well and looking red hot on these rights, mate.
Yeah, and Ibaya is very impressive on the closeouts as well. I know she impressed me at Huntington Beach last year. Maybe didn't advance as far as she would have liked, but she had some of the most committed turns, even some of the ones that she didn't make. So run us through Mason's one.
Yeah, just a little slashing turn, and then using a paddle, gets a little deep on that turn and just gets a little stuck, and the white water hits her and she just comes off. But right idea, she attacked it straight up. So she's sort of watched Ibaya's first wave and gone, I've got to attack it straight up, and did well to come out of that first little turn with speed to attack the second one. But her next wave will definitely improve on that one, I can guarantee you, as Ibaya now just doing her little, I suppose, time lap. She knows when the wave's coming, and she's balancing at the staircase, just doing a little 360, and then she's heard something, and there you have it, and she's right on the money spot to take off into this one. Nice bottom turn again. Not as committed on the first turn, but throws the paddle to the inside. A little loose on the fins, but paddle throw to the inside, makes it, and then kind of just rides out of it. So a little variation in that wave there from Ibarra.
Yeah, I like that one, and you saw her smile at the end of that wave. She was having fun out there. She knows her first wave was very committed. We're still waiting scores for her on that one. So Ibaya just finishing up her second scoring ride on the rights, and Mason Schremer will make her way out. And then each competitor will have one more wave on the rights, and then we go to Izzy Gomez and then Angie Jackson on the rights, and then the coveted closeout section.
Coveted closeout. We'll just take a look at the replay here for the viewers at home. And I really like this bottom turn. She's using the paddle, so she lent on the paddle, then really snaps it in the pocket, just gets a little caught, and then she realizes, you know what, throw the paddle to the inside, a little off balance there, but then whips it right round and gets a nice tail slide and rides, I'm going to say rides out of that.
Yeah, she rode out
and then kicked out.
And you can see the paddle was actually, sorry, the leash was caught on her paddle and her hand at the same time, and she was still able to ride out, showing some variety.
And the scores will drop pretty soon here, and I'm very interested to see Avala's first wave as Mason sets herself near the wall, and such a strange view to have yourself against the wall waiting for a wave to come through.
So the scores are locking in on our computers right now, as we have a 6.0 for Ibaya Moreno's first wave and a 4.5 for wave number 2. Mason Schremer, your first wave was a 2.7, so that's your highest scoring wave in your heat so far, as Mason's taking off right now.
Yeah, drops in. Similar turn, nice little slashing turn of the pocket, just iron down the line, and wow, that was nearly, I'm going to say, to the point replay of her second wave.
Christian, are you guys sure that wasn't a replay of her wave number 1? That was carbon copy, first turn the same, second turn the same, and fell off the exact same way. I think she needs to lean a little more forward on that second turn to be able to ride out of that one. But we're just having good fun up here, Justin. Thanks for coming up and hanging out for a little while. So let's watch the replay of the replay.
The replay of the replay, same thing. Nice little check fade at the top, a nice little slash, and she just probably, you know, if anything, probably waits a second too long and burns a little bit too much speed off. So maybe on the next wave she'll project down the line more and then attempt that turn. But great attempt again at what she wants to do. She's obviously knows exactly what she wants to show the judges. So Mason will, we've got Zane Schweitzer on the inside there. You can't quite see it, but he's doing a little bit of coaching, which is a great thing. A lot of our starboard riders give each other encouragement, and if we see something that maybe need to be addressed, we let them know. So Mason, your last ride just came in at a 3.0, so you know, a couple of points, you know, hundredths of a point better than your last wave. So she'll build up on the next ride and obviously improve, hopefully. And Ibala, she's there with a 6.0 and a 4.5 for the last one. So a 6-point ride is a nice ride.
As you see Ibaya go down and then get back up very quickly, knowing the wave is approaching. So nearly missed it, but manages to recover. And sometimes that little stretch of adrenaline helps you execute some aggressive maneuvers. We'll see how it works for Ibaya with a nice on-rail turn. And I'm not sure if that's going to better her first wave. Her first wave was just so crisp and clean.
Yeah, definitely. It was fast, and that one there was just, I think probably she just fell off of the takeoff and then got up really quick. Probably put her off slightly, and just wasn't 100% on that first turn, which kind of set the wave up to be always behind the 8 ball, mate. As we know, timing is everything on this wave. But you know, look, she's very strong in the closeouts. She's coming in. She'll hold her head up high because she knows she's just landed a 6 on the right, so she'll compose herself and get straight back out there. But Mason's paddling back out, so we'll take a look at the replay and of Ibala's last wave, and looking very similar to every other ride. Nice strong bottom turn. Nice turn, just actually taken a little bit too far into the whitewater. Losing time there. Second turn, slashing it off the top. I didn't mind that turn, but just a little bobble at the bottom there. Great surfing, no less, and she's going to finish off literally on dry concrete as we see Izzy Gomez
So that
paddling out.
That first wave that Ibaya got on her first turn, she cut back right into the pocket perfectly. The second one, she maybe didn't cut back enough, so was trying to compensate on the third wave on her first turn, and then went too far back. So lucky, she's very stoked that she got that 6.0 to start.
6, that's right. And here we have Mason paddling for this lovely looking right-hander, and here she is. Nice little slashing turn again, sticking with it. She's building up some speed, and she's slashed another turn, and this time makes it. So well done, Mason, holding her form to the beach and really completing that wave, which was great. She had 2 very similar waves. She just come unstuck on the last wave, but that was great surfing from Mason. Thumbs up to Dad, and running in. She'll be waiting for the closeouts now as we see Izzy Gomez paddling out to the lineup as we do a nice wide pan here. Wind definitely picking up as the day goes by. Izzy just sneaking around the corner there, and she'll prepare for the closeouts. Oh, sorry, my apologies, not the closeouts, the rights. But here's a replay of Mason, and nice bottom turn, just a nice little check slash in the pocket. Really got on her mind that she wants to make this next turn, and tight in the pocket, whips it round, and bends her knees, beautifully controlling the board, and you know, great composure to hold that wave, Mason. And Izzy's out the back, waiting for her next wave. So we have Ibaya's last score on the right coming through at a 6.0 as well. So, you know, great score there for Ibaya. And Mason, you landed a 3.7. So that was your highest score on the right. So well done, both girls. And they'll go into the closeouts looking hungry to show some aggression in the pool and bring power to the pool, as I say to Izzy Gomez as she takes off. And this is a nice looking wave, and she whips it round. Little tail slide, using the paddle again, slashes in the pocket, does really well to hold it, and just brings it in. So 2 slashing opening turns from Izzy Gomez, and hasn't got her hair wet yet either. So great surfing from Izzy. She'll be looking to go a lot harder on the next wave and show us a lot more spray. Okay, so we're looking at Izzy Gomez there, just paddling back out as Angela Jackson gets set for another wave. And it's great to have the camera crew around the pool. We might have an interview for you very shortly. We're going to cross right now to Ibaya Moreno down there on the beach. Take it away, guys.
Having a lot of fun here. The wave is tricky, but I think I'm doing okay. I get the closeouts now, which I think are more fun than the left or the rights, and let's see how it goes for my hit. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ibaya. That was great. And she's living in the Canary Islands these days, and organises a lot of stand-up and windsurf events over there. She's very involved in the surf community, and great to have her on tour. And beautiful smile, and looking for big things from Ibaya this event as we see Angie Jackson stroking into the next beautiful looking right-hander on her Fanatic Sup. Just getting caught on the takeoff, and wow, well, that was really close to the wall for Angie, so she'll be looking to get back out there and get another one after that. And as you can see, we've got Mason and her dad down there just talking about what she's going to do in the closeouts, and that's the pool creator guy Mike down there. Hey Mike, on the radio. How are you, buddy? Doing a good job? Yeah, mate. He's the man that sets the pool up and has the waves coming left, right, and closeouts. So we'll go to a replay here on the net as Izzy makes her way back out, and Angela Jackson there, just at the top of this wave, late drop in with the float, and just comes unstuck at the end of that, but was really close to the wall. So Angie will be looking to get out there and really paddle a little harder onto the next one and get a score on the board. on the rights. As we can see, Izzy Gomez just paddling out, and we have a score for Izzy's first wave. It was a 4.5, Izzy, a 4.5 your first wave, and Angie 0.5. So obviously Angie will do better on the next one and post a good score. So Izzy Gomez just getting in the zone. She's doing her little routine of waiting for the wave to come. She's just doing a slow turn, which I like. She's lining up with the stairs. She knows where she's got to be, and getting set for the pull to drop and the action to begin. It is intense sitting in the pool, and a really fun thing that we all get to do here at the Wadi Adventure Pools. Great to be here. I know it's probably getting pretty hot out there. We've got Zane Schweitzer on the inside watching Izzy as she's about to ramp into this one. And nice slash off the top, using the paddle again with another nice turn. A lot of speed and flow in this wave, and going a little bit vertical on that turn on the inside. So that was a great wave for Izzy, and all smiles because there was a lot of flow, a lot of speed, and some aggression. I was really impressed with that wave. We'll wait for the Turtle Bay replay as Izzy looks to Zane for some words of advice. I don't think there was much more you could have done with that, Izzy. There's some great surfing, and you see Angie paddling back out. There's Izzy. Yeah, she's like, yeah, it was okay. But we're going to the replay, Turtle Bay replay here. And as you can see, Izzy in the perfect spot. You can see she just moves her feet back, plants her back foot right in the tail, which allows her then to stomp this slashing turn. Stays in front of the foam with speed this time, leans on the paddle from rail to rail surfing, and carves it really aggressive on that last turn. You can see she's still in the power source, and then whips it straight up into a nice little finishing re-entry. And I think the judges are going to be really happy with that surfing. And we'll wait for scores to drop. As you see, one of the lifeguards there. And there it is, Izzy Gomez, 6.8. That's a 6.8 for Izzy Gomez. So a great score for her second wave on the right-handers. And we have Angela Jackson sitting out the back waiting for the wave to start. So great exchange there from Izzy Gomez, and I love the aggression and the power to the pool. And here we have Angela Jackson stroking, and this time making the drop, bottom turning, just using the paddle to slow down. She's going to whip it back into the foam, but maybe just slowing down a little bit too much there, but made the drop on that one. So good work, Ange. Still got another one to come, so she'll regroup. The pool's nice and cool, and she'll be looking to get a better score on the board on the next wave. So we have a replay coming up, brought to you by our friends at Turtle Bay, which is great. Angie Jackson this time, she moved back there to make the drop, just stood on the tail, stalled a little bit too much there, just got a little caught. When you go to the replay, just shows that she went back on the tail a little bit too much, which kind of did a mid-face stall and lost the wave. So scores dropping in for Angie, 1.4 for your last wave, Angie. A little bit of an improvement, but I'm sure the next one we'll see you ride it to the inside and post a good score on these rides. As you can see, the competitors looking out to the lineup, and you can see all beach chairs and shade. So we're just waiting for Izzy Gomez's next wave. And really exciting to be here, considering this is the first World Tour surf event in a pool for stand-up paddleboarding, surfing, and exciting to be a part of it, making history here, the Waterman League, and great to have all our sponsors on board and being able to send all the athletes to all the events as this beautiful looking right hand is ramping up. And I don't know why I keep saying that, but here it is, Izzy Gomez, lovely slashing turn off the top, and again, a lot of speed, nice carving turn, still in front, whips it up there, and a nice finish. And Anthony Valla, I'm going to say that the second turn on that wave was stronger than her last second turn on her last wave as she walks up the beach. To me, here in the booth, it threw a lot more spray, and a little smile there from Izzy, whips the leggy off and over the head.
Yeah, she liked that one.
She did. She knew that was a good one, and I think we're going to go to the replay and let's have a look. Eyeing the section off, mate. Very similar to a first turn, Anthony, but this is the turn I like.
So you're off the bottom and just extending with her back foot right there. And that is some beautiful back foot extension and really getting her tail out in front of her nose, completely turning the board around, whipping it back for one more turn to finish it off. So
yeah, that was some great serving from Izzy, and that second turn really was aggression. And as we've been hashtagging power to the pool, that was power to the pool from Izzy Gomez, and I think we'll be very interested to see what her next score is as Angie Jackson is awaiting her final ride of the rights. And I haven't been outside for a while, Anthony. I'm a little scared to go back out there, mate. I know that it looks hot, and I am a white boy. And as you know, I burn pretty easy. So it's looking hot out there, hot and windy as Angela Jackson. This will be interesting. She's away from the wall on this one. And I like that strategy because she's got into it a little cleaner, and we're seeing her ride her first proper wave to the inside with a couple of small transition turns.
Yeah. Angie Jackson laying down some of the better turns that we've seen her make in this event. So well done, Angie Jackson there. And anytime you want to get some food, Justin, if you haven't eaten yet, you need to start thinking about your heat as well. But I think it's really not unfair, but you have an advantage getting a chance to look at the replays and really, see the timing, both good and bad for each of the competitors.
Yeah, definitely. It's been great watching the Turtle Bay replay up here as we're going to the replay on Fanatic Team rider Angie Jackson. This time she's away from the wall, and I think it worked for her because she got out in front of the wave, and just some small little transition turns. She'll be pretty happy with that. She finished. Obviously not going to be, up where Izzy's scoring, but I think, she progressed on those last three waves. She worked out that maybe she was too close to the wall, getting a little hung up, and she completed a wave. So great serving from Angie, and mate, we're setting up for the closeouts. I'm going to, switch off and maybe go get some pasta. We've got some great food supplied here by the Wadi Adventure Park and the Waterman League. So I'll sign out. Thanks, mate, for the opportunity to be up here again.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Justin. And you're the one guy I'm picking to make out of this 20. The three, we'll have to figure it out. So we're going to go down to Izzy Gomez down on the beach.
Great stuff.
Hold on. Right. Well, the heat was good. I didn't do as well as I wanted to on the lefts, and I got a couple pretty good rights, so hopefully I'm bettering my scores on that. And with the tides and everything, it's just but this wave's super fun, and it's really rippable, and I've chosen to ride a bit more of a fatter board just because it's less buoyancy, but I felt good and it was fun.
Why do you like the consistent
The what?
The consistent playing ground in the same way?
Well, I don't know. I think it's cool because once you get it like a solid wave, then you can kind of play around with it, and you can try different things for the closeout. You can do a turn, then try to do an air or something, and it's really cool to see all the different variety of maneuvers that people are doing.
Thank you.
Of our last event, Izzy posting a 7.6 on her final right hand scoring wave. That's the highest wave score that we've seen today in round one. But we do have the coveted closeout section coming up. So Ibai Moreno is going to be attacking the closeout first, followed by Mason Schremmer. And then we'll finish out round one of the women with Izzy Gomez and Angie Jackson on their closeouts. So we see on screen, we just changed screen, we got Nicole Pacelli talking about what she saw out there. I love the hand movements from all of our surfers, and then Jan Vosch hanging out. He's got his iPhone. He's got some great clips on his phone. Then you see in the background, you got Mike talking with the Indian Ocean Paddle Sports guy down there. Marshall, give us a wave, Marshall. Yeah. So I'd like to thank Indian Ocean Paddle Surf, also New Advance Boards, of course Starboard and Nash, longtime supporters of the Stand-Up World Tour, JP Australia, Fanatic, Maestro, also Rogue and Corbin as well. And thank you to Tristan Boxford and the Waterman League, everyone working really hard out there. We've also got Arden Surf and Big Sup, Hookah Patch, Body Glove, and Indian Ocean Paddle Surf. So thanks to all of our patrons out there helping keep this tour progressing every single year. Starting off with the first event in Turtle Bay for the women, Sunset Beach for the men. Then we were down in Alagoas in Brazil. And now we are here at the Wadi Adventure Wave Pool in El Ain in the United Arab Emirates. We're excited to be here. Watching a fantastic display of surfing, stand-up paddle surfing. So Ibaya Moreno is setting up for her first closeout. She's going to be going right on her forehand. She's a regular foot surfer. And Matty Schweitzer just always working hard down there on the camera. He's filming Ibaya Moreno's first closeout wave. She takes off a little bit away from the wall, carves back into the white water, and decides to jump off on that wave. So as you can see, both in the men's and women's division, this is not an easy wave to surf. You think, oh, it's a wave pool, the wave is the same every single time, but we just heard from Justin Holland, who was up here in the booth, and he was explaining how it's like being in the starting gates at a race where we're gonna watch Ibaya's wave. So she goes for a nice carving cutback, and from her rail-to-rail transition, she just falls down. As we see a shot of Mason Schrimmer. So just to update you with scores from heat number 6, Izzy Gomez's last score was a 7.6 to go with her 3.9 highest scoring left. Angie Jackson, highest scoring left 1.7, highest scoring right 3.0. And Mason Schrimmer, her highest scoring left was Ibaya Moreno, highest scoring left was a 3.7, highest scoring right was a 6.0. As she begins her closeout section, Ibaya, your first score was a 1.6. And Mason Schrimmer with a 2.5 and a 3.4 on the lefts and rights respectively. So they're setting up the Nash tent down there, getting a little bit of extra shade for the boys. It's Dave Muir down there enjoying the shade, getting ready for his repicharge round. He'll be coming up in heat number 4, surfing with Dylan Frick. But right now we have Mason Schrimmer. You can see her foot placement getting right on the pad there, a couple of S turns. And Mason committing to a closeout maneuver right there. Very nice maneuver by Mason. She unfortunately didn't ride out of it, but Mason's been progressing each and every day on the closeouts. It was a little bit intimidating in the first couple of sessions. She was doing turns a little bit before the oncoming section, and in speaking with some of the other girls, they were kind of saying, no, Mason, you're surfing good. You got to hit that section. So You see her just setting it up. You can see where her eyes are eyeing that lip down the road. And I think she just did one too many S-turns and perhaps didn't have enough speed to hit off that section. See Zane Schweitzer down there. With Carl down there eating an ice cream. I believe that's a Magnum. Those things are delicious. So Zane Schweitzer with that signature necklace that was given to him by his mom upon graduation. So very, very important family sort of thing. Schweitzer family, one of the incredible families in water sports. Matty Schweitzer is a phenomenal surfer himself. Getting some waves out there at Jaws Piahi this year as well. Ibaya Moreno setting up for her second closeout. So Izzy's checking out the clip of her 7.6. She's probably watched it. I would have watched it like 50 times. She's like, yep, 52. So you see Ibaya turning and burning. And just missing that wave. And you see on the right, the wind is blowing a lot more. The wind's coming from, as we look at the back of the pool, the wind is coming from the left of the screen. So it's blowing right into the takeoff area on the right. And we saw Candace Appleby miss a wave, and Ibaya Moreno has missed a wave, and a couple of guys yesterday missed waves on that right when it was windy. But you can see the flags there. That wind is blowing, again, like I said, right into the takeoff area for the rights. So it's a very tense takeoff area. As this contest continues to progress through the rounds, I'm more and more excited that I'm not down there having to wait around in that takeoff area and have all the pressure that happens when you are attempting to not just catch the wave, but you've got to surf it really well as well. So Ibaya is going to paddle back to the beach and get ready for her final closeout attempt. And I know Ibaya has been going big. She's had some of the most aggressive and progressive closeout maneuvers of this contest in the warm-up time. So she's gonna really regroup and attempt for a final closeout wave, but she's got a 6.0 on her right. So if she can get a score in the 6-point range or higher, it's gonna have her sitting pretty going into the skipping the repit charge round, going straight into the quarterfinals. So we've got Nicole looking good into the quarterfinals, and Alina Adisaka, Caroline Anjabou, Candace Appleby. Those are our top 4 surfers so far. In 5th is Olivia Piana. In 6th, Miley Tahar, as we see Mason Schremer on her second closeout. So she's not S-turning, she did one turn there, and now hitting the closeout section. Yeah, Mason! Excellent attempt by Mason Schremer right there. So she's really progressed a lot in these last couple of days, and even though she didn't land that, you have to be stoked for Mason that she's going for it on this closeout section. That first turn that she did was very nice, and then set it up perfectly. Her timing was good, and you know, just perhaps a little bit too far back on her heels. Let's look and see on this Turtle Blade replay what happened on Mason's second turn. So you see her just, that was a good first turn, one of her better first turns, and then goes off the top. I think maybe trying to go too vertical. She should go a little bit more horizontal and just do a floater across the section there. So Mason Schremer with a valiant attempt right there. She'll have one more chance, as will Ibaya Moreno. So there's Ibaya preparing for her final wave in round 1. So Ibaya making her way out. She's trying to build better a 3.7, which will add to her 6.0, which was her highest scoring right. As Mason Schrimmer has her starboard upside down, taking the advice of Justin Holland to keep the wax a little bit more sticky and not slippery. So Mason Schrimmer, your last wave was a 2.5, so the judges really like that first turn for Mason with a 2.5. If she can land a closeout maneuver, that'll be very exciting as we see Baya Moreno paddling into this one. Setting it up nice, she's in great position for this closeout section. And she hits it beautifully, riding out nice and smooth. So Baya with a little setup maneuver, and earlier Justin Holland was talking about the percentages, and you know, you can't go 100% on each wave. You maybe have to scale it down a little bit to make sure that you land maneuvers. So we saw Baya making sure that she was going to have a completed ride for her closeout section with a couple of throwaway scores previously. So here we are on a Turtle Bay replay. Baya Moreno just casually dropping into this one and coming off the top, throwing some spray. She's got a nice carving first turn. And then times it nice, hits the lip, rides down with it, and she'll take her jersey off, rehydrate, and see what the rest of the girls do in these remaining closeout sections. So we've got Mason Schrimmer on her last attempt, and then we will have 6 more waves for the women to complete round 1. There you see Angie Jackson, Fanatic rider, and the leader in the Stand-Up World Series, so we'll be looking for her racing at Yas Marina later this week. We've got one more day of contest here at Wadi Adventure Park, finishing up tomorrow, making our way through the round of 16 for the men, and then getting into the quarters, semis, and finals for both the men and the women. So the format will change a little bit after this first round. The repicharge rounds will all be 4-wave attempts at the closeouts, and your top 2 will count. Here we have Mason Schrimmer paddling in to her final wave. Mason checking the first turn, and here she is eyeing the lip and hitting the lip, almost riding out of that one. That was Mason's best attempt right there, so Mason's got to be stoked. Even though she didn't land it, she was charging out there. So Mason, well done on the closeout section, and you will be most likely surfing in the repicharge round. We will await official results, but you'll have more attempts at that closeout section, Mason, so you're going to land one of those, and you are going to be so stoked. So hopefully your dad, Mike, will get the shot. You know the great part about surfing? You don't even have to land the maneuvers to get the shot. So there you see Candace Appleby talking with Mason. Oh, high five from her dad. Her dad's stoked. She's just out here getting experience. Mason's like, yeah, no big deal. I charge. Didn't you see me at Turtle Bay? Just 13 years old, and I was taking 10-foot waves on the head. So here's Mason's final attempt. You see her eyeing the lip. And she times it really good, but instead of floating down with this section, she was attempting a turn as well, and maybe should have just kind of went with the floater and stayed more horizontal. But who am I to second guess any of these competitors? I'm sitting up here in the air conditioning, enjoying the Turtle Bay replays, getting a chance to see all the action live and replayed in regular motion, slow motion. So we've completed heat number 5 and working our way through heat 6 now with Izzy Gomez first in blue, who will be up and riding. Izzy is currently holding the highest score of the day for the women with a 7.6. To go with her 3.9 highest scoring left. Izzy paddling into this one, checking her first turn, setting up, pumping down the line using her paddle, and making sure she completes that one. We've seen Izzy go a lot bigger, but again, it's such a strategic event here where you really have to think about what you're going to do and make sure that you can complete maneuvers and then start to build on that. So now Izzy's got a solid wave under her belt for the closeout, and she can go a little bit bigger on attempts number 2 and 3. So she just checked that first turn, and then very nice looking, smooth and controlled rebound off the water at the end. So Izzy Gomez sporting that new wax job there. And we'll go right to the replay, the Turtle Bay replay, as we see her paddling in with the paddle on her toe side, and then she does a little check turn there. You can see her pumping. And then a well-timed wave. She threw some spray off the closeout as well, and she'll prepare for her next 2 waves. And it's just, Matty Schweitzer, he cares so much. Like, he runs from the camera, but then he probably saw 1 or 2 little small things that can help Izzy and runs out to the water to let her know. And it's just so nice to see somebody like Matty, who's got so much experience behind the camera, but also as a phenomenal surfer in his own right. Matty making the trek with his brother to all the events, and we're stoked to have him as Angie Jackson sets up for her first closeout. So Angie is perfectly balanced back there on her Fanatic board and paddle. She's trying to keep her board straight, switching sides of the paddle as she strokes into this one, using her race speed right there to make sure she catches this wave as she sets up and just does a turn before the whitewater, again making sure that she gets a completed wave, and now she has 2 more attempts to build on that score that she will receive for that wave. So we're into the final 2 waves for Izzy Gomez and Angie Jackson, and the scores are dropping on the computer right now. So Ibaya Moreno, last score in the closeout was a 5.5 to go with your 6.0. So Ibaya Moreno, total heat score 11.5. Mason Schremer, highest score on the closeout and the left were both 2.5. So we're going to drop one of those 2.5s to go with her 3.4. Mason Schremer, total heat score of 5.9. So Ibaya Moreno with a 6 and a 5.5 on the right and the closeout respectively, for a total heat score of 11.5. And we are awaiting our leaderboard to update on the computer as well. So we've got some amazing electronics up here that is just, the scores lock in, the leaderboard updates, it all happens right in front of me here with this computer. I've got the leaderboard, I've got scores. So it looks like Ibaya Moreno is in a good position. She's currently in 5th. Candace App will be maintaining 4th. We have in 3rd place Caroline Anjabou, in 2nd Aline Adisaka, and in 1st place so far Nicole Pacelli with a 14.0 total heat score. So you see Izzy Gomez balanced perfectly right next to the wall. And there she is paddling. Getting in 5 strokes, setting up for her closeout. Goes a little more aggressive on turn number 1. And then boosting on turn 2. Unfortunately, nosediving, but that's a great formula for a high score right there, Izzy Gomez. That first turn, very committed and smooth, and a great transition into the closeout. So Izzy will try to time that finishing maneuver a little bit better on her 3rd and final attempt, but that first turn, a lot more aggressive than her first wave. And then with turn number 2, the money turn, she went huge, but unfortunately just nosediving a little bit and coming off of her board, but Izzy surfed well on that wave. So again, women will be surfing for the to try and get into one of the top 6 positions that will advance directly into the quarterfinals. They'll be surfing one-on-one, person-on-person. Izzy checking the nose of her board, making sure that it handled that impact. So we've got Angie Jackson preparing for her second right into the closeout section. So we've seen, of the 12 women, we've seen 11 girls going on the right for the closeout, and the lone goofy footer, Sophia Bartlow, on the left. But right now we have Angie Jackson, again using her paddle speed to get into this one, dropping down with lots of speed, and just a little bit late on that turn, but very aggressive. Izzy Gomez, first score on the closeouts was a 4.2. So first score, 4.2, and your second score was a 3.7. So 3.7, it's a great score for that first turn and second turn attempt. Angie Jackson, first score 1.3. So Izzy Gomez trying to add to her 7.6. So far, her next highest score is a 4.2, which will give her a total heat score of 11.8, which, if she does not better any of her scores, will put her into 4th place, just ahead of Candice Appleby. Candice will move to 5th, and that would push Elia Moreno into 6th. So we are awaiting Izzy Gomez's last wave, but if she can better a 4.2, she can move all the way up in the rankings. So that update that I gave you was on her scores that she's posted already, and she still has one more wave to go. Last of yellow, 1.1, Angie Jackson, last wave 1.1. So our last waves for Izzy Gomez and Angie Jackson coming up. So that takeoff area, as we see, and you can see the turbulence there. It's not flat. There's all those little holes you see on screen. Those are, the water is going in and out of there as the waves, you know, rise up and then recede. So you can tell how much water is moving around before these waves come. But Izzy balanced perfectly, and she now is laying into her final wave. Good first turn, and we'll see what she's got turn number 2. Doesn't go quite as aggressive, but still a very, very, very nice second turn. And I'm going to say that's going to better Izzy Gomez's campaign. So she is trying to add on to her 7.6. And that first turn was, again, very aggressive, a little bit more aggressive than her 4.2. And then she came up off the white water with a lot of speed and a lot of commitment. So we'll see what the judges think. So Izzy Gomez watching this, we're watching Izzy Gomez on the replay. So you can see that back foot extension again on that first turn, and then she uses paddle and hopping of the board to get up and over the lip, very well timed. You can see her coming down nice and smooth and controlled, bending her knees and absorbing the impact of the whitewater meeting the flat part of the wave. So well-ridden wave by Izzy. And she's looking to, again, better her 4.2. So Izzy Gomez, last wave a 5.8. So Izzy Gomez, a 5.8. So you do, in fact, better your heat total. So 5.8 to go with a 7.6. I've got to get my fingers out and do the math on that one. So that's a 13.4. So Izzy Gomez looking like she's going to advance into the quarterfinal round in second place. So this next round, the quarterfinal round, is going to be reseeded and shuffled according to their scores. as Angie Jackson paddles into her last wave. So Angie coming off the top right there, approaching the whitewater section. Nice wave. So Angie managed to get 2 turns on that wave, so I think that might better her previous 1.3. And that will conclude the women's round 1 of surfing for today. So we'll wait for the computer to update the leaderboard, but unofficially, it will be official very soon. Unofficially, we have advancing into the quarterfinals. In first, Nicole Pacelli with a 14.0. In second place, Izzy Gomez with a 13.4. We're gonna continue on with these updates after the Turtle Bay replay, watching Angie Jackson turning her Fanatic board right there. See her eyeing the closeout section. And then meeting the whitewater right there and almost falling, but manages to ride out of that one. Angie's gotta be stoked with that.
Did you call the first 2 repechage heats?
So first 2 heats for the men. After this closeout wave, you will be in the water. Kasper Steinfeld from Denmark, Bant Roediger from Hawaii. That's heat number 1. Also will be in the water is Benoit Carpentier from France and Noah Janela from Hawaii.
It should be
So,
It's only 4 closeouts each, so we just go.
oh, 1 heat at a time. Okay, so just to update you guys, it's just 4 closeout waves, so we're gonna just do 1 heat at a time. Best 2 waves count. So Kasper Steinfeld, Bant Roediger, make your way out. Your heat will begin after this 1 transition wave. So we've got Kasper Steinfeld in blue, Bant Roediger from Hawaii in yellow. That will be our first heat of 10 in the men's repechage round. They will get 4 attempts at closeouts. Top 2 scores will count. And the top 4 surfers will move into round number 2 for the men. That's a round of 16 surfers. And then we will get into the quarterfinals, semis, and finals. So, men's repechage round, beginning with Kasper Steinfeld. Bant, you're gonna need to be in yellow. Bant Roediger should be in a yellow jersey. So Bant, you're on wave number 2, so you got a little bit of time. If someone could help Bant out and maybe run down a jersey to the water's edge for him. So Kasper Steinfeld. Steinkop Productions. Hopefully they're all watching Kasper trying to make his way into the round of 16. So Kasper.
With us on tour, had a great event at Sunset Beach. Missed the Alagoas Pro and is here for stop number 3. The Abu Dhabi All-Stars, part of the Stand Up World Tour. You can follow us on Instagram at Stand Up World Tour. Stand Up World Series will start next week. Sorry, we'll start in a couple days. It's this week, and we'll have some exciting race action from Yas Marina, just near the Formula One racetrack. So it looks like Bant's going to be going on the rights. So he's got 4 attempts. So we're going to get through this repicharge round pretty quickly, as we don't have to switch the pool from rights to lefts in closeout. So we're going to run through 10 heats of men and 3 heats of women. And then we'll start the first half of the men's round 16. But first, Bant Roediger paddling into this one. Driving off the bottom, swooping off the top. Very aggressive first turn. Let's see him get his board speed up. And just mistimed that one, so Bant opting to go for an aggressive first turn. Then you've got to regroup very quickly in order to get your board speed up for that final closeout maneuver. So Bant keeping his board upside down, making sure his wax is sticky, so his feet can stay on. So we'll watch a Turtle Bay replay of Bant's first wave as he paddles in.
Very nice compact turn, and then, like many of our competitors, a little bit caught at the top of the lip on his very aggressive first turn, and then it took a little bit too long perhaps for him to regain composure, to get enough board speed up to attack the lip on his second maneuver. So after we finish the repicharge rounds, we get into the men's round of 16, and the format changes to man-on-man, and also changes to 2 waves on the lefts, 2 waves on the rights, 2 waves on the closeouts, but your best 2 waves count regardless of the type of waves. So you get 6 waves to get your top 2 scores. This is in the men's round of 16, and also the women's quarterfinals starts the same. So we see Casper Steinfeld paddling into his second closeout attempt. Casper, Nash team rider. We got Kyle Lenny with his GoPro down there filming Casper, and just a little too aggressive, very similar to a lot of the competitors getting stuck at the top of the wave on their first turn. So Casper's got to come up big on his next 2 closeout waves. Getting some advice from current world champion Kyle Lenny, 3 times stand-up paddle surfing world champion, winner of a number of events, and producing some of the more visual shots that we've seen. That left that he got in Tahiti a couple of years ago, the very deep grab rail bottom turn into a gigantic barrel. Those images were some of my favorites that I've seen. So we have official results for the women. In first place, Nicole Pacelli. Second place, Izzy Gomez. Third place, Aline Arisaka. In fourth, Caroline Anjabou. In fifth, Candice Appleby. And sixth, Ibaya Moreno. In seventh, Olivia Piano. So those top 6 will advance to the quarterfinals, and they will await the top 2 scores from the repicharge. So surfing in the repicharge will be our 7th place competitor from round 1, Olivia Piana. And 8th was Miley Tahar in 9th, Sophia Bartlow in 10th, Laurie Park 11th, Mason Schrimmer, and rounding out the field, Angie Jackson. So all 6 of those girls that I mentioned, Olivia, Miley, Sophia, Laurie, Mason, and Angie, they will be surfing again this evening. The rest of the women can take the remainder of the day off as Bant Roediger getting his second attempt. Nice slashing first turn. He's got some speed. His timing looks good. And Bant, I think, had to go to the hair flick in order to make that maneuver, and it helped. So Bant going aggressive on both of his turns. I really think the judges are going to like that. So some of the competitors opting for more of a check turn, but Bant just really laid into that first turn and timed it perfectly for his closeout maneuver. And he's getting some advice from fellow Maui and Kai Lenny. So how's that? You're just surfing in your heat and there's the world champion giving you some tips, shooting some GoPro shots of his buddy Casper Steinfath. Kai Lenny, a GoPro athlete. So you see his hand positioning. He's like, yeah, Bant, you just gotta do this. So Kai Lenny, we saw him surfing in one of our heats early this morning, making his way straight into round number 2, the round of 16. Casper Steinfath in the waiting area. Looks like he might take off a little further away from the wall and do that kind of fade back, but I'm just speculating right now from his position in the lineup, but maybe it's just his strategy. You can see him checking his watch. So yeah, he's checking his watch. He's just making his way over to the wall. So the water's a lot more calm in the middle of the pool, so that's why Casper was kind of staying in the middle. And then as the wave comes, he gets close to the wall and is preparing for his 3rd closeout attempt. So Casper just setting up for something, driving down off the bottom, off the top, making sure he lands it. So that's his first completed wave. He'll jump off, paddle back out, he'll have one more attempt. And Bant Roediger is on his wave number 3. And in heat number 2, we've got Benoit Carpentier of France and Noah Janela from Hawaii. Ben will be in blue, Noah Janela in yellow. Heat 3, we've got Connor Baxter and Remy Keek. Heat 4, we've got Dylan Frick from South Africa and Dave Muir from Australia. Heat 5, Lucas Medeiros from Brazil, James Casey from Australia. And we watched a replay of Casper Steinfath's last wave. At the bottom of his board on the bottom turn right there. That's Casper coming up and over. So very smooth on that turn. So the boys will talk it over down there in waist deep water. So Kai giving him some advice. Casper will most likely take his advice and try and better his score. So you see Bant just giving the wall a little high five over there to get him ready for his final wave. Casper's last wave, 5.6. Excuse me, Bant's last wave was a 5.6. First wave was a 3. Casper, your first 2 waves were a 2.6 and a 1.5. We're still awaiting your 3rd score as we see Bant Roediger taking off. Very similar first turn. He'll get his board speed up and crack one off the top. So Bant has a 5.6 already in his score line. We'll see if that one is a better score. I do know that that's going to better his 3. Well, let me say I can guess that that's going to better his 3. Casper, we're still waiting for your score from wave number 3. I'll get that to you as soon as we can. So the judges do have instant replay up here, so they're really taking a look at all of the finer points of each wave. And we'll check out last wave of yellow, Bant Roediger. See, close to the wall, driving off the top, throwing some spray right there. Then he gets his paddle and board active, eyeing the lip, comes up, times it wonderfully, and he's got that paddle. That's the over the shoulder kind of paddle poke. Sometimes guys are laying back where their paddle is, you know, more in their torso area, but you see Bant had the paddle up near his shoulders and head. So Casper, last wave 3.2, Casper Steinfath 3.2 for your third wave.
Bant Roediger 5.9 for wave number 3. So Bant currently with a 5.6 and a 5.9. Casper currently top 2 scores a 2.6 and a 3.2. So here's Casper Steinfath on his last wave. He's got to go big. Casper
Setting up with a nice turn, coming off the lip there, and you can see him do a little bit of a growl there.
So that will complete Casper Steinfath's repicharge round. He's got his 4 closeout waves, and he'll go back to his buddy Kai and get the report. We'll wait for his scores. In this very cutthroat repicharge round of 20, going down to 4. Bant Roediger trying to better a 5.6 is his low second score. His high score is a 5.9. Next up is Benoit Carpentier and Noah Janella. So Noah landed some nice airs earlier round 1, and we'll see what he's got on the closeout section today.
Benoit, also a very aggressive surfer, coming up in heat number 2 of the repicharge round. So again, you can see all the water moving around in the pool there. It's not, it looks very calm, but it's not. There's the IOPS crew right there, checking out the action. We're looking at the backside of Dave Muir, and yeah, there he is. Marshall. Dave Muir and Marshall right there. I believe that's Alina Arisaka's board, that new advanced board, one of our patrons for the Stand Up World Tour. Casper, your last wave, 3.0. So you've got a 6.2 total heat score as Bant Roediger takes off close to the wall, slashing his first turn, regaining his composure, and then sliding off the edge of his board. So he's got a waxed board as well, and perhaps maybe sliding off or just trying to go big. So Bant, with his 5.6 and 5.9, that will give him a total heat score of 11.5. So Bant currently in the lead for the repicharge round after our first heat. So we'll have the computer updating the leaderboard as we go, as we work our way through this repicharge round of 10 heats, and then we'll get straight into the women's heat after that. So Bant 11.5 total heat score, and Casper Steinfath 6.2 is your total heat score. And we start heat number 2 of the repicharge round. Benoit Carpentier from France, starboard team member, Benoit, I believe, is riding the 7-1, or is he on the 7-4? We'll find out. So Benoit circling the lineup right now. As we have the drone about to start getting some aerial shots. So there we see Benoit going on his backhand, one of the few surfers attempting to close out on his backhand. Benoit comes off the bottom and slashes one just right with the oncoming lip there. So very technical maneuver to hit the oncoming section, as well timed as that for Benoit. So Ben starting his campaign, regular footer surfing left, going on his backside. So we got a replay coming up, and we'll take a look at how well timed that second turn was. So you see him, the nice crossbow turn there, and then he sets it up and just became one with the lip on that turn. Hey Benoit, you riding the 7-1? Yeah, 7-4. No. Okay, 7-1. So Benoit's on the 7-1 Zane Schweitzer model. A very, very small board. I was having a chat with Ben and Dylan Frick from South Africa. They were discussing board sizes, and I asked Dylan what size board he usually surfs, and Dylan is able to ride the 7-1. And that took Benoit by surprise. He's like, wow, you ride the 7-1? That's very impressive. I know for sure that I couldn't ride a 7-1, no matter how wide it was. We have Noah Janela sitting in the shade preparing for his first wave. He's going to go on the left as well, but Noah Janela, a goofy footer. Benoit, regular footer. So the surfers are surfing with one other surfer in their heat, but they're surfing against 19 other surfers for advancement positions. Noah slashing his first turn, driving down the line with a nice, compact, aggressive banking maneuver to finish up. So there's a great shot of Noah. He's got his sunscreen on, he's got his Nash board going. Nash, one of our event patrons, along with Starboard, so those companies will be tuned in to this heat on watermanleague.com. So we'll check out the replay. See Noah just setting up for this final maneuver there, and had a lot of projection with that turn. And how cool is this? Kai Lenny's still sitting in the water there, getting some GoPro shots, but also he's got a great vantage point of what these surfers are doing in the water, so he can kind of give them a little bit of coaching and help them on each successive wave. We've seen a number of athletes down there kind of helping each other out. So that was Noah's second attempt, and Benoit looks like he's switching over to the right. So Ben started off with the left, now he's opting for a right. He's out there having a good time. You know, not only do you want to advance through these heats in order to gain valuable points, but you also want to advance just to get the opportunity to surf again. As we see Ben on his forehand, going with a crossbow cut back there, paddling, get some speed, and then going up and over the top again. So scores for the riders' first waves. Benoit, your first wave coming in at a 7.2. 7.2, wave number 1. Noah Janela, your first wave was a 4.1. So the judges liked Benoit's timing on that closeout backhand maneuver. And maybe just, the judges have been working hard all day, and I think Benoit wanted to show them something different. Most competitors choosing to go on their forehand for these closeout maneuvers, but we see him now on his forehand as we look at the Turtle Bay replay, and timed that one good as well, but he didn't ride out of that. I didn't notice that at first because I just assumed that he would, but Ben coming just off the back of his board on turn number 2, but he's got a 7.2 to start his account with, and he'll try to continue to build. That one is a 3.7 for wave number 2. I don't think that's going to be in his scoring lineup if he wants to be one of the top 4 to advance. So he's going to like that 7.2 and he's going to try to build on that, but the 3.7 I don't think is going to help him. Noah Janela with a 4.1. He's getting ready for his wave number 2. So rapid charge round. 4 attempts at the closeout wave, and top 2 scores count. So just a great view of the backdrop here. Wadi Adventure, you see all the smokestacks, which signals the waves that are about to come. As Noah does a crossbow cut back there, and just getting a little caught behind the section, manages to get up and over and doesn't ride out of that one. So there you see Kai Lenny looking on. It's got to be a good feeling knowing that you're done for the day, or excuse me, the first half of the round of 16 will start later. It's got to be a good feeling knowing that you can not have to surf in the rapid charge round. So looking at a replay, Noah just a little bit behind and had to use his paddle to get back into the wave, and without much speed going off the lip there, he wasn't able to ride out of it. So Noah's going to look for his highest scores to come on his last 2 waves. So he's putting some pressure on himself, but I know Noah is very, very capable of getting scores in the 7 and 8 range. Benoit has a 7.2 in his score line already. So it looks like Ben's going to be on the right once again. Regular foot surfer with his left foot in front. Second wave of Noah, 2.4. So if Noah wants to make it into the round of 16, that will not factor in. As we see a great shot of the takeoff area. See how close he is to the wall. Beautiful paddle transfer there. Nice paddle work, good speed coming down the line. And then just a little bit late on that one, but Benoit coming off. He's got one more attempt to build onto his 7.2, which was a great first score. So Ben's getting focused right now as he prepares for his final attempt on his starboard. So let's try to see what happened here. He had great flow after that first turn, and then he's driving down the bottom. And I want to say that trying to do more of a traditional bottom turn, I think you lose a little bit of speed. I've seen the guys that have been not quite going all the way to the bottom have been coming up to the top with a little bit more speed. Maybe just choosing, the high line and then using that speed and boosting over with that. So very, very easy for me to give these guys advice from up here because I'm not in the water. Ben, that last wave was a 3. Noah Janela's last wave a 2.4. Noah, the judges deeming he was behind that wave and then his closeout maneuver, but I would be stoked to get that wave that he just got and do those maneuvers. So we see Noah in the shade waiting for his third closeout attempt. Third attempt of 4, Noah needs 2 scores to put himself in a good position in heat number 2 of 10 in the repit charge round. As you see the wave approaching in the background, there he is in perfect position. Choosing to go for a different first turn now, getting the high line, coming up off the top, sliding his fins out on that one. So Noah riding out of that one. That was a very stylish turn there. So you can see him, he didn't switch the paddle to his heel side on that first turn like he did in his previous waves. He kept it on his toe side. Did a pretty aggressive check first turn and then really went up and over the white water, throwing his tail out and riding out of that one. So Noah's stoked on that wave. Let's check this one out again on the Turtle Bay replay. So you see, keeps the paddle on his toe side, does a nice cut back. He's in perfect position right now. So he knows it. So he's eyeing the lip and just meets it perfectly. Keeps some pressure on the front part of his board so he can use his back foot to press the tail out and really accentuate the control that he has and show the judges a little bit of flair. So the judges want to see a lot of bit of flair. Noah getting another 4.1, so that last wave of Noah Janela, a 4.1. Last wave of Ben, 3.0. So Noah with a pair of 4s, Ben with a 7.2 and a 3.7. So there we see the sun is switching. We've got the shadiness on the left. So Benoit going back to the left, which was his highest scoring wave. Nice slashing first turn, and unfortunately for Ben, he just falls down. Ben with a great opening wave, just unable to land any of his other closeout maneuvers. So it's looking like he's gonna carry a 7.2 and a 3.7. So that's a 10.9. That will put him in second place so far, but a lot of surfing to go yet in this repit charge round. So see, he went for a cross bow first turn there, and again, that's been a common mistake for many of our competitors on both sides, the men and women, just getting a little bit caught on the top of the wave, unable to ride back down. So everyone's working hard. All the athletes have been hanging around all day, watching their teammates, enjoying the waves, catching some of the transition waves. Benoit, you're still the man. Well done. So you can see his frustration. It's, you know, everyone's happy-go-lucky, but then everyone wants to do well, and you want to be able to showcase your best surfing and be judged on that. And it's tough when you have a couple of falls and don't even have a chance to display what you're able to do. So you can see the frustration on Benoit's face, but he'll get over it soon and be cheering for his starboard teammates for the remainder of this event as Noah Janela is up and getting ready to paddle. It looks like he's going to be fading into this one. So you see Noah taking off a little bit further from the wall. And I want to say he's going to boost this one. So Noah getting lots of speed, going above the lip and not able to ride out of that one. So I think Noah's going to take his 2 4.1s and have a total heat score of 8.2. Benoit is going to, I believe, have his 7.2 and his 3.7. As we make our way into heat number 3, Connor Baxter in blue and Remy Keek from France in yellow. Heat number 4 coming up after that, Dylan Frick from South Africa and Dave Muir from Australia. So you see Noah Genoa fading back into this whitewater section, pumping down the line, using the high line, getting lots of speed. And then you saw him boost, and a lot of times when you go for the air, your back foot comes off because you have to reposition and move it a little more forward on your board to make sure you ride out and you don't just do a pop a wheelie. So Noah trying to reposition his back foot and not able to place it where it needed to go. You can see his muscular physique as he's got his jersey off and awaiting the remainder of the heats in the repertoire. So that finishes heat number 2. Moving on to heat 3. So Connor Baxter making his way out. He's got his jersey kind of halfway on. So Connor, goofy footer, looks like he's going to be eyeing the lefts. So on deck is heat number 4, Dylan Frick and Dave Muir. Followed by Lucas Medeiros and James Casey. Then we have Kai Bates and Kieran Taylor as Connor Baxter makes it out just in time for his first wave. So Connor, a little check turn there, and now he's driving down the line. Connor boosting on wave number 1, and his Maui Jim sunglasses helping him to stay on and not quite riding out of that one. And you can see him say darn to himself right there. That was a fantastic aerial attempt that he almost rode out of. So Connor is running up to perhaps have an equipment switch. There you see Justin Holland getting his board ready. I think he was just getting it wet to cool it down a little bit, and he'll probably be waxing his board up for his heat coming up. He'll be in heat number 7 with Eric Terrion. So the Turtle Bay replay. You can see Connor just barely made it to the heat. He's got his jersey halfway on, slashing his first check turn. Kyle Lenny in the background with the GoPro shots, and then Connor boosting on that one. And Landon had both of his feet planted, but just, there's not a whole lot of power in that whitewater section at the end of the wave. Wasn't able to push him back up onto his board. Had that been a powerful beach break, there would have been enough power to push him back up and he would have rode out of that one. So Connor with a great attempt on wave 1, and he'll have 3 more closeout attempts. As we see Remy Keek from France will be on the right. So enjoying this format, we get to see some lefts and some rights as these surfers navigate their way through the closeout section. So I think Connor Baxter ran up to get waxed as we see Remy Keek on his first wave, slashing the first turn, driving down on his F1 board, and he completes his first wave. So we have an F1 rider in this heat number 3. Connor Baxter from Hawaii, from the island of Maui. Connor winning both races at the Alagoas Pro, the first stop in the Stand-Up World Series. But I know that Connor really wants to show the world his surfing skills as well. Connor's been charging some big waves this winter, as he always does. But he's got a small wave game as well, as we saw in his first aerial attempt. Now he's got his jersey on, got a little bit more wax on his board, so let's see what he's got for wave number 2. So Connor waiting in the starting gates of the horse race, as Justin Holland made the analogy. He's like, it's like you're just waiting in the gates for the race to start, but you're waiting for the wave to come. So there you see a great shot of Connor's balance. He's just leaning on his starboard. I believe he's on the 7-1 as well. I'll get confirmation from the starboard fellows later. So Connor awaiting the wave. He hears the gates and he is up and paddling. So he's setting up for this, getting lots of speed, looking to go above the lip. Oh, that was so clean. I don't know what happened at the end there. That was one of the cleaner aerials that we've seen through this contest, and you see Connor shaking his head. He doesn't understand how he didn't ride out. That one looked like he was going to make that one for sure. So Connor has 2 more tries. I can't wait to see the replay because he was way above the lip on that one. And it looked like his feet were placed nicely. So we're checking out a replay of Connor's wave from Turtle Bay. As you see, he's got his Maui Jim, slashes that first turn, and then you see he's in perfect position right here. You can see the curve of the wave as he drives down and uses all of his strength. He's up and over, and oh, it looked like his front foot just slipped off. So it looked like he landed the maneuver and then his front foot just kind of slipped off. So I'm not sure if that was maybe a wax issue or I don't know, but you know, Connor really wants to land these next 2 airs. As Remy Keek on his wave number 2 coming up. Remy, your first wave was a 4.8. Connor, your first wave was a 2.1. So Remy, our surfer in yellow, awaiting his second wave score. As he's turning. And circling, staying nice and low. Preparing for his wave number 2. Heat number 3 in the closeout rapid charge portion of the event. And Remy Keek getting aggressive with that second turn. He has 1 scoring wave under his belt and wants to show the judges that he's going to continue to build on that. And each successive wave going a little more aggressive. So that was a good looking wave from Remy right there. We'll see, again, wait to see the judges score as Connor Baxter is going to make his way out. I did see Zane Schweitzer coming down and bringing Connor some wax. So Connor getting a little more wax on the body of his board. So here's the slow motion replay. This is a great wave. So he went with a cross bow, cut back into the white water, came out of it with tons of speed. And then we saw his fins right there on that closing maneuver. So he didn't hold back on the first turn and for sure did not hold back on his second turn as well. So Connor Baxter, the goofy footer, preparing for his wave number 3. Connor and Zane have been traveling the world together since they were just wee lads on the windsurfing tour. So those guys, I've got to hear some fun stories of them, 11 and 12 going places, just with them two, and kind of traveling by themselves on the plane and meeting up with, a representative, whatever location they were going. Right now we've got Connor Baxter on wave number 3, slashing that first turn, using his paddle, getting some speed, and riding out of that one. So Connor, maybe not going 100% on that one, brought it down to maybe 90% to make sure he gets a high score on the board. And he will await the judges' tabulations, and he'll have one more attempt at a closeout. So Connor Baxter making sure he's riding out of that one. His second wave was a 2.3. So Connor, first wave 2.1, second wave 2.3. We will await wave number 3 score. Remy, first wave 4.8, second wave 5.2 for Remy. As you see Connor throwing some spray right there, but is in perfect position, setting up. Doesn't go as big, almost nosedive there, but kept it perfectly controlled right there. And again, he's not wearing the glasses just for style. Having the polarization on your eyes really helps to see the difference in the curve of the wave. It's a very tough wave to read because it's so clear, and the bottom is, it's just a different looking body of water than most of us are used to. As we see, I believe that was Tony Freitas skating around there. So last of Connor Baxter, 4.6. Connor Baxter, wave number 3, 4.6. So currently our top 2 heat scores, Bant Roediger with an 11.5, Benoit Carpentier with a 10.9. So those are our top 2 scores so far. You see Remy turning and burning on his F1. So he slashes that one. He's driving down the line and getting even a little more aggressive than wave number 2. So again, talking about those percentages that Justin Holland was speaking with earlier. So Remy building on each wave. First wave was a 4.8. It's like, okay, now I'm going to go even harder. 5.2 for wave number 2 for Remy, and we will await the score for your wave that you just surfed. There you see a great shot of Connor riding the backwash out. And we've seen a number of competitors ride the backwash out, but not that far. I don't know how Connor is able to ride these bumps so well in all of the different races. Connor Baxter, winner of many, many races on the Stand Up World Series, as he awaits his final attempt at a closeout. So Connor can't hold back on this one. He's got to go big to add to his high wave of a 4.6 now. So Connor's going to need to get something in the excellent range. Remy, your last wave coming in at a 6.5. Remy Keek in yellow, last wave score 6.5. So continuing to build and add to his account. See Connor waiting patiently, balanced perfectly. As you see the wave approaching in the background, then we switch to close-up camera angle. So Connor Baxter slashing his first turn, eyeing the lip, setting up for a massive air. And he's going to ride out of that one controlled. So yeah, Connor, claim it. Connor Baxter is stoked on that one. So he boosted on his first 2 wave attempts, but looked like he was going to ride out and then just slipped off. And then wave number 3, he had to kind of take it back a little to make sure he landed. Getting a hug from Maddie. So Zane Zane Schweitzer giving him a high five. Zane, is he on the 7-1 or 7-4? I believe the 7-1, so Connor Baxter's got to be stoked with that aerial. I know I am. Getting a high five from Giorgio Gomez. Giorgio will be coming up in heat number 10 from the rapid charge round, as we wait for these scores to lock in on the computer. So Connor Baxter going above the lip, showing his aerial arsenal. And he was way up there on 3 of those waves, but unfortunately didn't ride out of 2 of them, as waiting for one more score to lock in from the judges. Last wave of Connor Baxter is 7.3. So last wave of Connor Baxter is 7.3 to go with his 4.6. So he will move into first place so far after first couple of heats. We've got Remy still with 1 wave to go. So Connor with a total heat score of 11.9. So he really went big on that last wave with a 7.3. So here we have Remy Keek from France on his last wave. And again, he goes back to the carving crossbow cutback, setting up for something big. And Remy going up and over the lip. Will he ride out of this one? No, he doesn't, but Remy posting an 11.7 for wave number 2 and 3. He's got a 5.2 and a 6.5, so an 11.7 total heat score for Remy. Man, had he landed that last air. I really like the progression of how he attacked that heat. First wave was a 4.8, second wave was a 5.2, third wave was a 6.5, and you can see each of those waves. First one, we didn't see any fins. Second one, we saw 1 fin. Third wave, we saw a couple of fins, and then this final wave, you can see that beautiful carving cutback, stays nice and low, rebounds off the white water. He's in perfect position and just boosts up and over, lands in the soft part of the wave, but leaning a little bit too far back. So excellent attempt at a huge score. That's what we like to see on the closeout section in the rapid charge round. So the judge is giving that one a 3. So Remy's total heat score at 11.7. Connor Baxter total heat score 11.9. So that will move those guys into first and second place respectively for the first 3 heats. So you can see how each heat, they're just pushing each other in order to post high scores, because you're surfing against 19 other guys in this rapid charge round. So we've got Dylan Frick from South Africa. He's awaiting his first ride. He's a big fellow on a small board. He's on the 7.4 model, so he's circling. I think a lot of the guys are really impressed with Dylan surfing. So let's see what he's got for us here. So Dylan, nice smooth takeoff, great carving cutback. And then Dylan landing his first closeout maneuver. So laying down a couple of good turns. We'll see what the judges think. And we've talked about this strategy many, many times, and you know, you can go 100% on every single wave, or you can kind of build up your scores. So there you see the waves reverberating back towards the back of the pool. So Dylan is slashing that one. That was a great turn there. So an aggressive first turn, and then coming off the bottom and meeting the lip, timing that one very nice. And he'll shake the water out of his hair as we get ready for Dave Muir from Australia, from the western side of Australia. Dave, one of the most well-liked guys on tour. Well, everyone's well-liked, but Dave's just a jolly old fella. And I mean old as in a figure of speech. Dave, a very youthful, exuberant surfer. So we're gonna see what he can do on this first closeout attempt of Dave Muir on his Indian Ocean paddle surfboard. So Dave waiting patiently. Dave has won an event on the stand-up world tour back in 2011 Tahiti, so there he is paddling into his backhand. Slashing one off the top first turn. Dave getting some speed for turn 2 and going about 11:30, 11:45 and getting in a third turn. So Dave seeing what Benoit did on his backhand, putting together a couple of nice turns, and that second turn by Dave was very aggressive. So he's going with a thruster setup right there. Getting some nice blue brushed carbon. So here's a replay of that wave for Dave. So you can see him using his speed on that first turn. Then he starts paddling right away, a couple of strokes. Then he just keeps his paddle on his toe side, throws his board up and rides out of that one. So Dave Muir beginning his repicharge heat. So we're in the men's repicharge. We're going to go through 10 heats. Surfers get 4 waves each. So you get 2 high scores for the closeout portion. As we see Dylan Frick from South Africa. Great to see a South African representative here. So Dylan Frick on his starboard 7-4. He's part of the Starboard International team, and we've got Dave Muir, part of the Indian Ocean paddle surf. So here we have Dylan Frick on his starboard, slashing off the top. So he's going to set up and build speed for that maneuver there, getting a little aggressive, showing some fins. Dave Muir, first score, 6.0. Dave Muir's first wave, 6.0. Dylan Frick, your first wave was a 5.0. We will await the score for your wave number 2. So the judges really liking the commitment on Dave's backhand there. He really threw his board up and off the lip. You see him using that rip current there. There is a rip that kind of runs along the wall on the way out, so Dave taking advantage of that. So you see Dylan taking off close to the wall. He gets into the lip right there, into the crumbly little section, and then regains his speed with one pump. Hits the lip there and gets nice, low, and compact so he can ride out of that one. So Dylan Frick completing his second wave. Score coming in at a 4.2. So Dylan's second wave, 4.2. I know Marshall's going to be excited about Dave's first wave. It's a great way to start your heat. Now he's got 3 more attempts to continue to put some scores in his account. Dave just sitting there waiting as we see our competitor's area. So here's Dave dropping in, wave number 2. More aggressive on that first turn there, and he comes up and over and down. So Dave trying to build and going a little bit bigger than his 6.0. unfortunately just coming off. Shaking his hand, might have tweaked it a little bit on the paddle or something. Hope it wasn't anything too bad. We see Pat over there under the camera. Pat swimming, getting some shots from the water. And we'll check out Dave's wave number 2. So you can see he keeps the paddle on that toe side and drives and really accentuates that turn with his back foot there. Then you can see him reposition with this turtle-based slow-mo replay. And then just mistimes that one. So I see Dave still looking at his hand. Maybe he hit the bottom on that one, I'm not sure. But I hope he's okay. I hope the bottom is okay. Dave Muir, I can't wait to have him back in Huntington Beach later this year. I really enjoy spending time with him and was looking forward to hanging out with him in California. Or maybe he'll just come for a visit for fun. Come and surf trestles on your stand-up. I don't think anyone would say anything. As Dylan Frick prepares for wave number 3. So here's Dylan getting intimate with the wall there, finding a little bit of foam to climb. And then it was a little bit behind that one from the beginning. And again, we've talked about just if you mistime one turn, it's definitely going to affect the next turn. And Dylan's going to try to continue to build on his 5 and 4.2. Last of yellow, 2.7. Dave Muir with a 6 and a 2.7. Dylan with a 5 and a 4.2, as we'll await his third score. So on deck in our next heat number 5, is going to be Lucas Medeiros and James Casey. So we see Dylan here driving off the bottom, and he hit that section but then was a little too far behind and then tried to recover, but nosedives, doesn't right out of that one. And he will have one more attempt coming up. So that's going to come in at a 2. So that will come in at a 2 for you, Dylan. So now it looks like Dave Muir is sticking with his backhand. He knows that he can build on that 6 because he held back a little bit on that first turn. So he's going to try to have an aggressive first turn and an aggressive second turn as Dave falls and jumps back up very quickly. As you see that turbulence over there in the waiting area. It looks calm, but it is not at all. As Dave just falling, and you hear everyone in the crowd just oohing and awing. Everyone just cannot wait to see what Dave is going to do. We all love watching him surf, and we like to watch him rip. And man, that's just so. That was the most noise that we've heard all event. People just really wanting him to catch that wave, and that first wave that he got, he just ripped it to pieces, and we just want to see more of that. So a collective gasp from the crowd up in the VIP area upstairs. Got Jake Jensen and Paul Jackson hanging out with Angie. You got Ben Carpentier hanging out with Eric Terrion. Big Sup Rider hanging out with the Starboard. I apologize for that, Ben, my bad. And then the Fanatic team, Fanatic over there. So I know Paul Jackson, I believe, has a shop in Australia selling Fanatics, not just stand-up boards, but I believe he's into the kite and windsurfing stuff as well, if I'm not mistaken. I am mistaken. Sometimes I just make stuff up, you know? So we see Dylan Frick from South Africa in the blue jersey, paddling around. So the competitors that are choosing to ride the smaller boards, you really can't stop paddling or the board starts to sink. So you'll see Dylan maintaining a little bit of speed with his paddle. So you've got to kind of circle in a small area to make sure that you're in the power pockets. And you see him losing his balance a little bit, regaining it quickly as he takes off nice and close to the wall. Oh, slashing that one. Very nice first turn. Great position for this next move. And Dylan having a little bit of zip in that wave. So that is Dylan's fourth and final wave. So we'll see if that's going to better his low score of a 4.2. His high score is a 5.0. See the bottom of his starboard, 7.4. I think that's a Sean Pointer model. So here's a replay, Turtle Bay replay, brought to you from the fabled North Shore of Oahu. And we're just going to tempt you with that one. We're not going to show it to you yet. And now we're going to show it to you. So here we go. We've got our Turtle Bay replay of last wave for Dylan Frick in blue. And that turn, he threw a lot of spray into that, using all of his power, trying to finish out with this closeout maneuver here. Bam! Boosting on that one. So that one coming in at a 4.6 for Dylan. That one coming in at a 4.6. So Dylan's looking at a 9.6 total heat score. So great to have Dylan out here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars, our lone South African representative, and our man in charge of the technical arena, Christian Henning, from South Africa as well. So shout out to his South African comrade. I was learning a couple of phrases from Dylan the other day in his native tongue, the Afrikaan language. Of course I forgot, or else I would say it right now, but Benoit and I were taking some lessons. So Dave Muir, big wave Dave about to lay into this one. So Dave's final turn coming up and coming off on that one. So very similar to Benoit Carpentier's heat, where Ben started off with a very nice first wave and then just couldn't get another scoring wave to build on his score. So it's looking like Dave's got a high score of a 6, and so far his second highest score is a 2.7. We'll await his fourth and final score. In the water now in blue, Lucas Medeiros from Brazil and James Casey from Australia in yellow. So we're going into heat number 5 as we take a look at the Turtle Bay replay for Dave Muir's last wave. And you can just see the power he has right there. Off the top, his Indian Ocean paddle surfboard working very, very well right there. Then you see him eyeing the lip there, and that was a massive turn, showing the Anchor logo for his brand, and unfortunately for Dave and for Marshall, that's probably not going to be enough to help him advance in one of the top 4 positions into the round of 16, but I'm not going to say for sure yet. Currently we've got Connor Baxter leading the charge in the repit charge round. Connor Baxter has a high heat score of 11.9. Remy Keek in second place with an 11.7. And then we got Ben Roediger in third with a 11.5. Ben Carpentier in fourth with a 10.9. So those are our top 4 so far. But there's a lot of surfing yet to do as we are in heat number 5 coming up of 10. So here's Lucas Medeiros, the youngster from Brazil. So stoked to have him on tour. So here's Lucas dropping into this one, slashing that first check turn. Caught a little bit of an edge on his rail there, but managed to recover and finish with some flair on that last turn. So Lucas Medeiros from Brazil finishing his first wave. As there you see fellow countryman Kyle Vaj, winner of the first two events of the 2014 Stand-Up World Tour, winner at Sunset Beach, and then won last week in the Alagoas Pro. So let's take a look at Lucas's wave. So there, see his check turn, and then looked like he caught a bit of a rail, but managed to recover, and then boom, up and over the lip. I think that's what the judges like to see there. So some commitment for Lucas. Good to see another dark-skinned brother on tour. So Lucas watching the replay, he's like, okay, all right, I'm going above the lip next time. Kyle Vaz down there. Lucas will hang out and watch the first wave of James Casey from Australia. So that was his first of 4 attempts. As we see James Casey on screen in yellow, and he's on his Fanatic board. So part of that fantastic Fanatic team. I will call them the Fantastic Four of Angie. I take that back. JP, I apologize. JP Australia, thanks for the help, guys. I couldn't tell he was in the shade. And here he is on his JP board, driving down the line. And goes with a little bit of a different strategy there. So he uses his speed to come back for a wraparound hit off the wet water. So very good interpretation of the wave there. We'll see what the judges think. And there you see his JP Australia board, one of our other patrons along with Fanatic. So good thing I have some backup in the VIP area helping me out. So JP Australia, Fanatic, Maestro. Of course, Starboard and Nash have been long-time supporters, as well as Rogue, Corbin, stand-up paddleboarding, Art and Surf, Big Sup. We've got Eric Taryn here from Big Sup. Also Puka Patch, Body Glove, and Indian Ocean Paddle Surf. As we saw Dave Murray just finishing his heat. So James Casey choosing to go on his backhand. So you see him just set up here, and he gets way out in front of the wave, and instead of hitting the closeout section, he just banks a carving turn and then wraps one around. So maybe the judges will like that, because a little bit of a different variety. Lucas Medeiros, first wave, 5.6. Lucas, your first wave was a 5.6. 5.6. That's Spanish, I don't know if that really helps in Portuguese. James Casey, your first wave was a 2.9. So James, a 2.9. I think the judge is saying, nah man, you gotta hit that section if you want to get a high score. So he'll rethink his strategy, try to channel his inner Kiahi Diaboits, fellow JP Australia team rider. And you see that beautiful pullback shot of our nice sandy beach at the Wadi Adventure Park. Lucas Medeiros switching to his backside. So goofy footer from Brazil. Nice crossbow turn, keeps the paddle on his toe side. Bam, throws it up at about 12 o'clock there. Maybe it wasn't as aggressive and committed as Dave Muir's backside turn there, but it was pretty sick nonetheless. So you see Lucas walking back there. He had a great showing at Sunset Beach and hung out for the North Shore for quite a while, as we'll take a look at his wave as he talks with Kyle Vaz. So there's Lucas on his backhand, goes for a crossbow cutback, and then keeps the paddle on his toe side, a couple of strokes, and then throwing it up right there and riding out of that one. So Lucas will await his score for wave number 2 as James Casey prepares for his second wave. So Jan Baj is coming out there as well to kind of help Lucas and talk to him through his waves. So Lucas spent a lot of time on the North Shore after the sunset event, both surfing and getting in some jiu-jitsu sessions with that Sunset Beach Jiu-Jitsu or North Shore Jiu-Jitsu, I forget what it's called, but a number of incredible talented surfers attended some of those classes. Some fellow by the name of Kelly Slater. So how cool would that be to go and throw some kicks, do some rolls and falls with the 11-time world champion. So here's James Casey on his backhand, paddling into this one. Nice carving turn there. Setting up for this one. Ooh. Falling off there, so James shakes it off, smiles at that one. See Kyle giving him some advice. I think he was saying, yeah man, that was pretty sick. So up next, after heat number 5, we have heat 6 of Kai Bates and Kieran Taylor. Kai Bates from Australia, Kieran Taylor from Australia, but living here in the United Arab Emirates, as we see a replay of James Casey's last wave. So he's eyeing that lip down the line. And you can see he had a lot more projection up and over the lip than Lucas Madero's last wave, but unfortunately he was not able to complete the maneuver, but he was very aggressive on that one. So we're getting into the halfway point of the men's repit round, and the women's repit round will surf in a similar format. We'll have 3 heats of the women, 2 of them surfing at a time, but they're surfing against each other to try and get one of the top 2 high heat scores. You have 4 attempts to catch 2 waves. So Lucas, second wave, 5.6. So Lucas, both of your waves are coming in at a 5.6. James Casey, second wave, 2.5. First wave, a 2.9. So waves number 3 and 4 coming up for these competitors. Lucas checking his watch, checking the timing of the oncoming closeout wave. See him in the blue Victory Core Dry jersey. Providing jerseys for the tour since the inception, as here's Lucas crouching down, carving one, using some speed to get back into the wave, eyeing the lip. And I think that was a little bit of a safe turn there. I think Lucas was caught a little behind. I'm not sure if that's going to better his campaign, but we will await and see. Oh, he was flying right there. So we got Ibaya Moreno liking some photos on Instagram up there, up in the VIP area. So you can see right here, very common mistake with so many competitors, because you want to get all the way up to the lip, but then you waste a lot of speed and a lot of your flow trying to get back into the wave. But that was a really nice kind of projection floater at the end of the wave. So you really have to have 2 good turns in order to try and get into the good to excellent range. So far, we have Connor Baxter's in first place, 11.9. So a couple of 6s is going to put you into the lead for the rapid charge round, but still a lot of surfers to go. Heat 6, we have Kai Bates, Kieran Taylor. Heat 7, Justin Holland and Eric Tarian. Heat number 8, Daniel Big Air Hughes versus Jake Big Air Jensen. Then we have Alexis Danielle from France and Paul Jackson in heat number 9. And finishing out with heat 10, Giorgio Gomez and
Nika. I really can't wait to watch Jake Jensen surf his next closeout heat. He was boosting in his earlier rounds, so we have James Casey going on his forehand on this wave, getting some speed, driving down the line, and throwing some spray on that closing maneuver, getting up and over. James made his appearance at Sunset Beach, made his way through the trials. Him and I were actually in the trials together, surfed a couple of heats, and then surfed against each other. He finished ahead of me, but we both made it into the main event, so that was pretty cool. And there is James Casey throwing some spray on that first turn. I think this might be his best score, so he's driving down the line, timing that one perfectly, and you see he got his tail up and over and rebounded that one very nicely, as we saw in our Turtle Bay slow motion replay. So Lucas Medeiros is holding a couple of 5.6s, and we see some scores about to lock in on the computer here. Lucas checking his watch. So last of James Casey, 4.4. Last of Lucas Medeiros, 3.8. Lucas, you're looking for something in the 8 range to try and get up into the top of the leaderboard. So Lucas needs something in the 7 range to get up into the 12 total heat score. And James Casey, you're going to need something in the 8 range to get into that 12 total heat score. So here is Lucas Medeiros on his last attempt, looking for a 7 or better. Slashing his first turn. Lucas on his backside, keeping the paddle on his toe side, coming up and over, and unfortunately for Lucas, not riding out of that one. He still has his first and second high scores of a 5.6. So 5.6 times 2, that's going to be 11.2. So a lot of 11s, not a lot, but several 11s posted.
heat number 6 featuring Kai Bates from Australia and Kieran Taylor from Australia. But Kieran Taylor has been living here for a number Tristan and the Waterman League to come here to the United Arab Emirates, and an interesting job where he plants seeds in the clouds in order to make it rain. So you kind of a basketball term where you make it rain, which means scoring a lot of shots from the outside, but Kieran Taylor literally makes it rain as Kai Bates in blue is awaiting his first wave. So Lucas Medeiros, 11.2 total heat score, and James Casey, you have an 8.3 total heat score. As we see Kai Bates on his Fanatic, he's driving down the line, coming up and over, and not quite as much speed, I think, as he wanted. I've seen Kai generate lots of speed down the line on this wave, so he'll make his way back out. He was the last part of the Fantastic Four Fanatic crew that I was thinking about. So Kai Bates from the New South Wales area, south of Sydney, near Ulladulla, if I'm not mistaken. Some really fun waves down there. So let's check out the replay. You can see him. So he went aggressive on that first turn, slashing it, and then a little bit behind the whitewater there and trying to boost on that lip, but needs a little more speed. I've seen Kai way up and over the lip. I've got a couple of cool photos of him that I'm going to sell him later. There's Kieran Taylor making his way out there. He is no stranger to the wave pool here. Kieran Taylor made his way out to the Sunset Beach Pro last year, 2013. He was in the trials. We surfed a heat together as well, and he made his way into the main event. I remember he was riding that same 7.6 starboard, and it was massive, but he was able to pick off some of the kind of mid-range waves, not quite going for the large ones, but he surfed them very well, as we see Kieran turning and burning on this one. So regular footer surfing on his forehand. Little whitewater climb there as he pumps down the line. Oh, Kieran Taylor with a little flare on that one. So how exciting for him. He's probably, one of the few stand-up paddlers here that are ripping this wave to pieces on a regular basis. So now he gets to see how other top stand-up paddle surfers around the world interpret his home break. So Kieran, thanks so much for all you've been doing for everyone, and just for being a really cool guy. So yeah, Kieran giving us the thumbs up there and the double shaka. So what a great guy. He's just stoked. And again, it's got to be really cool for him to be able to see all of these other surfers and what they're able to do and how they're interpreting this very consistent wave pool that we have here. So we'll see his spicy first wave. So Kieran does a little whitewater climb there. You see how low he is. And then the screen froze just a little bit, but he pumped down the line and finished that with some flair as Kai Bates gets ready for his next wave. Kai, just a youngster. I believe he's about 18. Maybe he might have just turned 19, but yep, just turned 19. Gave me the thumbs up on that. I know we were trying to recruit him for the Junior Pro and Youth Sup Fiesta coming up on the 4th of May. So we have an exciting Junior Pro event that Candace Appleby is organizing along with myself. We've got a stacked talent field coming for this year's event. So let's focus now on Kai Bates on his second attempt at a right, as there's a nice carving cut back right there. Now he's got a lot of speed for his air, and think mistimed that one maybe a little. Scores dropping for Kai Bates wave number 1, 3.1, and wave number 2 coming in at a 4.4. Sorry, excuse me. Kai Bates, first wave 3.1. Kieran Taylor, your first wave was a 4.4. So sorry for that confusion there. Kieran, your first wave 4.4. Kai Bates, first wave 3.1. And we will await your second wave score, Kai. So you can see he changes his strategy. It's a nice cutback. We've seen that the last few days during his warm-ups. You see that double pump bottom turn there, and I think he just caught a little bit of an edge as he began his forward progression towards the lip, and then did not have enough speed to boost the air that he was attempting. But coming in at a 2.9, you know, these scores that these guys are throwing away or getting for maneuvers that they're not completing, I would be stoked with a 2.9 and a 3.1. But that's why I'm up here in the announcer's booth, and those guys are down there surfing their way through the Abu Dhabi All-Stars, stop number 3 on the Stand Up World Tour. You can follow the action live on watermanleague.com and check for updates on Facebook at Stand Up World Tour. And I'm here up in the booth just enjoying myself. Beautiful day here in the United Arab Emirates. Having a great time just watching the live action. I have a chance to watch the replays as well. So as a fan of the sport, I am just in my element right now. Perhaps maybe wish there were a few beverages to be had, like some water. And Kieran Taylor on his backhand, showing some variety there and getting in a third turn. So Kieran saying, hey guys, don't just do 2 turns. You may as well just get a third turn in. Why don't you? So there's Kai Bates on his Fanatic. So let's check out this Turtle Bay replay of last wave of Kieran Taylor. First wave he caught was at right. Now he goes to the left. The regular footer from Australia. Nice carving cutback. Then you see he keeps a paddle on his toe side and just plants it right there to make sure he rides out of that one. And then just throws in one more for fun. See him smiling there. There's a great shot of Kieran just looking on right there, hanging out with his starboard and awaiting to see what Kai Bates is going to bring for wave number 3 for Kai Bates. So I think a number of the guys are staying with Kieran at his house, and that's very cool to be such a fantastic host. So again, you can see the turbulence of the water on screen there. There's a lot of water moving around and a lot of pressure to not only maintain your balance, but be in the perfect position for as the wave comes. You can see there's a little blue marker right there just in front of the stairs. That's kind of the gauge where some of the guys are sitting and girls, as Kai Bates takes 4 or 5 strokes to get into this one. Again, getting some speed. A nice carving cutback with lots of speed. And then coming up and over the lip, going too aggressive, catching that front rail. So Kai Bates is going to go down again, but he's smiling, he's stoked. Great shot of his Fanatic board there. Kai's like, oh mate, should have seen those waves I was doing the other day. But, so basically Kai, you need something huge, man, so just go very, very large as we look at his replay. So throw caution into the wind on this last one. So here you can see he's driving down. This is a very complete on-rail turn right there, and great rail-to-rail transition. Reshuffles his feet to set up for this finishing maneuver. And then just catches that front rail. So Kai Bates has one more attempt, but getting a 3.5 for that wave, so his carving cutback was a great score, 3.5 for that one maneuver. So Kai, if you get a score of about a 9, you will be in the lead. And Kieran needs something in the 8 range, so 7 to 8 range. And these are just, you know, unofficial scores I'm just throwing out there. We've got our leaderboard filling in right now. Currently, Connor Baxter sitting on top of that leaderboard, so he's biting his nails, probably just hoping to get a chance to surf again. Connor just falling off on a couple of his aerial attempts in his heat, as we see Kai contemplating his next move. Go big. As Kieran Taylor paddles into his third wave, slashing a nice turn, getting ready for this closeout maneuver, and will he ride out of that one? Yeah, I'm gonna say no, but I'm not a judge. Another 10 yards of sand, and he probably would have rode out of that one. So you can see his great core strength just to stay on his board after falling completely back. So very precarious position when your both feet are on your board and your back is in the water behind your board. A lot of times with the paddle, you're able to ride out of that. So we'll see how technical that was. So there he is with a slashing first turn, puts it back on rail so he can pump down the line. Boom, then boost right there. Thought he was gonna dig that front rail, but doesn't. Does a little pop-a wheelie for a second and then replaces his feet and stands back up, but I think the power of the wave had died out by then. So I'm not sure if that's gonna better his 4.4. His second wave was a 3.3. His third wave coming in at a 2.4. So Kieran, that last wave, a 2.4. So with your 4.4, you're looking for like a 7.5 to kind of catch up to Connor Baxter. 8 or 9 range to get above those guys. And Kai Bates, with your 3.5 as your highest score so far, if you can get something, you know, in the high 8 range, you'll be sitting pretty as well. So last wave for Kai Bates. I know Angie Jackson and Paul and Jake Jensen have their fingers crossed that Kai is going to land something spectacular here. As you see him stick with this formula that's been working, and Kai getting some nice speed. Attempting an aerial right there again, but just coming off. So Kai Bates all smiles. That's just a wonderful kid right there. He's like, what do I do, man? I gave it my all. And that's all we ask for, Kai. So great event. And you get to hang out and watch the remainder of the repit charge heats. And the contest finishing tomorrow. So you can see Kai carving a cutback there. Actually, he did some paddle work on that cutback this time. So switching it up with the paddle. And then coming off the bottom, off the top, digging his nose in there and not able to ride out. And there you see Kai Bates putting giving his jersey back to the event marshals. And we have Kieran Taylor in yellow attempting his 4th and final closeout wave in the repit charge round. So we saw in the first round the competitors surfed 3 lefts, 3 rights, and 3 closeouts. And then we took 2 of the higher scores. And now in this repit charge round, the surfers are surfing in. The surfers get 4 attempts at 2 closeout waves. And we will see what Kieran Taylor has for his last wave. So Kai Bates is officially out of the top 4 already, and
He'll be a spectator for the remainder of this event, but he's still having a good time as we see the skate crew down there as Kieran Taylor's on his last and final wave. A little behind here, he's setting up for his closing maneuver and coming unstuck. So the guys know they have to go big, and perhaps a lot of pressure to be one of those top 4 scorers in the repit charge round of 20. Kieran all smiles as well, so 2 awesome Australians in that round, in that heat, excuse me. So we'll wait and see what happens in the remainder of this repit charge round.
So sorry for leaving you for so long there, Anthony. I heard Justin Holland in the booth though. Glad to hear Justin up here. I believe he's coming up in the next heat, right? So as we look to a replay of, this is Kieran Taylor's last wave. The Turtle Bay replay, bringing you the last action from Kieran Taylor. So kind of bringing the nose around fast there as he heads up for this closing section, drives off the bottom, right up into it, but unfortunately just comes unstuck there in the lip. But definitely going for it with the board flying. Fortunately, it didn't hit anyone or himself.
Yeah, I suggest the hand helmet, making sure that the board does not land on your head, and that's something that I do every time I surf, because that's the last thing you want, to get bonked on the noggin, especially with, you know, some of the sharp fins. So you can see, especially as the boards get shorter, guys are using smaller leashes, that recoil effect that board comes back very fast, as we saw in that replay.
No, definitely, as we're looking at the back of big SUP rider from France, Eric Terrien, in the yellow All-Star jersey there. He's going to be coming up in this sudden death round. So there's been a lot of great action here. You know, the 4-wave format really makes the athletes have to put it all on the line. 4 spots out of 20 is a pretty tight challenge there. I don't envy them being in this position, but they're putting on a great show for us here today as we see Justin Holland with his crouching tiger waiting for the wave to arrive style. And here it is.
So Justin Holland had a chance to sit up here in the booth and really pick apart the wave, so we'll see what he has now. A little bit of a wobble there, but he'll finish this one with a nice over-the-lip climb there. So Justin Holland getting his campaign started.
So that was a nice wave. He really laid back on his first turn. A little bit of a jitter there, but he caught back up and got a nice crisp turn off the right into the critical section of that wave. So we'll see how the judges score that, but a good opening wave for Justin Holland, as we see Eric Terrien taking the stage here on the outside. So if you've just joined us or if you've been with us all day, thank you for joining us here at watermanleague.com for the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam. We're going for Turtle Bay replay of that last wave of Justin Holland. So we see this kind of slips a little bit there, but lays back into the wave and pulls the board back under him. And then we see him driving off the bottom again, and nice crisp clean off the top. No fins out or anything, but really clean, crisp surfing from Justin Holland there. We'll see what the judges come back on that one. You know, definitely a safer wave, I think, for Justin Holland, but it was a good way to start his closeout count here.
Yeah, Justin was talking about, you know, the heat strategy and percentages, and, you know, I'm going to say he started off with maybe a 75-80 percenter, and we'll get a score on that one and try to keep building. And I like what Justin does different than a lot of the other guys that are out there in their heat. So you can see him, he stays on his board and paddles around a bit to, you know, make sure his legs are warmed up, because that's what you're doing when you're surfing in a regular heat and in a regular session out there. You're doing a lot more paddling, standing up. So you can see Justin just crouching down, hidden Holland there, continuing to just stay loose and stay warm. Smart strategy for him.
I don't know how he stays crouching like that. That's really hard to do, actually, Anthony. I'm not that limber, I guess. But, here we have Eric Terrien, the fast Frenchman, dropping in on this on this closeout. On his forehand, nice slashing opening turn as he sets up for the closing section. Banking off the top there. That was a great opening wave for Eric Terrien from France, big SUP rider. Great to have him out here in the surfing event as part of this Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam. Justin Holland, your first wave coming in at a 5.7. So Justin Holland's first wave coming in at a 5.7. He'll be looking to improve on that through his second and third and fourth wave here.
So right now the leading contender in the repit charge round is Connor Baxter with an 11.9. So Justin, with that first wave of a 5.7, really has a great foundation to start
his next 3 waves, see what he can do there as we look at the Turtle Bay replay, Tristan.
Yeah, this is of the Frenchman Eric Terrien. So this is a great opening wave for the Frenchman here. Driving off the bottom and carving back into the white water, gaining momentum again as he prepares to set up for this off the lip. Gets right in the right section. A little slower on the board. You can tell the board's a little longer, not quite as twitchy as some of the shorter boards that some of the other guys are using, but he's definitely putting it to good effect out there, getting some good waves notched up. So we'll see what that comes in at for Eric Terrien. So we're actually already in heat number 7 of the repechage, so just 3 more heats after this one until we move on to the women's repechage. Eric Terrien, a 3.6, a 3.6 pour le français Eric Terrien. So 3.6 for Eric Terrien's first wave as Justin Holland goes into the crouching position, waiting for the avalanche to unfold through the wall here.
And here we have Justin on his second wave, so he'll drop in on his forehand. Nice carving, slashing cutback, setting up for his final maneuver. Getting more aggressive than that first wave, and can he ride out of it? Unfortunately, not quite riding out, but a great attempt for Justin.
A little bit of frustration there for the frother. It was a nice opening turn, and he was setting up really for that radical move, but unfortunately just came unstuck at the close of that. But he's still got another couple of attempts to get the scores he needs, and starting with a 5.7 puts him in a stronger position. He'll want to improve on it, but here's the replay so we can check it out. The Turtle Bay replay, really nice driving roundhouse there from Justin Holland, a real trademark Justin Holland turn there. As he generates speed, comes up into the closing section, throws the tail out, but unfortunately laying back a little bit too hard. Once again, I think that pool water not giving him as much flotation to bounce back up as the ocean does. So a little bit of frustration there for Justin Holland. Getting a 3.5 nonetheless, even though it wasn't a complete wave. That opening turn obviously pleased the judges as well as the commitment of that second turn. So 3.5 for your second wave, Justin. Your first wave, a 5.7. So just 4 people progressing through from this repechage round through to round number 3, round of 16. And we will be getting underway with that first half of round of 16 this evening. So it'll be the first 4 heats of the round of 16. So stay tuned. A lot more action still to come here today. We're really maximizing the pool time here, making sure that we get as much action for you at home, the viewers. So we hope you've been enjoying the show. I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you so much to Sheikh Ahmad. So this is Eric Terrien on his forehand, banking up into the closing section. I'm not sure whether that will be better than his first. Perhaps a little more critical on the closeout section there, but notching up another wave there for Eric Terrien. So as I was saying, a big thank you to His Highness Sheikh Ahmed for his amazing support of this spectacular event, the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam here in the UAE. It is the first of its kind. Last year, we broke down new barriers with the exhibition event. This year, it is a full-status Stand Out World Tour event as we go to the Turtle Bay replay with Eric driving off the bottom. Nice slashing turn, releasing the fins a little bit there as he sets up for this closing turn. So a little bit later coming into the lip there, but controls it nicely through the lip there. So we'll see what the judges think. It was definitely a more critical wave potentially. So also thank you to the Abu Dhabi Sailing and Yacht Club, the founding partner of this incredible event, and also of course ESSA, the Organization for Stand-Up Paddling and Surfing in the UAE, led by our good friend Tim. And Eric Terrien getting a 3.8 on that last wave, a 3.8 Eric Terrien, 3.8 pour le français Eric Terrien.
as we see Justin waiting for the next wave. I'd like to also say thank you to Wadi Adventure Park, providing us this oasis in the middle of the desert with quite literally an aquatic playground with this wave pool, the rafting, every kind of activity you could possibly imagine out here in Al Ain, the beautiful region of Al Ain in the UAE. So this is Justin Holland. Nice opening turn there as he sets up for the closing section here. A little safer on that one, but lands it cleanly right in the critical section of the wave. So let's see what the judges think of that one. So we'll be coming back to you with scores on that one. But a nice opening turn and right into, really banking right into the critical section of the wave. So Justin showing that his timing is on here at Wadi Adventure Park. He has one more wave to go as Eric heads out for his third. And we're going to go to the Turtle Bay replay to check out that last one of Justin. So you see him setting up, driving off the bottom, and this nice, really critical gouging turn back into the white water as he sets up and generates speed and banks off the bottom. A well-timed off the top there. Nothing too radical, but it was definitely a crisp, nice off-the-top finishing maneuver for Justin Holland. So it'll be a solid backup score, and I think that was his objective, to make sure he had two solid scores that he could count on, and I'm sure he will be looking to push the envelope on his next wave. But we'll wait for that score to drop. So while we're on the thank you missions, I'd like to thank also our Stand Up World Tour patrons. Starboard, Nash, JP Australia, Fanatic, Rogue, Art and Surf, Focus SUP, F1, Indian Ocean Paddle Surf, New Advance, and BIC SUP. So all quality brands. We're seeing our BIC SUP representative in the water now, just about to get a ride, Eric Terrien. And of course, Justin Holland, one of the leading starboard team riders, the dream team as they call them. And Justin Holland at 5.5 for your last wave, a 5.5 for your last wave. So two solid scores are getting you into the 11-point range for your total heat score, as Eric Terrien drops in on this wave. So cutting back a little earlier on this one so he can get some more speed, and unfortunately just coming unstuck. He cut back a little low on that wave, so he kept down at the bottom part of the wave, not able to generate the speed he wanted. So an unfortunate last wave for Eric Terrien. He will have one more wave on the closeouts. He'll be looking for a big score here to keep him in contention. Justin Holland, in the meantime, has a couple of solid scores, mid-range 5 scores, so 5.7 and a 5.5 as we go to the Turtle Bay replay for Eric Terrien. So you can see him coming off the bottom, but he cuts back pretty low down on that wave, so he doesn't stay up high in the power source, not giving him the speed he wants, and then he's kind of behind the section there, making him late for the closeout. So unfortunately, slightly misread that wave as we're back to live action of the pool. So 2.1 for Eric Terrien's last wave, so won't factor into his overall score there. So riders looking for an overall heat score total of 2 waves. And this is their last chance to keep in the running here at stop number 3 of the 2014 Stand Up World Tour. As we see Crouching Tiger out underneath the wadiadventure.ae logo. And you should go visit wadiadventure.ae to learn more about this incredible place out here in the UAE. Quite literally a surfing oasis. As we see Jake Jensen cruising across the screen here with a nice looking Fanatic board, also one of our proud patrons on the Stand Up World Tour. Their shaper, an old friend of mine, Sebastian Wenzel. Sebastian, if you're watching, what's up? Haven't seen you guys for a long time. As we see Justin Holland. This is his last closeout wave as he races down the line, drives around, slashing turn, just comes unstuck there. He had something in mind there, but it doesn't quite play out for him, but it might well be enough. We'll see how the last few heats go here. At the moment, he has a total heat score total of 11.2. So he's From my understanding thus far, he's still in the running, but we need to get an updated leaderboard here, and we'll keep you in the loop. So we're going to the replay of that wave so we can see what happened there for Justin Holland. So he chooses to race down the line, further down the line than on his previous waves, and then do a really critical banking turn there. But he really laid it all on the rail, and unfortunately, it kind of held him up in the lip, and he was unable to perform another maneuver there. But pretty critical turn there. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see what the judges give that. He definitely put it all into that first turn, but not as critical a part of the wave, but definitely a trademark Holland turn. As Eric Terrien waits for his last wave in this repechage heat. So we hope you're all going to stay with us this week as we go forward with the World Series later on in the week. We'll have a big press day on Wednesday the 16th at Yas Marina, where we'll be exploring some of the wonders that there are in Yas Marina, from the Formula One track to the water world. They do have a water world over there, slightly different from over here, but they have a standing wave. They have all kinds of water park amusement and activities. So that's going to be right in Yas Marina and Yas Island area. So we'll be exploring over there on Wednesday, and then the long distance will get underway on the Thursday, a 10-kilometer course that will be a lap course right in the heart of Yas Marina, followed by the sprint course on the Friday, as we see Eric Terrien dropping into his fourth and final repechage wave, setting up for this closing section, and up into the closing section there. So I'm not sure that'll improve on his position. We'll see. And we'll keep you updated on the final scores as we see the next heat taken to the water here. This will be Daniel Hughes from Huntington Beach, California, coming up against Jake Jensen. Obviously, they're all against each other here. 20 athletes vying for 4 spots in the coveted main event. So we're going to go back to replay of Eric Terrien's last wave. So Eric driving off the bottom here. And he goes for his opening turn there. Kind of cuts it short so he can set up for this closing turn into the lip. Definitely a critical turn there. It's great to see it in slow motion. You see that his timing was right on that time. He got right into the place he wanted to be. As we see the young Californian Daniel Hughes preparing for his last battle for contention here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. So this is stop number 3 on the Stand Up World Tour. It is also combining with the World Series, so it's stop number 2 for the Stand Up World Series. We'll be also running some celebrity relays and an Akamakai youth event on the Saturday at Abu Dhabi Sailing and Yacht Club. So plenty of action this week, all kinds of action from everyone from kids up to open-level adults and entry-level adults to the pro division, obviously. So a lot of action here in the UAE as stand-up paddling takes center stage for the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam. So heat score totals for that last heat. We have Justin Holland with an 11.2 and Eric Terrien with a 7.4. So we'll wait to give you an updated leaderboard. As it stands, I believe Justin Holland is still in contention. So Daniel Hughes taken to the air as expected. A nice aerial there. Gives a little shake of the head as he makes it cleanly, just to show the judges that that was indeed a clean make. So nice opening wave for Daniel Hughes. Let's see what the judges think of that. He looks happy. Little fist pump. Tongue out. He's definitely happy with that last wave. He wants it. He wants to get back into round 3. As we go to the Turtle Bay replay, let's check out Daniel's wave, see how he did there. So nice opening turn there, throwing a lot of spray, banking back into the white water there as he sets up with lots of speed here. And times it perfectly, airs right over the top there. That is definitely a great wave there from Daniel Hughes, a great way to start his campaign in this repechage round. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges come back with on that wave. This is definitely an ideal. It's definitely an ideal playing field for athletes such as Daniel Hughes, who spend their life taken to the air on stand-up paddle boards. So He's been one of the driving forces in the aerial movement as far as stand-up paddling is concerned. So it's an ideal platform for him here. We'll see if he can succeed in achieving one of those prestigious and coveted 4 spots to go through to the next round of competition here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. So I'd like to say a big thank you also to Turtle Bay, the official resort of the Waterman League and the Stand Up World Touring Series. You too can win a chance for a free stay out at Turtle Bay, a weekend stay out at Turtle Bay on Oahu's fabled North Shore by going to turtlebaysup.com. As we see Fanatics Jake Jensen from Australia. Nice opening turn there. He really wants to take to the air here. We saw him in just unable to get the speed he wanted there. A little slow coming up to the lip, so unable to take to the air there. But Jake definitely, he has an agenda in this repechage round. He loves taking to the air, and he had a really close call in his first heat. If he had made that first wave, it might have been the difference between him advancing or not. But here he'll be looking for a great score here in this repechage round. So watch out for Jake Jensen from Australia. Also later on this week, obviously, as a key contender on the Stand Up World Series. He'll be a driving force at the Stand Up World Series event later this week. So here's a replay of Jake's wave. Nice opening turn there. Does a half turn there just so he can set up and generate some speed, but unfortunately not quite getting the speed he wanted as he comes up into the lip and is not able to take off there. So yeah, make sure you go to turtlebaysup.com for your chance to win a free stay at Turtle Bay. But also go to Oahu's fabled North Shore.com for a better understanding of the world of Turtle Bay. It is it's more than just a hotel. It's a way of life, and it's a gateway to a lot of adventure out on Oahu's fabled North Shore. You can learn more about the North Shore guides led by Rocky Cannon. They also have some celebrity North Shore guides such as Kala Alexander. Also one of the standouts always at the Sunset Beach Pro, our World Tour opener out on the North Shore. So the Waterman League really having its roots in Hawaii. But truly a global affair as we reach over 10 countries worldwide through our events. And here we see Daniel Hughes taking off on his second wave in the repechage. Nice slashing opening turn. Unfortunately, just puts a little bit too much into that turn and loses his speed, unable to pick back up to be able to connect with that second turn. So disappointing for Daniel. He always has his eyes on the second section, a little over early there. But he's already had a great first score. Daniel, your first wave score was a 6.5, so 6.5 for Daniel's first wave. So a great way to start. We'll wait for that second score to drop, but I doubt that it'll be up there. Unfortunately, going down there after his first turn. Jake Jensen, your first wave was a 2.3. So you'll be looking to improve on that on your next 3 waves. So we have scores dropping for Daniel Hughes' second wave. It is a 1.3. So he'll be definitely looking for something better for the next 2 waves, but he's looking pretty good right now with a 6.5. He needs a score in the range of between a 5 and a 7 to really secure contention here. We'll see what pans out.
Jake Jensen just in the circling area, getting ready for his next attempt at his closeout. Taking off on that one. Very good on-rail turn right there for Jake. High in the lip. getting up and over, back foot coming off, landing back on the board. And yes, Jake Jensen riding out of that one. I'm sorry, folks, I got really excited. That was a fantastically surfed wave, Jake. Look at him, he's not even phased. He's like, yeah, no big deal for me. So Jake really showing his air game this week, and that's so exciting to see. Traditionally known as a racer. Check him out right there, catching the backlash. Ranked in the ranked third last year overall in the Stand-Up World Series, but Jake Jensen showing some versatility right there. That first turn that he did was a very committed on-rail turn and then got some speed. And let's talk through it while we watch the Turtle Bay replay. So you can see, nice timing right there. Off the bottom, carves back into the power source of the wave, and then a couple of pumps, getting his paddle ready, getting up and over. You can see his back foot is completely off his board, but then reconnects. He's sitting down, I think, on his board, manages to reshuffle his feet, rides out of that one. And we will see what the judges think of that one. Get a 2.3 on wave number 1. There's Alexis Danielle getting ready for his heat coming up later on. Alexis is in heat number 9 coming up against Paul Jackson. So Jake has to be pleased with that wave. That was a fantastically surfed wave. As we await Daniel Hughes' next turn, so Daniel boosting on that wave number 1. So let's see what he has here. As he carves a nice turn. Now Daniel getting some speed and finishing that wave nicely and jumping off right there. So Daniel just checking it out and making his way back to the waiting area.
So it was great to see the women out in action earlier today. I was sad not to be commentating during that time. We had a lot of matters to attend to, make sure our timing was all right for this event. A lot of things to put in motion, obviously, as we go to a Turtle Bay replay of Jake Jensen's last wave, I believe. Nice opening turn there. And he gets right up over it there. Really cool. And he pulls it off. Foot free in the air there. That was a great finish for Jake Jensen. I can't wait to see what that comes in at. So great wave from Jake Jensen, and he's now back in the water again for his next closeout wave. We're going to have some score updates for you momentarily here. So it was a great women's opening round there. As we saw, current ratings leader posting the highest score, so keeping her dominant presence here on the Stand Up World Tour going here. But right behind her, event winner at the last event in Brazil, Izzy Gomez. So she is continuing her incredible role. We'll wait to see what she has in store for us in the quarterfinals.
Oh, yeah.
Also with flashes of brilliance, obviously Ibaya Moreno, but Aline Adisaka looking really strong.
I had to go to the bathroom so bad.
And of course, Caroline Angibault from France. She was the winner in the wave pool part of the Abu Dhabi All-Stars in 2013. As we see Jake Jensen doing an opening turn here as he sets up for the closing section. Just a little later on that section. Almost pulls it out, just comes unstuck there. Some great saves from Jake Jensen as he progresses through the closeouts here. And it looks like Daniel Hughes is heading out for what I believe is his final closeout. So there we have a replay of Jake Jensen's wave. Fnatic Team Rider here, setting up for something big. Unfortunately, a little late here just gets caught up in the lip there, unable to project above the lip like he did so successfully on that last wave. So we're waiting for those final scores to drop as we come up to, that was wave number 3 for Jake Jensen. So the final wave for Daniel Hughes now on the repechage. So we have 2 more heats in this repechage round. The first featuring Alexis Daniel from France. Put on a great performance and narrowly missed out on advancing directly by a matter of 0.2, I believe, or 0.1. So he got a 13.9, and I think 14.0 was the cutoff. Then Paul Jackson from Australia, fellow Fnatic team rider of Jake Jensen, training partner. Giorgio Gomez, who was on fire as well in the first round. He scored a 14.0, but unfortunately didn't make it through just. As we see Daniel Hughes driving off the bottom. Nice opening turn there as he sets up for this end section. What's he got for us? Boosting above the lip there, keeps the board under him. And a little foam climb just to accentuate the wave there. Let's see what the judges think of that. That'll definitely be a second score for Daniel Hughes. Let's see if that's enough to keep him in the running here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. So yeah, Giorgio Gomez and Jan Vaj being tied with 14.0 when we were looking at the advancements going through to round number 3. And it came down to the highest score, the single score, and that was Jan Vaj with a 7.6. As we see that nice opening turn from Daniel, throwing a lot of spray as he sets up for this end section. You can see him just willing to get to the air. And there he goes, right above the lip. Fins completely clear of the wave and executes the aerial cleanly with a little foam climb just to show just how cleanly. So great wave there from Daniel Hughes. We'll see what that comes through as. Thank you to Turtle Bay for that beautiful replay. As we look at our proud partners of this event, ESSA, the organization for the development of stand-up paddling and surfing in the UAE, doing some great work to create the foundations for a bright future for the sports over here. And of course, Wadi Adventure, our host here for the Abu Dhabi All-Stars, the Stand-Up World Tour component. Our host later on this week will be Yas Island and the Yas Marina for the Stand-Up World Series component of the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be an exciting edition with the fastest guys in the world all congregating for an epic showdown. So we hope you can stay with us all throughout the week at watermanleague.com as we bring you the action live from this historic stop on the Stand-Up World Tour and World Series as we see Jake Jensen paddling into his last wave of the repechage round. Just an opening check turn to set up for this. Gets up over the lip and lands it cleanly. So nice finish there for Jake Jensen. So scoring update. Daniel Hughes, your 2 top scores. Oh no, we're waiting for your last wave to come in. So at the moment, we have a 6.5 and a 5.7. That's already a strong scoreline, I believe. Well, we'll see what that last wave comes in at. Jake Jensen, we're waiting for your last 2 waves as well. At the moment, you have a 4.4 and a 2.3, but we're waiting for the last wave as we go to the Turtle Bay replay of Jake Jensen's last wave. So nice opening turn there. Just a check turn, really, just to keep his momentum going to set up for this final closing turn. Right into the lip there and just a little air over the top of the lip there. Cleanly executed by Jake Jensen. Nothing too radical, but might be another score for his scorecard. So we'll wait to see how that last wave came in for him as well as this one we just watched. So a nice view of a late afternoon vision of Wadi Adventure. So we'll be bringing you the latest scores from that last heat, or the final scores from that last heat, as we see repechage number 9 now in the water. This is Alexis Daniel in blue. He was on great form last night for round number 1. So let's see what he's got for us this evening. Or this afternoon, I should say. Another beautiful day here in Abu Dhabi. the sun was out and it was smoking hot. This is the beginning of the summer over here, so definitely the middle of the day gets pretty scorching, but that's what the pool's here for. As we see Alexis Daniel, nice opening slashing turn as he sets up for this closing section. Getting right up into it, and a really cleanly executed wave by the Frenchman from Brittany. So coming from the area where we hold our final event of the year, the La Torche Pro France, so a Brittany local. Always been a strong finisher here on the Stand Up World Tours. Had a tough start to the year at Sunset and Brazil, but looking to make up for that here. Really strong competitor. Previously in the longboarding world. As we go to replay of Alexis Daniel's first closeout wave. So smooth opening turn, getting a lot of slash into that, showing the judges the fins as he sets up for this closeout turn. And it's up into the closeout, and he gets it up to at least 11 o'clock. So a nice critical turn, really throwing it up into the lip, timing spot on. So nice opening wave for Alexis Daniel. We'll see how that ends up in the judges' eyes. So now paddling out to the lineup is Paul Jackson from Australia, one of the most well-trained athletes in the world. Him and his wife Angela are, or Angie as she's more familiarly known, two of the most dedicated athletes out there, as are their training partner that we just saw out here, Jake Jensen. So group of guys getting together, and girl, and training and paddling together and having a lot of fun together, traveling the world, following the Stand Up World Series, and here joining us for the Stand Up World Tour out here at Wadi Adventure. So we're excited to be back here in Abu Dhabi. It's such a unique destination for stand-up paddling, but we're going to throw to the Turtle Bay replay, brought to you all the way from Oahu's fabled North Shore as Paul Jackson drives off the bottom there. Nice slashing opening turn there as he sets up for this closeout section, driving down the line. Throwing it up into the lip there, unfortunately standing up a little too straight and coming up stuck. So an unfortunate finish there on that wave for Paul Jackson. But he has 3 more closeouts to bring it back. And I have seen some pretty amazing barrel shots of Paul Jackson, so I do know that this guy appreciates a good barrel. So if we can get, just turn up the wave pool 10 notches and start creating barrels, that would be wonderful as we see Alexis Daniel getting ready for his next wave. He's actually behind the corner there. There he is, standing by the steps. So such a cool and unique venue here with these cement walls all the way around you. And the wave just seemingly coming out of nowhere as Alexis dropping in to his second closeout wave. Really aggressive opening turn there for Alexis. And gets a little lift there on that off the top. So another strong finish there from Alexis Daniel. So he's putting on a strong show here. He definitely wants to end up in that round 3. So let's see how this pans out for the Frenchman from Brittany. So here,
our Turtle Bay replay here of Alexis Daniel.
showing his nice carving turns that he's done previously and boosting one with some style right there. So Alexis Daniel enjoying himself here at the wave pool.
So as we get a look at the Wadi Adventure.ae sign there in the background and panning back to Alexis Daniel, contemplating his last two waves. We're going to wait for scores to drop there. We'll be updating you momentarily. So stand by, athletes. We will have scores for you in a moment. So Alexis Daniel, your first wave a 4.7. Your first wave a 4.7. Wait for the second wave to drop. Paul Jackson, your first wave a 2-point ride. So we have an official announcement that Daniel Hughes is automatically into the round 3. Well, that's not official actually, but as it stands, he is now on top of the leaderboard. He just overtook Connor Baxter with a 12.2 heat score. Just behind him, Connor Baxter with an 11.9. So both of those athletes looking pretty favorable to move forward into the next round as we see Paul Jackson. Oh, just coming unstuck, slashing on that opening turn and just catching his inside rail. So that was, here's a Turtle Bay replay of Paul Jackson's last wave as he drops in. Nice slashing turn, but unfortunately just catching his front rail and giving us something to watch. A nice dismount there, Anthony.
Yeah, definitely getting some style points on that one. So we're making our way through our next to last heat, and then the women will prepare for their repicharge rounds.
So yeah, we have 3 repechage heats for the women. So it'll be the same format with 4 closeout waves, the best 2 counting. So all women stand by. We are in heat number 9 of the men's repechage. We have 1 more heat and then it will be you. And the first heat will be Miley Tahar from France and Mason Schremer from the US.
And we'll be running the same format with 2 girls going at a time, and then finish 1 heat, move on to the next heat, and then the third and final heat, and then come back to the men for their first 4 heats of the round of 16.
So we will, in this round, in these 2 rounds, we're going just heat by heat because we don't have any machine changing for the transition of the waves from left to right. We just kept it on 1 setting. But for the round of 16, we will go back to the 3 settings. We will be reducing the wave count, so it'll be 2 waves each on each setting. So 2 waves on the left, 2 waves on the right, and 2 waves on the closeout. As we see Alexis Daniel dropping in to his 3rd closeout wave. Nice slashing opening turn. And another nice closing turn there from Alexis Daniel. He just posted a 5.1 for his 2nd wave. So increasing his wave count as he goes here. So a 4.7 and a 5.1 for Alexis Daniel. Paul Jackson, a 2 point and a 1.2. So yeah, for round number 3, the next men's round to come up, then the first 4 heats of which we'll be doing this evening. Slight change in format. We will have 2 lefts, 2 rights, and 2 closeouts. So every rider will get 2 lefts, 2 rights, 2 closeouts. And we will do that 2 heat at a time format. But hang on 1 second as we go to the Turtle Bay replay of Alexis Daniel's last wave. So nice sweeping cut back there, back into the white water as he sets up for this closing turn, drives up into the lip, really hits it perfectly timed there, throws some spray through the lip, and he earns himself a 5.4. So he now has a 5.1 and a 5.4 counting.
We see Leco Salazar getting his board ready. Brother Mateo down there. They're just having a chat, preparing for their heats coming up, perhaps later today or tomorrow.
They are actually up this evening. We're going to see Mateo Salazar in heat number 3 and Leco Salazar in heat number 4. So the brothers will, without doubt, meet by the quarterfinals if they both go through. So that's going to be an interesting one if that happens. But they have some pretty stiff competition in the form of Jan Vaj for Mateus and Mo Freitas for Leco Salazar. So here we have Paul Jackson dropping into this wave. Little check turn there for Paul as he sets up for the closing section. Cracks it into the closing section there. A clean finish for Paul. Actually just going down there. I thought he was going to pull through that one. So Paul still looking to improve on his scores. He's currently with a 2 and a 1.2. We'll see how that wave comes out as. So Alexis Daniel, you need a 6.1 in order to get into advancing position. As we go to the Turtle Bay replay of Paul, aka Jacko Jackson's last wave. Nice opening turn there as he sets up for the closing section. Hits it perfectly timed there, comes down. He looks like he comfortably lands that, but then one knee's down and he suddenly both hands were down and then he was off the side. So not quite sure what happened there.
So we have our surfer in blue, Alexis Daniel, awaiting his 4th and final wave. Last of yellow 2.3, last of blue 5.4. So Alexis Daniel needing a 6.7 in order to get into one of those advancement places, those coveted top 4 that we see Daniel Hughes atop the leaderboard right now. Connor Baxter maintaining second with his 11.9. In third, we've got Bant Roediger. We have Remy Keek with 11.7. And currently in fourth, we have Bant Roediger with an 11.5 as Alexis Daniel's up and riding on his backhand, showing a little variety and a little bit of spice on that last turn, connecting with the whitewater. So Alexis Daniel finishing his repicharge campaign. Wait to see if he got a score in the 7 range.
I think he actually needed a 6.1. So we'll see if that last wave was enough. Well, and that is currently, because obviously we have one more repechage heat to go. And it is featuring Giorgio Gomez, who I've got to say is a pretty fierce competitor. As we see a replay of that last wave of Alexis Daniel. Decides to go on his backhand. Nice opening turn as he sets up here for the closing section. Driving up and banking off the top. That was really a nice wave, actually, for Alexis Daniel. A cleanly executed wave. Let's see how the judges see that. As we pan down to the competitors, the Schweitzer family hanging with Dylan Frick, fellow team member, and then fellow Maui boy, Bant Roediger. So Bant, the multi-sport athlete with a lot of hair.
Bant's been hanging out at the pool each and every day, trying to log as many waves as we can as we see our next heat preparing. So we have 2 starboard riders coming up next in this final repicharge heat. So Giorgio Gomez has been in form for this entire year on tour, having some great results, and we'll see if he can make it into the coveted top 4 position to move into the round of 16.
So Alexis Daniel notching up a 4.8 on that last wave, a 4.8 for Alexis Daniel. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. We'll wait to get the final and official results on that, but Paul Jackson now paddling into his last closeout wave. Paul Jackson, Fanatic team rider. Driving off the bottom into the whitewater there, and nice closing turn. Unfortunately just coming unstuck there, so I'm not sure that'll improve on his current position. He has a 2 and a 2.3, so that's not going to be enough, and I don't think with the last wave it'll be enough. So that might be the end of Paul Jackson's campaign here at the stand-up world tour part of the Abu Dhabi All-Stars, but one thing is for sure, he is going to be a name to watch out for later on this week at the stand-up world series.
Oh yeah, he's a very fast racer, and he had a lot of speed on this wave right here. As we watch the Turtle Bay replay, you can see Paul Jackson with a nice deep bottom turn, a little check off the whitewater there, and here's where he starts to gain some speed. That last bottom turn really projected him forward, but just, you know, a little bit off center and didn't ride out of that one. But Paul Jackson, stoked to have him competing, and I know Kai Bates and his fellow Fanatic team riders enjoyed watching him surf, and Paul will become a spectator now.
That's for sure, and always a great sport. Paul Jackson and his wife Angie Jackson, as we see Giorgio Gomez on the outside doing the Holland Crouching Tiger pose. He's on his forehand attacking this closeout as we got final scores for that last heat. So Alexis Daniel with a 5.4 and a 4.8, so 10.2 overall heat score total. Paul Jackson with a 2 and a 2.1 and a 2.3, so 4.4 for his overall heat score total. So that is the final results from that last repechage heat as we see Giorgio Gomez preparing for action.
Giorgio's been landing a high percentage of his aerial maneuvers throughout his entire practice sessions in the earlier days. So let's see what he does on his first wave. He's got that nice pink wax job as he slashes his first turn, and up and over, and didn't attempt to go too high, but wanted to make sure that he landed it. So Giorgio Gomez getting his first wave score on board.
Yeah, he had a nice opening turn. But stayed high on the wave, so he didn't really get that bottom to top to be able to boost up over it, but kind of did a nice hop over the lip and threw the tail out a little bit and landed it really. Wave, a 6.5 Giorgio, so a great start there. Somehow Giorgio looks as though he's cold or he's hiding or something's going on there. As we see Leonard Nika from Italy, fellow starboard team rider, racing down the line here. Looking to get air, unfortunately back of the board sticking in the wave there. The will was there, the air was not.
So Giorgio Gomez just needs to repeat what he did on his first wave, and that'll put him into the round of 16. So Giorgio Gomez sitting pretty with his first wave, and we'll see what he can do on his next 3 attempts. But he has 3 attempts to just match his score on that one, and looks like that will be enough to move him into the round of 16.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay of Leonard Nika, Italian representative here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars, racing down the line here. As he's heading for this section, he goes up. Sort of gets stuck at the top of the wave there and drops out the back. We have a score drop in for that. It's a 1.3 for Leonard Nika. He'll be looking for better waves on the next 3 as we see Giorgio Gomez waiting for his next wave. Giorgio has been extremely impressive, I have to say, over the last year on the Stand Up World Tour. His performance level just increasing and increasing every event. This last event in Brazil was some of the best surfing I've ever seen him do. So it's exciting to see him here in the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. The format definitely suiting his style of riding. He likes to take to the air, quite a flamboyant surfer, I think. He's definitely got his own unique style, and he's very entertaining to watch. So looking forward to seeing great things from this young talent from Florida in the United States.
And soon perhaps to be a young talent living in San Clemente. So Giorgio and Izzy looking to become Trestle's locals. They're also enjoy shortboarding. So they are perhaps looking to make a move to San Clemente, which is, you know, Orange County, one of the kind of meccas of stand-up paddling, as Giorgio Gomez looking at this left-hander. Slashes his first turn, very similar, but gets a little bit unstuck and not able to ride back into it. Very similar to a lot of the competitors we've seen who kind of mistimed that top turn.
Absolutely, Anthony. You know, he put it all into that opening turn, and unfortunately a little bit too much. It's a soft part of the wave there, so it's a tough one. Once you lay the rail, you got to bring the board right underneath you again and start generating speed. Unfortunately, you got a little caught up the top there as we get a view of our camera guy here, Johnny De Cesare. His back, watching the action tirelessly throughout the day. As we see Giorgio Gomez. This is a nice turn, really laying his whole rail, throwing the fins out there. A lot of spray, but unfortunately just gets caught up in the lip.
So a lot of times when you lay back, when you do that turn and you kind of lay back into the wave, there's a little bit more power to push you back up to go along with your core strength, but not a lot of power at the back of these waves. So Giorgio Gomez is going to have a 1.5 on that last wave that he just rode. So now we're going to be looking at our surfer in yellow, Wadi Nika.
Okay, so we have a score update. So on this heat, Giorgio Gomez with a 6.5 and a 1.5. Wadi Nika with a 1.3 as he's waiting for his second wave. Just to recap on the last heat scores. Daniel Hughes with an 12.2. I think he's leading the leaderboard right now, 12.2. Looking around at me with shock and horror that I might have been a number out there.
So you might make it, Dan. You're in first and there's 2 surfers to go.
So here we have Wadi Nika wanting something big on this wave here. Slashing on his first turn and setting up for this last turn here. And just going down with the lip there. He looks really hungry there, almost a little overeager, as if he's not letting it flow there. I think, yeah, it's got to be challenging out there. He's just got these few chances to make it happen here. That's his wave number 2. He'll be looking for 2 stronger scores on his 3rd and 4th wave, as we see Giorgio Gomez heading back out to sea.
You know, really interesting to hear the competitors talk about their strategy for this rapid charge round. And we'll take a look at that incomplete maneuver from Wadi Nika. He comes off the bottom. His starboard's looking very lively under his board, showing some fins right there. Uses his paddle to drive down the line, and then again you can see he has the foot positioning and going for the aerial attempt, but not enough speed right there for him.
So Leonard, a 2.4 for your last wave. So Wadi Nika from Italy, starboard team rider, getting a 2.4 on that last wave. He'll be looking for a couple of stronger scores as we see Giorgio Gomez just out of picture there on the left. You can see his arm, but he's waiting patiently for his next wave, lurking in the shadows. So yeah, no, Giorgio Gomez off to a great start though with a 6.5. He'll be looking to improve on that. His surfing is definitely worthy of it.
And just so many nerves playing a factor in this rapid charge round. You see a number of the competitors posted good scores on their first, or second wave, and then were unable to back it up. Just, so many nerves going on. Everyone wanting to advance into that round of 16 through this very cutthroat rapid charge round, like all rapid charge rounds are. So Giorgio Gomez taking off for wave number 3. Let's see if he can back up his 6.5 with a nice first turn. Giorgio in good position here, and playing it a little bit safe, I think, on that one, but a very smart move, and Giorgio completes that ride.
Definitely, Anthony. I think that was a smart move by Giorgio. Really nice opening turn, actually. Really, really nice. And he set up and decided a little safer closing turn just to make sure he gets the score. I think that might already be enough to secure his place, but we'll see. We'll wait to see how the judges see that wave. But he wanted to have another solid wave under his belt so that the last one he can go for broke, because we'll take a look at the Turtle Bay replay. And here we see Giorgio Gomez just laying everything into this first turn, driving it all the way around to 10 o'clock behind him as he drives in for this next turn. Through the lip there, great timing, throws the tail out a little bit and lands cleanly. So definitely a nice wave for Giorgio Gomez. Not his most radical, but definitely a solid score, I would imagine.
I'll take one of those turns any day of the week, any session of my life, as the level of surfing of these guys and girls here, it's just incredible. You see Giorgio's kind of a safe turn for him is a once-in-a-lifetime turn for most other stand-up paddle surfers throughout the world. So Matty Schweitzer down there telling him the secrets to success for his fourth and final wave as we await the scores for wave number 3 as the computer calculates the scores dropping in from the judges.
So we've got an exciting competition shaping up for us as kicking off this evening with round 3 of the Abu Dhabi All-Stars men. Some stacked heats as I look through the rounds. I certainly would be apprehensive about coming up against any of those guys on any given day. So as we see a set coming through, it's Nika from Italy. Racing down the line again, hoping for something better here. Driving off the top there, getting a little stuck there, just not quite connecting with the section there to give him the air that he wants there. But still all to play for. He has one more attempt here on the closeouts as we see Giorgio Gomez going out for his last wave.
So Leonard's going to need a 10 on his last wave in order to add to his 2.4 if he wants to advance into the round of 16. As we take a look at his wave, so you can see, as you were saying, Tristan, he's just trying to build board speed to get up and over the lip, and that was his best attempt so far as he almost rides out of it. He does kind of ride out of it, so that'll be maybe his highest scoring wave of the heat.
Yeah, he definitely looks a little overeager to get to the section, and I think just sitting back a little bit and staying in the power source of the wave would give him a little more projection coming into that closing section, as we see with Giorgio Gomez really timing it perfectly. Coming off the bottom, staying within the power source and you know, performing some turns that have score potential. As that is the athlete's view looking out at the playing field, the stadium here at Wadi Adventure Park. It is really a stadium. We got a terrace, a viewing terrace up top. We have the athlete tent areas at the bottom, and then we have the AC enclosed area for the judging and the live webcast. So we're very fortunate to bring you all the action from the AC here in the ever warm Abu Dhabi.
Hey, Connor Baxter, the women are going to go right after the men because they're staying with the closeout. So there will be no transition wave. We're going to go straight into the first heat of the women's repit charge. So after the repit charge, before the round of 16, they will transition the wave to a left again. But for right now, we have Giorgio up and riding, slashing his first turn. Giorgio pumping down the line and boosting up and over. He went a little more aggressive. He doesn't even know that his third wave came in at a 7.2, so he's already sitting pretty, but that wave is going to, I believe, better his score line. Absolutely.
So Giorgio Gomez shooting up to the top of the leaderboard here in the repechage round with a 7.2 for his third wave, and he had just notched up another good wave there, throwing the tail out over the lip. So at the moment holding a 6.5 and a 7.2 as we go to the Turtle Bay replay of that wave. Looking forward to seeing this in slow motion. There you go. Just nice slashing opening turn, throwing a lot of spray as he works his way down the line and times it perfectly, throwing the tail out there. A little kind of half reverse, a 45-degree reverse, but really cleanly executed, and the judges like that, showed a lot of control.
Giorgio Gomez making his way through into the round of 16. And the round of 16, it is seeded, so the better you place and the higher you score in this repit charge round, that will seed you, a little bit higher versus some of the quote-unquote lower seeds from the round one, but everyone's surfing incredibly.
So we have a score update for you. For Giorgio Gomez, his final wave dropping in at a 6.7. So that'll be another counting wave for him. So 7.2 and 6.7 is counting waves, 13.9, shooting him up to the top of the leaderboard. A great performance from Giorgio Gomez from Florida in the USA, soon to be San Clemente local, I gather. But starboard team rider, I'm sure his teammates will be stoked that he is now back in the running. So great performance from Giorgio. Narrowly, he was actually just got edged out of that direct advancement by Jan Vaj, having got a higher score. Tied for points as we see rider in yellow, it's Leonard Nika.
Changes his strategy a little bit, goes for a first turn, and then up and just riding out the back of that wave, falling out the back of that wave. So that will end Leonard Nika's campaign here at the Stand Up World Tour. He'll now become a spectator and prepare mentally for the Stand Up World Series coming up in a couple of days. So we saw Giorgio Gomez being congratulated down there by his family. And we'll go to a Turtle Bay replay and watch Leonard's last wave.
So Leonard definitely choosing a better strategy here with a nice opening turn there, throwing some spray. If he had just managed to connect here a little more, he goes up into it and just gets caught up over the lip there. Unfortunate, because that was actually a great wave for Leonard from Italy. Putting on a strong performance on his last closeout wave. Unfortunately not able quite to stick that closing turn.
So that concludes Miley Tahar, Mason Schremer. You are up repit charge number 1. So the next wave coming through will be a wave for Miley Tahar. So you should be making your way out there. And Mason Schremer will be on wave number 2. So Miley, this first wave that comes through will be your wave. So I would get on your board and get out there as quickly as you can. Somebody please help her out and tell her to get there, because she's got not much time to get out there. If you miss your wave, this counts. So competitors, you need to be ready and be aware of the schedule and make sure that you are in a good position. So there she is. She's on her feet making her way out. And she's getting ready. See, I saw Izzy Gomez give Giorgio a high five, and I was reading her lips. She said, "That was pretty good. You got a 7.2, but I got a 7.3 earlier today." So, and Miley just making it out in time, turning and burning on this one, and just a little behind, kind of a late takeoff there, and just mistimed that one a bit. And Mason Schremer in yellow will make her way out for her 4 closeout attempts. So we're into the 3 repit charge heats for the women. They'll be surfing in the same format as the men. They get 4 attempts at the closeouts, and judges will score each of their waves, and we will drop their 2 lowest scores, and they will keep their 2 highest scores. So you can see right here in the replay that she just barely got out there in time and turned at the last minute. She didn't really get as many strokes to get her board speed up to the wave speed on the takeoff, and then tried to do a little whitewater climb here, but her Maestro board not quite getting up and over the lip as Mason Schremer prepares for her first scoring right-hand wave. So Mason improving each and every session here in the wave pool. I know she was working with Izzy Gomez and Candace Appleby a couple days ago on the closeouts and progressing quite nicely, attempting to hit the oncoming section. So let's see if Mason can land one of those in this repit charge round. So you see her preparing, nice and balanced by that little blue sign right there, which reads 2 meters. That's just saying the water depth, but that's pretty much the takeoff marker that a lot of the surfers are using. So you kind of in between the stairs and that blue marker right there,
as you see Mason just completely balanced. And here comes her first closeout wave as she paddles in. So Mason dropping in and doing an aggressive first turn as she pumps down the line, and didn't quite have enough speed after her first turn, so let's see her turning around her starboard. She'll get out there back ready for her second attempt. So just looking at the dimensions on her board right there, it looks like she's on the 7-4. So here's a replay of Mason Schremer's first wave. You can see her dropping in, and even as she's doing this turn, she's eyeing that oncoming lip, but maybe a little bit too far behind, and attempting the high line there, but just mistimed it a little bit. So maybe Mason wants to check turn a little bit more, and then get some board speed up for her floater attempt. So we see on screen Miley Tahar from France heard there was one more spot available. Dad emailed Tristan just before the event started, said, hey, I'm sending her over. So here she is, trying to become one of the top 2 of the 6 girls in the repicharge rounds. As here you see Miley paddling into her second wave. She's in a lot better position on this wave on the takeoff, but as she repositions her back foot, it just slides off the back. So we are just awaiting the final tabulations for the top 4 positions for the men to advance into the round of 16. So the judges are tabulating that right now. I do know Giorgio Gomez was first. I believe Daniel Hughes was second. Off the top of my head, Connor Baxter third, as we see Miley's back foot just sliding off. So
So here are the final results. The leaderboard, the top 4 athletes advancing through into round number 3. In 4th place, it's Remy Keek from France, F1 rider. So Remy is through to round number 3. Congratulations, continuing his great form here in the Wadi Adventure Wave Pool. In 3rd place, Connor Baxter from the island of Maui, starboard rider with an 11.9. In 2nd place, Daniel Hughes with 12.2, so going through to round number 3. And on the top of the leaderboard from that repechage round, Giorgio Gomez from Florida in the US, starboard rider with 13.9. So all 4 athletes going through, and we'll update the elimination boards both online and on site. But for reference, Remy Keek goes into heat number 1 against Sean Pointer. So Remy Keek will go into heat number 1. So Remy, you should be ready to get on deck after this women's repechage. Remy Keek, you are in heat number 1. Heat number 2, Daniel Hughes, as we got right up and riding. So I'll come right back to that. This is Mason Schremer. Just coming unstuck, unfortunately, but working our way down the line, right in the critical section there. A great performance from Mason. We'll get the replay of that in a second. In 2nd heat then for the men's round 3, coming up shortly, it is Daniel Hughes coming up against Zane Schweitzer. So if there is any aerial attack today, I'm sure it'll be in that heat. So Zane Schweitzer coming up against Daniel Hughes in heat number 2. In heat number 7, coming up against Poenaiki Rioja, it is Giorgio Gomez as we throw to a Turtle Bay replay of Mason Trema's last wave. Nice opening turn by Mason.
You can see her paddle got stuck in the leash right there. Tristan, sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, that's one of the tough things about stand-up paddle surfing with a leash. I like to surf without a leash, but not very smart for contests. Mason Schremer almost landing that closeout floater attempt, so she has 2 more tries coming up.
So great performance from young Mason there, living in Honolulu, Hawaii. So the final heat of round number 3, heat number 8. This will be Connor Baxter from Maui will be up against Kai Lenny. Now that's kind of a funny one, huh?
So we got Nash versus Starboard. We have number 1 in the world last year in the Stand-Up World Series versus the current number 1 in the Stand-Up World Series and runner-up last year.
Well, I think the last 2 years, Connor and Kai have literally been going blow for blow in the racing world. First and second in the World Series throughout the last 2 years. And this year, Connor starting up on top, but we see him coming up against Kai Lenny in heat number 8, so that won't take place until tomorrow, as we see Miley Tahar from France. Nice opening turn from Miley. Had a nice turn on the closeout, unfortunately coming unstuck, just coming off that, but a committed turn there, went right up into the lip. So great to have Miley representing France out here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. So yeah, that's kind of an interesting heat showdown there with Kai Lenny and Connor Baxter meeting in heat number 8. In heat number 7, so tomorrow as well, that will be Poinaiki Raioha and Georgia Gomez, 2 very progressive riders meeting in heat number 7 tomorrow. So this is a Turtle Bay replay of Miley Tahar.
So you can see that her first turn is much better. She stays on her board. She's eyeing the lip here and has really good timing and looks like she's going to ride out of it, but doesn't quite get enough bend in her legs. She comes down with straight legs and isn't able to absorb the shock of the whitewater meeting the bottom of the wave. So we have scores coming in.
So we have the scores thus far. Rider in blue, Miley Tahar with a 1 and a 1. Right, but we're waiting for your last wave score to come in. I'm sure that'll improve on that. In yellow, Mason Schrema 2.5 and a 2.2 as you wait for your next wave. So just a reminder for this, the repechage advances. We have going into heat number 1, Remy Keek. So you are in heat number 1 of round 3. So that's coming up after these women's repechage heats. You have another couple of heats. And then in heat number 2, it is Daniel Hughes from Huntington Beach, California, coming up against Zane Schweitzer. So Remy and Daniel, be ready for action coming up soon after this repechage heat. And just a reminder to all round 3 athletes as we have action on the water. Hang on that thought. This is Mason Schrema. Nice opening turn. And she goes for the flying dismount into the lip there. Good effort to get up there. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck in the lip. So Miley Tahar, your last wave was a 2.9. À 2.9, Miley Tahar en 2.9 pour ta dernière vague. Pour le moment, tu as 1 point et un 2.9. Donc, tu as besoin d'un score un peu plus élevé pour la dernière vague. So just a reminder for all round 3 athletes, a slight change in format. We're going back to the... Oh, hang on 1 second. We have a Turtle Bay replay of Mason Schrema's last wave.
So you see Mason in good position right here. That's a great turn to set her up perfectly. She's eyeing the lip. And perhaps going off the top a little bit early. Maybe should wait and hit the section that's oncoming instead of trying to go up and over that lip. So a very well-timed wave, but maybe should have just waited a tad bit longer before she went up to the section.
But a great performance from Mason Schrema. Great to see her all the way over here in Abu Dhabi competing in the women's division of the Stand Up World Tour. But just a reminder for all round 3 athletes, a slight change of format for this next round. It will be 2 lefts, 2 rights, and 2 closeouts. So 2 lefts, 2 rights, and 2 closeouts. And we will be scoring you on your two best waves, not category specific. So your two best waves will be scored out of 6, and you will get 2 lefts, 2 rights, and 2 closeouts. So it's an open playing field, and it'll allow you to excel in any one category of waves. You won't be classed by category anymore. It'll be just your 2 best scores based on 2 lefts, 2 rights, and 2 closeouts, your 2 best scores. So this is Miley Tahar. Talk us through it, Anthony.
Miley taking off, fading into the power source. Just a little check turn. She's eyeing the lip and coming unstuck there. So Miley finishing up her repit charge campaign. Mason Schremmer's last wave coming in at a 2.6. So Mason with a 2.5, a 2.2, and a 2.6. So if Mason can land one of these closeout maneuvers, I think that her scores will definitely improve into the 4 or perhaps 5 point range. So let's take a look at Miley's last wave. You can see her paddling her maestro board in very nicely as she turns off the bottom and just checks one, stays nice and low. You can see her repositioning her feet a couple times, but I think her feet are a little bit too close together. You see a lot further forward. That gives you a lot more balance on the board. So, you know, having your feet a lot more than shoulder width apart to give you the ability to stay nice and low and wide with your feet placement. So we have Mason Schremmer on her 4th and final attempt. So Mason looking to land her closeout maneuver to get a score in the 4 or 5 range. I'm just speculating on these scores, so if ifs and buts. So Miley's last wave was a 2.9 to go with her previous 2.9. So currently she has a total score of 5.8. And she is in first place after being the first person to complete her heat. So now she just plays the waiting game to see what the other competitors can do. And here is Mason Schremmer in yellow. Mason checking one off the top, eyeing the lip, and timed that one really nice and is crouched down very low and unable to ride out of that one. But ladies and gentlemen, give Mason Schremmer a round of applause. What a phenomenal repit charge round for her. So she will wait and see the judges' score and, of course, wait for the remainder of the repit charge competitors to complete their heat and see how she ranks. So the top 2 go into the quarterfinals. As we look at the Turtle Bay replay, she's at great positioning, and here she is setting it up, eyeing the lip, using her paddle, and just didn't quite get the lip to push her back into the wave. So she was on top of the lip trying to ride back down. Unfortunately, one was unable to. We are looking for Olivia Piana to be in the water on this next wave in blue. Angie Jackson is waiting, looking around, saying, "Where's Olivia?" Angie's ready to go, and here comes Olivia making her way out in her blue Abu Dhabi All-Star jersey. So Mason Schremmer's score coming in, last wave of a 2.8 to go with her 2.6, giving her a total of 5.4. So Mason moving into second place. So we'll see how these 2 scores hold up throughout the rest of the repit charge round. We have 4 more surfers to go. So Olivia Piana, she was one of our inaugural competitors here last year as she starts her repit charge campaign. Coming off the bottom, off the top. And then, ooh, be careful, board flying in the air. Again, that's where the hand helmet comes into play. And she'll pull her leash, flip over her Fanatic board, and she'll get ready for her second ride. As we have Angie Jackson making her way out. So two fantastic, fanatic surfers getting ready for their heats. Excuse me, for their closeout waves. And up next in the third and final repit charge heat, we have Sophia Bartlow in blue and Lori Park in yellow. So you see Olivia with the Fanatic Pro Wave 711. So they've got a fantastic line of surfing stand-up boards. As the sun begins to set here in El Ain, the pool lights should be coming on within a couple more rounds, a couple more heats. And then the competitors begin their night heats. So Angie Jackson getting prepared for the closeout. She'll be on the right. Olivia was on the right. Miley and Mason on the right as well. I'm going to say Sophia Bartlow is going to attempt the lefts, and Lori stuck with the rights earlier. And there go the pool lights coming on. We're starting off with green as Angie Jackson paddles her way into this one. So she fades into the power source of the wave, checks one and setting it up for a off the lip there, but just falls off, shakes it off, gets a little bit of water out of her ear, and she'll get ready for her next attempt. So that was wave number one for Angie Jackson, and we are looking for Olivia Piana to make her way out for her wave number two. We're going to check out the Turtle Bay replay for Angie Jackson. So you can see her kind of stalling right here, eyeing the lip. I love how in this slow motion replay you can see the competitors eyeing that lip, and her board was in perfect position for that turn, but she was maybe just a little bit too early and didn't quite get her board to hit the oncoming lip. So I think that was a I think that Angie Jackson timed that wave very well and set herself up perfectly for a big closeout maneuver, and she will rethink her strategy and watch Olivia Piana's wave. There you see Olivia Piana looking at her watch, saying, okay, a wave is going to come right about now. And she begins to make her way closer to the wall for her takeoff. And we see Angie Jackson coming down on her second attempt. That was Olivia Piana coming down on her second attempt. So just to make an announcement here, after we finish heat number 3 for the women's repit charge round, we are going to take a 10-minute break as the pool switches before we start our first heat of men. So once heat number 3 finishes with Sophia Bartlow and Lori Park, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So they're going to switch the wave back to the lefts, and there will be a few waves out there that will come through, and then we will begin our round of 16 for the men. So we will take a 10-minute break after heat number 3 of the women's repit charge. As you see Olivia Piana on the replay, fading back nicely into that one. That was a really, really nice first turn, and you can see just caught a rail edge a little bit on her bottom turn for her second maneuver, and that caused her to not come off the top cleanly as Angie Jackson comes down and gets back up on her board and back down, and she's getting back up. So I think Angie was hot there with the heat here in the desert, needed to cool off before her next attempt. So Angie from the, I believe from the Gold Coast of Australia. See her bracing, using the paddle as a third point of balance. And she doesn't even look behind, she just hears the wave as she takes off for her second attempt. So Angie Jackson, regular footer on her forehand. Oh, and times that one much better. So Angie Jackson with a good little stall and set up perfectly for the oncoming lip, and then kicks out nicely. So Angie will be stoked with that one. Olivia Piana, your first score coming in at a 3.2. Second wave, 3.6. Angie Jackson, your first wave was a 1.6, and we are awaiting your second score. So Olivia Piana with a 3.2 and a 3.6. With those two scores alone, that would move her into the lead for the two advancement places into the quarterfinals for the women. So you can see Angie she bottom turns, and you see her put a lot of pressure on the tail to stall her board, and then sets up nicely for that finishing turn there. Little air drop, uses her paddle to balance, and she gets a 2.1 for that one. So 2.1 for Angie Jackson. So each of these competitors will have two more waves, and then Sophia Bartlow, Laurie Park will have 4 waves each. So we've got 10 waves left before our 10-minute break. Give the judges a chance to move around and kind of stretch a little bit. I'm going to pop open another Capri Sun up here. Got the strawberry apple. Thank you guys very much for hooking me up with this Capri Sun. So great to have Olivia Piana back again. She was here once again last year at the inaugural Abu Dhabi All-Star Invitational. You see the smokestacks, the mist coming up from behind the wave. As Olivia just catching a little edge on her takeoff, so that will be a goose egg in her scoreline. So she gets a 0 for that wave. But she's looking good so far with a 3.6 and a 3.2. So I know Olivia wants to post a high score for her 4th wave just to solidify her first position with 2 surfers left to go in this repicharge round. So with 1 more wave for Olivia, she's already in first place, but I know she would like to extend her lead on the remainder of the girls and make sure that she has a little bit of a cushion, because Sophia Bartlow and Laurie Park are 2 dangerous surfers as far as having the ability to post some high scores. So Olivia's not going to be content with her 3.2 and her 3.6. She will try to drop her 3.2 and fill it in with a score higher than her 3.6 as Angie Jackson prepares for wave number 3. So you see Angie just looking at her watch, checking her watch again, and she doesn't even look back as the wave approaches. She's got really good timing with these oncoming waves at the Wadi Adventure Wave Pool. So there you see her on screen. She can hear the sound of the gates opening, and that kind of signals you to take off. She doesn't need to look back. Again, going for the stall, little check turn, and another turn into the whitewater. Angie Jackson, a Fanatic team rider. She is on the Pro Wave, looks like the limited model. That's the 7.8. I can see it right there. 7.6. Okay, it got a little clearer. 7.6. So Angie Jackson showing her skills on the Pro Wave Limited 7.6 by Fanatic. And here we have a replay. So she checks her first turn. You see her eyeing the oncoming lip. And then decides to just lay it on rail right there to go into a cut back into the whitewater. And Angie will have one more attempt as Olivia Piana will begin her fourth and final wave in the closeout portion, which is the only portion for the repertoire round. And then once again, to reiterate, we will have a short 10-minute break after heat number 3 for the women's repechage, and then we will start up with the first heat of men's round of 16 right after that. So last wave of Angie, 1.3. Last wave for Angie Jackson, 1.3. So she's has a 2.1 and a 1.6. There you see Olivia beginning her descent down the wave, checking her first turn, pumping down the line. And it's so tough if you mistime it just a little bit to regain your speed and composure. As you can see, maybe she checked her turn a little bit and didn't quite get enough board speed to attack the lip like she would have liked. So now she's in the precarious position of being in the lead with 2 surfers to go. So both Sophia and Lori will attempt to get higher than second place. Currently is Miley Tahar with a 5.8, and in first place is going to be Olivia Piana as we wait for her final score to drop, but I don't think that's going to help her 3.2 and 3.6, so she's got a 6.8 going into the next round. There's a shot of Sophia Bartlow kind of warm up / dancing. Last wave of Olivia Piana, 2.2. Last wave of Olivia, 2.2. So she will have her 2 scoring waves, will be waves number 1 and 2. Total heat score of 6.8. Angie Jackson will await her 4th and final wave. There you see Angie just keeping that paddle connected with the surface of the water. Again, that gives you an extra point of balance. So instead of just 2 feet, you have the paddle which acts as a 3rd point of balance. And here's Angie with the beautiful blue lights of lighting up this wave. So here's Angie checking her first turn and just catching a little bit of a rail, but you see her smiling, having a good time. So any competitors that are on the mountain behind the wave pool, it is absolutely imperative that you climb down right now and do not go up there for the remainder of the event. So gentlemen that are up there on the mountain, it's imperative that you make your way down and come back to the pool area. So you see Angie Jackson's bright smile as she falls down on her attempt there. So
So thank you guys for making your way down, and we've been asked to have you not scale this mountain. We are here to surf the Wadi Adventure Wave Pool. If you would like to be a mountain climber, that's another event. Or you can go over to the zip line and play area on the other side and partake in some of those activities. So now we're setting up for heat number 3 of the women's repit charge. As we saw Olivia Piana post the highest heat score so far for the women's repit charge round, keeping her a 3.2 and a 3.6 as Sophia Bartlow awaits her first ride. Sophia is in blue. So there's Sophia with the blue lights as well, matching her blue jersey. As she attacks a lip and her paddle gets stuck in her leash, as we've seen a number of competitors, but she's able to ride out of it. Sophia Bartlow has her game face on. She's ready to go and assert her dominance here in the repit charge round to move into the quarterfinals, hopefully. She's surfing with Lori Park on screen in yellow. So Lori Park preparing, looks like she's heading over to the right. Sophia, a goofy footer, heading over on the left. Lori Park is comfortable surfing in both directions. Seen her surfing goofy foot and regular foot and doing some very nice maneuvers either way. So here's Lori preparing for her first closeout wave in the repit charge round. So 2 competitors from the United States in this third and final heat of the repit charge round. So look at our competitor from the United States there, Lori Park, as she's preparing for her first ride. Again, the beautiful lights of the pool. We've got the blue color as Lori drops down to the bottom, and she's eyeing that oncoming lip. And she does a nice turn just before the lip there, staying nice and low, and using that cross stern back brace right there to ride out of that one. So Lori Park completing her first ride, so she'll look to build upon that, as will Sophia Bartlow. Still awaiting scores, but I can tell you right now the leaderboard looks like Olivia Piana in first, Miley Tahar in second, Mason Schremer in third, Angie Jackson in fourth, with 2 surfers to go. So both of these surfers know exactly what they need in order to make it into the quarterfinal rounds, so they can figure out the formula to get higher than a 6.8. As we see Lori Park's replay of her first wave, she's driving down the line. There's a nice turn before the oncoming section, so I think she was playing it safe on that one just to make sure, because I've seen her go up onto the oncoming whitewater. And I know she enjoys doing those floater maneuvers, so we'll look to see Lori going a little bit more aggressive off the whitewater on a couple of her next waves. But like we talked about with Justin Holland when he was up here in the booth, he's like, mate, you just got to go maybe a little bit, 70%, maybe 80% to start. I don't really have that good of an Australian accent, but and Justin, a very smart and savvy competitor, so interesting to hear his perspective. And of course, he's down there talking with his starboard teammates and figuring out the heat strategies, as we'll have his teammate Sean Porter coming up in the first heat of the quarterfinals. like this pulled away shot of Sophia Bartlow on her second attempt, a little check turn to start there, and going up and over on that one, and she'll ride out of that. Attempting a third maneuver as well. So Sophia Bartlow landing both of her first two waves. Sophia making her way out on her Mike Mowry shaped board. Mike Mowry, part of La Familia for the Sup Fiesta. Mike, one of the original stand-up paddlers down in Dana Point. I'd like to say hello to Sophia Bartlow's coach, Mike Downey. Maybe he's watching over in Los Angeles, or he might be somewhere traveling. You can see her on this replay, eyeing that lip, and she's got some grit and determination look on her face, and she rides out of it. Goes for a little whitewater climb at the end there, so there we have our Turtle Bay replay of wave number 2 for Sophia Bartlow. We're still awaiting scores to drop in for Sophia and for Lori. We will get those to you as soon as I get them. The computer is updating right now. So Sophia Bartlow, 5.3, 4.7 on your first two waves. Lori, your first wave was a 2.7. So Sophia has already notched up 2 scores that will put her in first place and looking good to perhaps advance into the quarterfinal round. So she will have 2 more waves to kind of play with and see if she can get higher than a 5.3. So here's Lori Park on her forehand, and she has some nice flow on that wave as she hits the oncoming section and then just sits back to make sure she stops her board and doesn't go into the sandpaper area. So Lori with 2 complete rides as well. Both Sophia and Lori completing both of their waves so far with 2 waves to go. And then after that, just a reminder, we will take a short 10-minute break or a long 10-minute break. Depends on your opinion. So here's a replay of Lori's wave. So you see she is on her forehand going regular foot. And Lori completing that first ride and then just leaning back. So there you see some of our competitors just lounging, getting ready for their heats. We're going to have, after this heat, just 4 more heats left in this evening's competition. Then we will start tomorrow with the remainder of the 4 heats for the round of 16 for the men. And then we will just go through quarterfinals for women, quarterfinals for men, semis for women, semis for men, and then finals for each of them as well. So we're looking to fill out our women's quarterfinals, but I can tell you right now that Sophia Bartlow is up and riding and she completes another wave. So the winner of the repit charge round will surf against Izzy Gomez. The second place competitor will surf against Nicole Pacelli. And heats number 2 and 3 are already set for the quarterfinals. In heat 3, I'm going to check out this Turtle Bay replay first. So there you see Sophia with, I think her best closing maneuver. I think her knees were bent a lot more on that one, giving her
a lot more stability coming back into the rebound section, showing a lot more control on that one. So the rapid charge round are filling out the quarterfinals. We'll see in heat number 2, Caroline Anjabou from France with Ivaya Moreno. And heat number 3 will have Aline Arisaka matched up against Candice Appleby. So Izzy Gomez will be in heat 4. She's awaiting the results of the rapid charge to see who she surfs against. And Nicole Pacelli from Brazil, she is awaiting also the results of the rapid charge round to see who she surfs against. Sophia Bartlow, last score, 4.5. Sophia Bartlow, your last score was a 4.5. Previous waves, 4.7 and 5.3. Lori, your last 2 waves were both came in at 2.7. So Lori, your 2 scoring waves are 2.7 and 2.7. So you're looking for something in the 4 range, Lori, in order to surpass Olivia Piana. As Lori is up and riding, you can see her taking off from behind the wall there. Lori with lots of speed driving down on this one. Connects with that oncoming section. You see how low she stays on that wave there to make sure that she rides out. And you see her step off her board right now. Step off her board right there. I think she'll be excited with that one. In my opinion, that was her most committed end maneuver. So we will await scores as Olivia Piana just sits and waits. Right now? No. So Lori Park awaiting her 3rd score. And again, in my humble opinion, that was her most aggressive closing maneuver, as Sophia Bartlow is looking to better her low score of a 4.5. Her highest score is a 5.3. So she has already moved into 1st place, advancing into the quarter final round. I believe will be coming up against Izzy Gomez. This is seed number 1.
So could we get any extra athletes that are in the water you need to get out of the way? I guess there was somebody in the way there. We need all athletes that are not in the heat to be out of the competition area.
So guys that are over there against the wall, just step back a little bit into like knee-deep water. These girls are working their way into a quarterfinal berth, so they have 1 more wave each, and then you can make your way out. There's plenty of time in between waves. You guys can do a little rock, paper, scissors right now to see who gets the first couple waves, as Sophia Bartlow takes off on her 4th and final attempt. Getting a little bit stuck on her first turn and doing a backflip re-entry on that closeout maneuver there. So going for some gymnastics points there. But she's already posted scores and good enough to put her into the quarterfinals. So just checking with our tour director to see if she will be surfing as the number 1 seed out of the rapid charge round she will be up against. So here's a Turtle Bay replay of Sophia's last wave. And you see she got a little bit stuck right there. Uses her paddle nicely to make her way back into the wave, and then trying to go huge right there and keeping her feet on the board. Her head was below her feet and the board. That was a pretty cool maneuver.
It definitely was definitely getting points for the spectacular dismount of the day there. But as it stands right now, it looks that Sophia Bartlow will be the leading athlete moving forward into the quarterfinals with a 5.3 and a 4.7 currently counting towards her overall heat score. Quite a way ahead of her competitors, so she'll be moving forward into the final heat of quarterfinals. So that is against Izzy Gomez, so she will go into heat number 4 of the quarterfinals against Izzy Gomez as we wait to see who is the second athlete to advance.
So we have 1 more wave for the women's rapid charge. We have Lori Park
looking for her last wave, and we are awaiting scores for her third wave. So Lori Park paddling in here. There she is, setting up, driving down the line, taking the high line, turning before the oncoming section, and we'll see if that's going to help her account.
So just coming unstuck there, Laurie Park. A great performance from Laurie. Great to see her out here in Abu Dhabi. As we have a 10-minute break now, we see Fanatical paddlers heading out for a warm-up. Desperate to get priority position out there in the lineup. As we'll go to a replay of Laurie Park's last wave.
So you see her eyeing the lip, and I'm not sure if she was trying to do a turn before the lip or if she just mistimed it a little bit, because that previous wave of hers, wave number 3, she really attacked the lip there. So we're awaiting final scores, but I can tell you that Sophia Bartlow officially is the high point leader in the women's repit chart, so she will go up against Izzy Gomez, and we're just waiting for scores for Lori Park to see if it will be Lori or Olivia Piana who will move into the heat against Nicole Pacelli. So the quarterfinals for the women will have Nicole Pacelli versus the second place competitor that we are waiting for final scores. In heat number 2, we'll have Caroline Anjabou from France versus Evaya Moreno from Spain. Heat number 3, Aline Arisaka and Candice Appleby. And heat number 4, Izzy Gomez will be surfing against Sophia Bartlow.
The scores for Lori, I'm pretty sure, unless you got a 4. What did Lori get?
So we have official results. Olivia Piana, you move on into the quarterfinals, surfing against Nicole Pacelli. You had a total heat score of 5.4. Sophia Bartlow with a total heat score of 10.0. So Sophia
Sophia Bartlow clearly at the head of the leaderboard going into the quarterfinals there. Going up against Izzy Gomez in the 4th quarterfinal. Also moving forward, it looks like Olivia Piana from France with a 6.8 total heat score, moving her into the first heat against Nicole Pacelli in the first heat of the quarterfinals.
So the women's quarters is set. Now we're waiting for the men's quarters to get set. And we've got some exciting matchups for the women tomorrow. Nicole versus Olivia, Caroline versus Evaya, Aline versus Candice, Izzy versus Sophia. So we are now going to be into the man-on-man format, the person-on-person format for the remainder of the event. So we are going to go down to the beach and hear from the winner of the women's repit charge round, Sophia Bartlow.
Hi, my name's Sophia Bartlow. I'm from Long Beach, California, and it's super rad to be here at the Wadi Adventure Park, surfing this wave in the middle of the desert. It's like a mirage. I feel super good watching the sunset and the backdrop of these mountains. It's just really good energy. Things have kind of calmed down a little bit, and I'm just really excited to move on to the next round.
Good luck to you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Keep watching. Keep supporting the sport. It's growing. It's so beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you, Sophia. As the judges are going to reposition due to the glare that happens, well, it's not a glare, but that's typically what happens at events in the beach as the sun is setting on the west coast. You get into the later heats of the day, and a lot of times you have a little glare on the water, but here at Wadi Adventure there's plenty of lights out there, but from the inside the lights kind of reflect, and the judges need to get the best view that they can. So everything gets moved outside. The judges' tables, the computer replay, and they get set up for the first 4 heats of the men's round of 16 after this 10-minute break, as we see some of our competitors warming up. Sean Pointer's got his blue jersey getting ready to go. So just 4 more heats, and we'll be done for the day. So we should be finished probably next between, I would say, 70 to 90 minutes. So I think maybe an hour and a half left of competition for 4 heats, because now we move into I'm going to say about an hour. Now we're going to reposition the wave, and we will go with 2 lefts, 2 rights, and 2 closeouts. But different than the opening round, they will be judged not by their top wave from each category, but just from their top waves overall. So for those aerial surfers who are going for the closeouts, maybe they want their 2 scoring rides to be on the closeouts, but you can't really bank on it. You're still going to have 3 different types of waves, but instead of 9, you get 6, 2 of each, 2, 2, and 2. So Poi Nike Rioja taking a break from skateboarding. So he's been skateboarding all day long today, but he's taken a seat in the VIP area so he can sit and watch the first 4 heats. He'll be coming up tomorrow. Poi Nike will be in heat 7. So he posted some high scores in the first round there, able to advance straight into the round of 16. So our 4 heats that we have, as you see that beautiful shot of the sun setting or moon rising, I'm not sure which that is. I would say that's the moon rising. So we're going to have Sean Pointer versus and there you see a shot of our surfers sitting and waiting for these few waves to come through. So in our first group, we'll have Sean Pointer surfing against Remy Keek, and then we'll see Zane Schweitzer surfing against Daniel Hughes. So we will go back to the format having 2 heats going at the same time, but you are surfing against the competitor in your heat only. So just to save time with switching the pool back and forth, Sean Pointer will get his 2 lefts, and then, Sean Pointer will get his first left, and then Remy Keek will get his left. Then we'll see Sean and Remy exchange their lefts again. Then we'll move on to the second heat, Zane and Daniel. So they will swap their 2 turns on their lefts. Then we'll switch the pool to the rights, and we'll go back to Sean Pointer, followed by Remy, and Sean and Remy again. Then going to Zane and Daniel, then moving on to the closeout section, and we will repeat that order again. So we'll be running 2 heats at a time, so we will see 8 ridden waves on the left, and then 8 ridden waves on the right, and then 8 ridden closeout waves as Connor Baxter with a stylish 360 right there. So Connor Baxter, I know, is frustrated with just coming unglued on a couple of his aerial attempts earlier. There you see Connor, a longtime starboard team member. Four more to go. 4 more to go, ladies and gentlemen. This is exciting action. So those of you that are checking out this 10-minute break, watching a little bit of free surf action, checking my world clock here. 5:15 a.m. in Honolulu, so you guys should be waking up over there in Hawaii. It's 11:15 in Puerto Rico, so some of our Puerto Rican friends should be watching. 5:15 in France, so hopefully they are tuned in watching the French girls compete in their heats. And 1:15 in the morning in Australia, in Brisbane, so they're just kind of getting their evening started over there.
The global clock. It's always good to be in multiple time zones. Here in Abu Dhabi, it's about as extreme as you can get to Hawaii, 14 hours. So 7:15 over here, it's 5:15 in the morning over there.
Dhabi, what did you say? Password. There's a shot of James Casey. I think he put his paddle back together. We saw him laying back into a backside bottom turn, and a lot of torque on that bottom turn, so his paddle had a little bit too much and he went down. So you can check Stand Up World Tour on Facebook and you will see the seedings for the men's quarterfinals. And we are going to be updating the women's bracket as well on Facebook. So if you haven't liked and followed Stand Up World Tour, you should do that right now.
Athletes, could you please clear the water? We'll have athletes clear the water that aren't in the next heat. We'll let this next wave wash through. Have you all clear the water, please, on this next wave so that we can get underway with round number 3. Athletes, please clear the water. So athletes in the next heat, you should be getting ready. You are up next. Stay tuned. So Anthony, we've got an exciting round in store for us. This is round number 3 of the main event for the men. These are the top guys in the world battling out for position. Here at stop number 3 of the Stand Up World Tour. In this first heat, we have Sean Pointer coming up against Remy Keek. So Sean Pointer coming up against Remy Keek. As we described in the briefing today, just because of the unusual first round format where we had a high score round, we couldn't revert to traditional seeding. We had to go forward in a progression format based on the result at the event, much the same way as a repechage result. If a top seed goes into the repechage, that changes his progression. So you can't revert to a seeding format once you've gone in a kind of untraditional direction, so to speak. So I think it's an exciting format. It really celebrates the performances at the event. Obviously, you start with a seeding process, but you have to adapt as it goes forward. Obviously, normal events don't work like this. We have our regular formats that we follow throughout all the other events on tour. This is a very unique event here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. But the UAE does pride itself in being unique.
Yeah, unique and exciting event we have here. You can see the competitors just frothing to get out there and get some waves.
So Sean Pointer, this next, we'll let this wave go through. The next one will be your wave. Sean Point, this is somewhere. Yeah. So this is Zane Schweitzer riding this wave. So athletes, please clear the water. Sean Pointer, the next wave will be your wave. So that will be the start of round 3. The next wave will be your heat. So all athletes, please take note. We're getting underway with round number 3, heat number 1, Sean Pointer and Remy Keek. We're going to throw down to Daniel Hughes, an excited advancer from the repechage round, putting on a great performance there. Down to Daniel.
Yeah, I'm just stoked. I actually made it through the repo charge, got a nice first wave. It's always good to start off the heat and actually land in air. And I was just stoked. Midway through the air, I was like, oh no, I might not land this one, and I pulled it off, thankfully, and thankfully it was enough to get through. I'm stoked for my next heat. It's going to be heat number 2 with Zane. I'm actually stoked. It's actually nighttime now. It's a little cooler. I'm actually pretty happy because I work full-time in California, so a lot of my surfing's done after work at night. I do it at the pier there. There's enough light off the pier for me to see the waves a little bit and surf, so I get my surfing in a lot at night now. So actually this is looking pretty good for me. I'm just stoked to be here. I'm glad I made it out. It was a lot of work getting here, a lot of traveling, and a lot of money, and I think it's paid off. I'm just having a great time.
Good luck.
So thank you here for the night rider there. Daniel Hughes, excited to be here. And I can tell you, we are excited to have him here. He's a great athlete, a great ambassador for the sport, and looking forward to seeing him in heat number 2 as we see Sean Pointer taking off on his first wave.
The water is looking beautiful with that green backdrop and the green lights, as Sean very aggressive on his first 2 turns, getting above the lip on turn 3 and not able to ride out of that one, but he's looking sharp right now, Tristan.
Definitely, his surfing is looking very crisp, and it's really suiting the wave pool here.
Yeah, Sean is able to get so low and compact, and the speed that he's able to project out of his turns, it's really incredible. And we see a replay of Sean's 3rd turn where he just comes off on his heel side there. So Sean with some very lively first couple of turns, and that 3rd turn of his was very crisp and sharp as well. But like we've seen throughout this entire event, the work is done on the first couple of turns. The 3rd and or 4th turn are just kind of exclamation points to the hard work that you did in the bigger, more critical sections of the wave. So we have Leonard Keek up and Remy Keek preparing for his first ride. So he made it through one of the 4 to advance from the repechage round. So you see Remy in yellow just circling the takeoff area. As he's surfing on his backhand, we have 2 regular foot surfers. Has the paddle on his heel side using that cross-bow turn. And another one putting it on rail. And then hitting the white water there. And you'll see him do a little wheelie to stop the forward momentum of his board on his F1 there. So we've got 2 F1 riders, Poinanki Rioja and Remy Keek. Remy they actually both surfed against each other in the opening round. I guess you can say they surfed with each other because the first round was all of the 32 surfers surfing against each other. There you can see a replay of Remy's first turn. Really committed rail turns right there. This one maybe hung that one a little bit too long and going for a closing maneuver there. So we will get you scores when we get them. But these judges are dropping the scores in. Computer analyzes them and we bring them to you. First of blue, 5.7. First wave for Sean Pointer, coming in at a 5.7. So in this format with our 2 lefts, 2 rights, and 2 closeouts, we're taking just the top 2 scores. So if your 2 highest scoring waves are on your lefts, then that's what counts. If it's on your rights, that's what counts. Or on your closeouts, or any combination. So let's watch Sean Pointer in blue with the blue lights at the Wadi Adventure Wave Pool Park. Sean with a nice first turn, and he's coming off the bottom, off the top. And beautiful paddle work right there as he stays nice and low and completing this wave. So Sean Pointer stepping off in very shallow water. You can see his little graceful ballet maneuver to engage the leash and pull his board back. But Sean Pointer really lively on that one. So his first wave was a 5.7. Remy, your first wave came in at a 4.1. Sank Poon Un, 4.1. I'm not sure if that's correct, but in my Spanglish French that I speak. So let's check out Turtle Bay replay of Sean Pointer's second left wave. You can see that first turn and how low he is. His back knee is almost touching his board to maintain his center of balance. And then again, another crossbow turn, really driving off the bottom for an aggressive turn number 3. Paddle slips out of his top hand, but he manages to ride out. And then I'm just going to go up at about 10 o'clock for one more little hit there. And Sean Pointer will be excited to ride out of 2 waves. So Sean Pointer, your second wave coming in at a 7.0. So those committed turns the judges liked. The cross bow getting a 7.0 as we see Remy on his second left. And very committed on-rail turn. Another one right there. Remy with some nice flow, paddle transfer, it's on his toe side. And a little Papa Willie there as he kicks out. So another complete ride there. So we will move on now to Zane Schweitzer in heat number 2. Zane will be on the left and followed by Daniel Hughes on the left. So Daniel will be surfing versus Zane Schweitzer, 2 goofy footers, and Sean Pointer is surfing against Remy Keek, 2 regular footers, but they are surfing together. So Zane Schweitzer, you are up next. Brother Matty helping him out there. Zane making his way out. So again, the format for these round of 16 is 2, 2, and 2. So 2 lefts, 2 rights, and 2 closeouts. But just like the opening round, we will be having 2 heats surfing together, but they are not surfing against each other. Zane is versus Daniel. Sean Pointer versus Remy. So Zane manages to get out in time. And he's going to position himself at the takeoff area. And here is Zane on his forehand, goofy footer, riding his own signature model, the 7-1 slashing turn. Zane setting up, eyeing the lip for turn number 2, throwing some spray, driving down the line. What does he have for this third turn? And
lots of spray there. And one more just to finish it off. Zane will jump off, grab his board, cruise up the beach, get his jersey on, and that is Zane's first right. Excuse me, that was a left. So now we move on to Daniel Hughes. Daniel Hughes will be surfing his first left wave. Daniel in yellow, we heard his interview earlier. He feels more comfortable and confident surfing at nighttime, and going up against the champion from last year's event, he'll need every advantage he can. So Daniel using his night vision. So you see him paddling out there, making his way into the lineup. You can see the see a lot of the water moving around there, and as much as it's a pool, there is a lot of water moving. Remy, your last wave was a 4.6, so 4.6 for yellow's last wave. We will await Zane's first score as Daniel prepares for his first left. As Daniel Hughes drops to the bottom, he's on his forehand, throwing some spray, a little bit off balance there, but manages to recover. And going for the credit card air there on turn number 3. So well surfed wave by Daniel, but we're going to go down to the beach with Kai Bates and Izzy Gomez.
So tell me, Izzy, Kai, how does it feel to be surfing waves in the desert?
Well, it's pretty insane, like the backdrop and the scenery over here. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it in Australia or anywhere like that. So yeah, it's been a good experience. Can't wait to come back here.
Yeah, exactly what he said. But you know, it's kind of cool, like the format of the contest, because the competitors get similar waves every time, so you can try different maneuvers and see what you get. So, I'm liking it.
Good luck to you guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
So Izzy's liking it. So is Kai Bates as Zane Schweitzer prepares for his second left. I've never seen a shot of those two together. They almost look like brother and sister. Both very smiley, energetic characters, and it shows in their surfing. Izzy Gomez having the second highest score for the opening round in the women. Kai Bates, I believe, is eliminated from the contest, not advancing through the repicharge round, as you see Zane shaking out his hands, getting ready for his second left. So our surfer in blue from Maui, last year's champion, paddling into this wave with the green lights, making this wave look beautiful as he throws spray on that one. Zane getting nice and low and aggressive on that second turn, in perfect position here. And he goes up and over the lip on that one. So most of the guys are doing airs on the closeouts, but Zane manages to get up and over the lip on that turn on his left.
So this is Tristan Boxford back with you, director of the Stand Out World Tour. Thank you, Anthony, for your tireless work today. You've been speaking all day, keeping your voice well prepped for a lot of speaking. Looks like our battery is dead here. So Anthony doing a great job keeping you guys up with the play-by-play here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Day number 2. We have a full evening of action still to come with 4 heats from the round number 3. We're completed with number 1. We're now in number 2 with Zane Schweitzer and the ecstatic Daniel Hughes, the night rider, as we have now learned, from Huntington Beach, California. Always smiling, always excited. So, we're really excited to have him here. And, he's a great personality and a great surfer. So let's see what he's got here. He's up against your 2013 Abu Dhabi All-Star champion. It's a tough challenge, but Daniel likes to take to the air. So does Zane. Let's see what they've got. And they're also both goofy footers. So it's going to be an interesting showdown here, both on their forehand on the lefts, as we're going to transition to the rights after 2 waves. So I'm going to pass you over to Anthony here.
So we've got scores coming in. Zane Schweitzer, first wave 6.4, second wave 7.6. So Zane looking sharp on those lefts, posting 2 scores as we watch Daniel Hughes on screen. And Daniel dropping off the bottom and a swooping top turn, cutting back into the whitewater and throwing spray again, but recovering very quickly to try and get up and over the lip again. And Daniel will ride out of that one. We'll await his scores.
So that was a nice opening exchange for Daniel Hughes there. I'm not sure how it'll compare to Zane's opening wave, but oh, it's actually we're on the second wave. I do apologize. So 7.6 for Zane's last wave. So a great performance there from Zane. Daniel getting a 4.7 on his first wave. I think that last wave will probably improve on that. I mean, that definitely was a nicely ridden wave. As we go to the Turtle Bay replay, really nice opening turn, putting it all on rail, throwing some spray, coming into the second turn, and throwing the tail out, throwing a lot of spray again, and setting up for this little hop over the lip here. Gets a little air over the lip, gets the fins free. You know, definitely probably a little bit less control, I would say, than Zane Schweitzer's surfing, but you know, definitely some radical approach to his surfing here, Daniel.
So the Night Rider locking in his second score. It was a 6.3. So Daniel Hughes with a 6.3 and a 4.7 so far. Zane Schweitzer with a 6.4 and a 7.6. So Zane's looking at a total heat score of 14 right now. And Yellow is looking at a score under that. And we're going to transition the pool into the rights right now and get back to Sean Pointer, who's got a 5.7 and a 7.0. So he has a total heat score of 12.7. And Remy Keek has a score lower than that with his 2 combined waves, but each competitor has 4 more waves to go, 2 rights and 2 closeouts.
So important to remember here, everyone, that this is now a man-on-man format. So it is Sean Pointer against Remy Keek, and it is Zane Schweitzer against Daniel Hughes. So they're going to be on the rights now as we have a transition wave coming through before the rights get underway. But so points are vital here, but it is a battle between the 2 of them. Daniel Hughes and Zane Schweitzer quite close, but Zane definitely got the edge with that 7.6 and boosting him into the lead. Backing it up with a 6.4. So already a pretty credible scorecard from Zane Schweitzer, and he still has 4 waves to go. The rights and the closeouts, and as we remember from last year, he definitely loves the closeouts, the most high performance of the 3 types of waves, I would say. But as we saw, you know, scoring potential wise, we saw Sean Pointer notch up a 9.2 and Kai Lenny an 8.6 or an 8.7 on the right. So it'll be interesting to see what Sean's got for us on these rights.
Yeah, Sean looked very lively as we see Lucas Medeiros out there just pulling to a different camera angle, but Lucas out there enjoying himself. He is, unfortunately for him, out of the event, but had a great showing and was up there in the repicharge round, but Daniel Hughes, Remy Keek, Connor Baxter, and Giorgio Gomez were the 4 to advance, so good repicharge for Team Starboard.
That's for sure. I mean, that's always the sad thing running the Stand Up World Tour, to see so many great athletes. Somebody has to lose. People have to go down, both early and later on in the contest. Sometimes it's your friends. Sometimes it's your fiercest enemies. But what it is here is a great deal of camaraderie and a great deal of some of the best competition in the world. We've seen some of the most exciting exchanges over the past few events on the Stand Up World Tour. As we're about to see another one here, we have Sean Pointer up against Remy Keek in heat number 1 of round number 3. And we're transitioning between heat 1 and heat 2, much like they do at the Pipe Masters on the North Shore of Oahu, having 2 heats running concurrently. The reason behind that is so that we don't have to change the pool after every wave change for the athletes. So we don't do 4 waves and then a change, 4 waves and then a change. We do 8 waves and then a change. Just waste less time and is better for you, the viewers, so there's less wait time in between waves. So a pretty stacked fleet of athletes here. Obviously these first 2 heats already stacked. We then go into Mateus Salazar and Jan Vaz. So battle of the Brazilians, that's going to be an intense one. Mateus looking really sharp here, and while Jan Vaz, art and surf rider, has been on form these past couple of years on the World Tour and is in a great position currently. I believe he is 4th equal overall. I'll have to double check on that, but the Vaz brothers on a mission of mercy, just showing no mercy to the rest of the fleet with some great performance surfing. Jan will be hoping to take down fellow Patriot Mateus Salazar, but Mateus Salazar was looking sharp yesterday. So definitely that's going to be a heat to watch out for, but also the Leco Salazar-Mo Freitas rematch from the Ubatuba final in 2012, as we see Sean Pointer just getting a little caught up coming out of the bottom turn there, but a nice slashing top turn, wrapping roundhouse. Really radical surfing here from Sean Pointer as he throws the tail out on the closing section.
Yeah, and jumping off in very shallow water, you can see him kind of grimace there. I'm not sure if he might have twisted an ankle a little bit or just perhaps the sandpaperness of the bottom, but you see him, all of these surfers, they want to maximize their scoring potential. So even though there's not much water on that 4th turn, if they're able to get there, they will attempt to do one last turn onto that gutter section right there, as we see the replay of Sean's wave. And there's that little bog that you saw, but he managed to recover and lay down a good turn using his paddle to get back into the wave. Then does a paddle transfer and a nice cross-bow cutback using the power of the white water to push him back ahead of the wave. Somehow gets enough speed to get up and over that on that maneuver, and then finishing with this one right here. That was pretty big. So we'll see what the judges think of Sean Pointer's first wave on the right. And we now go to our surfer in yellow, who is Remy Keek from France. Now living in Brazil, riding the F1 board. So Remy Keek, you see him next to the wall. He has a little different strategy. He likes to face the wave and then spin and turn and paddle into it. So I'm liking his strategy as his F1 comes off the bottom and slashing a top turn. Another off the bottom, off the top combination, as he has great positioning on this wave. And a little bit of a nosedive there, but again, the work is done out the back on your first couple of turns. And Sean Pointer makes his way back out. As Remy looks on, you see Sean using the bunny hop there. So that's a very fun maneuver. We're going to throw it down to Roediger down on the beach.
How's it going? Clearly the night surfing thing is like something we're not used to, for sure. I mean, it's a weird experience. We're sun people, you know what I mean? Like, this is past my bedtime. And so to be like surfing in the night and stuff like that, it's pretty weird. And to have the lights kind of shining through the water, it definitely makes it a completely different experience. So it's pretty cool, and it's unique to the pool.
How's the progression been?
Sorry?
With all the riders, the progression of people.
Oh, I mean, everybody's like ripping, you know? I mean, like, I think at the beginning, people were kind of having a hard time figuring it out. I mean, there's so many different variables that go into it. You know, I mean, the power and the speed of the wave is something that you got to get used to. But on top of that, I mean, there's fresh water, which I think makes a big difference with people's boards and how they kind of go through the water. You know, so I think it's kind of cool to see people that maybe had less pool time and didn't necessarily get to train before the event, really progressing throughout their heats. You know, from the first rounds to now these rounds, I mean, people are pretty much ripping. So it's cool to see, for sure. Thanks.
So it's great to hear from Bernd Roediger as we see Sean Pointer now in action on the second right. Nice slashing opening turn, unfortunately coming unstuck. Yeah, so Sean Pointer, nice slashing opening turn, unfortunately catching a rail and coming unstuck. But he does manage to notch up a 7.2 on his first right. Sean Pointer, a 7.2 on your first right. Remy Keek, you got a 5.4 on your first right. A 5.4. So as it stands right now, Sean's top two waves are a 7.0 and a 7.2. Remy's are a 4.6 and a 5.4. So all to play for still, Remy. You're right in the running with another right to count before we move on to the for the closeouts. So it's great to hear from Bernd Roediger and his interpretation of the wave pool. Definitely a day rider as opposed to Daniel Hughes, the night rider. But it was great to get his insight on the pool, board design, and the difference in riding in a pool and riding in the ocean. So it's a 1 point for Sean Pointer on that, basically a wipeout wave. So nothing of any consequence there for Sean Pointer. He'll be wanting to improve on that on his when we get to the closeouts. As we see Remy Keek getting ready for his final wave. So just a reminder for all of you out there watching, it's 2 lefts, 2 rights, and 2 closeouts, and it is the rider's best 2 waves that will count to their overall scoreline. So back to a more normal format of judging. We will have our scoring widget live on the site tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. As we see Remy Keek dropping into this, looking really alert and alive on this. Nice round cutback back into the white water there, roundhouse cutback. Another nice driving bottom turn, throwing some spray. And riding this wave right the way through to the inside.
It's so incredible the control that these surfers have in that shallow water. Not only able to execute a maneuver, but also
safe, and there we see Dan Hughes walks out as Dan gets ready for his to right.
So Sean Pointer is finished on the right, so he'll prepare for his 2 closeouts as we see the Turtle Bay replay of Remy in a beautiful looking on-rail carving cut back into the white water. And you'll see he takes a couple strokes with his paddle, puts it on rail again, and then there's that spray that you talked about, Tristan, using the paddle to catch back up, and one more closing maneuver in the shallows.
A solid performance there from Remy Keek as we see Sean Pointer taking some time to contemplate the closeout waves or his performance on the lefts and the rights, but certainly he's in a strong position right now with a 7.0 and a 7.2. Quite a dominant position in this heat. Remy Keek with 4.6 and a 5.4, but we have a new wave dropping. This is a 4.5. That does not improve his position. So he has a 4.6 and a 5.4 as his high scoring waves right now. Sean Pointer looking in a strong position with a 7.0 and a 7.2 as they'll wait for the closeout waves. In the meantime, here is Zane Schweitzer in heat number 2, taking his first right. Driving off the bottom, roundhouse back into the white water. Looking very alert too. Sharp surfing from Zane. Little check turn into the white water. And a beautifully executed shove it in the closing section. We had a rider standing in front of the camera, unfortunately, on the critical part of that maneuver. We'll try watch it from another angle, but that was a nice complete wave for Zane Schweitzer's opening right.
Wow is all I can say. You know, typically that last turn doesn't really count for much, but when you do something like that, that has to accentuate the first 3 turns. And Zane he's got so many different maneuvers in his repertoire. He's able to pick the perfect turn on his backside. He did a nice sweeping carving cutback. We'll look at the Turtle Bay replay. So Zane is just able to generate speed from anywhere. So you see him carving back into the power source, banks off the white water, showing some paddle skills here, and with a nice carving cut back with the crossbow turn, and then showing some variety, keeps the paddle on his toe side. Now he gets some speed, eyeing this section for, how's that for like a air reverse type of thing and like a half a foot of a wave?
Yeah, that was a little shove it. He did a similar one last year and blew people's minds. Now we've gotten used to seeing Zane pull in these maneuvers. Not that we weren't used to it before, but never failing to impress. Zane Schweitzer putting on a clinic on that last wave. We'll wait to see what the score comes in as. But yeah, definitely the lion's share of the score is in the most critical part of the wave, but that will certainly accentuate the overall score for Zane Schweitzer, as we have a distant view of Daniel Hughes driving off the bottom top turn, banking back into the white water, just getting a little caught up there, his front rail catching a little bit, manages to pull out of it, but kind of lost the flow of that wave as we see Zane sprinting across the screen. So Zane notching up a 5.0 on that last wave, 5.0 for Zane Schweitzer. So as I said, the lion's share of the score coming from those opening 2 turns. Nothing too radical from Zane on those opening 2 turns, but definitely accentuating the ride with that radical shove it at the end. This is Daniel Hughes' replay, Turtle Bay replay. Definitely a little head flick for style points there from Daniel. And just the watercolor is so beautiful as you look with the light shining through it there. So I'm not sure that'll be a keeper for Daniel Hughes. We'll see how it comes in, but yeah, let's see what Zane's got on the second right-hander.
Yeah, Zane with a 7.6 and a 6.4, so he's looking at a total heat score so far of a 14, and Daniel with a 6.3 and a 4.7. We'll see if his first right improves his score line. So Zane with a total heat score of 14, Daniel Hughes with an 11. He's got a 4.7 and a 6.3. So Daniel looking to better a 4.7. Zane looking to better a 6.4. As they have a beautiful shot of our Abu Dhabi All-Star jersey on Daniel Hughes in yellow as we go to Zane Schweitzer in blue. So Zane, very similar first turn, carving back into the white water, showing his paddle work on turn number 2, slashing off the white water, and going for another little slashy turn at the end. So we'll see what the judges think of that.
Yeah, I got to say, I think his first 2 turns were a little more critical, a little sharper. I've got a feeling that's going to improve his score. He had a nice slashing closing turn, not as radical as the shove it, but I think the difference in those opening 2 turns might push his score up. So as a score drops for Daniel Hughes there, a 2.9. So that's not going to count in his score line, that first right-hander. Let's see what happens on Zane's as the next wave from Zane drops. Maddie having a conversation with Zane about the last wave. Daniel Hughes setting up for his second right-hander. So that'll be it of the right-handers for these guys as we'll transition the wave into a closeout. So and then it'll be Heat 1 going into the closeout first with Sean Pointer and Remy Keek. So man-on-man format. Remember, we're no longer doing everyone against everyone here. This is the round of 16. We're in a man-on-man format. Sudden death all the way through to the finals here. You either go through or you're out. So yeah, slight improvement for Zane Schweitzer on that last right-hander, a 5.2. So
wave.
So yeah, strong open there from Sean Pointer, showing he is capable of taking in the air too, throwing the fins out over the lip there, executing the wave cleanly. There we see Sean in concentration mode there. He knows he's only got one more wave in this heat. He's looking in a pretty strong position as we go to the Turtle Bay replay to see what happened on that wave. Nice opening turn, really full rail gouging turn there as he immediately generates speed again and heads down the line and whacks this wave at the right moment, throws the tail above the lip. That's definitely a nice wave from Sean Pointer. It'll be interesting to see what the judges score that as. But some critical surfing from Sean Pointer out of Florida and the USA starboard team rider and current. He was the leaderboard leader along with Kai Lenny in round number 1. So some great performances from both those athletes. As we now see Remy Keek taking to the water for his first closeout wave. Looks like Sean Pointer has a 7.8 on that last wave. Sean Pointer a 7.8. So a solid start for Sean Pointer on the closeouts. Let's see how this heat progresses. He has one more wave to get, but right now he's looking quite untouchable, depending obviously on what happens on Remy Keek's closeouts. He's got a 7.2 and a 7.8 currently counting. That's a 15-point heat score total. As we see Remy Keek coming from behind the wall here. Let's see what he's got for us. Nice opening turn, little check turn just to keep his speed. Take into the air and over the lip there. So it was a nice stock air there from Remy Keek. Be interesting to see how that compares to the wave of Sean Pointer. Definitely a little more radical Sean Pointer the way through the tail over the lip, but potentially a little more height on Remy's aerial. But Sean also had that great opening turn too. So a great combination from Sean Pointer there to get him a 7.8.
Yeah, Remy's looking for a 9.6 to try and match Sean's 15-point heat score. So Remy's highest score right now is a 5.4. So he needs a 9.6 to get his heat score up to 15, which is where Sean Pointer is at with his 7.2 and 7.8. So Remy, like you said, just check turning his first turn and then setting up, eyeing the lip. And great timing here as he goes up and over. Had a lot of travel time too as well. So good looking wave, good looking second turn from Remy.
Yeah, it's definitely more straight surfing as opposed to the radical kind of, you know, more directional surfing that Sean Pointer displayed in his first wave. Let's see what he does on his second closeout. So Remy Keek getting a 5.1 for Remy Keek on his last wave. It was really a one-turn wave. He chose to more of a check turn to set up for that aerial. Projected out, and his timing was on, but he needs to get a little more radical to get up into the excellent score range there.
Yeah, now that we're into the round of 16 and as we continue to move into the latter part of this event, you'll see it will take a two-turn combination to get a highest score on the closeouts. And there you see Sean with a nice first turn, choosing the high line and trying to go a little bit higher, more aggressive than his previous closeout wave, but he's going to await Remy's last wave, which he needs a 9.6.
So yeah, didn't have nearly as much speed going into that section, and sort of came unstuck in the air there. But nice opening turn from Sean. Not quite the momentum he had on that opening wave. As we'll go to the Turtle Bay replay, brought to you all the way from Oahu's fabled North Shore. Nice opening turn there, real full commitment rail turn there as he resets up, generates speed here, and comes up the lip. Not quite as much direction, so he doesn't get the projection out from the lip there and goes down. But Sean definitely looking in a strong position now with two high scores of a 7.2 and a 7.8. He has one more wave to surf in this heat, but it is a man-on-man format, so the result of this heat will be final. So a 3-point ride for Sean Pointer. So actually that is it for his closeout. So he's ending up with a 7.8 and a 7.2. So that's a 15-point heat score total. Now Remy needs just under a perfect 10 in order to overtake Sean Pointer. So Remy going to be ramping up a go for broke wave here for Remy Keek from France, current resident in Brazil. He needs a 9.7, I believe, in order to take the lead in this heat. So it's a tall order, but Remy Keek is a talented surfer. And it would be great to see our first 10 here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. That would be the coup of the event so far, as we see Remy Keek dropping into this this closeout.
So Remy choosing to go right on this closeout section, slashing his first turn, changing his strategy, coming off the bottom. And an aggressive second turn will I can say that's probably not going to be the 9.7 that he needs, but a great wave to finish off his campaign nonetheless. So making his way as one of the top 4 surfers through the repit charge round, he's got to be stoked. Came up against the informed Sean Pointer, so looking like Sean Pointer going to be our first surfer to advance to the quarterfinals.
So Remy Keek, F1 rider from France originally, but resident in the north of Brazil. Great surfer. Last year he finished 4th in the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Invitational, the exhibition event, as we go to a replay of his last wave, brought to you by Turtle Bay. So nice opening turn from Remy. I think that was one of his nicer opening turns on the closeouts there. Actually, there were only 2, but as he goes up into the lip, and a little disjointed the arrow, but gets some air out of the lip there. I'm not sure how high the judges will take that score, but certainly a nice opening turn, so he'll get some merit for that for sure. And finishing it well off the closeout section. As we move on to heat number 2, and we have official results for that last heat. Sean Pointer taking the win in that last heat with a heat score total of 15.0, and Remy Keek ending up with a 10 point. A 10.5 overall heat score total. So credible performance from Remy Keek. As we throw down to the beach to have a chat. Oh, we're going to have a wave coming through. I do apologize. We'll be dropping down to Sean Pointer on the beach after that last wave as we wait for Zane Schweitzer's first wave on the closeouts. So this is Zane Schweitzer driving off the bottom. Nice slashing opening turn as he heads up for this end section. Takes to the air, throws the tail up above the lip as we now expect from the young Schweitzer. So be interesting to see how he gets scored on that first wave. Zane, the Abu Dhabi All-Star of 2013, and he has been on a great roll this year. And we're going to throw down to Sean Pointer, who's now on the beach, having just notched up a 15-point heat score total with a 7.2 and a 7.8.
And 15-point total sounds better announced. You know, you definitely, it's something that you just want to keep notching up. But yeah, stoked to advance through into the quarterfinals after that one. You know, I didn't have as high a score as I would like, but I guess that's why you get the next heat. So I'm excited, and yeah, it keeps pumping me up. You know, watching everyone blasting off, Zane and just everyone. You know, so I'm excited to get out, and I'm stoked to be here, of course. First time surfing kind of night pool sesh, so stoked. Thank you.
So we have a score dropping for Zane Schweitzer's first wave, a 7.8. So the judges definitely like that wave. Coming in at a 7.8. This really strengthens his scoreline, as this will be the highest scoring heat score total of the round 3 so far. He's got a 7.6 and a 7.8. As we see the replay, really nice opening turn, laying everything on his inside rail there, throwing spray as he builds momentum and speed into this closing turn. Hits the lip and throws the tail over the lip there to land cleanly. So a great wave from Zane Schweitzer, getting him a 7.8. What do you think, Anthony?
That air is very controlled. Zane, I think, has so much control when he comes down that's what the judges like. You see some of the other competitors going to the layback or just barely making their airs, but that was a very clean and crisp maneuver, and he was controlled throughout the entire maneuver.
Absolutely true there, Anthony, as we see Daniel Hughes dropping into this closeout on his forehand. Nice slashing opening turn there, generating speed again. Daniel loving to take the air, gets a nice clean air there as well. Doesn't quite throw the tail out in the same way as Zane does, but definitely notching up a solid first score, I would imagine.
Yeah, we see Zane Schweitzer making his way out, and Dan Hughes there on screen in yellow. Dan's really done a great job of smoothing out his surfing a bit and showing a little bit more variety. And a couple of years ago, he would pump down the line and go for an air on most of his waves. Now has a complete arsenal. We'll check out a Turtle Bay replay of Dan Hughes' last wave. So you see him come off the bottom. You can see the grit and determination on his face as he really puts a lot of power into that turn. So Daniel Hughes coming up and over and getting some air on that wave. So Dan really laid down a nice first turn and a good closing maneuver.
I really liked his first turn. A lot of commitment, a lot of drive. Yeah, great performance from Daniel, though. He knows he's got to put it on. He's got Zane Schweitzer, the Abu Dhabi All-Star champion from 2013. So here he is, Daniel Hughes, putting on a show as Zane comes up for his second and final closeout of the heat. Looking in a pretty dominant position, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, you see a number of cameramen down there just getting some video footage of Zane. I think everyone kind of looks to Zane to see what is capable of being done here at this pool. So Dan Hughes' first closeout wave was a 6.9. Dan Hughes' first wave was a 6.9 on the closeout. So Daniel Hughes getting a 6.9. That will be his highest scoring ride of his heat. So Zane on the final wave. Zane driving up, slashing a turn. Zane boosting a little bit higher and riding out of that one super clean. So you can see in Zane's airs, he is completely committed and controlled throughout the entire maneuver. And again, you saw all the cameramen down there wanting to get shots of Zane because Zane is the one who everyone's looking to see what is capable here at the Wadi Adventure Wave Pool. So Zane with his game face on. And you can see that he's very muscular as well. Zane just logging lots of water time on all different craft.
So let's take a look at this Turtle Bay replay of Zane. Really low down, driving bottom turn into that slashing top turn that the judges loved so much in 2013. Looks like they love it again today. And a beautiful clean air over the lip. Gets more air on that one, I think, than the first one. So great performance there from Zane Schweitzer. And he notches up an 8.5 on that last wave. An 8.5.
So Zane with the highest scoring wave of this round. Sean Pointer with a 9.2. That's the highest score of the event so far. So Zane Schweitzer with a 8.5 to go with his 7.8.
So Zane Schweitzer putting on a great performance.
16.3 total heat score.
So Zane Schweitzer putting on an incredible performance there in heat number 2. Taking the win along with the heat 1 winner, starboard team member Sean Pointer as well, as we see Daniel Hughes. Still got one more wave. Let's see what happens on this last wave from Daniel Hughes.
Daniel
nice.
needs,
yeah.
Sorry, Tristan, I was just going to say Daniel needs a wave in the 9 range and going big on that. So he needs, I'm not exactly sure with the math, but something in the 9 area, and we'll see what they think.
Yeah, that was definitely a solid effort from Daniel. I do apologize. I'd already thought the heat was over there, and Daniel still had that wave to go, and what a great wave it was. He really put everything into it. Really great opening turn, a nice clean aerial, well executed. So let's see what the judges come back with that. He does have a tall order to get up there. I believe he needs, actually I think it is pretty much impossible. He would need a 10.1, but beautiful opening turn from Daniel Hughes, slashing opening turn as he sets up for the aerial here. boosting up over the lip. Actually, his timing was perfect there. Really great aerial there, cleanly landed by Daniel Hughes. Very credible performance. He can be very proud of himself here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars.
What a great wave to finish off his campaign, and you had already seen it, Tristan. You knew it was over because Daniel needed higher than a 10-point ride, which is impossible, as we see Kyle Vaz paddling out with 1 foot. So he's going for the 1 foot paddle out in this transition wave as we move into our second group and last group of surfers for the day. We're going into heats number 3 and 4 as the wave pool switches to the lefts. So we'll see in heat 3, Mateo Salazar from Brazil versus Jan Vaz, also from Brazil. And heat number 4, we will see Leco Salazar versus Mo Freitas. So we've got eight, 16, 24 waves left this evening in competition. Check, check. Last of Daniel Hughes. Last of Daniel Hughes is a 6.9. So that will add to his. That will add to his other 6.9 from his closeout to give him a total heat score of 13.8. But we're going to throw it down to the beach with our heat winner, Zane Schweitzer.
How's it going, guys? Just finished my round 3 heat, and I was with Daniel Hughes, the Extreme Air Master, and I'm super stoked to advance on through the next round. Had a few fun waves on the lefts, and so 2 lefts, 2 rights, 2 closeouts, and yeah, had some fun ones. My 2 lefts were, I think, my high scores, or excuse me, my first left and the left closeout. And had a pretty fun right as well that I thought was going to be one of my higher scores, but at least I know what the judges are looking for now. And yeah, I'm stoked to throw out some more chicks out of the bag here coming up into the event. And you know, the wave's a little different here than last year, but it's still just a perfect wave for us to compete on. It's great for the judges to keep on track with what they're looking for, and great for us athletes to really perform up to par for what we need to do. And you know, it's a little bit, maybe not as much of a lip as last year, maybe a tad smaller, but you know, nonetheless, it is an insane wave and a lot of fun. Big mahals to Sheikh Ahmed and the whole community, the UAE, to bring us here again, and to all the athletes that traveled around the world to come here. And yeah, we're having a great time in the oasis in the middle of the desert. So, all right, you guys, thank you, especially everyone tuning in, watching live. You guys are awesome. Anthony doing the live feed up there with Tristan. We loving it. All right, aloha, guys.
Yeah, Zane, thank you for that. Zane, just one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. And what I like about Zane is he remembers pretty much everyone's name. He travels so much, and he'll get to a new place and he'll call every single person by their name, which shows how much he cares and takes the time to remember people's names. So Zane Schweitzer, winner of that heat versus Daniel Hughes. And I think Zane was alluding to his 5.0 that he got on one of his rights that perhaps maybe he thought would have been a higher score. I thought it may have been a higher score, but like he said, he has to adapt to what the judges want to see. So he did get some high scores on one of his lefts and one of his closeouts. So like he said, now he knows what the judges want to see, and he can start surfing according to that. So great interview down there with Zane, and a very smart and tactful surfer, as we see a beautiful replay of Kyle Vaz on his backhand, his art and surfboard, just looking very nice. How is that turn right there? And rides out of that one. So see how low he gets? Staying low to your board on the re-entries is so important. Maintaining that balance. You see Tony Freitas getting set for Mo's matchup with Leco Salazar, as we see Mateos up and riding. So Mateo Salazar cutting back into the white water, and a nice crossbow turn there, and he's going up and over on a little whitewater climb, and he'll pull out. So we have brothers Salazar coming up in successive heats. So you can see the ripples of the water as the wave makes its way back out into the floodgates. So let's go take a look at the replay of Mateo's first wave. You can see he maintained his contact with the rail throughout that entire turn, showing some paddle work and a nice little slash there, going up and over the white water. Our surfer in yellow, we have Jan Vaz, and that's our surfer in yellow in the next heat, heat number 4, Mo Freitas, getting stretched, ready, and limber. You know, where surfing is now, you really have to, you know, not just go out and surf, but you need to cross-train and stretch and be limber in order to execute some of these maneuvers. So you see Mo stretching his back there, as we see Jan Vaz up and riding. Very good positioning on this wave right now, showing some good flow. Going up with this third turn, and one more turn as well. So there we have Jan Vaz, and we have score for Mateo Salazar. His first wave is a 4.8. So first wave for Mateo's is a 4.8, and we'll check out Jan's first wave. So you can see he keeps the paddle there on his heel side, using it to pivot off the bottom, and then without switching hands, plants it in his toe side so he can make his way down the line. Then keeps the paddle on his toe side for his backside whitewater climb. Those guys go so vertical on those closing turns there. So Jan Vaz waiting his scores, as well as Mateo Salazar. And we will go back to Mateos. So Jan Vaz looking to better his second place performance in last year's event. And I know he is wanting to gain some valuable points, as he is not only trying to catch and surpass some of the other surfers. His brother is currently in the lead, winning the first 2 events of the tour. So first of Jan, 6.3. First wave for Jan Vaz, 6.3. As we see our surfer in blue, Mateo Salazar, cutting back into the whitewater, slashing a turn. His board's looking very lively as he's going up and over. You can see the focus and determination on his face on that shot on screen there. So Mateo Salazar grabbing his board, having a look, getting ready to paddle back out. So we see the Turtle Bay replay of that beautiful on-rail turn there. Kind of catches his rail nose a little bit, recovers quickly to go up and over. And there you see the slow motion look of determination on his face. So that is his second left. So he will await Jan to surf his left, and then brother Lecco and Mo Freitas will surf the lefts. And then we'll switch the pool over to the rights. There we see our surfer in yellow. Jan Vaz of the Art and Surf crew. Thank you to all of our patrons, Art and Surf, as well as Nash, Starboard, JP Australia, Fanatic, Maestro, Rogue, Corbin. But right now we have Jan Vaj on his Art and Surfboard as he gets stuck a little bit behind that one, manages to get out in front for a beautiful second turn. Nice paddle work for turn number 3, and one more turn to accentuate his ride, as well as Indian Ocean paddle surf, hookah patch, body glove, and of course Turtle Bay. So second score from Mateos coming in at a 6.7. So Mateos, your second left coming in at a 6.7 as we take a look at Jan's second wave. So you see him just cranking off the bottom and slashing off the top. Committed on-rail turn there. Then he shows his paddle work. Slashing another one off the top and a finishing maneuver. So currently Mateos with a 4.8 and a 6.7. Jan's opening wave came in at a 6.3, and we will await his second score. So there we see in blue we now move into Leco Salazar in blue. Leco on the new advanced board. And Leco Salazar is up and riding, slashing his first turn, driving off the bottom. Nice off the bottom, off the top combination. He's been on rail for this entire wave, and another couple of top turns. So Jan Vaj, your second wave coming in at a 6.3, so very consistent. You have a pair of 6.3s. Mateos, 4.8 on wave number 1, 6.7 on wave number 2. And we will await scores. You see that new advanced board with some cool graphics right there on Leco Salazar's board. He's going with a thruster setup as we look at the Turtle Bay replay. It's a beautiful carving turn right there and sets himself up perfectly. You can see him come off the bottom on turn number 2. On rail right there, committing to fully to that turn and going up and over the whitewater on number 3, and one more for bonus measure. And we see our surfer in yellow, the young and talented Mo Freitas. So Mo Freitas, having won an event on tour, really wanting to get his campaign started for the 2014 Stand-Up World Tour rankings. He's looking for a good result here to add to what he's done previously this year. So there you see Mo on his Focus SUP. Mo also riding for Body Glove, one of our patrons. And boom, so Mo going for a 360 there at the end and has to jump off just due to the shallowness. So the Body Glove crew is watching. I was talking with Tony Freitas. He was saying that Jenna Maestro is in town. They're doing a little shoot, I believe, with the dive team maybe. So maybe they might pop over and say hi. We'll see. So Mo Freitas opening up his account, and we'll check out the replay. So Mo not getting stuck at all, as we've seen a number of competitors throughout this competition.
He in fact increases his speed throughout his turns and just leaning on that inside rail there, slashing that one. Another top turn. So Mo Freitas beginning his heat on the left. So Mo Freitas is surfing against Leco Salazar. Mateos Salazar surfing against Jan Vaz. Jan currently leading that heat with a total heat score of 12.3 with 4 more waves left to surf.
So this is Tristan Boxford back with you, calling in Leco Salazar into this wave. Driving off the bottom. Nice wrapping turn back into the white water. And another really nice turn there, showing the bottom of his board. Gets a little caught at the bottom there, but manages to regain his composure. And a slashing in turn there from Leco Salazar. So Leco looking on point here as we have scores dropping. First of blue, a 7.1. First of yellow, a 6.6. So Leco Salazar starting off well with his 7.1. We'll wait for that last score to drop. And Mo Freitas getting a 6.6 as we see a Turtle Bay replay of Leco's last wave. Really nice surfing here. Full rail all the way around roundhouse there. Back into the white water. And a nice turn here. A little more critical. Getting the fins free a little bit. Rail almost catches a little bit, but he steadies himself with the paddle. Banks off the top for another turn. You can see him eyeing down the line this end section as he throws it all into the end turn. So a very complete wave there from Leco Salazar all the way to the pool end as Mo Freitas lines up for his second left-hand wave. So this is definitely a high-scoring heat with some immense potential. This is a rematch, so not a grudge match, but a rematch. 2012 final was between Mo Freitas and Leco Salazar when Leco looked as though he had it in the bag with 2 near-perfect scores and Mo Freitas pulled off the impossible as Mo Freitas is taking off on this left-hander. Let's see what Mo's got for us. Nice opening turn, crisp off the top. Driving back into the white water, banking off the white water. Getting right up into the pocket there, getting the board right up to 12 o'clock there, and again. Great wave from Mo Freitas. The board looking really lively under his feet. So Leco Salazar getting a 6.5 on that last wave. Leco, your last left was a 6.5. Your first a 7.1. Mo, your first left was a 6.6. We're waiting for the second score there, but definitely a nice wave for Mo Freitas as we watch him stroll up the beach there with his Focus SUP board as we look at a Turtle Bay replay of Mo's last wave. Really nice opening turn, cutting back into the white water as he comes back round, sets up for this nice roundhouse, banking off the top of the white water, and then comes down for this in the pocket turn here, right up into the lip, gets up to 12 o'clock. Really nice critical surfing there from Mo Freitas, and he got one more turn on the smaller section there, throwing it up into the lip again. So a solid wave from Mo Freitas. We'll wait for that score to drop. But certainly a very respectable start to the heat as we will now transition back to the rights and Mateos Salazar and Jan Vaz. So as it stands right now, Jan Vaz having the better of the exchange with a pair of 6.3s. Mateos having the highest scoring wave, a 6.7, but his backup wave, a 4.8 currently. But they obviously have 4 more waves, 2 rights and 2 closeouts. So all to play for with their best 2 scores counting. So Mo Freitas getting a 5.9 on his last wave, a 5.9 for the last wave of Mo Freitas. So that has a 6.6 and a 5.9. Leco a 7.1 and a 6.5. Leco on his forehand, Mo on his backhand. It'll be interesting to see how they match up on their once Mo is on his forehand and Leco on his backhand. Mo obviously extremely aggressive and radical on his forehand, but Leco well known for his backside hits going 12 o'clock on his turn. So that'll be an interesting matchup on the right-handers. coming up after heat number 3's right-handers. So we're going to have Mateus Salazar coming up first after this transition wave, followed by Jan Vaj in yellow. So it's been a pretty amazing day of action. A pretty full day of action as we got all the way through a lot of rounds today. The repechage, the remainder of round 1, and the women's round 1. So a full day of action, a lot of great performances from all the athletes. We're now halfway through, or we will be halfway through round number 3, as it'll come down to the business end of the event with the culmination of round 3 and then moving on to the quarterfinals, semis, and finals. So we will be completing this event tomorrow evening. You can check up on the full schedule, the revised schedule that's up on Facebook right now. It'll be up on watermanleague.com later tonight. So stay tuned for that, as well as galleries from today, recap, and highlights. So a lot more to come at watermanleague.com. And make sure to join us for another full day of action right here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars at Wadi Adventure Park. I'd like to take the opportunity to say a big thank you to Sheikh Ahmed for his kind support of this event, as he'll be proudly watching on our Brazilian competitor here dropping into this wave on his backhand. Lucas Medeiros, this is just a transition wave, but trying to milk every moment he gets to get in the pool. So a great wave there from Lucas, just coming unstuck. But yeah, a big thank you to Sheikh Ahmed for his incredible support of this event, but also the Abu Dhabi Sailing and Yacht Club, the founders of this event, together with the Waterman League, and of course the ESSA, the organization for stand-up paddling and surfing here in the UAE, creating the foundations for a better future for the sport here. And of course our host, our consummate host here out in Al Ain, Wadi Adventure. So a big mahalo, a big thank you to all those working to make this event happen, from the management down to everybody working the pools, making sure everything runs smoothly. It's there's a lot more to it here with a wave pool. It's man-made. Things can go wrong. The ocean is the ocean. The waves will provide what they will provide in the ocean, whereas here you need to turn on a switch, and if that switch doesn't work or that pump doesn't work, there's a problem. So our staff here doing a great job keeping everything moving as we see a Jan Vaj heading down to the water for his right-hander. It'll be Mateus Salazar up first in blue. Mateus was looking so solid, so smooth yesterday. It'll be interesting to see how he fares today, coming up against fellow Brazilian Jan Vaj.
You see him waiting patiently, as we've seen some competitors looking at their watch. Some competitors choose to count. Others kind of wait for the sound. Some wait for the water to smooth out. A lot of different tactics on the takeoff. As we see Mateus on his backhand. Just great positioning on this wave so far. Good timing on both of those turns. Going up and over the white water on those last two aggressive turns. So that was a very crisp and clean, spicy wave of Mateus Salazar. So Mateus trying to better his low score of a 4.8. He's got a high score of a 6.7. Jan Vaj has a couple of 6.3s, so you see Mo Freitas sitting down there just checking out what the other competitors are doing. And he is surfing against Leco Salazar, who we see just off screen, the back of the screen there. And you can see it's nighttime here, so we're a full day from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
No rest for the wicked here, Anthony. No rest for the wicked as we go into a Turtle Bay replay of the last wave of Mateus Salazar. Really nice opening turn as he drives off the bottom for his second turn. It's great to see it in slow motion there. Transitioning the paddle again, coming back into the power zone of the wave, and he has a nice critical snap here, if I remember. Gets it up pretty much 10:30, 11 o'clock, throws a lot of spray on his backhand, and then he gets straight back up into it. Brazilian style, off the top, throwing a lot of spray. Some great surfing and some clean surfing from Mateus Salazar. New advanced team rider and brother of 2012 world champion that we just saw in the water, and we will see again straight after this. As we see Jan Vaj setting up for this right-hander. Jan loves to be on his forehand, so it'd be good to see what he's got for us here. Really quick, radical top turn there. Another snapping turn there, breaking the fins free as he goes for the 360 and comes unstuck. So Mateus getting a 5.5 for his first wave. Nothing too radical, but a really well-ridden ride. So a solid first score for Mateus. It does improve his overall positioning with a 6.7 and a 5.5. Currently Jan with a pair of 6.3s. We're waiting to see how his last wave will be scored. But both Brazilians supported by Brazilian brands. New advance for Mateus Salazar and Artin Surf, longtime supporter of the Stand Up World Tour for Jan Vaj. Obviously both the Vaj brothers. So this is a pretty stacked lineup here. And as we look towards the next exchange between Leco Salazar and Mo Freitas, my mind can't help to go back to that final in Ubatuba and how nail-biting it was. Everybody kept on the end of their seat. As Mo Freitas stole the show right at the end of the heat. So we have scores dropping for Jan Vaj's last wave. It's a 6.4. 6.4 for Jan Vaj's last wave. So Jan Vaja 6.4. So he's improving his score sheet all the time. A 6.3 and a 6.4. Now his high scores. Mateus Salazar with a 6.7 and a 5.5. As we see Mateus going to work on his second right. Nice up into the lip turn and another. I'm not sure that'll improve on his situation, but another solid wave for Mateus as we see Kyle Vaj there with the tripod capturing the action for his Brazilian friends here. Just next to him, Tony Freitas. A lot of Brazilian sentiment in these two heats. Mo Freitas, half Brazilian, brought up in Haleiwa on the North Shore of Oahu, but his father is Brazilian, as we see a replay of that wave. Mateus Salazar banking off the top there, and another crisp turn right up into the lip, and another. So a pretty solid wave. A little bit more of the same. Not too much variety there, but some great surfing from Mateus.
Yeah, his board's looking great as we see Jan Vaj making his way out. So Jan's first wave coming in at a 6.4. That's bettering his previous scores. So he's got a 6.4 to go with a 6.3. And so far for Mateus, he bettered his low score of a 4.8, scoring a 5.5 on his first right-hand wave. We'll await the scores for his second wave. So you see how dark it is back there. There's no lights on the mountain. There's lights at the pool, but darkness all around us. So very kind of surreal setting here where... And it just sounds so redundant, but we are literally in the middle of the desert. It's pretty cool to be having this event here. So 5.9 for Mateo's second wave. 5.9 betters his score as Jan Vaj is taking off, driving down the line, slashing his turn, and finishing with some aggression right there. So going for the 360 at the end, really throwing lots of spray on each of those turns.
For me, that was some of the better surfing that I've seen from Jan Vaj in this heat so far. Really connected turns. Really rail-to-rail turns. I'm looking forward to seeing the replay to kind of go through that wave again. But real top-to-bottom surfing, really smooth, powerful, aggressive. A great performance there from Artin Surf rider Jan Vaj. As we go to the Turtle Bay replay, let's take a look at this. I really enjoyed this wave. Really nice opening turn, really smooth and powerful. As he comes down to the bottom, he's right in the power source now. He gets down low, drives off the bottom, comes right up at it, and another sweeping turn. Just the radius of the turn will impress the judges there as he comes in for a little closing turn here. Throwing the tail out and throwing some spray again. Oh, he gets one more little hit. Goes for the little 360 in the end section there, but not pulling that off. But yeah, as Anthony was saying, very surreal setting here. As beautiful by night as it is by day, if not more during the summertime, because it does get hot in the middle of the day, and the evenings cools off. And the lights come on for a stadium-like setting here at Wadi Adventure. As we see Caio Vaz in the foreground filming these critical heats. I'm imagining that all over Brazil are online right now watching the action as Leco Salazar on his first right-hand wave. So Jan Vaz, as I thought there, that was definitely a better wave for Jan Vaz. 8.2 for Jan Vaz. Jan Vaz, you got an 8.2 on your last wave. So Jan Vaz stepping up his game here for his final wave, coming in at an 8.2, increasing his lead over Mateo Salazar. So he has a 6.4 and an 8.2. For his counting waves at the moment, Mateo Salazar has a 6.7 and a 5.9, as we saw Leco Salazar leashless there, losing his board, just coming unstuck there. Looks like his board survived intact there. Remy Keek, French by birth and by upbringing, but Brazilian by residence right now, living up in the north of Brazil. As we see Caio giving Jan the lowdown, giving him a prep talk there. But a great performance from Jan there with an 8.2, really smooth surfing, powerful speed, power, and flow, just all too evident in that ride. So a great performance there from Jan Vaz on that second right, as we see two riders preparing for their rides. This is Mo Freitas. Let's see what he has. 0.6. So Leco Salazar just getting a 0.6 on that wave. It was a no-show wave for him, so he'll be looking to improve on that, but currently sitting in a good position with a 7.1 and a 6.5 as Mo Freitas is paddling into this right. He's been looking forward to getting onto his forehand. Let's see what he's got. Right against the wall here, driving off the bottom. Nice gouging turn right back into the whitewater. And straight off the bottom, another slashing roundhouse back into the whitewater. As he runs down the line here, looking for something more. Nice slashing turn, getting the fins free over the lip there. So solid start by Mo Freitas there. As you can see on his Focus SUP board, shaped by Pat Rawson. Definitely one of the more respected North Shore shapers. Transitioning into the stand-up paddle market with Focus SUP. So Mo's definitely been at the leading edge of the sport the last couple of years, really providing some of the most progressive riding. As we throw to a Turtle Bay replay here, we're going to see Mo driving hard off the bottom, really low down, low center of gravity as he goes into those turns, driving off, banking off the whitewater, coming off the bottom again, like a coiled spring, waiting to unleash on the top there. Coming back into the whitewater and setting up for these next smaller turns, but keeping his flow going here. Another nice turn here. Really puts it all into this, throws the tail out, and with an exclamation mark for that wave. So score dropping for Mo Freitas on that wave, a 7.8. So Mo Freitas, a 7.8 on his wave. So a great showing from Mo Freitas there on his first right-hander. As we see Leco Salazar on his backhand dropping into his second left-hander. Nice open turn. Looks a little unstable as he comes down again, but catches his composure, bangs off the top there. And another little crack there as he works his way to the inside. I don't think that's going to improve on his 7.1 and 6.5, but let's see. It's definitely a tricky wave on your backhand. Tricky to get the radical kind of maneuvers that the judges are looking for. So Leco currently sitting with a 7.1 and a 6.5. Mo Freitas just in the lead right now with a 7.8 and a 6.6. So a 7.8 and a 6.6 for Mo Freitas. As we go to a replay of Leco Salazar's wave. Nice driving bottom turn and a nice open top turn. Little stumble there coming down, but regains his composure and a nice driving roundhouse back into the white water as he drives off the bottom again and throws it up into the lip. And another little climb up to the lip there, throwing some spray. Lecco Salazar on his backhand, completing his right hand segment of this heat. So we're coming to the close of today's action. That was heat number 4, finishing up their right-hand waves. We've got Mo Freitas with his last right-hander just coming up, and then we'll go back to heat number 3 for the closeouts, back to heat number 4 for the closeouts, and then that is a wrap for today. As we get a score for Lecco Salazar. So Lecco Salazar getting a 5.8 on that last right-hander, so 5.8 for Lecco Salazar, as we see Mo Freitas dropping in on this one. Beautiful opening turn, goes right up to the lip there and drives round back into the white water. Another carving turn, just full commitment there. Beautiful surfing from Mo Freitas. And another great turn, throwing the fin out over the lip and just jumping out the back. But really the work was done on those first 2 turns. Just stayed super close to the wall, right in the power source, drives off the bottom, and just really opened up on the top there. And then a second turn opening up with that beautiful, smooth, powerful roundhouse. So Mo Freitas showing speed, power, and flow, and real agility there on that wave as we wait for that Turtle Bay replay to come through. Love to see that wave again. Some great surfing from Mo Freitas. So here we are with that Turtle Bay replay. See, just unleashing on the top there, throwing a lot of spray and driving back into the white water. And here he is again, open face. So he goes for this driving roundhouse. Just you see the bottom of the board and the fins as he cranks off the white water with so much speed. He generates speed through that roundhouse as he drives into this final turn and busts his tail over the top of the wave. So Mo Freitas getting a 7.4 for that last wave, a 7.4 for Mo Freitas. So this increases his scoreline again, a 7.8 and a 7.4 now his 2 counting scores. Lecco Salazar still with a 7.1 and a 6.5. So Mo Freitas just taking the edge over the 2012 world champion. His father giving him some advice now before the closeout section of this heat. But a great performance there from Mo Freitas on the rights, really coming back into the game, overtaking Lecco Salazar and looking in a strong position coming into the closeout portion of this heat. So as we transition back to the heat with Mateo Salazar and Jan Vaj for the final segment of this heat with the closeout wave. So we'll be having a transition wave first, and then we'll be going straight into Mateo Salazar on the closeout. So I see somebody waiting for the wave in the wings there on the stairs. Can't quite see. Oh, Lucas Medeiros to the left. Somebody else to the right. So Lucas looking happy to get another wave in the wave pool. He's always smiling anyway, but especially when he's getting waves. So great young talent from Brazil. Lucas Medeiros. Jan Vaj, you currently have a 6.4 and Jan Vaj, you currently have a 6.4 and an 8.2 as your scoring waves, a 6.4 and an 8.2. Mateo Salazar, a 6.7 and a 5.9. So these 2 Brazilian athletes in heat number 3 putting on a great performance here as we wait for the transition wave to come through. Jan Vaj looking in a great position with a heat score total right now of 14.6. So a strong result here for Jan Vaj at the moment, with Mateo Salazar currently with 13.6. So just a point behind Jan. So it's still all to play for. The closeouts obviously, well, not obviously because there's been some great high scores on the lefts and the rights, but definitely offering a lot of scoring potential as we see the transition wave come through here. Lucas Medeiros on it again, really making the most of it. Nice slashing opening turn, releasing the tail. And as we see the back of, not quite sure who that was. It was Benoit Carpentier, maybe. Oh, Dylan Frick from South Africa, really enjoying his time here in Abu Dhabi. It's his first stop on the Stand Up World Tour. Dylan Frick, starboard rider from South Africa. A big aloha to his parents, Francois and Anna-Marie. Thank you for your support in getting your very talented son out into the world to compete on the global stage here on the Stand Up World Tour here at the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. So we pan back to Mo Freitas getting in the zone as he prepares for his closeouts. Mo has not only become an incredibly talented surfer, but a very calculated surfer too. A great competitive surfer with a strong mental game, matching his strong physical and just sheer ability. As we see Mateus Salazar choosing to take the closeout on his forehand. So Mateus Salazar riding for New Advance, a great family operation in Brazil. We met them this time. We were down there for stop number 2 of the Stand Up World Tour. Great group of people, and really taking care of Mateus and Leko, and of course Aline Adesaka in the women's division. So we just see the Wadi Adventure branding there, bold and bright this evening in the spotlights. Wadi Adventure, your water world here in the UAE, as we see this closeout coming through for Mateus Salazar, dropping in on this. Nice slashing opening turn as he goes to generate speed now and whacks that closeout, breaking the fins free and pushing the tail out over there. A little foam climb just to accentuate the end of that wave. Be interesting to see how the judges score that. But a really quick open slash, then just building momentum to go into that closing section and releasing the fins in that closing section. So nice opening closeout for Mateus Salazar. He'll have one more chance to take on the closeout. We'll see how that fares for this young Brazilian talent. Younger brother of Leko Salazar, and of course son of Brazilian surfing legend Pico Ruta Salazar. One of the most titled Brazilian surfers of all time, which is quite a feat given the sheer level of Brazilian surfing talent there is in the world. As we see Jan Vaj heading out for his first attack at the closeouts. So Jan Vaj sitting in a good position here with an 8.2 and a 6.4. Mateus a little bit in the chasing game here with a 6.7 and a 5.9 as we go to a replay of Mateus's first wave. So he had that little slash opening turn as he sets up for this closeout, and nice closing turn there. So a 5.3 for Mateus Salazar's opening closeout. So that's not going to change his scoreline. A 5.3 for Mateus Salazar as we wait for Jan Vaj to have his go on the closeouts here. So it's been an incredible day of action. Once again, thank you to all our partners for making this event possible. In particular, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed, thank you. And we hope all of you that are joining us are enjoying the show here with the best stand-up paddle surfing in the world as we see Jan Vaj. Nice wrapping opening turn as he sets up for the closeout section, generating speed. Just a little pop above the lip there, going a little sideways in the air. I'm not sure that's going to improve on his top scoring wave. We'll see how it fares compared to his backup wave of a 6.4. So nice opening wave for Jan Vaj. I think he's got more in the tank though, so let's see what he's got on his second closeout as we will go over to Mateus Salazar for his second closeout. And we wait for the Turtle Bay replay to come to you. And here it is right. Oh, we had a little glitch there. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can see Mateus Salazar in the background. As we can And we go to the Turtle Bay replay. Let's take a look at that last wave of Jan Vaj. Driving opening turn there, really showing the bottom of the board and the fins to the judges there as he generates the speed through to this closing section. He hits it just right. A little bit, not as vertical potentially as he might have liked, and gets some air over the lip. He's definitely capable of more, but that was a solid score nonetheless.
Mo Freitas getting ready to finish up his campaign on the closeouts. So currently we've got a pretty close heat between Mo and Leko. Mo just having the nod. 4.9 for Jan Vaj last wave. 4.9 for Jan Vaj. Your last wave was a 4.9. As you see, Mateos patiently waiting against the wall there.
So that's not going to change. That's not going to change Jan Vaj's scoreline. As we see Mateos Salazar, nice, really clean swooping turns here. He gets a couple in there as he heads up to the closing section. Takes to the air for that hop over the lip. Not a super radical closing section maneuver, but he gets a couple of really nice turns going into that and completes that final kind of air over the lip. Doesn't get too much height, but another good wave from Mateos Salazar as that concludes his closeout performance. We'll wait to see if that was enough to catch Jan Vaj. With an 8.2 and a 6.4, it's a tall order, so we'll see what that comes in at. But what a great performance from Mateos Salazar. Such a great competitor and such a smooth surfer. Such a pleasure to watch him surf. As we go to the Turtle Bay replay just to take a look at that. Really nice opening turn as he sets up for this closing wave. Sort of hopping up over the lip, getting air above the lip there. What they might call a stock air. But and a little foam climb to accentuate the end of the wave there. We'll see how the judges like that. I'm not sure it's going to be enough to catch Jan Vaj, but let's see. Jan will be wanting to put it all on the line now. His final closeout wave. He'll be wanting to improve on his 6.4 backup score. So Mateos Salazar's last wave coming in at a 5.1.
last wave for Mateos Salazar coming in at a 5.1. 5.1 for Mateos Salazar.
So Mateos Salazar with a 5.1. It does not look as though that was enough. He had his high scoring waves are 6.7 and a 5.9. I don't believe that's going to be enough to catch Jan Vaj, but Jan Vaj will be wanting to just consolidate on his lead here, make sure that it is indeed the result as he paddles into this closeout. Right up against the wall there, choosing to keep really close and driving off the bottom, staying in the pow section of the wave with a real rapid top turn slash there and a great closing turn there, but unfortunately coming unstuck. That is the end of the heat, so it won't probably improve on Jan Vaj's overall scoreline, but as it stands right now, Jan Vaj, I believe, wins the heats. We'll wait for your official result, but your unofficial result is that Jan Vaj wins the heat with a 14.6 heat score total over Mateos Salazar with a 12.6 heat score total. So great performance there from Jan Vaj. That one wave, his 8.2, really putting the stamp in on his performance here today. As we see Leko Salazar and Mo Freitas head out to the rights. So Leko Salazar coming out first in blue. Sorry, coming out on the closeouts, not the rights. My apologies. It's been a very long day. As we see Jan Vaj checking out the replay on his last wave. Personal replay brought to you by Kyle Vaj, Art and Surf team member. So we're waiting now for Leko Salazar's wave. He's sort of in the shadows there, waiting for the wave to come through. Taking the closeout here on his forehand. Sitting a little wider. It's interesting to see his technique here, see how it will affect everything here. Sitting a little wider than Mo. Mo's really just right on the wall when he takes off. Leko sitting a little wider. So Leko currently sitting on a 7.1 and a 6.5, so very respectable scores. But Mo Freitas really pushed the boat out there with a 7.8 and a 7.4 on the right. So Lekko's going to be wanting 2 solid scores here to really get back into contention. Or 1 really solid score, and that'll do it. So here it comes. Dropping in on the closeout. Nice opening turn. Classic Salazar turn there. Another little check turn as he heads for the closing section and cracks it off the top. So a clean, solid wave there. It'll be a solid score for Lekko. Nothing too radical. Watch as we see Lekko Salazar choosing to go on his backhand now for the second closeout. Lekko is dangerous on his backhand. My memory goes back to the BVI finals where he won his world title. Just his crisp 12 o'clock surfing, super smooth. Like I said, his wave lecture is second to none. He really is a natural surfer if there ever was one. Must be in the blood for the Salazars. And the last remaining Salazar in the family legacy here in the Abu Dhabi All-Stars. He'll be hoping for a magical wave here to be able to take on Mo Freitas' assault here. So a nice smooth roundhouse there for Lekko Salazar as he throws it up at 11 o'clock into the white water. That was a nice closing turn for Lekko Salazar. A little foam climb to put a punctuation mark on the end of that wave. He's looking up for an idea of how that looked to his support crew. So Lekko is such a great athlete, great ambassador for the sport in Brazil. I'm sure for all the Brazilians watching, It's great to see Leko out in action here in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. A true all-star of the sport, 2012 world champion. So great to see Leko in action. So we're going to a Turtle Bay replay of Leko's last wave on his backhand. So he goes out wide and then drives back into the whitewater, banks off the top of the whitewater as he sets up for this closing turn as he goes off the bottom and straight up into that closing lip. Just doing his trademark, kind of kicking off the tail to bank it that extra few degrees into the lip. Some great surfing from the 2012 world champion, Leko Salazar, new advance team rider from Santos, Brazil. As we get a glimpse of one of our female athletes there, Sophia Bartlow, catching up on her email, I would imagine. As Mo Freitas waits for his final wave of the day. This will be the final wave of today for everyone as we wrap heat number 4 of round number 3 for the men's elimination. Tomorrow morning we will be picking up with heat number 5 for the men's elimination at 9 o'clock UAE time. As Mo Freitas is dropping into this one right on the wall again. Beautiful wrapping roundhouse there as he sets up for this closing turn, driving so hard off the bottom, straight up into the lip. I mean, that beat even the last wave. That was a beautiful display of critical performance surfing there from Mo Freitas. Beautiful roundhouse into just, you know, he straightened out before he went into that turn so he could just drive as hard as he could off the bottom and have the full 180 degrees turn. So great performance there from Mo Freitas. I would hazard to say that will only consolidate his lead in this heat and propel him through to the quarterfinals. But I'll wait for the judges' final word on that one. But what a great performance from this young phenom from Haleiwa on the North Shore of Oahu. As we take a look at the Turtle Bay replay, look at this driving roundhouse right back into the whitewater. Not quite as impressive as his first one, I don't think, but this is the turn. Driving so hard off the bottom, 12 o'clock, straight up and down surfing from Mo Freitas. That was just insane. I'd be really interested to see what the judges will throw at that one. That was just a beautifully ridden wave. So very appropriate Turtle Bay replay there because Mo Freitas is from the North Shore of Oahu. So living on the 7 Mile miracle that is Oahu's fabled North Shore. Looks as though we're going to get the chance to catch up with Mo in a few moments. So we're going to throw down to Mo right now, actually. Let's hear from Mo, that incredible wave. I'm looking forward to hearing his thoughts on his performance here.
I feel good. I feel super good, actually. And my board is working amazing. And I think I made it through, so I'm super stoked. And paddle, everything is working really well on dot, and I just kind of, I feel strong, I feel ready, and just kind of want to get back from Brazil because I didn't do so well in Brazil. But yeah, no, the last couple waves, I feel really good. The pool is, generating some, really ocean-like waves, and it's sick to come down here to Wadi Adventure. I've never been here, so yeah, stoked. But I mean, really happy. Thank you. Yeah.
So great to hear from Mo Freitas there. Not only did he put on a great performance there, he was probably the most color-coordinated athlete of the day there with his yellow Lycra, yellow body glove logos, yellow Focus SUP logos. There wasn't one logo that wasn't yellow. So Mo Freitas putting on a great performance today. We'll wait for those final scores to drop. We'll just wait to get those final scores, give you those before we end for today. But it's been a pleasure to have you with us today for this live broadcast from the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam. This was day number 2, as we saw a lot of action today with round 1 completed, men's repechage completed, women's round 1 completed, women's repechage completed, and now we are halfway through round number 3 for the men. So it was definitely an impressive day of action, a full day of action. We thank you so much to everyone for joining us. We hope you enjoyed the show. I'm literally just waiting for these last scores so that I can just announce them before we cut off here. We're just waiting for the scores to drop into the system here. Stand by, everyone. So here you have it. I'm back with you. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have the final two scores dropping for Leco Salazar and Mo Freitas. So Mo getting a 7.2 on his first closeout, Leco a 6.5, Leco a 6.2 on his second closeout, and Mo Freitas a 7.5 on his second closeout, giving him a 7.8 and a 7.5. So a pretty impressive heat score total of 15.3. I believe the highest so far in round number 3. So great performance from the young talent from the North Shore of Oahu. So once again, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you with us for the Abu Dhabi All-Stars Grand Slam. Make sure to join us live again tomorrow from 9 o'clock UAE time. We will be going live with the second bracket of the round number 3. So the last 4 heats are now round number 3. But before we leave you, we're going to get a couple words with Jan Vaj. So he's definitely happy to advance through to the quarterfinals. Let's hear from Jan.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Like last year I came here and it was so fun for me. I got second, like made it all the way to the final with Zane. And yeah, this pool is awesome. Like I hope I can get one of these in my house later. And yeah, I just had my heats with Mateus, and he's a great surfer. I have competed like 1,000 heats with him already. And it's always one win the other one, one win the other one. And yeah, it's tough to win him. And I'm pretty happy to get my 8 score. And like Kyle just told me, like go strong, like put a lot of pressure and power in your turns. And I was just like, okay, I'm going. Like it's hard because you got just 2 waves, and if you fall in one or miss one, all the pressure is in the other one. So yeah, it's kind of hard. I was like, okay, that I got 6.3 in the first left, and that's not my best wave, like the left, because I'm backside, and this wave is kind of slow, so hard to put the backside like really strong. Yeah, but I'm happy.
Good luck to you. Thank you, Vaj.
So big congratulations there to Jan Vaj. What a great show of talent and persistence there. Making it through to the quarterfinals, as did Mo Freitas. So great performances from everyone today, the women and men. We're looking forward to tomorrow. We'll get straight underway at 9 a.m. UAE time with heat 5 through 8 of round number 3. Then going straight into the quarters for both the men and the women. Make sure to join us live from 9 o'clock right here at watermanleague.com. We'll also be posting photos, recaps, and much more. So make sure you stay tuned, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Aloha and a hui ho.
Well, the North Shore is such a special place.
I think there's some of the most hospitable people in the whole world right here.
What makes the North Shore so special is the people of Hawaii created the sport surfing, so it's only right the most exciting contests in the world go down here.
I think it's epic. It still has soul.
I just hope that one day everybody in this world gets to come and experience our little piece of paradise.
Turtle Bay, your gateway to the North Shore.
Standout World Tour patrons provide a vital support mechanism for the continued growth and development of the sport and its World Championship Tour. They also support some of the world's leading athletes as they pursue their quest for the World Championship title.